Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
At first glance, AI Tao thought Chen Yang's calm demeanor suggested he was a cultivation prodigy. But the way Chen Yang had spoken to him? That was crossing a line. If he didn't assert himself now, wouldn't it seem like he was losing face? As vice captain of the joint team, shouldn't you ask what happened before jumping to conclusions? Chen Yang said casually. AI Tao frowned and turned to Feng Zhou for answers. Lu Ning stepped in quickly. Vice captain, I heard him claim he's a lieutenant general and demanded to see the captain. At his age? There's no way that's real. I assumed he was impersonating an officer, so I exposed him. But he used brute force to suppress me. Sir, you can't let this go, impersonating a military officer and acting above the law. Someone like that doesn't deserve training. Lu Ning lied through his teeth. Oh? Is that what happened? AI Tao said, narrowing his eyes and turning back to Chen Yang. Whether I'm a lieutenant general or not, what does it have to do with you? Chen Yang replied with a light chuckle. AI Tao's gaze hardened. So you're admitting to impersonating an officer? This was the first time AI Tao had seen someone cause such a stir at the joint team's base. Faking military rank was a serious offense, punishable by expulsion, at the very least. You're here for training, right? AI Tao said coldly. Didn't your elders teach you to keep a low profile in Beicheng? Lose that arrogant attitude before you embarrass your family, or worse, lose your qualification to participate. With that mindset, you wouldn't even pass the mental state evaluation. Chen Yang waited patiently for AI Tao to finish, then spoke with a small smile. Vice Captain AI, is it? What, finally feeling some regret? If you're willing to sincerely apologize, maybe we can move past this. You're here for training, after all. No need to cause your family unnecessary shame, AI Tao said, thinking he was giving the young man a way out. Chen Yang didn't respond to that. Instead, he asked, what's your military rank? I'm a major general. Why? Chen Yang's lips curled up. Then technically, you should be calling me sir. AI Tao froze mid-sentence. What did you just say? How dare? Before he could finish, Chen Yang calmly pulled out a golden badge. The air turned cold. AI Tao's face changed drastically. Why do you have that? It was the badge of a lieutenant general. This is my badge. Now, shouldn't we be asking who's really at fault here? Chen Yang said, his voice calm but firm. This AI Tao was speechless. That badge must be fake. Lu Ning shouted. There's no way he's a lieutenant general. Not at that age. AI Tao nodded slightly. It seemed far-fetched, but then something clicked in his mind. His expression changed again. There was one person. You're a? Chen Yang, the young man replied, casually putting the badge away. AI Tao's face turned pale. The name struck him like thunder. Chen Yang. The prodigy who had recently been awarded the rank of lieutenant general, one of the youngest in history. Feng Zhou also recognized the name. You're that Chen Yang? Lu Ning, suddenly unsure of himself, leaned toward Feng Zhou and whispered, could he really be a lieutenant general? Even the girl at the front desk was stunned by what she had seen. Yes, he's Chen Yang, Feng Zhou muttered. It all made sense now. No wonder he seemed so unfazed. AI Tao glanced back at Chen Yang, a hint of apology in his eyes, and turned sharply to Lu Ning. What the hell were you thinking? Lu Ning's legs trembled. His family had influence in Beicheng, but if they found out he had offended a lieutenant general, he was done for. I. He was utterly speechless. Forget it, Chen Yang said, waving a hand. Just take him to the hospital. AI Tao blinked. Hospital? Chen Yang pointed at Lu Ning. Isn't Beicheng investigating parasitic beasts? There might be signs of parasitism in him. Nonsense. Lu Ning snapped, but his tone lacked confidence this time. Feng Zhou backed away 2 steps, eyes wide. Are you serious? AI Tao asked, now fully alert. You'll know after a checkup, Chen Yang replied. At that, AI Tao released his own aura, enveloping Lu Ning and probing his vital energy. Moments later, his expression turned grim. He's right. There's a red parasite near the brain. Take him to the hospital. Now, he ordered. No. I can't be parasitized. Lu Ning struggled, but the team members had already restrained him and were escorting him away. Once Lu Ning was gone, AI Tao turned back and bowed slightly. Chen Yang, I apologize for my earlier assumptions. It's fine, Chen Yang said. We had a minor disagreement back in Yanqing. That's all. I see. Then please come with me. Chen Yang nodded. People nearby looked on in astonishment. No one had expected the situation to turn out like this. Under AI Tao's lead, they finally arrived at the office of the captain of the Beicheng joint team. To everyone's surprise, the captain was a woman, He Jie. She wore a simple white suit, her skin smooth and youthful. Despite being over 50, she looked no older than 30. Captain He, I'm Chen Yang, he said. These two are Tan Yu and Xie Ling from the God-making project in Yongcheng. The last is my teammate, Han Mengxi. He Jie studied him curiously. So you're Chen Yang. You're even younger than I expected. She recalled the reports, a youth possessing the power of a top-level grandmaster. Many called him the #1 cultivating genius in the country. You're the one who killed Calamity, right? Chen Yang gave a modest smile. Just got lucky. Tan Yu scoffed. Don't downplay it. Even a 6th-tier beast couldn't survive a single blow from you. That's not luck. He Jie was still processing Tan Yu's earlier statement. Not even a 6th-order ferocious beast could survive Chen Yang's strike? If that were true, didn't it mean that Chen Yang already possessed power on par with a martial saint? Captain He, what's the plan for now? Chen Yang's voice gently pulled her out of her thoughts. Oh right. He Jie blinked, returning to the moment. The training officially begins tomorrow. We've already arranged your living quarters. I'll have someone escort you there shortly. As for the specific details, those will be disclosed during the opening briefing. Then I'll trouble Captain He, Chen Yang said, extending his hand politely. They shook hands. The moment their palms touched, Chen Yang silently copied He Jie's talent. He Jie felt a strange ripple in her body, faint and fleeting. She dismissed it as her imagination. With the training arrangements settled, He Jie prepared to assign a guide for Chen Yang and his team. Captain He, Chen Yang suddenly asked, I heard that Beicheng is currently investigating something related to a parasitic beast. Could you tell me more about it? He Jie paused, then nodded. Yes, the parasitic beast. I suppose you should be informed. She took a deep breath and began to explain. It started about half a month ago. At first, no one thought much of it. People just assumed it was a seasonal flu, runny noses, mild fevers. But then even cultivators began falling ill. As you know, that shouldn't be possible. Our bodies are far more resilient than ordinary humans. So when more and more individuals started showing symptoms, both teams realized something was wrong. After investigation, we found that those affected had developed small red sarcomas in their brains. At first, we thought it was a mutated virus. But after further analysis, we discovered it was actually a parasite, released by some kind of beast. The worst part is, it doesn't show immediate symptoms. It lies dormant for about 3 days before signs begin to appear. She paused, her face darkening. And by then, it's too late. The host becomes food. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Those infected early on were found dead in their homes. When we examined the bodies, we discovered their brains had been completely devoured, though the rest of the body remained intact. Because of that, we named the creature the brainworm. He Jie continued, her tone grim. It targets the brain and bone marrow exclusively. Detection is extremely difficult. Only a specialized scanner can pick it up, but even that has limitations. It can only identify the parasite after 3 days. Before that, the host appears perfectly normal. Chen Yang finally understood why the city was under such tight surveillance. So anyone, no matter how normal they seem, could already be infected, he said quietly. Exactly. And our instruments aren't good enough to detect them in time. What's worse is that the infection rate is accelerating. Even martial artists are being parasitized. For civilians, it's practically a death sentence. Then why hasn't the government issued a city-wide warning? Chen Yang asked. We can't, He Jie said, her voice heavy. If we release the information now, it would incite panic. We don't even have the means to contain the outbreak. A mass panic could crash the city's economy, cause riots. Without proper detection and control methods, we'd lose Beicheng overnight. Chen Yang furrowed his brows. Even martial saints can't sense the parasite? No, He Jie shook her head. The brainworm is microscopic in its early stage. Even martial saints can't pinpoint something that's subtle unless the host is showing clear symptoms. Scanning every citizen would be impossible. Martial saints would burn out long before finding anything. Chen Yang nodded slowly, his mind racing. So you can't inform the public, and you can't detect early hosts. At this rate, Beicheng might be completely compromised. He remembered Lu Ning earlier. He hadn't sensed any abnormalities until moments before the truth was exposed. That meant Lu Ning had only been infected recently, perhaps within the last few days. If even martial-level cultivators were vulnerable, then the situation was far more dire than expected. Is there really no better solution? He just sighed. We've tried. We've deployed a handful of cultivators with clairvoyant talents to scout the streets, but their success rate is low. We've also sent out a few with tracking abilities, but so far, we haven't found the source. Unfortunately, most trackers are relatively weak. We'd need a high-level specialist to sweep the entire city effectively, and we don't have one available. The frustration in her voice was evident. This kind of enemy, she said, is the hardest to fight. You can't see it. Can't touch it. Even a seventh-order beast would be easier to deal with. Still, she added, glancing at Chen Yang, this issue isn't your burden. Our latest intel suggests the parasitic zone is still contained. As part of the joint team, Chen Yang replied, I can't just stand by. Besides, we're free this afternoon. Let us help. You. He Jie raised an eyebrow, unsure if he was joking. I haven't told you this yet, but I possess a unique sensing ability. I can detect if someone has been parasitized. He's telling the truth, AI Tao chimed in. Chen Yang spotted an infected martial artist right outside just a moment ago. We would have missed it without him. He Jie's eyes lit up. That's incredible. But I hope it won't trouble you too much. This is about protecting innocent lives, Chen Yang said firmly. I'll do whatever I can. He Jie nodded, her expression growing serious again. It may be even worse than I thought. If parasites are already in our base, then the spread has gone much deeper than we assumed. Can you tell me how this all started? Chen Yang asked. From what we've gathered, he just said, opening a holographic map, everything began about 15 days ago. Though we don't have solid proof, we suspect it all traces back to a dimensional crack near Beicheng. She pointed at a highlighted zone. This is the area most infected individuals pass through before showing symptoms. We haven't entered the crack yet, but every clue points toward it. My theory is the host beast, the one spawning the brainworms, isn't in the city at all. It's beyond the crack. The worms were likely released from there. Chen Yang stared at the map, eyes narrowed. A crack. That explains a lot.
This crack is located in an area to the south of the North City, not too far from the south gate of the North City, where explorers or mercenaries often pass by. Why don't you go in and have a look? Chen Yang asked. The formation of this crack is very strange. Only practitioners in the realm of a great martial artist can enter. We sent a great martial artist to investigate before, and there is no news until now. Why didn't he want to find out the source of the parasitic beast, but after the great martial artist entered, there was no news for a moment, and he didn't know what was going on the other side. Isn't there a beast star over the crack? Chen Yang thought about it. If the physical fitness reaches the level of a master, can he enter? Chen Yang thought for a while and said, we haven't tried it yet. He paused. There are very few practitioners in the physical training realm in the entire North City, and even a few good physical training practitioners have not reached the master realm, so he doesn't know. Let me try it. Chen Yang said. Aren't you the strength of a high-ranking Grand Master? He looked up at Chen Yang. Although I have the strength of a high-level master, my realm is still a great martial artist, because I am a body refiner. Chen Yang said. He's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's not too late, let's go and see now. Okay, Tan Yu, you go to your residence first, Captain He and I will go out for a while. Chen Yang turned his head and said to the three of them. How about we go together? Han Mensi spoke. It's useless for you to go. Even the great martial artist can't come out, which means that the danger inside is far beyond the limit that the great martial artist can bear. It's better for me to go. Chen Yang analyzed. But what if something happens to you? Han Mensi and Xiaoling worried. What can happen to me? If I can't beat me, won't I run away? Unless there is an 8th level beast on the other side of the crack, otherwise with my current escape method, there should be no beast that can stop me. Chen Yang said confidently. Okay then. Han Mensi nodded. Then I'll send them to the hotel arranged for training first. AI Tao got up and said. Okay, let's go. He nodded. Chen Yang waved his hand, and a portal appeared in front of everyone. He glanced at Chen Yang in surprise, not expecting that the other party possessed such a special talent. Following He stepped into the portal, Chen Yang and the two came outside the south gate of the North City. Chen Yang turned his head and saw that the steel city wall was about 10 kilometers behind him, and the crack should be not far away. Follow me? He is quite familiar with this place, and under her leadership, the two quickly discovered the existence of the crack. A closed area has been established around the crack, which should be to prevent the appearance of brain worms. Chen Yang observed the crack carefully. The black crack was not as long as he had seen before, and it seemed that it could barely pass through a person. Seeing He appearing, the surrounding soldiers saluted in unison. It's here. He brought Chen Yang to the crack. Chen Yang turned on the talent of perspective and scanned the surroundings, and found that there were indeed traces of brain worms around. This kind of trace is completely different from the trace of a ferocious beast. Although Chen Yang has never seen it, he can still guess it. Captain why are you here? Two Grand Masters came from a distance, and Chen Yang saw that they were actually Tang Hongfei and Liu Yangbing. Chen Yang. Tang Hongfei also spotted Chen Yang and greeted him happily. Minister Tang. Chen Yang stretched out his hand with a smile. After a brief chat, the few people set their sights on the crack. Captain have you found a solution? Liu Yangbing looked at He expectantly and said, It's not me, it's Chen Yang. He said he wants to go in and have a look. He shook his head and said, No, it's too dangerous inside. Tang Hongfei immediately objected. He is very aware of Chen Yang's potential. It won't take long for Chen Yang to become a new generation of martial saints. If he loses here, it will be a great loss for the entire Hua Kingdom. Minister Tang, don't worry, I don't know if I can go in now. Chen Yang comforted him. No, Chen Yang, you don't know how dangerous it is inside. I suspect that even if the master goes in, he may not come back alive. Minister Tang still refused Chen Yang to try. Minister Tang, don't you believe me? Even a 7th level beast can't kill me, let alone a 6th level beast. Even if there is a 7th level beast inside, I believe I can escape. Chen Yang looked at Tang Hongfei seriously and said. After Tang Hongfei listened, hesitation flashed across his eyes. That's right, old Tang, if Chen Yang can really get in, I believe he can definitely get out with his means. Liu Yangbing was very relieved of Chen Yang. How can people who can kill 7th level fire dragons and catastrophes be trapped by small cracks? Even they dare not say that they can face 7th level fierce beasts. From this point of view, Chen Yang's strength has surpassed them by a lot up. Let me try it first. I have already reached the level of a master in terms of body training, but my cultivation level is still at the level of a great martial artist, so I may not be able to enter. If I cannot enter in the end, our discussion here is useless. Chen Yang explained. Then, let's try. Seeing what Chen Yang said, Tang Hongfei had no choice but to nod. Chen Yang took a deep breath, and then walked to the crack. When the divine talent was activated, Chen Yang stretched out his right hand. Soon, the arm was in contact with the crack, and he felt a very strong obstacle, but this obstacle could not stop him from moving forward for the time being. How about it? Seeing Chen Yang entering with one arm, He asked quickly. Should be no problem. Chen Yang withdrew his hand and said. Okay. Chen Yang felt a little numb in his right hand, and saw a layer of red, slightly invisible red dots attached to Chen Yang's arm. Seeing something strange about Chen Yang, He followed Chen Yang's gaze and looked at her arm. At first she was a little puzzled, but after a few seconds, her face changed drastically. Apparently she also found the seed of the parasitic beast. It's such a terrifying parasitic beast. If it weren't for Chen Yang, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have noticed it. He looked solemn. This kind of red parasitic seed is too small. If you don't observe it specially, it is difficult to find it. You must know that He is a cultivator at the level of a martial artist, even she would subconsciously ignore it, let alone other people. It seems that this is indeed the lair of parasitic beasts. Liu Yangbing soon discovered the little red dots on Chen Yang's arms. They stuck to it and remained motionless, as if he didn't know that he was discovered. Even you didn't notice that there are so many parasitic seeds that have come out of this crack during this period. I suspect that the soldiers in the entire blockade camp have been parasitized. A red light flashed across Chen Yang's arm, and all these parasitic seeds were wiped out immediately. Impossible. Although Tang Hongfei said so, his tone was a little unconfident. I'll see it when I see it. Chen Yang turned on the talent of perspective to check every guarded soldier. Sure enough, he noticed the existence of parasitic seeds in the brains of these soldiers not long after. The strange thing is that it has been more than 10 days since the crack was discovered and sealed off, but the soldiers here did not tell He what was wrong, but hid it secretly in their brains. How could this be? Chen Yang was a little puzzled. Are they all parasitized? Seeing Chen Yang's puzzled expression, everyone felt a little uneasy. Especially He. She is a martial saint herself, but now she has been asking for Chen Yang's opinion. I guessed right, they were all parasitized. But it's strange, judging from the state of the disease before, these soldiers should have died a long time ago. Chen Yang was lost in thought. You mean all of them were? He's face was livid. He never thought that this parasitic beast was right under his nose. The expressions of Tang Hongfei and Liu Yangbing were also very strange. They stayed here every day but found nothing. As a result, all the soldiers were parasitized now. If Chen Yang hadn't come over, they would have been kept in the dark. Tang Hongfei would not doubt Chen Yang's judgment. He believed that since Chen Yang said such a thing, it was impossible for him to be joking. Then let's retreat quickly and block this place with energy weapons. We must never allow anyone to get close. Tang Hongfei said anxiously. Minister Tang, this is useless. The first task now is to eliminate the parasitic seeds in their brains. Chen Yang said. And I have an idea. The masters of these brain worms must be smart, otherwise why would the parasitic people around the cracks have nothing to do, but the people far away from the cracks would be hollowed out by the brain worms. I suspect that even if these parasitic seeds leave opening the cracks is also affected by the main body. In order to prevent you from doubting, the main body deliberately controls the parasitic seeds to lie dormant, and once it is needed, it will attack again, and then these parasitic seeds will become brain worms, and you have no idea why. Chen Yang's words shocked everyone. If what Chen Yang said was true, these brain worms would be too scary. Chen Yang, do you have any good ideas? He asked. I still have to go in. Although there is some resistance, I should be able to enter. Now let's help the soldiers here remove the parasitic seeds. Chen Yang said. I'll let them gather. Tang Hongfei quickly ordered, and soon, all the soldiers and team members participating in the blockade gathered together. They looked at Chen Yang curiously, wondering why this young man was able to stand with Minister Tang and the captain. Is it all here? Chen Yang looked at the crowd and asked. It's all here, but some people have been changed before, but they have all. Although Tang Hongfei didn't say what he said later, Chen Yang understood it very well. But this can't be blamed on Tang Hongfei. There are not many practitioners who have the talent of perspective, and even fewer have reached Chen Yang's strength. Therefore, it is normal that they can't find it. It can only show that this brain worm hides too well. Up. Brothers, I have bad news to tell you, I hope I will tell you later, don't panic. Chen Yang said. Seeing that everyone was looking at him in unison, Chen Yang became serious. I believe that everyone who comes here knows their mission and has a certain understanding of parasitic beasts. What I want to tell you is that unfortunately, you are all parasitized. Now, I need to get rid of the parasitic seeds in your minds. Fall, so I hope everyone will not resist. As soon as Chen Yang's words came out, everyone's faces were full of surprise. How is it possible? I don't feel anything at all, and I don't have a cold. How could I be parasitized? A team member doesn't believe in Tao. Yes, Captain, you must know how careful we are. Who is this guy? He's talking big here since he came here. Another joint team member also spoke. Except for the team members, the other soldiers didn't say much, because their nature is to obey orders. No matter what Chen Yang said is true or not, they just need to obey the orders. As members of the joint team, although they are responsible for defending the country, they are definitely not as unified as the army in terms of discipline. I know what you are thinking. This is Chen Yang, the youngest lieutenant general in Huguo. What he said is what I said. If you have any doubts, talk about it afterwards. Now you just need to obey Chen Yang's arrangement. He said coldly. Yes. When everyone saw the captain speaking, no matter how many questions they had in their hearts, they could only swallow them in their stomachs. Okay, next I will inject my special power into your body, don't resist. If you feel some discomfort in your brain, try to hold back. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he planned to do it. Need my help? He asked. No, I can do it alone. Chen Yang smiled at He, and the dragon force in his body dissipated. Soon, the entire sealed area was covered with Chen Yang's dragon force. He looked at Chen Yang in surprise. This kind of power was much stronger than vitality, and he didn't know how Chen Yang cultivated it. Longli quickly entered the brains along the mouths and noses of the people. With the help of perspective talent, Chen Yang quickly found the hiding place of the red parasitic seeds. Following Chen Yang's control, Longli instantly wrapped these parasitic seeds. Some parasitic seeds felt the danger, they finally stopped hiding, and began to devour the host's brain wantonly. Many people felt a sting, and then couldn't help crying. Hold on. Chen Yang saw many red parasitic seeds eagerly trying to absorb the host's brain, so he hurriedly accelerated his speed. Longli crushed the wrapped seeds directly, and some parasitic seeds that started to resist were quickly caught by Chen Yang. Under the magical dragon power, all the parasitic seeds in the brains of these soldiers and team members were wiped out by Chen Yang. Soon, they stopped crying and even felt a little relieved. When they opened their eyes and looked at Chen Yang again, they were puzzled and grateful. Of course, this is only the first step for Chen Yang. The entire blocked area is traces of parasitic seeds. Of course Chen Yang can't let them do whatever they want again. The blocked area was covered by dragon power. With Chen Yang's perception and perspective talents, a large area of parasitic seeds disappeared and was quickly cleaned up. I have cleaned up all the brainworms in the blocked area, but I can't clean up the parasitic seeds outside the blocked area. After all, the range from here to the North City is too large, but as long as we can prevent the cracks and release the parasitic seeds again, the surrounding area should be naturally clean. Chen Yang retracted Longli and said. What about those in the North City? Seeing that everyone was really parasitized, Tang Hongfei said worriedly. There were quite a few people who returned to Baikan before. They thought everything was under control, but now it seems that the situation in Baikan is extremely dangerous. Because it is possible, many people who have been parasitized are still fine now, but they have not exploded. We can only get rid of their bodies first. The situation is serious now, and we have no time to delay. As Chen Yang spoke, he was about to enter the crack. Be careful. He exhorted Chen Yang. If Chen Yang is damaged inside, it will be a great loss to the entire Hua Kingdom. Believe me? Chen Yang looked back at everyone's worried eyes and said. Tang Hongfei didn't stop him anymore. If no one could stop the invasion of the parasitic beasts, it would be very difficult for the martial saints to join forces. We are waiting for you outside. Liu Yangbing cast a trusting look at Chen Yang. Chen Yang took a deep breath. His divine body talent covered his whole body. He no longer hesitated, and directly burrowed into the crack. The repulsive force of the crack is very strong, but fortunately, he is still in the realm of a great martial artist, and finally entered it relying on the power of space. Passing through the crack, Chen Yang saw a barren landscape. The surrounding air is filled with small red dots. These small dots are like dust and are easy to ignore. However, Chen Yang has a talent for perspective, and these red dots have nowhere to hide under Chen Yang's gaze. Chen Yang soon discovered that the way these red dots parasitize is through the breathing of living things into the body, so he directly used Yuanli to cut off the air around him, which also prevented the parasitism of the red dots. Where is this? Chen Yang found that there were no living creatures around, so he looked into the distance, and soon, a dark valley attracted his attention. The talent of perspective penetrated the entire valley, and a huge figure appeared in the field of vision. Got you. Chen Yang muttered to himself. There was only this fierce beast around, and judging from the aura emitted by the other party, it was very likely that it was the body of the red dot. The beast in the pitch-black valley seemed to have sensed Chen Yang's gaze. In fact, it had sensed it from the moment Chen Yang stepped into this land. These red dots are its perception eyes. As long as it is covered by parasitic seeds, it cannot escape its perception. This beast looks like a huge eyeball, with a swollen body covered with tentacles. At first glance, Chen Yang didn't think how powerful this beast was, but after checking the opponent's talent, Chen Yang was a little surprised. This beast was actually a top-level 7th order beast? It's so powerful, no wonder all the practitioners who came in died at your hands. Before Chen Yang moved, the surrounding red parasitic seeds had gathered together and attacked Chen Yang. The gathered parasitic seeds can be combined into various forms at will, and soon turned into a terrifying red beast. Chen Yang looked at the red beast made of parasitic seeds and smiled coldly. He is not one of those great martial artists. If he thinks that this kind of thing can solve himself, he is completely wrong. Fire element. With a low shout, the flames burned the surrounding air, and the body of the red beast was instantly surrounded by flames. Only a crackling sound was heard, and the red beast quickly fell to the ground and turned into a pitch-black sticky substance. Chen Yang's fire element is as high as thousands of degrees. Even a 6th order beast will be burned instantly, let alone a red beast condensed by parasitic seeds. As soon as the poor red beast appeared, it was wiped out by Chen Yang, without even a wail. The big-eyed monster in the pitch-black valley found that his method hadn't worked, and its mood fluctuated slightly. Normally, creatures that come in from the cracks are no match for their own parasitic seeds. I thought that Chen Yang would be dealt with quickly, but it turned out to be the opposite. The big-eyed monster felt that Chen Yang was extraordinary. He was completely different from the previous cultivators. If he didn't use stronger methods, he might not be able to eliminate him. The big-eyed monster moved its tentacles, and soon more red parasitic seeds emitted from the tentacles. This is its unique talent, parasitic. It's this trick again. Chen Yang hasn't even seen the big-eyed monster's body now, but the surrounding environment has begun to change rapidly. The red parasites emitted this time seemed to be stronger than before, and soon, a huge figure appeared in front of Chen Yang again. This beastly aura composed of red parasites had reached the 6th level of strength. Tiger Brilliant Fist. The power of thought and gravity controlled the newly appeared beast, and the fists of Yuanli gathered and smashed directly at the red beast. The huge force smashed the red beast's body into a den, and many red parasitic seeds disappeared under Chen Yang's punch, and were wiped out by Yuanli. I thought this beast had lost its fighting power, but it didn't expect its body to condense quickly, and it even got Chen Yang's fist stuck in it. Okay. Chen Yang wanted to withdraw his fist, but the body of the red beast sucked his arm tightly like a black hole. Seeing this, the fire element flowed into the red beast's body along the arm. However, this attack did not achieve the effect Chen Yang wanted. Maybe Chen Yang has used this trick before, but this time the red beast is no longer afraid of flames. It seems that the big-eyed monster has long been prepared. Seeing that Chen Yang was restrained by the red beast, the big-eyed monster let out a loud laugh. It's ridiculous to think that's going to beat me. When the Speed Force talent was deployed, Chen Yang's power increased a bit, and the slow, weakening talent acted on the red beast. A red light appeared in Chen Yang's palm, which was Li Xing's atomic destruction. The red light wiped out all the surrounding parasitic seeds. Under this terrifying energy attack, even atoms could not survive, let alone this red beast. The red ferocious beast also opened up the power of a similar field, but it was too late. The red energy had spread all over the ferocious beast, and soon disappeared. The big-eyed monster's pupils shrank, as if it hadn't expected Chen Yang's strength. Because of the crack, even if a creature came in, its strength would not exceed the 6th level. Therefore, in its view, the enhanced version of the beast composed of red parasitic seeds should be able to easily destroy the opponent, but this result was very unexpected. The big-eyed monster realizes that Chen Yang's strength is far beyond his imagination, but this is its territory. It has been here for an unknown period of time. Its parasitic seeds are all within 100 kilometers. Even a 7th-order beast wants to get close. Think about it. Seeing that the special parasitic seeds emitted by itself failed to cause trouble to Chen Yang, it once again controlled the surrounding red seeds to attack Chen Yang. The purpose of the big-eyed monster is to use these low-level red parasitic seeds to consume Chen Yang's strength. The red parasitic seeds are endless, but when the energy in Chen Yang's body is always exhausted, it intends to directly consume Chen Yang to death here. Seeing that there are more and more red parasitic seeds around him, and there are signs of forming different beasts, Chen Yang frowned. On other people's territory, Chen Yang certainly didn't have much advantage. There were endless red parasitic seeds around him, and it was impossible to kill them all in a day. Chen Yang is also aware of the big-eyed monster's thoughts. He will not stay here foolishly. Capture the thief first, capture the king. This truth Chen Yang still understands. I won't spend it with you. Chen Yang teleported to the pitch-black valley, and the big-eyed monster felt Chen Yang approaching, and it controlled more red parasitic seeds to cover the valley completely. Seeing that the other party still didn't plan to show up, the corners of Chen Yang's mouth rose slightly. Since you want to hide it, then I'll drag you out directly. The earth element and the magnetic and gravity talents were activated at the same time, and the whole valley trembled like an earthquake under the urging of Chen Yang's UN force. Soon, a cracking sound spread throughout the valley, and the pitch-black valley slowly floated up under Chen Yang's special talent, and the middle part also split open. The big-eyed monster didn't expect Chen Yang to use such a rough method to collapse the valley. It was a little angry. A large group of red parasitic seeds surrounded it, and its huge body broke through the ground. Finally out. Chen Yang looked at the monster in front of him and smiled coldly. This was the first meeting between the two creatures. The big-eyed monster stared at Chen Yang with its huge eyeballs. Chen Yang's brain hurt slightly, and he felt as if he wanted to fall asleep. Go away. Chen Yang shook his head, driving the mental power of the big-eyed monster out of his brain. After finally waking up from the drowsiness, Chen Yang also became serious. This guy is actually a spiritual talent. If it weren't for Chen Yang's stronger mental power, he might fall into the other party's way. The realm of the big-eyed monster is almost at the top of the 7th step, and the mental attack of this realm is very threatening to Chen Yang. If the other party is a strength-type talent, Chen Yang may not be afraid because he has a high-level strength field, but if it is a spiritual talent, he can't guarantee that he will be fine. After all, his realm is only a great martial artist. Even if he has many kinds of spiritual talents, he is still much inferior to the top 7th-order spiritual talents. Big Eyes was surprised to see Chen Yang recovering from his mental attack. It couldn't figure out how Chen Yang got in through the crack. It can't be given another chance. Chen Yang decided to make a quick decision. Mental strength is now his weak point, but similarly, the power of the big-eyed monster will be much weaker than other 7th-order beasts. Strength field, speed force. Chen Yang directly expanded his own domain. In the state of dual domains, he can output at full strength for about 5 seconds. Should be enough. He took out the spiritual liquid and poured it into his own mouth. This operation only took a tenth of a second. The big-eyed monster's movements became extremely slow in his sight. In order to ensure that he could injure the opponent, his talents such as weakening also acted on the opponent at the same time. Whoosh! Chen Yang's body turned into a flash of light, and the Black Emperor sword appeared in his right hand at some point. Without hesitation, he held the Black Emperor sword and slashed at the opponent's eyes. A huge sword blade hit the eyeball of the big-eyed monster. Although there were red parasitic seeds blocking it, Chen Yang's blow had already surpassed the peak of the 7th-order strength. Even infinite red parasitic seeds could not weaken the blade of the Black Emperor sword. The Black Emperor sword pierced the big-eyed monster's eyeball without accident, and soon, the opponent's vitality was absorbed along the blade of the Black Emperor sword. The Black Emperor sword, which had been nourished for a long time, became stronger than before. Chen Yang obviously felt that the Black Emperor sword was absorbing vitality much faster than before. If it was like a stream before, it is now a big river. The big-eyed monster who had absorbed his vitality screamed in pain. The dual domains unfolded, and his spiritual talent instantly attacked Chen Yang. Chen Yang originally wanted to absorb a little more of the life force of the big-eyed monster to make him weak, but facing the attack of the top 7th-order spiritual talent, he didn't dare to take it too seriously, and hurriedly retreated behind him. He still kept the Black Emperor sword on his eyeballs, and the big-eyed monster quickly pulled out the Black Emperor sword by manipulating its tentacles. Sword come. Chen Yang stretched out his hand to recall the Black Emperor sword. Seeing that he had caused a lot of damage to the big eyeball, he planned to repeat the old trick. In the field of high-level power, even if the big-eyed monster has infinite spiritual power, it is difficult to defend against it. Unless it directly uses its spiritual talent to attack indiscriminately, otherwise it is not easy to influence Chen Yang, who is in a state of full firepower. The big-eyed monster also realized how powerful Chen Yang was, and it already regarded Chen Yang as an opponent of the same level. Seeing that Chen Yang was afraid of attacking with his own spiritual talent, it really directly attacked the surrounding space indiscriminately as Chen Yang wanted. Seeing this, Chen Yang thought in his heart that he was in trouble. He quickly got out of the range of the opponent's mental attack, and then immediately got out of the dual domain state. The short confrontation took more than a second, and 1/3 of the energy in Chen Yang's body was consumed, but the mental energy consumption of the big-eyed monster should not be low. If an indiscriminate attack wants to cause harm to Chen Yang, one must maximize the spiritual talent. In this state, no matter how strong the big-eyed monster's mental power is, it cannot last long. Seeing that Chen Yang had left the range of his mental attack, the big-eyed monster also put away his mental attack. Its huge eyeballs were dripping with red liquid, dyeing the entire eyeballs red, which looked very scary. The two looked at each other, and Chen Yang couldn't find a suitable way to attack for a while. If he went up recklessly, he might be attacked by the opponent's spiritual talent. At that time, he would have to allocate his mental power to resist. Once this time exceeded 3 seconds, his situation would be in danger. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't move, Big Eyes quietly adjusted the eyeball injury. With the supplement of red parasitic seeds, the eyeball injury quickly stopped. How to deal with this guy? Chen Yang was a little worried. It would be great if this guy had a talent of strength, but unfortunately he was a talent of spirit, which made him not know where to start for a while. The opponent will definitely be on guard against the same attack method, and it must be very difficult to attack the opponent directly. Do you want to try promise / Chen Yang thought in his heart. With his current state, it is definitely no problem to use Wuju / once, but if this move does not kill the opponent, he will easily fall into a passive position. Seeing that the big-eyed monster remained motionless, Chen Yang felt ruthless. Try it, at worst, just run away. Chen Yang drank a big mouthful of spiritual liquid again, in order to ensure that he would have enough energy to escape later. He was fully prepared. The big-eyed monster who was slashed by Chen Yang just now is not in a good state at this time. It is equivalent to enduring a full blow from the top 7th order power. If there are not many red parasitic seeds around it, it may have been seriously injured now. Up. Advanced strength field, speed force. Since it was decided to win or lose with one move, Chen Yang didn't ink it. He could see that the red parasitic seeds around were very important to the big-eyed monster. In order to let the big-eyed monster recover again, the wind element evacuated the surrounding area, and soon a vacuum zone was formed where they were. Sensing that Chen Yang had entered the dual domain state again, the big-eyed monster also concentrated all his energy. Woo. Extreme. / The Black Emperor sword in Chen Yang's hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and a terrifying sword energy was formed on the edge of the sword as Chen Yang's Yuan Li was poured into it, causing the entire sky to change color. Feeling that the power in his hand was gradually out of his control, Chen Yang locked on the target of the big-eyed monster and swung his sword. The extremely sharp sword energy tore apart the space in front of him, and this blow was close to the 8th level. Even if Tanjing himself was here, it was absolutely impossible for him to swing a sword stronger than Chen Yang. The sword energy that surpassed the 7th level came to the big-eyed monster in the blink of an eye. The big-eyed monster wanted to avoid it, but its body seemed to be uncontrollably frozen in place. The sword energy directly cut the big-eyed monster's body in half. Seeing the big-eyed monster's body falling slowly in two, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This all-out attack did not disappoint him, even if the big-eyed monsters who were as strong as the top 7th rank were too late to dodge. I am afraid that only creatures with 8th rank strength could resist it. The huge body fell heavily to the ground, and the red parasitic seeds in the distance wanted to get close to the big-eyed monster like crazy. Chen Yang spent so much effort to kill the big-eyed monster, how could he bring the other back to life? The dragon force formed an enchantment to cover the surroundings, and all the red parasitic seeds that wanted to approach were blocked by the dragon force enchantment. Soon, the entire dragon force barrier was covered with red parasitic seeds, and they formed a terrifying face looking at Chen Yang, as if they wanted to devour him. Chen Yang ignored the outside of the barrier. He immediately ran around the big-eyed monster. The Black Emperor sword pierced into the opponent's body, and soon, the remaining vitality of the opponent was absorbed by the Black Emperor sword. Seeing that the big-eyed monster's body was gradually drying up, Chen Yang directly put it into the space pocket. The strange thing is that he didn't find the inner alchemy of the other party. Could it be that the inner alchemy was cut to pieces by my sword energy? Chen Yang is puzzled. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Even if it is a virus-complex disaster, he can still find an inner alchemy in his body, but there is no inner alchemy in this big-eyed monster sign. Forget it, just solve it, and then these annoying things outside. The dragon power in Chen Yang's body is also rapidly depleting. There are too many red parasitic seeds around him, and he has no strength to destroy all the parasitic seeds around him now. Coupled with the consumption of dragon power in his body, he had to take the lead in withdrawing to his own world. Why are these red parasitic seeds not affected? Isn't this big-eyed monster already killed by me? Seeing that these red parasitic seeds were still crazy, Chen Yang didn't know how to solve them for a while. Backing from the crack, Chen Yang swung a dragon force to seal the crack around to prevent the red parasitic seeds from escaping. Chen Yang, are you okay? He and the others had been guarding outside. Seeing Chen Yang coming out, they hurriedly leaned forward to ask. I'm fine, the culprit in it has been eliminated by me, but there are too many parasitic seeds, and the energy in my body is dry, so I can't eliminate all the parasitic seeds in it for the time being. Chen Yang explained the situation inside. You'll be fine, He said with a sigh of relief. It's still Chen Yang who is great. You solved the crack that had troubled us for so long as soon as you came here. Where does this make us old guys face? Tang Hengfei said in shame. Minister Tang, the matter has not been resolved. Chen Yang shook his head. Why, what else is in there? When Liu Yangbing heard from Chen Yang that the matter had not been resolved, his downhearted heart rose again. According to our previous guess, after the death of the parasitic body, these parasitic seeds should lose their vitality. But I killed the body of these red parasitic seeds, and these seeds are still the same as before. The only thing I can be sure of is that these parasitic seeds, the seeds were indeed emanating from the ferocious beast I killed. As for why it was not affected, I don't know. The only good news is that these red parasitic seeds will not increase anymore. Chen Yang finished speaking in one breath. Is that so? That's troublesome. Chen Yang, don't think about it so much, just replenish your spiritual energy quickly. He wanted to ask for more information, but seeing that Chen Yang was in a sluggish state, he asked him to rest first. Chen Yang nodded, and chose a place not far away to sit cross-legged. What do you think? If what Chen Yang said is true, these red parasitic seeds are really difficult to solve. Moreover, many seeds have become second-stage brain worms, and it is unknown whether those brain worms will give birth to parasitic seeds. If those brain worms are the same as the parasitic monsters inside, it may be difficult to completely remove these things. He is very aware of the difficulty of brain worms. People who are parasitized can easily infect their friends around them. If they are not controlled for a long time, the entire North City may fall. There seems to be only one way in front of us now, and that is to isolate everyone, and then let Wu Sheng all come forward and interrogate bit by bit. If this method is really used, it will definitely not be possible to thoroughly inspect it within a week. This is a very big challenge for the joint team and the Wu Sheng stationed in the North City. Let's seal this crack first. Now it seems that we must use vitality to seal it to stop it completely. In this way, we can only trouble the two ministers. He looked at Longli on the crack and said, anyway, we have nothing to do. After Chen Yang has a good rest, we will leave the rest to us. Lao Lu and I take turns guarding. If we are tired at most, we can treat it as cultivation. Tang Hongfei said, I have to tell other people about this, and before the brain worms have fully spread, I have to take action quickly. He was about to leave the road. Leave it to us here. Tang Hongfei and Liu Yangbing nodded. An hour later, the state in Chen Yang's body returned to its peak. Because the dragon power blocked the crack, the red parasitic seeds did not escape from the crack. Chen Yang, you're awake. Seeing that Chen Yang had withdrawn from his cultivation state, Tang Hongfei hurried over. Where is Captain He? Chen Yang looked around and found that only Tang Hongfei and Liu Yangbing were left, so he wondered. Captain He went back to discuss the closure of the city with other martial saints. Tang Hongfei explained. Chen Yang, you can withdraw your power, and leave it to us. Liu Yangbing pointed to the crack and said. Okay, there are a lot of parasitic seeds on the other side of the crack, I'll go and clean it up now. Chen Yang got up and said. Training will start tomorrow, can you clean it up today? Tang Hongfei asked. One day is definitely not enough. The place over the crack is too big. I didn't have time to determine the range of the parasitic seeds before, but judging from the number of surroundings, it will take 3 days at the fastest. Chen Yang shook his head and said. If this is the case, we can only wait until later to clean it up. Let us guard it during this time. As long as this crack is under control, there should be no more parasitic situations. Tang Hongfei said. It's good to be able to clean up a little bit, so as to avoid other situations from time to time. I went in. Chen Yang activated his divine talent, and soon entered the other side of the crack again. Sensing the breath of creatures, all the red parasitic seeds gathered towards Chen Yang. The fire element and the wind element were activated at the same time, except for Chen Yang. Everyone around them was ignited by the fire element. Under the blessing of the wind, the flames danced wildly in the air like a fish in water. From a distance, the place where Chen Yang was located looked like hell. While running the Dragon Emperor Ju, Chen Yang consumed the energy in his body. Under such circumstances, the Dragon Emperor Ju in his body became more and more proficient, and finally he was able to vaguely equalize the consumption of this energy. Chen Yang was a little happy about this unexpected harvest. The Dragon Emperor Ju has been practiced for a while, and until today, the Dragon Emperor Ju has had a substantial breakthrough. This first level of practice should be considered complete. Chen Yang ran the Dragon Emperor art with all his strength, and his body suddenly absorbed all the vitality in the world like a black hole. In this state, Chen Yang's speed of cleaning up parasitic seeds has increased a lot. The parasitic seeds seemed to sense that Chen Yang was too powerful. As Chen Yang continued to clean up, there were fewer and fewer parasitic seeds around, and some even started to run away. This thing's spiritual intelligence doesn't seem to be low. At first, Chen Yang thought that these parasites would only attack him with brains, but after paying a huge price, he thought of giving up. Seeing that the surrounding parasitic seeds had completely disappeared, Chen Yang curiously walked towards the valley where the big-eyed monster stayed before. This area gave Chen Yang a very strange feeling. Judging from the level of aura around it, it seemed to be different from the beast star. Chen Yang had a guess in his mind that the place where this crack leads might not be the beast star. When he came to the valley, Chen Yang's eyes lit up. His talent for perspective could see through the whole valley. After a while, he suddenly found a strange place. Huh? How does this look like a formation? Chen Yang rubbed his eyes to make sure he read correctly. After staring at the formation under his feet for a while, his brain was a little tired. This was a situation that had never happened before, and the only thing that could be explained was the underground formation. Chen Yang, who originally wanted to clean up the parasitic seeds, was immediately attracted by this strange thing. It seems that the reason why the big-eyed monster was here before is probably because of this formation. In order to investigate clearly, Chen Yang used the earth element to change the terrain below, and soon, the whole picture of the formation appeared in Chen Yang's eyes. The diameter of the entire large array is more than 1,000 meters. Chen Yang touched the material on it, and it was different from the memory obtained by Beast Star. That is to say, even the local residents of Beast Star would not know this material. Perhaps because of the age, the entire formation seems a bit dilapidated. Even so, he could still vaguely feel the residual energy in the formation. Could it be that there is something sealed here? Chen Yang randomly guessed that the words on the formation were very profound. Even if he read through the words of the Beast Star and the Magic Star, he was still confused by the font on the formation. After racking his brains, he finally understood a few. The land of the gods, the seal. What? Chen Yang couldn't understand the rest of the characters, and even these barely recognizable characters might have deviations. Although I can't read the font on it, I guess it should be right. There should be something sealed here. But judging from the degree of fragmentation, the thing sealed below has left. Chen Yang pushed the talent of perspective to the extreme, and his eyes immediately saw through 1,000 meters underground. Except for some stones and remaining traces, he found nothing else. Sure enough, it's gone. Chen Yang was a little curious as to what was sealed here before. Even Chen Yang couldn't keep looking directly at the dilapidated formation. It was hard to imagine how powerful the formation was when it was intact. However, according to speculation, the creatures sealed under this formation are at least 8th order creatures. The possibility of such a large formation being used to seal 8th order creatures is still small. With this ability, why not kill them directly? So the most likely thing is to seal the existence above 8th order. Could it be the devil? Chen Yang ignored his random thoughts, seeing that there was nothing else to explore around. He could only leave regretfully. After several hours of cleaning, Chen Yang wiped out all the parasitic seeds he saw. But this area is too big. Even after cleaning up a lot of places, there are still a lot of parasitic seeds left. After cleaning up for so long, Chen Yang was very puzzled by one thing. In this area, Chen Yang did not find other creatures, not even the remains of fierce beasts. Parasitic seeds will only devour the brains of creatures. If there are creatures in this area, even if they are parasitized, they will leave debris. If there is not even a trace of the corpse of the beast, it can only mean that there are no beasts approaching in this area. So why did the big-eyed monster appear here? Unable to understand, Chen Yang simply stopped thinking. Looking at the time, it was already night, and Chen Yang retreated from the crack. It was supposed to be a day of rest, but it was all wasted on dealing with the parasitic beasts. But fortunately, it was rewarding, and it was not in vain for Chen Yang to waste so much time. Minister Tang, I have almost cleaned up the parasitic seeds here, and I will trouble you next. Chen Yang clasped his fists and said to the two, even you have helped us so much, so it's nothing for us to do this. By the way, I have some news to tell you. During the time you went in, the higher UPS called and said that the god-making plan might be postponed for a few days. Now we have to deal with the matter of the parasitic beast first. Tang Hengfei informed. This is the best. If the matter of the parasitic beast is not resolved, I will feel uneasy. Chen Yang was very satisfied with the above decision. This parasitic ferocious beast is very secretive, and its parasitic speed is extremely fast. If it is left unattended, what will happen in the future is really beyond his ability to predict. The two ministers, I will go first. Chen Yang said goodbye. The portal appeared in front of Chen Yang, and he quickly came to the place where the joint team arranged accommodation for those practitioners who participated in the plan. The portal was closed, and Chen Yang's appearance attracted the attention of people around him. He wasn't there, but when he looked up, it turned out to be a luxurious villa. The place prepared by the joint team is pretty good. A smile appeared on Chen Yang's face, and then he walked in. Chen Yang, why did you come back? Outside the suite, Xiaoling and the others were planning to go out for a stroll, when they ran into Chen Yang coming back. Just finished working, where are you going? Seeing them go out, Chen Yang asked. Eat, although there are free meals here, but after finally coming to Baikan, of course I have to go out and have fun. Xiaoling looked forward to it. Has the matter of the parasitic beast been dealt with? Tan Yu asked. No, many people in Baikan are parasitized now, and it is very difficult to find out. I'm afraid it will be difficult to solve it in a short time. Chen Yang shook his head and said. Is it serious? Han Mensi frowned. Well, you also have to be careful. Even great martial artists will be recruited unconsciously. If you don't pay attention, you may not know that you have been parasitized. Chen Yang exhorted. It's so scary, isn't there a lot of martial saints in Baikan, who can't even deal with a fierce beast? Tan Yu said in surprise. It's not a question of whether it can be settled. The beast is dead, but the parasites it emits are out of control. It's like the flu. No matter how powerful a martial artist is, it can't rule out everyone in Baikan. In addition, the time for the god-making project has also been delayed, and it will not continue until this matter is dealt with. Chen Yang told the information he had learned. Then I can only hope that the joint team in Baikan will solve this matter quickly. After hearing what Chen Yang said, I dare not go out. Xiaoling said in fear. Haha, I'm here, it's okay. Wherever you want to go, I just want to experience the customs of Baikan. Chen Yang didn't care. He has the talent of clairvoyance and the spiritual power of high perception. If there are parasitic seeds trying to trick him, they must be unable to eat and walk around without returning. I heard that the bars in Baikan are not bad, how about we go shopping? As soon as he talked about playing, Tan Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Several people had no objection to this suggestion, so they quickly decided to go to dinner first, and then go to the bar to have a look on the mansion of the Lord of the North City. All the martial saints and masters from Baikan gathered here. Captain He, what is the reason for such a mobilization? I heard that the start of the god-making plan will be delayed. Is there something wrong? Seeing that everyone was focusing on him, He cleared his throat and explained the situation facing Baikan. Everyone knows about the parasitic beasts in the North City recently, right? According to our investigation, the parasitic beasts in the North City all came from a crack. That crack has been blocked by us, because we didn't know the situation very well before, and we haven't taken strong and effective measures. I am afraid that many people in Baikan have been infected with the measures. As soon as He's words came out of his mouth, the expressions of many masters seemed not so concerned. Isn't it a ferocious beast? Even if a 7th-order ferocious beast appears, you will be greeted by the captain. Could it be that there are so many people in Baikan that even the ferocious beast can't handle it? Another master said. I know you don't care much about this matter, but I want to tell you that this is not an ordinary beast incident, but something that may endanger the lives of everyone in Baikan. I called you here this time to tell you about this parasitic incident. The disaster that the beast may cause. The second is to let you cooperate. This time, the parasitic beast is divided into 2 types. One is the larval state, which we call parasitic seeds, and the other is the grown state, which we call it's a brain worm. The parasitic seeds are so tiny that even a grand master can't find them. They spread very fast and are very hidden. If they are always in the seed state, we can't detect them quickly. He distributed the information on the parasitic seeds to everyone for viewing. At first, these masters sneered at the parasitic seeds, thinking it was not a big deal. After carefully looking at the characteristics of the parasitic seeds, the expressions on their faces gradually became serious. It's the size of dust, it spreads through breathing, and it's actually hidden directly in the brain of the human body, so how do we find it? After reading the characteristics of parasitic seeds, everyone felt a little tricky. This kind of parasitic seed can only be checked by warrior-level practitioners. Of course, practitioners who have the talent of perspective can also find it. However, there are not many practitioners with the talent of perspective in the entire North City. In order not to expand the scope of transmission, I made a decision with the city lord to start closing the city from today. He's words set off a stormy sea. I object. The impact of the closure of the city on the economy of Baikan is too great. Moreover, it is easy to cause panic among the people. We cannot do this. Yes, I also object. Soon, the masters of the major families reached an agreement. It seems that you still haven't understood the seriousness of this matter. The lord sat down, and an old man in his 60s spoke. As the old man spoke, the noisy city lord's mansion suddenly fell silent. City lord, I think you should be more aware of the consequences of closing the city than we are. Is there no other way? It was the head of the Chen family, Chen Hao, who spoke. Of course I know the impact of the closure of the city on your big family, but if the city is not closed, if this parasitic seed spreads throughout the city, can you bear the consequences? The old man glanced at Fang Hao lightly and said, this. Chen Hao hesitated and didn't know how to answer. As the city lord of Baikan, I am more concerned about the safety of the people of Baikan. This parasitic seed is very hidden. Even if all the members of the joint team are dispatched, it is impossible to judge how many people have been parasitic. Moreover, even great martial artists will be recruited, so you can guarantee that everyone in your family is safe now. Yeshuang turned on the monitor in the hall. This is the area that may be transmitted in Baikan at present. The yellow part represents the mild area, and the red part represents the severe area. You can see from this picture that 1/5 of the places are already yellow areas, and this data the expansion will accelerate over time. The most important thing is that this data is only an approximate estimate of the joint team, and the specifics will only be more serious than this. After seeing the map on the screen, everyone was speechless. The few of us have actually discussed this matter. Now I call you here just to let me know. The order to close the city will be issued soon. I hope you can supervise the people under your command. Because only a martial artist can quickly release parasitic seeds. Aware, so next you have to cooperate with the work of the martial saint. We have to investigate step by step, because there are only 5 martial saints in Baikan, and it takes at least 6 days to interrogate the entire Baikan. 6 days. After hearing this, the other masters felt bitter. The 6-day closure of the city means that the entire North City will enter a state of suspension within these 6 days. This has a considerable impact on the economy, and it is estimated that only a few necessary places will be able to operate. Lao Xiao, Lao Feng, Lao Li, what do you think? Yeshuang asked several martial saints next to him. Just do what Captain he said. If the parasite continues to spread, the whole North City will definitely be in a mess. Hey, let us old guys work harder. Cao Zhang exhaled a smoke ring and looked outside the door. I think this is a bit boring, how about we compete with who can clean it faster? A man in a dark blue coat said. Feng Hao, who doesn't know that you have spiritual talent, and how many people can beat you compared to you? Li Bei laughed out loud. Since everyone agrees, it should not be too late. The entire North City will be blocked from tonight. Let's start with the places where the transmission is the worst. Yeshuang didn't write any ink, and gave the order directly. As the Lord of the North City, he is also the commander-in-chief of the entire Hua country. Following his orders, the joint forces of the entire North City began to operate quickly like a sophisticated machine. Inside the North City bar, Chen Yang and the others chose a VIP booth against the wall and sat down. Tan Yu looked like a veteran, and he ordered all kinds of high-end wine. Let me just say it first, everyone is not allowed to use vitality to force out the alcohol when drinking tonight, otherwise it will be too boring. Since everyone has decided to come out to play, you must let go. Tan Yu personally opened a bottle of Ace of Spades and filled it with drinks for several people. Okay, just do as Tan Yu said, cheers. Chen Yang also agreed with Tan Yu's suggestion. If they used their vitality to evaporate the alcohol, they wouldn't necessarily get drunk even if they drank all the wine in the bar. After drinking a cup, a group of beautiful women walked by. Mr. Tan, I wonder if we sisters can offer you a toast. A girl in the front spoke. What are they here for? Han Mensi seldom participated in such occasions, so it was a bit strange for so many girls to come together. These are all bar staff, you can understand them as hostesses. Seeing that Tan Yu has ordered so many high-end wines, they regard us as big customers, so they come to drink with him. Chen Yang explained to Han Mensi. You all know this. Seeing how young you are, I never thought you were a bad man. When Han Mensi knew that these girls were here to attract Tan Yu, she couldn't help but poo. Why am I such a bad man? If you've never eaten pork, you've seen pigs run away. Chen Yang was speechless. You must have played. Han Mensi had a look of disbelief. With the joining of several beauties, the atmosphere of the entire booth became active. Chen Yang, do you want to choose too? Tan Yu winked and said, can't. Before Chen Yang could speak, Han Mensi refused for him first. Tan Yu looked at Han Mensi in surprise. Judging from her reaction, the relationship between her and Chen Yang must not be simple. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Han Mensi blushed. Chen Yang has a girlfriend. As his teammate, I am obliged to supervise his flirting. Han Mensi pretended to be righteous. Oh, this beauty, we don't know what to do. We just want to treat this handsome guy to a drink. A tall girl approached Chen Yang Jiao and said. Seeing this, Han Mensi's cheeks puffed up with anger. These girls are very seductive in their outfits. If they are really allowed to drink with Chen Yang, something might happen. He's with me, you guys go have a drink with Tan Yu. Han Mensi shouted. Oh, sister, don't be jealous. The girl sat down beside Chen Yang while talking. Elder sister. Han Mensi felt uncomfortable all over now. Although she was indeed a little older than these girls, when she heard the girl calling her sister, she immediately thought whether she was old or not. Handsome guy, what's your name? I'm Ching Ching. Let's have a toast. Ching Ching picked up the wine glass and handed it to Chen Yang. Cough cough. Chen Yang was a little embarrassed by the other party's enthusiasm. He had been to bars before, so of course he was very familiar with these things. But Han Mensi was here, so he was too embarrassed to communicate with this girl too much. My name is Chen Yang. I have a girlfriend. You should accompany Mr. Tan. Chen Yang drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and refused. Handsome guy, don't be shy, why don't we play a game, can you shake the dice? Ching Ching felt a little embarrassed seeing Chen Yang, but she wanted to get closer to him even more in her heart. These few people must be able to order such an expensive wine, and their status must not be simple. If they can get to know one of them, they may be able to live a worry-free life in the future. Most of the girls in the bar think this way, but sometimes they also look at their appearance. Both Tan Yu and Chen Yang's temperament is much stronger than ordinary people's, and their appearance can be regarded as upper class. Of course, this kind of rich, and handsome is very popular among girls. Ching Ching took a sneak peek at Han Mensi. Although Han Mensi didn't have the beauty of a girl, her appearance could be considered top-notch. According to the previous conversation and actions of the two, she judged that Han Mensi was definitely not Chen Yang's girlfriend, which was why she chose Chen Yang. How can a man not have bad intentions, even if he has a girlfriend? How many of them can resist the temptation? Are you sure you want to play dice with me? Chen Yang smiled meaningfully. It seems that brother Chen is very confident in his skills. Seeing Chen Yang's expression, Ching Ching immediately understood that the other party had taken the bait. It's not that I said, if I don't give way to you, I'm afraid you won't win a game. Chen Yang shook his head and said, I don't believe it, so let's try it. Ching Ching felt that Chen Yang was talking big. Although she didn't stay in the bar for long, she was very familiar with playing dice. To say that she can't win a game, unless the opponent has clairvoyance. No problem. Chen Yang nodded. If he was talking about playing dice, he was never afraid of anyone. Let's say it first, whoever loses will have a drink. Ching Ching provocatively held a wine glass. Chen Yang's words also aroused her inner competitive spirit, and soon, the two began to compete. 20 minutes later, King King's cheeks were flushed and she smelled of alcohol. In the past 10 minutes, Ching Ching tried everything, but the opponent seemed to know her points. After more than 20 rounds, she really didn't win a single game. After drinking the cold wine, Ching Ching seemed to be in a bad state. I wanted to rely on this game to narrow the distance with Chen Yang, but I didn't expect that I would fall first in the end. Would you like to take a break? Seeing that Ching Ching was not very comfortable, Chen Yang said with concern. Although the girl in the bar could drink, Chen Yang didn't want her to hurt his body, so he stopped the dice game. Well. Qing covered her mouth and drank so much wine all at once. How could an ordinary person bear it? The other girls also wanted to contact Chen Yang, but seeing how powerful Chen Yang was, they could only toast a few glasses of wine with a smile. Surrounded by several girls, Tan Yu looked very natural. With the accompaniment of the DJ, the heads of several people began to shake as the alcohol evaporated. Xiaoling has been sitting quietly next to Han Mensi. If she hadn't reached out her hand every time they clinked glasses, Chen Yang would have almost ignored him subconsciously. Handsome, let's go up and dance together. A girl came over and invited Chen Yang to speak. Forget it, I won't. Chen Yang shook his head and refused. His eyes were on the girls in front of the stage. These girls came in 10 minutes ago. At that time, Chen Yang didn't pay attention. Just now, Chen Yang discovered that there were parasitic seeds in the brains of these girls. It's kind of bad. Chen Yang was a little surprised to see the presence of parasitic seeds in the bar. Judging from the status, the parasitic seed has only spread to them not long ago, that is to say, there are brain worms in this bar. I'm going to the toilet. Chen Yang got up and said to Qing beside him. Do you want me to accompany you? Qing asked, holding Chen Yang's arm. No, I'll come as soon as I go. Qing's initiative made Chen Yang feel a little uncomfortable, but this is a bar after all, some behaviors like this are barely acceptable. After leaving the booth, Chen Yang approached those girls. If he didn't help these girls clean up the parasitic seeds in their heads, their brains would be sucked and they would die within a few days. Longley escaped from Chen Yang's hands, and soon entered the bodies of several girls. Because the other party is an ordinary person, he has no perception of Chen Yang's actions. After Longley surrounded the parasitic seeds, they were wiped out within 2 seconds. The heads of several girls seemed to be pricked by needles, and there was some pain, but the feeling disappeared quickly. After dealing with these parasitic seeds, Chen Yang turned on his perspective talent to scan everyone in the bar. He had to find the existence of the brainworm first, otherwise, if he left it alone, as time passed, the whole bar might be parasitized by the brainworm. The perspective talent quickly scanned the entire stage. Chen Yang did not find the existence of the brainworm, but saw a few parasitized people. I'll deal with you later. Chen Yang patrolled the bar. In just 5 minutes, he actually checked out more than a dozen parasitized people. How come there are so many? Chen Yang was a little surprised by this data, and strangely, he didn't see any traces of brainworms. Did you leave? He thought about it in his heart, and soon realized that there was still a place he hadn't been to. In the entire bar, if there is the most crowded place besides the booths, the answer must be the toilet. Because of the limited toilets, many people have to wait in line, and because of the narrow space, it is also the most likely place to be parasitized. When he came to the toilet, Chen Yang quickly discovered the existence of brainworms. The brainworm looks like a red sarcoma, and it emits a strange liquid to paralyze the host's nerves so that even if it devours the host's brain, the host will not scream in pain. To get rid of the brainworm, Chen Yang had to be careful not to damage the host's brain. After all, the head is a very precise part. Once it makes a mistake, the host is likely to become a fool. Judging from the previous information, it stands to reason that the host should have died, but the brainworm did not completely kill the host, but controlled him to come to the bar to spread parasitic seeds. From this, it can be seen that the wisdom of the brainworm is not low. Chen Yang was a little hesitant at this moment. This brainworm was already connected to the host. If he killed it directly, what if the other party died? It depends on your life. After thinking for a while, Chen Yang still decided to directly kill the brainworm in the opponent's head. If Chen Yang didn't do anything, the other party would have to die tragically at home in the end, so it's better to let Chen Yang try. The power of space and dragon power were activated at the same time, and the brainworm was brought out of the opponent's brain by Chen Yang Shang without even having time to react. What? The brainworm broke away from the opponent's brain, and the host screamed after being stimulated, and soon fell to the ground. Chen Yang didn't kill the brainworm immediately, but took out a bottle and put it in. This thing may still have research value. They are not familiar with the Cerbrats now. If they can find restraints, they may be able to drive the Cerbrats out directly, which will be much safer. The man who lost the brainworm had already passed out. Chen Yang couldn't help but shake his head when he observed his brain. This guy's brain has been vacant, and it is probably hopeless. It seems that I think too simple. Chen Yang looked at the fallen man and became more vigilant. I thought that killing the brainworm before it grew up would save the host's life, but now it seems that even if the brainworm in the opponent's head is killed, the host will almost become an idiot. Because once the brainworm has a scale, part of the host's head has been hollowed out. As for why the host still looks healthy, it is precisely because of the brainworm. But if the brainworm is killed directly, the host will lose the control of the brainworm, and naturally it will be close to death. The man's fall attracted the attention of the surrounding people. At first, others thought that the man had just drunk too much. The people next to him went up to help him, and suddenly felt that something was wrong when he saw that he was like a dead fish. No matter how drunk he is, there will be some reactions, but the man looks like he is dead now. Is he all right? Didn't drink too much and go into cardiac arrest. The person next to him was worried. Do you want to call an ambulance? A girl is afraid to say. The man who was supporting the man stretched out his hand to sense the breath of the man. He suddenly trembled. His hands lost strength, and his body fell limp on the ground. He's dead. Wow. Hearing the man's words, everyone stepped back instantly, leaving only the man's body lying on the ground. The security guard outside the toilet noticed the movement inside and came to check, and when he learned the news of the man's death, he was so frightened that he hurriedly informed the superiors above. Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted by the man's body, Chen Yang began to check the parasitic seeds in the toilet. Soon, Chen Yang discovered that almost all the people in the toilet were parasitized. It seemed that the cerebrum really wanted to use the environment of the toilet to quietly spread the parasites. Just when Chen Yang was about to deal with the parasitic seeds, a group of soldiers suddenly broke into the bar. What's the situation? The entry of the soldiers attracted the attention of everyone in the bar. A fat man who looked like a manager ran to the stage and turned off the DJ's sound. Why is there no sound? Many people who didn't know the situation got up and complained, and it was only after a while that they realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the bar. We are a joint force. According to the order issued by the commander-in-chief, all entertainment venues in Baikan are now closed. A young boy came out. It turned out to be Fang Zhou. It's Mr. Fang. Many people in the bar seemed to know him. Seeing soldiers quickly surrounded the bar, their hearts tightened, not knowing what happened. Upon seeing this, Chen Yang cleaned up the parasitic seeds in the toilet before returning to the bar. The dragon force dispersed, and all the parasitic seeds in the bar were wiped out by Chen Yang. Only then did he return to his seat. Where have you been, Chen Yang? Why did you take so long to come back? Han Mensi complained. What's the matter? Why are there so many soldiers breaking in suddenly? Qing Qing asked with some fear. The other girls were also a little worried, and discussions arose. It's okay, we're here. Tan Yu comforted everyone. Seeing Tan Yu's indifferent expression, they immediately thought that Tan Yu must be someone with a background, and their expressions relaxed a lot. Chen Yang, do you know the situation? Xiaoling was also curious. The commander-in-chief should be the lord of the North City. Since he issued the order, it seems that it is not a simple matter. If I am not wrong, it should be to seal the entire North City. Chen Yang guessed. City closure. Everyone was very surprised when they heard the news. Why is the city closed? Is it related to that matter? Tan Yu didn't directly explain what it was because there was a bar girl next to him, but Chen Yang knew exactly what the other party was talking about. Chen Yang nodded, answering Tan Yu's guess. So serious? Tan Yu felt a little inconceivable about the act of closing the city. Although this was only Chen Yang's guess, he believed that Chen Yang must have known the inside information long ago. Of course, Chen Yang didn't know about Yeshuang and He Ji's decision, he just speculated based on the previous events. Everyone line up, we have to check one by one. Fang Zhou commanded the soldiers to clean up the entire bar. The supervisor of the bar rushed to ask what happened, but Fang Zhou drove him back on the grounds that he could not tell the mission. Sir, a corpse was found in the toilet, suspected to be parasitized by brain worms. The soldiers rushed to Fang Zhou and said, take me to see. When Fang Zhou heard this, he hurried towards the toilet. After inspecting the corpse, Fang Zhou was sure that it was the parasitic host. Thinking that a large number of civilians might be parasitized in the bar, he hurriedly checked the surveillance to see who had contact with the man. Through monitoring, Fang Zhou found that Chen Yang was also nearby at the time. After thinking about the incident in the joint forces, he guessed that the death of the man might have something to do with Chen Yang. I wanted to have fun at first, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing on the first day. Seeing so many soldiers surrounding the hotel at the deck, Tan Yu felt disappointed. Since the bar can't be opened, let's go back first. Chen Yang also lost interest and got up directly. Stop, please line up at the back. A soldier saw that Chen Yang and others were about to leave, and stepped forward to stop them. We are a joint team. Chen Yang took out his ID and said, excuse me sir. After reading the documents, the soldiers made way out of the way. Don't leave. Just as Chen Yang and others were about to go out, Fang Zhou came from behind. The body was found in the toilet, and everyone who stayed in the bar will be listed as suspects. Chen Yang turned to look at the other party when he heard the voice. Are you sure we're suspects? Chen Yang said lightly. Fang Zhou's expression changed when he realized that it was Chen Yang. I have the right to keep you guys here until the investigation is clear. Fang Zhou gritted his teeth. Don't forget, my rank is higher than yours. Chen Yang reminded. Chen Yang, please don't embarrass me. I am thinking of everyone. If you are fine, it doesn't mean they are fine. Fang Zhou pointed to Tan Yu and others beside Chen Yang and said. Then what do you want to do with it? Chen Yang asked lightly. After Wu Sheng arrives, if he thinks you are all right, he will naturally let you go. In addition, according to the monitoring, it was found that you had contact with the person involved, so it cannot be completely ruled out that it has nothing to do with you. Fang Zhou thought of the screen on the monitor and said. Seeing that Fang Zhou checked the surveillance, Chen Yang simply told the story. That's right, that man's death was indeed related to me. I wanted to save him at the time, but his brain had been hollowed out by the brain worm, so no matter what, he couldn't escape death. Hearing Chen Yang's confession, Fang Zhou hesitated. In his heart, he really wanted to make trouble for Chen Yang, and now that he had managed to catch him, he might be able to trick him. But thinking of Chen Yang having the badge of a lieutenant general, he suppressed this idea again. By the way, I forgot to tell you that more than 30 people in this bar were parasitized, but I have already dealt with them. After speaking, Chen Yang turned around and left. Seeing the other party's defiant attitude, Fang Zhou felt very aggrieved. Why is there that guy everywhere? After leaving the bar, Tan Yu couldn't help complaining. He is the eldest son of the Fang family and the most famous genius in Baikan. It is not surprising that he can participate in this city closure operation. Just 2 minutes ago, He told Chen Yang about the closure of the city through his mobile phone, which directly confirmed Chen Yang's speculation. Is the city really going to be closed? This parasitic beast is so powerful. After walking out of the bar, Tan Yu also spoke directly. More than 30 people were parasitized in the entire bar just now. If I hadn't discovered it in advance, they would have died. So many people have been parasitized in a bar, let alone the entire North City. This parasitism incident may be bigger than I thought. It's even more serious. Chen Yang is also very helpless. These guys are pervasive, and I don't know how long it will take to completely eliminate them. Coupled with the lack of particularly good detection methods, the joint team can only use deadly methods to eliminate the danger. While the few people were chatting, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. Chen Yang looked up, and it turned out to be a martial saint. This is Feng Hao martial saint. Tan Yu immediately recognized the figure of the visitor when he saw the figure. How do you know he is Feng Hao? Han Mensi asked curiously. It's on the phone, and the martial saints in Baikan can be found on the internet. Tan Yu took out his mobile phone and shook it in front of Han Mensi's eyes. It seems that this is a plan to check a little bit. Seeing Feng Hao walking into the bar, Chen Yang guessed. I'm afraid I have to stay in the room and sleep these days. Xiaoling laughed. In the bar, Feng Hao looked at the corpse in front of him and frowned. Who made this? Feng Hao asked. Grandpa, it was Chen Yang who did it. He was controlled by brain worms and has been spreading parasitic seeds in the toilet. Feng Zhou told Feng Hao what happened. Chen Yang. Feng Hao thought for a few seconds. As for them, didn't they say that they would report it after discovering it? How could they make their own claims? Hearing what Grandpa said, Feng Zhou rolled his eyes. Grandpa, he is a lieutenant general with a higher rank than me, so I don't dare to ask more questions. Presumptuous? So what about the lieutenant general? Can he ignore the commander-in-chief's order? Feng Hao's impression of Chen Yang became extremely low when he heard his grandson say this. They shouldn't be far away. Feng Zhou said. This is killing civilians indiscriminately. Arrest him for me. Feng Hao said and walked directly outside the bar. Feng Zhou was overjoyed, and even his grandfather had a problem. If Chen Yang was caught, let's see what he would do. Chen Yang and the others were about to leave when they saw Feng Hao come out again. Seeing the other party lock on him instantly, he also looked over calmly. You are Chen Yang. Feng Hao strolled up to Chen Yang. Although his tone was flat, his body exuded a suffocating aura of a superior. I don't know why Feng Wuxian is looking for me, Chen Yang asked. You killed the man in the toilet. Feng Hao took a step forward. I don't want to kill him either, but his brain has been devoured by brainworms long ago, and I didn't expect the result to be like this. Chen Yang admitted. As a member of the joint force, can you kill civilians without authorization? Feng Hao's voice gradually amplified. I said, I didn't want to kill him. I did it for the safety of others. Is it too arbitrary for you to question my decision like this? Chen Yang was not intimidated by Feng Hao's aura. Arbitrary? Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to this old man. At first I thought you were a nice young man, but now it seems that you don't take us seriously. So what? I don't think there is anything wrong with what I did. If it were you, you would definitely do the same thing. Chen Yang said, neither humble nor overbearing. I am a martial saint, I will make my own judgment, you can't. Feng Hao's eyes became a little scary. Chen Yang. Seeing Chen Yang arguing with Feng Hao Wuxian, Han Mensi hastily pulled the corner of his clothes to show him weakness. So what about Wu Sheng? Why do you think you are right and I am wrong? Chen Yang ignored Han Mensi, and his voice became cold. What a young man. He wouldn't think that if he was lucky enough to kill a 7th-rank ferocious beast, he would be invincible. I think it's a waste to give you the badge of the lieutenant general. Now I will take it back for him instead of the city lord. The martial sage aura from Feng Hao's body exuded and pressed towards Chen Yang. The people next to Chen Yang felt as if they had turned into a leaf and swayed in the sea. Their bodies could not help but tremble. Tan Yu is quite familiar with this kind of aura, but even he can hardly resist the other party's aura. Only Chen Yang didn't lose his composure when facing Feng Hao's aura. The opponent was only a mid-level martial sage, and even the top-level 7th-level monster with big eyes died in his hands. How could he be afraid of a mid-level martial sage? When the coercion talent was activated, Feng Hao's martial saint aura was instantly suppressed, and the bodies of the people around him also lightened instantly. Okay. Feng Hao was a little surprised. Under the talent of coercion, he even felt a little uncomfortable. It's interesting. No wonder you dare to talk to me like that. I want to see how confident you are. When Feng Hao spoke, he swung his fist instantly, and Chen Yang didn't dodge when he saw it. Long Li and Yuan Li poured into his arm at the same time, and he just stretched out his hand straight to catch the opponent's fist. Seeing this, Feng Zhou sneered in his heart. This Chen Yang is really overbearing. This is the fist of a martial saint. No matter how bad it is, it cannot be caught by the master's strength. Just when he was about to see Chen Yang being smashed into disgrace, Feng Hao's fist was firmly held by the opponent. Impossible. Feng Zhou was terrified, wondering if his grandfather was deliberately releasing water. Otherwise, why would he be able to catch Wu Sheng's fist firmly with the strength of a master? Feng Hao also raised his eyebrows. He used 5 points of strength for this punch. He thought he could firmly suppress the opponent, but he unexpectedly received it as if nothing had happened. Is this your confidence? Although he was surprised that Chen Yang caught 10% of his strength, Feng Hao still didn't care. After all, Chen Yang is a cultivator who has participated in the battle with 7th order beasts, so it is not an exaggeration to be able to catch 10% of his own strength. However, Feng Hao didn't intend to just let the other party go. Since he dared to provoke Wu Sheng, he had to understand the price of provoking Wu Sheng. The strength of the fist increased, and this time the strength was directly increased to 10%. Vitality Palm. Chen Yang exerted force on his arm, and the majestic Yuan force and dragon force were intertwined together. The huge force actually made Feng Hao's body take a step back, and even his heels sank into the soil. Hiss. Seeing that Feng Hao was repelled, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but gasped. Feng Hao is a cultivator in the realm of martial arts. His strength is at the top in the entire Huiguo, but he was unexpectedly repelled by a young man. Although Feng Hao didn't use his full strength and the relationship between his special talent and domain, it's still very impressive that he can suffer from strength alone. Feng Zhou was also frightened by Chen Yang's palm. In his eyes, Grandpa has always been out of reach, but Chen Yang can fight against Wu Sheng at such a young age. In his opinion, this is Tian Feng. Night Tales? Does Feng Wuxian still want to take my badge? Chen Yang said with a blank face. Seeing Chen Yang's appearance, Feng Hao felt angry. Normally others would not be respectful when they see him, but now he is ridiculed by a junior. Dare to underestimate me. It seems that you are not allowed to say the true power of a martial sage. You don't know what it means to sit in a well and watch the sky. Feng Hao's spiritual talent launched and attacked Chen Yang. This time, Chen Yang's body finally moved. With a teleportation, Chen Yang appeared beside Feng Hao. Tiger Brilliant Fist. Seeing that Feng Hao still chose to fight, Chen Yang also lost his temper. Because of Feng Zhou, he didn't have a good impression of the other party's family. Seeing that the other party was so aggressive, he no longer showed mercy. The speed force was activated, and after avoiding Feng Hao's mental attack, the flaming fist hit Feng Hao. Feng Hao only saw a flash in front of his eyes. Chen Yang had already appeared beside him, and he was about to adjust the attack position of his spiritual talent, when the opponent's fist hit him. Underestimating the enemy, he didn't expect Chen Yang to be able to fight back. This punch directly smashed half of Feng Hao's body into the soil. A burst of smoke dissipated, and Feng Hao's clothes were burned badly under Chen Yang's fire element. His arm also hurt, and it turned out to be a little numb. Seeing himself in such a mess, Feng Hao couldn't help but roar. Boy, you are courting death. Feng Hao was really angry this time. Seeing the two fighting, Han Mensi and the three were at a loss. They wanted to go forward to persuade them, but the aftermath of the battle between the two of them prevented them from approaching. The field of power unfolded from Feng Hao's side, the vitality in Feng Hao's body began to boil, and even the inner alchemy glowed brightly. Get out of here. Feng Hao broke through the ground, the clothes on his upper body burst directly, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards his arm frantically. This punch has reached the full blow of a beginner martial artist. Good come. Chen Yang sneered, unleashed the high-level power field, and his fist was as bright as a meteorite in an instant. Long Huang Fist. A golden dragon appeared on Chen Yang's arm, and accompanied by bursts of dragon chants, their fists collided with each other. The people around backed away in fright because of the energy generated between the two. Seeing Feng Hao getting serious, they couldn't help but pray for Chen Yang in their hearts. But in the next second, their mouths suddenly opened so wide that they could not be closed. The two fists collided, Feng Hao's body was thrown into the air, and soon disappeared to only a black spot. The scene was silent for a while. Many people could not accept this result, and even felt that they had misread it. That's Martial Saint, the top power in Baikan, but such a powerful existence was blown away by Chen Yang's punch and disappeared. Let's go. Chen Yang adjusted his breath and retracted his fist. He looked at Feng Zhou with contempt, then turned and left. The three of Han Mensi, who were forced to be tens of meters away, stared at Chen Yang with monster-like eyes. Seeing their stunned expressions, Chen Yang touched the tip of his nose. Am I going too far? Chen Yang thought in his heart. Back at the hotel, Chen Yang's phone rang, and he took it out to say that the caller was He Ji. Captain He? Chen Yang pressed the answer button, but before the other party spoke, he already guessed what He Ji was going to say. I heard that you had a conflict with Feng Hao Wuxian. He Ji asked. There was a bit of an argument. Chen Yang replied. Are you okay? Hearing that He Ji didn't blame him immediately, Chen Yang was taken aback. He thought that the other party would blame him for his actions when he came up, but instead asked about his injuries. I'm fine, but Feng Wuxian may have to rest for a while. Chen Yang said embarrassingly. You bastard, you made such a big fuss when you came here. He Ji spoke, but his tone was very gentle. Don't worry, I have fully understood what happened. You did the right thing. Although a civilian died, you also protected everyone in the bar. And even if we deal with it, I'm afraid it won't be any better than you. The attack of the brain worm is irreversible, even if it is a special talent, it cannot save his life. Chen Yang felt a little better after hearing this. He also rushed to save the other party at the beginning, but who would have thought that the death of the cerebrate would also cost the man his life, otherwise he would not have acted rashly. Thank you, Captain He. Chen Yang said sincerely. Do you have time tomorrow? I may need to ask you about something. Is it about detecting parasitic seeds? Chen Yang asked. That's right, you can also see the existence of parasitic seeds and they can directly eliminate threats. One more person will give you more power, so I want to ask you for help. He said sincerely. Captain He, you are polite, even if you don't say it, I will participate. Chen Yang smiled and said, by the way, I captured the brain worm in that man's head today, but this thing should only survive for a while alone. I originally wanted to send it to the joint base for you to study, but now it seems to have fallen into a state of depression. Chen Yang looked at the brain worm in the bottle and said, are you still alive? He was a little excited when he heard this. It should last for a while. Chen Yang observed the life state of the brain worm and said, where are you? I'll come and get it now. He's tone was a little urgent. No, I'll come directly. Are you at the joint base? Chen Yang asked. I'm here. He thought that Chen Yang had the talent of teleportation, so he immediately gave up the idea of looking for Chen Yang. Okay, I'm here. As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, the man had already appeared at the joint base. Sensing where Chen Yang was, He hurried over. Captain He? Chen Yang said hello to He, and then took out the cerebrum he had saved before. I suggest that someone bring some raw poultry over, maybe it can prolong the lifespan of this brain worm. He looked at the disgusting red meatball in the bottle, and was speechless in surprise. Although I had obtained brain worms before, they were not as complete as the ones in Chen Yang's hands. How did you do it? He couldn't help asking. This is my special ability, and I don't know if this guy has the memory of the main body, or maybe I can learn something from it. Chen Yang thought. He had this idea when he was catching brain worms alive, but at that time he could only delay it because he had to deal with parasitic seeds. Later, Fang Hao troubled him again, and he didn't remember it until he saw He's phone call after returning home. Do you still have spiritual talent? He was shocked by Chen Yang again. Through the understanding of Chen Yang, she was surprised to find that the number of special talents possessed by this young man is a bit beyond ordinary people, which may be the reason why he is stronger than others at such a young age. The current Chen Yang is no longer as weak as before. Since he possessed the high-level power field, even Wu Sheng is no longer his opponent, so he boldly admits it. That's right, my special talent is a bit special. While this thing is still alive, let me give it a try first. Chen Yang manipulated the spiritual talent to invade the consciousness of the brain worm, and soon, he had a thorough understanding of the brain worm. It's amazing, this guy is actually committing suicide on purpose. The spiritual talent was withdrawn from the brain worm's consciousness, and Chen Yang couldn't help but marvel. What did you find? He asked quickly. At first, I thought that this brain worm would become weak and die after losing its host, but I checked its consciousness just now and found out that it felt threatened to commit suicide intentionally, not that it couldn't leave the host, and was almost deceived by it. Chen Yang controlled the brainworm's consciousness, and the brainworm still wanted to resist, but its little mental power was no match for Chen Yang. Soon, the brainworm became alive again, completely unlike the dying appearance before. So amazing. He couldn't help sighing after seeing the brainworm alive again with his own eyes. It's a pity that its consciousness does not have the information of the ontology, otherwise it would be able to know their weaknesses. But there is also good news. Although the brainworms are all independent consciousness bodies, they will all obey the command of the higher level. If we can simulate the signal wave from the brainworms may be able to wipe them all out. Because Chen Yang controlled the consciousness of the brainworms, he also had a very clear understanding of their structure. According to what you said, these brainworms can survive after being separated from the host, which means that any creature in the North City may be parasitized by the brainworm. It seems that our previous thinking is still a bit conservative. If we want to check all the creatures in the North City, don't say 5 days, even 5 months won't clean it up. From this point of view, only the method you mentioned can effectively control all the Sirbrats and wipe them out. He said solemnly. My method is definitely feasible, but it is still a bit difficult to achieve. First of all, we need to be able to simulate the mental sound waves of brainworms, and secondly, we must cover the entire city. This difficulty is not ordinary. Chen Yang fell into deep thought. Although this method was learned through the cerebrum, but if you want to cover the creatures in the entire North City with mental power, even a martial artist can't do it. Let's solve the first problem first. As for how to cover all the creatures in Baikan, we can slowly figure out a way. If it doesn't work, we can control each area one by one. It just takes some time. He said. I have already solved the first problem. As long as my mental power enters the consciousness of the brainworm, it should be fine, but in this way, I will fall into a very dangerous state. Once the controlled brainworm dies, my consciousness there is no way to return to the body. Chen Yang spoke out his own method. This. He hesitated. Chen Yang's method must be very effective, but once Chen Yang's mental power enters the brainworm, his consciousness is equivalent to being tied to the brainworm. If something goes wrong, Chen Yang, it is very likely that life will not be guaranteed. Although this kind of operation is logically not a problem, and once it is really done, He will definitely try his best to protect the brainworm carrying Chen Yang's spiritual body, but he is not afraid of dash or just in case, no one is willing to take it risk your own life. Then let's think of another way. Moreover, this brainworm has only matured for a short time. With its level, I'm afraid it can't control the parasites in the entire North City. He said. Chen Yang did not speak but chose to remain silent. After telling this method, he already had a complete set of plans in his mind. Although the plan is perfect, who can guarantee that there will be no mistakes in the middle? If the cerebrum carrying Chen Yang's spiritual body really dies, it will probably be useless for him to cry for his father and mother. I will hand over this brain worm to Captain He. I have controlled its consciousness, and it will no longer make suicidal actions. Chen Yang handed the glass to Hijideo. Okay, I'll let the researchers analyze it now. Hiji nodded, and looked at Chen Yang gratefully. If it weren't for him, the entire joint team would not be able to find a way to completely eliminate the brain worms and parasitic seeds. There are not only humans in the entire North City, but also all kinds of livestock, pets, birds, and mice. If you really count them, the number of parasitized animals is simply impossible to count. Thinking of this, Hiji's sense of crisis increased greatly. If even birds are parasitized by parasitic seeds, not to mention Baikan, even the entire Hua Kingdom will be in danger, even including the entire Blue Star. Chen Yang, do you think these birds will also be parasitized? Hiji worried. It's very possible. The target of the parasitic seeds should be all living things at the beginning. As for whether there are birds or other beasts that are parasitized, I'm not too sure about it. Chen Yang couldn't predict how many creatures were parasitized by the parasitic seeds. When the incident happened, the whole crack was surrounded by red parasitic seeds, and he suddenly felt dizzy. Except for the parasitic seeds brought to North City by humans, who can guarantee that other parasitic seeds will not attach to the beast. It's too early to think about this. If these parasitic seeds are really so powerful, no matter how much we guard against them, it will be useless. Let's get things done in Baikan first, and then think about other things. Chen Yang said. It's better for you to see clearly. Unexpectedly, the co-captain, was confused for a while. Hiji smiled embarrassingly. Captain, he did this because he was too worried about the people. I hope that if we can develop a vaccine, even if the parasitic seeds really fled, we can resist it. Chen Yang suggested. I hope so. Hiji let out a long sigh. Let the researchers take a look first. If you really can't find a better way, you can only take a risk in the end. Chen Yang said. Thank you for your hard work. It's not early today. You should go back and rest early. Okay, goodbye, Captain He. After Chen Yang finished speaking, the person disappeared. This talent is really useful. Hiji was a little envious. Seeing Chen Yang leave, Hiji also issued an order to the joint forces. Everyone in the city wall, please pay attention, open the defensive electromagnetic cover, and from now on, no creatures are allowed to enter or leave the North City. Even if a bird wants to leave, you have to stop it. Following Hiji's order, a blue translucent energy shield rose over the entire city. The electromagnetic shield is a high-tech protective shield unique to Baikan. It can block the entry of ferocious beasts from the outside world, and at the same time isolate Baikan from the outside world. It's just that this kind of protective cover consumes a lot of energy, and the practitioner needs to continuously inject vitality into the device to maintain it. Back at his residence, Chen Yang found that several blocks around him were blocked. If you want to develop a vaccine, it is almost impossible to do it without a year. Although some special talents can speed up the research and development of vaccines, it is still unknown whether they will have any effect in the end. In the end, it may still be done according to the method, Chen Yang said. I don't know if anyone is willing to inject their spiritual body into the cerebrate in the end. If everyone doesn't want to take risks, maybe I will be the only one. Chen Yang began to think about how to enter his mental body into the brain worm while ensuring his own safety. He lay on the bed thinking about it, and fell asleep unconsciously. The next morning, the entire North City became a little quiet, and the streets were full of soldiers and medical personnel in protective clothing. Because parasitic seeds are spread by breathing, wearing protective clothing can effectively prevent brain worms from parasitizing. Chen Yang participated in the work of inspecting the people early in the morning. In addition, 2 practitioners with the talent of clairvoyance also joined in. Feng Hao saw that Chen Yang also joined in. His face was very ugly. Originally, I wanted to teach the other party a lesson and let Chen Yang know what it means to respect the old and love the young, but who knew that the final outcome would be like this? Even if he had conflicts with Chen Yang now, he probably had to think carefully if he wanted to save face. Old Feng, I will leave the south to you and Li Bei. I know that you and Chen Yang had some conflicts yesterday, but now is not the time to entangle in personal grievances. I hope you don't make any more troubles. Yeshuang said to Feng Hao, but looked at Chen Yang. As long as you don't let this kid with me. Feng Hao's tone was a little aggressive. Chen Yang, you can also discover the existence of parasitic seeds. Who do you think you want to be with? Yeshuang looked at Chen Yang. Because of Chen Yang's joining, there were exactly 6 people including the city lord, so they could be divided into 3 groups and start investigations from different places. I can do it. Let's start checking from the starting point first. Chen Yang remained indifferent to these arrangements. Let me go with Chen Yang. Hiji said. Yeshuang glanced at Hiji and nodded. Okay, Lao Xiao will be on my team, and we will investigate the incident in 3 batches first. Chen Yang's incident yesterday told us that once the brain worm is formed, the host is almost equivalent to a death sentence, so don't be soft-hearted, you must put an end to the spread of brain worms. Yeshuang explained the matters to be noticed, and then the crowd quickly dispersed. Let's go. Seeing that everyone else had left, Hiji turned and said to Chen Yang. Any new discoveries over there? Chen Yang asked. Not for the time being. Even if you manipulated the brainworm consciousness, you don't know its weakness. The researchers couldn't find anything this night. We should not put our hopes on the laboratory. He shook his head and said, "Okay, let's go to the place where the body was first found." He's words were expected by Chen Yang. Although he is not a scientific researcher, he still knows a lot of basic knowledge. While the two were chatting, they came to the scene of the first corpse. Chen Yang frowned. With the talent of perspective, he found that the air in this area was filled with a large number of red parasitic seeds. Things seemed to be a little bad. He dissipated his vitality and found that there were traces of parasitic seeds everywhere in this area. Looks like I'm busy today. Chen Yang stretched his muscles. Even if there are parasitic seeds in the air, it means that this area is already a very serious transmission area. To clean up all of this area is like a fantasy. Captain let's protect the safety of civilians first, otherwise if we continue to procrastinate, we will only produce more brain worms. Chen Yang said solemnly. It's not too late, let's start now. He called his subordinates wearing all kinds of protection to organize the civilians in this area to line up for inspection. Many people couldn't help but panic when they saw such a big posture on the street. What happened? Why did you block the streets? Many people in line discussed, but the soldiers around did not say anything, just asking them to obey the order. The talent of perspective scanned all the people in line, and Chen Yang found that almost 30% of the people in this area were parasitized, and among them, 5% of them evolved into brain worms. Cerebral worms can be detected by special equipment, and every time a cerebrate worm is found, the soldiers will take them to another place for isolation, and soon dozens of people gather in the quarantined place. He looked at the people in the quarantine area with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Are so many of them going to die? She muttered to herself in a low voice. Some people who have just evolved into brain worms may be able to survive, but it is hard to say whether they can return to normal after the brain worms are eliminated. The human brain is a very fragile place, and just a little injury may cause idiots or even disabilities. Chen Yang felt very uncomfortable seeing so many people being parasitized by brain worms. Captain you decide. The quarantine area exudes a desolate atmosphere. These people don't know why they were brought here, but they are always uneasy in their hearts, always feeling that something bad is about to happen. Let's get started. How many people can survive depends on their luck. He took a deep breath, his eyes turned from sadness to indifference. Even if these people ignore it, their brains will be hollowed out by the brain worms. Not only that, but more parasitic seeds will be spread. For the safety of others, He can only choose to give up some people's lives. Yuan Qi sealed off all the isolation areas, and soon, painful screams came from inside, and the people fell down one by one. Let me out quickly. You are murdering. Why? There were constant screams in the isolation area. Seeing the people around them fall down, the rest of the people were so frightened that they burst into tears. 2 minutes later, there was not a single person standing in the isolation area. Although all the cerebrats in their brains were killed, only 5 people were still breathing. He couldn't bear to see the miserable situation inside, so she withdrew her vitality, turned her head and left. Chen Yang was also feeling very uncomfortable at this time. No one would have imagined that this parasitic transmission would be so serious. If he had discovered it earlier, he might have been able to control it so that so many people would not be driven to a dead end. Hateful. Chen Yang clenched his fists. Seeing so many people fell in front of him, he realized that such an inspection would only delay more time. It would take 4 or 5 days to investigate the entire North City. During these 4 or 5 days, how many parasitic seeds would evolve into cerebrate-like existences? And even if the entire North City is checked, who can guarantee that there are no parasitic seeds in other places? As long as there is one parasitic seed, the entire North City is likely to face the current situation again. Captain Chen Yang suddenly called He to stop. He turned to look at Chen Yang, not knowing what he wanted to say. Follow my plan, we have no time to delay, Chen Yang said. He had a surprised expression on his face after hearing this. But we haven't found a way to make brain worms evolve yet. He said helplessly. Leave it to me, I have a solution, Chen Yang said seriously. But, He's words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't speak. Even if the brain worms were allowed to evolve, who would take the risk to control the parasitic seeds in Baikan? Chen Yang saw He's worry, and the corner of his mouth moved slightly. Just let me do it, I think I can do it. It's too dangerous to do this. Once something unexpected happens, your consciousness is likely to dissipate. He thought for a while and refused. Does Captain have a better way? Chen Yang asked back. He shook his head helplessly. I've had this kind of experience, so it should be fine, but then I may have to trouble Captain to protect me, Chen Yang said with determination. Let's discuss it first. Your current realm is only a great martial artist. If you can really make the brain worm evolve, I think it is more appropriate to let the martial artist do it. He thought for a while and said. Ignoring these for the time being, let's go to the base first. Chen Yang took He back to the base directly, and soon, the captured cerebrate returned to his hands. A ceramic bottle was taken out by Chen Yang. He opened the bottle carefully, and soon a strong aura spread throughout the base. What is this? He felt the shock of the aura in the bottle, and she had a feeling that if the Wushang swallowed the contents inside, she might be able to directly break through the realm. This is a super psychic liquid that can change the physique of creatures. Cerebral worms are also a kind of beast. It must also have an effect on brain worms. Chen Yang controlled the super spiritual liquid to inject into the brain worm. Isn't it too extravagant to use such a precious thing directly? He couldn't imagine what price Chen Yang had paid to save the residents of Baikan. As long as the parasitic seeds can be eliminated this time, what is the price? Chen Yang didn't tell He the source of the super psychic liquid. Although the other party was the captain of the Baikan United team, he still understood the reason why he must be defensive. Crystal gourds are too precious, and it is difficult to guarantee that others will not be greedy. So He is allowed to misunderstand that the super psychic liquid was swallowed by the brain worm, and the powerful psychic liquid caused the red sarcoma to swell instantly, and soon, the sarcoma evolved into several tentacles. As the super psychic liquid was absorbed by the brain worm, the sarcoma gradually changed its shape. Soon, a pair of strange eyes grew on the sarcoma, and its body gradually elongated, looking like a caterpillar. Did you make it? He looked at the mutated brain worm and asked expectantly. Chen Yang invaded the consciousness of the brain worm, and then nodded to indicate that the brain worm has evolved into a more advanced beast, and this evolution is still continuing. So, we can control the parasites in the entire North City as long as we let the psychic body enter the brain worm. He asked quickly. Should be right. Chen Yang looked at the evolved brain worm and speculated. I'll call Fang Wuxian to come here. Seeing that everything was ready, He called Fang Hao immediately. Knowing that He had found a better way, Ye Shuang and others also rushed to the base. Captain what do I need to do? Fang Hao asked after arriving at the base. Seeing Ye Shuang and others coming, He explained Chen Yang's plan. After listening to Chen Yang's plan, everyone fell into silence. Is this really possible? Cao Zhang was a little skeptical. This is the best way I have found so far. This brain worm has been controlled by me. Through its consciousness, I know that the relationship between them is somewhat similar to a hive. As long as a higher level brain worm appears, they will collectively obey the orders of that brain worm, which is why I will help this brain worm evolve. Chen Yang told everyone about the structures of the brain worms and parasitic seeds. So now we only need to control it to emit brain waves and issue commands to make them gather together, and all the parasitic seeds and brain worms in the entire North City will obey its command, so we only need to clean up one place. After listening to Chen Yang's words, everyone suddenly realized. Among us, only Lao Fang has spiritual talent. It seems that this important task has to be handed over to Lao Fang. Ye Shuang looked at Fang Hao and said. How should I do? Fang Hao asked. You need to inject your spiritual body into this brain worm, and completely fuse it together, and then release brain waves to cover the entire North City through this brain worm. He knew that there was a conflict between Chen Yang and Fang Hao, so he spoke out for him first. It is necessary for the mental body to enter the brain worm? In this way, it is equivalent to my consciousness occupying its body. If something goes wrong, it will be a problem even if I want to return to my body. This is too dangerous. Fang Hao thought this method was good at first, but he immediately shook his head when he learned that his mental body had completely entered the cerebrum. Yes, this is too risky, and no one knows what will happen. After hearing Heji's method, Ye Shuang also had some objections. But this is the best way we have found. If we don't do this, we don't know how many people will die when we investigate the entire North City. Seeing Fang Hao's objection, Heji said hastily. But if we do this, in case of any accident, we are very likely to lose a cultivator in the realm of martial saints. The life and death of civilians and the life and death of martial saints, who matters? Captain, he should know better than me. Li Bei also spoke. I think it's better to follow the previous plan. After all, this is the safest way. Cao Zhang said. But according to what we know, even if we clean up the entire North City, there is no guarantee that no parasitic seeds will be missed. They don't have to rely on the host to move. Even if everyone in the North City returns to normal, you can be sure that there will be no parasitic seeds in a certain corner. Are there parasitic seeds looking for opportunities to parasitize humans again? Chen Yang said lightly. That's right, these parasites can not only parasitize humans, but even fierce beasts, poultry, birds, and mice may have their shadows. They are pervasive. If we just check, we will not be able to completely clean them up. Heji also helped Chen Yang speak. Hearing Heji's words, several people hesitated. If it's really like Captain, he said, it seems that this is the only way we want to completely eliminate the existence of parasitic seeds. Ye Shuang glanced at Fang Hao and said meaningfully. Fang Hao's complexion changed. He thought it was an easy job, but in the end he had to bet his own life. How could he accept it? If Fang Wuxian doesn't want to, let me do it. Chen Yang knew from the very beginning that it was difficult for Fang Hao to make up his mind, but now he didn't take extra time for them to discuss, and every moment of delay would put more people in danger. But you are only in the realm of a great martial artist. No matter how powerful your mental power is, you can't cover the whole city. Although Ye Shuang admired Chen Yang's courage, he also doubted that Chen Yang could not do it. Old Fang, I know it is very difficult for you to make a decision directly. We will give you an hour, so you should think about it carefully. Ye Shuang patted Fang Hao's shoulder and said earnestly. Let me see. Seeing that such an important task was entrusted to him, Fang Hao struggled in his heart. As the martial saint of the Hua Kingdom, he should indeed protect the people of the Hua Kingdom regardless of his own safety, but no one has selfishness. If an accident happens, not only his life will be lost, but also the future position of the Fang family in Baikan. Chen Yang originally wanted to play in person, but he was a little surprised that Fang Hao didn't refuse immediately. Then let's take a break and let Lao Fang think about it. Seeing this matter, Yeshuang couldn't be in a hurry, so he said. The crowd nodded. In fact, they themselves know very well that if this continues, more civilians will die. When the brainworms were cleared out before, a large number of innocent people died in front of them, which also greatly touched their hearts. Soon Fang Hao was the only one left in the room, and Chen Yang, Yeshuang, and others came to the rest area to sit down. Chen Yang, no matter whether the old Fang agrees or not, half of the credit for this time is due to you. I heard from He that you destroyed the body of the parasitic seed, otherwise we wouldn't know what to do with the crack. Yeshuang thanked Chen Yang. City Master, you are being polite. In fact, as long as a martial saint with the talent of space power can pass through that crack, I am just lucky, and my realm is just within the tolerance range of the crack. Chen Yang explained. Where is the special talent of the power of space so easy to appear? Otherwise we wouldn't have a headache about this crack. Yeshuang shook his head. Chen Yang, I heard that you had a fight with Lao Feng yesterday. Cao Zhang asked suddenly. It's just a little conflict. Chen Yang did not deny it. Almost everyone knew what happened to them yesterday, and it was impossible to hide it even if they wanted to. The version I heard is not like this. Judging from the monitoring at the time, you punched Lao Feng away with one punch. I see that you are young and have not yet reached the level of a master. Why do you let martial saints be with you? Is it a disadvantage? Cao Zhang asked everyone's doubts. Seeing Cao Zhang's question, Li Bei and others also looked at Chen Yang curiously. I'm also a body refiner, so I'm not as weak as you see. As for why I can defeat Fang Wuxian, this is my secret. Chen Yang covered up. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't want to talk about it, they couldn't continue asking. The rest area suddenly fell silent, and the ticking of the clock kept ringing. Soon, an hour passed like this. You haven't thought about it yet, have you? Seeing that the time was up, Li Bei couldn't help asking. Just when he was anxious, there was a sound of opening the door outside. Squeak. The door opened, and Feng Hao walked out from it. Old Feng. Seeing Feng Hao walking out, Cao Zhang quickly got up and wanted to ask. I made a decision. Feng Hao's eyes were cloudy. You. Yeshuang pricked up her ears to know Feng Hao's answer. I'd love to try it. Feng Hao said in a low voice. Real. Hearing that Feng Hao was willing to risk himself, everyone was extremely moved. Old Feng, Kaila, I read you right. You are worthy of being the martial saint of Hua Kingdom. Cao Zhang gave a thumbs up and praised. Yes, Lao Feng, don't worry, we will definitely protect you. Li Bei also expressed his opinion. Feng Hao smiled wryly. In his heart, he still refuses to give his life to others, but after all, he is a martial saint of Huiguo. From the moment he became a martial saint, his first duty is no longer for his own family, but for this Huiguo, the people of the country. Even though this method was thought up by Chen Yang, he was very resistant. For the sake of the lives of the people in the entire North City, he had to agree to this plan. Old Feng, don't worry, there will be no problems with your body. We will also take care of the evolved brain worm. Yeshuang also promised. Since it's decided, let's start now, and it's best to end it quickly. Seeing everyone's assurances, Feng Hao felt a little relieved. It is not very difficult to inject one's own spiritual body into the brain worm. As for the accident of the brain worm, it is just everyone's worry. As long as it is done properly, this kind of situation will basically not happen. This is also the reason why Feng Hao chose to agree. If he knew that he was not sure, he would not have made up his mind so quickly. Chen Yang, are you sure this brain worm is okay? Seeing that Feng Hao was ready, Yeshuang asked solemnly. This brain worm has now evolved into the leader of the brain worm. If there are no accidents, this crisis can definitely be resolved. As for the effect, it depends on Fang Wuxian. Chen Yang didn't dare to guarantee it, but this was already the best way he could think of. I believe in Chen Yang. He also spoke. Okay, since you all think there is no problem, let's start. Yeshuang saw that He also believed in Chen Yang, so he stopped writing and agreed to this plan. Under the control of Chen Yang, the leader of the brain worm stayed on the table smoothly. If the previous brain worm might not be able to bear the spiritual body of a martial saint, but the evolved brain worm has undergone essential differences, and in the super psychic liquid with the help of it, it is better than the normal evolved brain worm leader. Feng Hao took a deep breath, then closed his eyes. With the help of his special talent, his mental power came out of his body, and he soon came into contact with the leader of the brain worm. The leader of the brain worm twitched for a while, and Chen Yang also withdrew his mental power. It didn't take long for Feng Hao's mental body to enter the leader of the brain worm. How is it? Did it work? Seeing that the leader of the Sirbrats had quieted down, Cao Zhang couldn't help but ask. It should be successful. Chen Yang felt the fusion of the two breaths, and judged that Feng Hao should have completely controlled the consciousness of the brain worm leader. Feng Hao, can you try to control and release brain waves? He said nervously. The leader of the caterpillar-shaped brain worm blinked his eyes, and an invisible wave of energy emanated from its body. Really? Several martial saints also felt the special energy fluctuations emitted by the leader of the brain worm. It seems that Chen Yang's method is indeed effective. Lao Feng's spiritual body can't leave the body for too long, at most an hour. We have to make a quick decision. Yeshuang spoke. Li Bei and I protect the body of the brainworm leader. Lao Xiao, you just take care of Fang Hao's body, and if you feel any discomfort, you must tell us in time. Chen Yang, He, you come with us, let's take action. After Yeshuang's words, several people moved immediately. At this time, Fang Hao's body seemed to be asleep and sat motionless on the chair. Xiao Zhang sat down beside him and watched Fang Hao's body without blinking his eyes. Chen Yang controlled a teleportation gate to appear, and several people came to the center of Baikan in an instant after stepping through it. Let's start here. Yeshuang said. Old Fang, are you ready? Li Bei asked the cerebrate leader in his hand. Squeak. The leader of the brainworm made a small voice. Strange energy radiated from the leader of the brainworm, and soon, the spiritual power of the martial saint level spread from the central point to the entire North City. A few minutes later, Fang Hao's mental power enveloped the entire North City. Many cultivators looked up at the sky inexplicably, and they felt a depressive energy covering the entire North City. Although this energy will not pose any threat to them, it seems that there is a stone pressing on their chest. This is the spiritual power of martial saint Fang Hao. The Grand Master in the North City also raised his head in surprise. After reaching the realm of martial saints, the scope of his spiritual power expanded several times that of the Grand Master. What's more, Fang Hao has a special spiritual talent. With his ability, covering the entire North City is difficult, but it is not impossible. Feeling Fang Hao's spiritual power, the other masters didn't know what happened, but they just vaguely felt that something big might happen in Baikan. Under Fang Hao's control, the brainwaves of the cerebrate spread towards the entire North City, and there was only one signal it conveyed, which was to gather towards itself. The creatures in the entire North City were in chaos at this moment. Many people stopped what they were doing and looked at the center of the North City with dumbfounded eyes. They only hesitated for a few seconds, and they began to gather towards the center in different ways. Not only humans, but also the rats in the sewers, and the sparrows on the branches all gathered in groups towards the center of Baikan under the stimulation of brain waves. After a while, the entire center of Baikan was crowded with various creatures. Yeshuang and the others looked at the various creatures under their feet. Their eyes became serious. The extent of the parasitism in the entire North City was not as simple as they saw on the surface. Groups of rats rushed out of the sewers to buy, and those who didn't know thought there was a rat wave. There are so many, it seems that we did underestimate this parasitic seed before. Li Bei couldn't help but said. Fortunately, Chen Yang came up with this method. Otherwise, even if we clean up the entire North City, it won't take long for the parasitic seeds to erupt again. By then, I don't know how many people will be infected. He was a little lucky at this time. Let's also start to act, and wipe out all these creatures first. Yeshuang's vitality spread around the surrounding area. Under his control, a large number of mice and birds died without even screaming. The birds in the sky fell to the ground like a torrential rain and smashed a large amount of blood. Seeing this, Chen Yang and He did not hesitate to unleash their vitality. It didn't take long for the surrounding area to be cleared by the three of them. Feeling the constant death of their kind, the brain worms gradually realized that something was wrong, and they began to hesitate. The consciousness in their heads told them that they had to get close to this place, but the instinct of their bodies felt extremely terrified of the central part of the North City. The parasitic seeds didn't have so many thoughts. The leader of the brain worms was already several ranks higher than the parasitic seeds. After receiving the order of the brainwave from the leader of the brain worms, they gathered together and pressed towards the center of Baikan like a red mist. Great, so we can catch them all at once. Seeing that Chen Yang's method produced miraculous effects, Yeshuang's brows relaxed. Chen Yang smiled, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. A flame ignited in the red mist, and the large red parasitic seeds were wiped out instantly. The rest are brain worms. Because of their actions, the cerebrats showed signs of resistance, and Fang Hao continued to strengthen the release of brain waves. In the end, these cerebrats were unable to resist, and slowly gathered towards the center of Baikan. The human beings controlled by the cerebrats were like puppets, their eyes lost their minds, and they walked stiffly. The healthy people around were all evacuated under the control of the joint forces, and the rest were parasitic humans. At this time, there was a mass of darkness under Chen Yang's feet. According to a rough calculation, there were at least 1 parasitic humans below. Kill them all. Li Bei couldn't bear to see so many humans being parasitized. If we don't clean up now, the entire North City will become a dead city in the future. After being parasitized, they are no different from dead people. Even if we are soft-hearted, we can't change their fate. Yeshuang said loudly. He couldn't bear it, but before he found a better way, he could only use the most brutal way to destroy these brain worms. We have to hurry up. Fang Wuxian seems to be unable to hold on. Chen Yang felt that something was wrong with Fang Hao's mental state. He not only wanted to emit brainwaves, but also controlled all the brain worms to obey his orders. Under the resistance of many brain worms, Fang Hao's mental power was rapidly depleting. Don't even think about it. If the people want to blame, just put all the blame on me. Yeshuang's vitality poured into the parasitic people around him, only to hear a scream from a large number of people, and then fell into a pool of blood. Seeing Yeshuang make a move, Chen Yang no longer hesitated. If the brain worms in these people's heads are not cleared, other people in Baikan will be threatened with their lives. They are very clear about the importance of more than 1 people and millions of people. Under the actions of the three, a large number of parasitic people fell down continuously, and the Scarce felt their lives threatened and resisted more and more strongly, and the leader of the Scarce controlled by Fang Hao also trembled violently. Hold on a little longer. Li Bei guarded the Cerebrate elite and said in a low voice. Of course Fang Hao knew this truth, but the Cerebrum's resistance became more and more crazy, and he could no longer control such a huge group. Puff. A mouthful of bright red liquid spewed out of the mouth of the Cerebrate leader, and soon its consciousness gradually withered away. As the brainworm leader had problems, Fang Hao's mental power also became extremely weak. Now he has almost exhausted all means, and being able to fight against the consciousness of tens of thousands of brainworms for so long has finally shown Fang Hao's strength. It's a pity that there are still many brainworms in the heads of the people who have not been cleaned up. If they are allowed to escape, this operation will be in vain. The joint forces obeyed the order and sealed off the entire block. No creature is allowed to leave, not even humans. If anyone wants to escape forcibly, they are allowed to fire. Yeshuang quickly issued an order. The soldiers who received the order were stunned for a moment, and the nature of obeying the order soon ordered them to block the entire block. Many people who wanted to escape were intercepted, seeing that there was no way to escape, and some parasitic people even went to the sewer. Oops, if we escape to the sewer, we won't be able to stop it. Seeing the parasitized people running away like crazy, Chen Yang felt anxious. Fang Hao's current mental power is obviously unable to continue to control the brain worms, and there seems to be no better way to intercept these parasitic people from escaping. No, let Fang Hao's mental power come out. Chen Yang immediately disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in the joint base. Chen Yang, why are you here? Seeing Chen Yang appearing suddenly, Cao Zheng wondered. Fang Hao's mental body has a problem, and now he has to take his body there quickly. Chen Yang hurriedly explained his reason for coming. Cao Zheng hesitated for a few seconds before teleporting to the center of Baikan with Chen Yang. Fang Hao, hurry back to your body and leave it to me. Chen Yang brought Fang Hao's body and shouted at the Cerebrate leader. Fang Hao couldn't hold on for a long time. Seeing his body appearing in front of him, his mental body quickly withdrew from it. Returning to his body, Fang Hao slowly opened his eyes. Now he looks extremely sluggish, and his mental state is also very poor. Old Fang, are you okay? Cao Zheng supported Fang Hao and asked with concern. I'm fine, you go and help them. Fang Hao said weakly. Okay, pay attention, I'm going. Cao Zheng saw that Fang Hao had no problems in other aspects except excessive mental energy consumption, so he joined the ranks of eliminating brain worms with confidence. Chen Yang also had no ink marks, and a drop of super spiritual liquid melted into the mouth of the Cerebrum leader again. He motioned for He to help guard his body, and the spirit body quickly entered the Cerebrum leader's body. After completely controlling the consciousness of the brainworm leader, Chen Yang's mental power enveloped the entire area for several kilometers like a sky curtain. Under this kind of operation, Chen Yang's spiritual power is also rapidly consumed, but he has a variety of spiritual talents, and his own mental power is not weaker than that of ordinary martial arts saints. The brainwaves of the brainworm leader rediverged, and the surrounding brainworms were controlled again. Many brainworms who had just escaped into the sewer were forced out under Chen Yang's control. Soon, the surrounding brainworms and parasitic seeds gathered towards the place where Chen Yang was again. At first, Yeshuang was worried about what would happen if these parasitic people escaped. Seeing that they were out of control again, the worry on his face gradually disappeared. Looking back at the leader of the brainworm, Yeshuang no longer hesitated, and his body shuttled among the parasitic people like an afterimage. Row after row of parasitized people fell down, and the entire center of Baikan was soon covered with human corpses. Only a few people who had been parasitized for a short time barely survived. It took a full 10 minutes to clean up all the brainworms and parasitic seeds in the entire area. Chen Yang continued to send out brainwaves and mental power to perceive the parasites in Baikan, and he did not withdraw his mental body from the body of the brainworm leader until he was sure that there were no more parasites left around. Call. After returning to his body, Chen Yang let out a long sigh of relief. This time the plan was very successful, although something went wrong, but the result was perfect. With the efforts of Chen Yang and Fang Hao, all creatures in Baikan were attracted by the brainwaves of the brainworm leader. At this moment, all the parasitic seeds and brainworms in the entire Baikan were cleaned up. A street in the center of the North City. More than one corpses of civilians were lying on the ground. Many soldiers couldn't understand the situation. They didn't know the existence of brainworms and the seriousness of the situation in Baikan. The dissatisfaction of the superiors. Why do they have to die? A soldier couldn't help sobbing. Not far in front of him, the corpse of his relative stared at him with wide eyes. As the soldiers choked up, a desolate atmosphere permeated among the many soldiers. Not only him, but many soldiers' family members died in front of them, and they couldn't do anything, because the bounden duty of soldiers told them that they must obey orders. It is finally over. He looked at the many fallen corpses, and couldn't help feeling sad. This spread has caused great trauma to Baikan. Even so, they have to be ruthless in doing so, otherwise, more and more people will be parasitized. The joint forces listened to the order and searched for the survivors. Be sure to check every corner. Yeshuang looked a little tired. As the commander-in-chief and the city lord of Baikan, it was his negligence to have such a serious parasitic incident in Baikan. Although he couldn't solve this matter, he couldn't let himself go anyway. City Lord Chen Yang saw Yeshuang looking lonely and wanted to come forward to comfort him. I'm fine, let's clean up this area. Except for the residents of Baikan, other creatures should be burned on the spot. After Yeshuang finished speaking, she left an afterimage on the spot and sped away towards the city lord's mansion. Seeing Yeshuang leave, Hiji could only shake her head helplessly. It is imperative to kill so many people in Baikan. I hope this matter will not affect Yeshuang's heart. Captain He, you should explain it to the soldiers of the coalition first, otherwise I'm afraid they will have problems with their mentality. Chen Yang stepped forward and said, I see. Hiji nodded, and then slowly floated up. Everyone, you must be wondering why the city lord gave you such an order to kill your compatriots. Let me explain what happened. After more than 10 minutes of explanations, the soldiers of the coalition forces understood what happened. They even panicked. They never imagined that such a thing would happen in the capital of China. Now we can't tolerate our sorrow. Although they are all parasitized by brain worms, there will be some survivors. Everyone act quickly. We will not let go of anyone who may survive. Under the command of Hiji, the soldiers quickly began to search for survivors. Although they knew that the probability of surviving was very small, they still started to act with great expectations. Chen Yang, Feng Hao, there's nothing else going on here. You've consumed a lot of energy, so go back and rest quickly. Hiji knew that the two of them had worked very hard, so she said. Captain He, then I will take my leave first. Feng Hao nodded and left directly. Chen Yang also understood that what happened next had nothing to do with him. After handing over the Cerebrid elite to Hiji, he also disappeared in place. The future is terrifying. Seeing Chen Yang disappear, Xiao Zhang couldn't help sighing. Yeah, I thought this operation was going to fail, but I didn't expect him to turn the tide in the end. He has reached our level at such a young age. It seems that he is the final candidate for the god-making project. Li Bei also sighed. Seeing that Chen Yang's cultivation talent was so heaven-defying, they had the idea that they were getting old. What happened next didn't have much to do with the two of them. They also left the place after saying a few words to Hiji. Back at the residence, Chen Yang lay down on the sofa exhaustedly. Fortunately, there was no accident in manipulating the leader of the brain worm, otherwise the parasitic incident would not be so easily resolved. Chen Yang, you're back. When Han Mensi heard the movement and opened the door, seeing Chen Yang's tired face, she hurried forward with concern. It's okay, I heard that there was a big riot in Baikan Square. Did something happen? It's all caused by brain worms. Chen Yang said in a breathless voice. Brain worm? What happened in the end? Tan Yu also came out of the room. Lucky, they were all resolved. It's just, a lot of people died. Chen Yang said with a sad expression. Is it like yesterday's bar? Xiaoling quickly thought of the corpse that appeared in the bar yesterday. That's right, the brains of people parasitized by brain worms have long been damaged. Once the brain worms are eliminated, it means that their brains will be vacant. Because of the hypnosis and control of the brain worms, the parasitized hosts can barely survive, but after the brain worms died, their lives also passed away. Chen Yang explained. Didn't that kill a lot of people? Han Mensi's eyes widened. 10,000 dead. So much. Chen Yang's words shocked the three of them. Although they knew that the spread of parasites was very serious, they never expected it to be this serious. It's true that so many people died, then at night in Baikan. Xiaoling didn't say what Xiaoling said later, but everyone knew what Xiaoling meant. I have to rest for a while now. If there is a memorial service at night, remember to wake me up. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he walked to the bedroom. Seeing Chen Yang's state, several people looked at each other in blank dismay. In the central square of Baikan, the cleanup work was coming to an end, and the memorial service had begun to be arranged. Only then did people realize what had happened. Not long after, heart-piercing cries resounded from every corner of Baikan. They don't understand why their relatives who were apparently fine died suddenly like this, and they don't know why it took so long for the parasitic transmission incident to be resolved. At this moment, the entire sky in Baikan seemed to be crying. At night, at the memorial service, Kongming lanterns were lit at the same time. Under the breeze blowing, Kongming lanterns illuminate the entire sky like the brightest stars in the night sky. They are so poor. Han Mensi saw that the entire central square was filled with the sound of the victims' family members crying, and tears filled her eyes. Isn't this the way this world is? Even in Baikan, one has to be prepared for threats that may come at any time. Chen Yang let out a long sigh. As the Kongming lantern disappeared into the sky, Yeshuang stepped onto the stage of the memorial service. Hello everyone. I am Yeshuang, the mayor of Baikan. Standing here today, I must first apologize to all the residents of Baikan. This incident of parasite transmission is my negligence. I did not protect the safety of the people of Baikan. I am sorry. Yeshuang bowed sincerely. In addition, I also want to announce one thing. Due to my dereliction of duty, more than one people in Baikan died, and it was my dereliction of duty that broke more than one families. Therefore, I decided to resign as the city lord of Baikan. What? Hearing that Yeshuang said that he would resign as the city lord of Baikan, Chen Yang and the others showed surprised expressions. No one thought that Yeshuang would say such a thing in front of everyone. You must know that he is resigning in front of all the people in Baikan. Will not agree. City Master, I am also responsible for this parasitic incident, and I can't completely blame you. Hiji quickly persuaded. Yes, City Lord, you are our commander-in-chief, and it is most appropriate for you to be the city lord. If you don't, I really don't know who else is qualified. Li Bei also spoke. We will discuss the matter of candidates later, but I can't get rid of this matter anyway. Everyone chose me as the city lord because they hoped that I could protect Baikan, but I let everyone down. I don't deserve to continue to do this, Castellan. Yeshuang's eyes showed the vicissitudes of life, and the joint troops and the people in the square were also shocked when they heard the news. You must know that Yeshuang is the strongest martial saint in Huiguo, and he is also the most promising practitioner to step into the 8th rank. If he chooses to give up the position of city lord, no one would dare to take this position. But no matter how others persuaded, Yeshuang was determined to resign from the post of city lord, which made everyone guess Yeshuang's thoughts for a while. Actually, the position of city lord does not necessarily require a strong cultivator to be elected. After a few days, I suddenly realized that as a cultivator, one should continue to become stronger. Only by strengthening one's own strength can one better protect Huiguo. This is also the reason why I chose to resign from the position of the city lord. I plan to hit the realm above the martial saint in the next time, so it is better to give the position of the city lord to the right person. Yeshuang's words made everyone silent for a while. Seeing that Yeshuang insisted on resigning from his position in order to challenge Wu Sheng, the voice of opposition gradually disappeared. War God. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. The entire Hua Kingdom has not yet appeared in the realm of martial saints. Is Yeshuang going to be the first? No one knows what it is like to be above a martial saint, but thinking of reaching that level, the dual domain should at least reach an advanced level. As Yeshuang's words fell, the mood of the people and soldiers eased a little. If Yeshuang can really break the shackles of the martial saint, he will become the patron saint of Huiguo. At night, the people of Baikan were shocked by two things. One is the death of more than one people, and the other is the news that the city lord Yeshuang decided to retreat. In this regard, Chen Yang still looks forward to Yeshuang's success. He has not copied Yeshuang's talent yet. If he waits for Yeshuang to break through to become a martial saint before copying, his strength will also be greatly improved. The memorial service for the whole city ended, and Chen Yang and others left the place. Yeshuang's going to retreat is something worth celebrating for Huiguo. Of course, the god-making plan will also start soon. Previously, due to parasites, the god-making plan was postponed. Fortunately, Chen Yang found the best way to solve the parasitic incident with minimal loss. Otherwise, even he couldn't predict how many people would die in the end. The god-making project will officially start in 3 days. For Chen Yang, these 3 days are very boring. He can only stay in the room and practice every day. Although it took a lot of mental power to control the brainworm leader before, under this kind of behavior, after every rest, his mental power also improves a lot, which is very good news for him. The current Chen Yang can break through to the Grandmaster realm at any time. If he hadn't suppressed it deliberately, the Yuan Li in his body would have already skyrocketed. In the past 3 days, Chen Yang has been absorbing the power of the beast's inner alchemy, and his body seems to have reached a bottleneck in body training. To break through this bottleneck, only the giant spirit fruit and spiritual liquid are definitely not enough. In his opinion, at least one must obtain the flesh and blood-quenching body of an 8th level fierce beast in order to perfect one's physical strength. The time for cultivation is fleeting, and finally, the god-making plan that many practitioners have been thinking about has officially started. At first, Chen Yang thought that the project of creating gods was simply to improve the strength of the most qualified practitioners by collecting spiritual objects from all over the country, but He told him that was not the case. When he asked, He showed a mysterious smile, and did not reveal the specific content of the god-making plan. Today, the true face of the god-making project will finally be revealed to everyone. Early in the morning, the most talented practitioners in the country gathered at the joint base. Yeshuang has long been waiting for everyone at the base. It is said that after today, Yeshuang will officially enter closed-door training, and he will not be able to be contacted for a long time in the future. Chen Yang, what do you think this god-making plan is? Tan Yu asked curiously. Hearing Tan Yu's question, Han Mensi and Xiaoling also came over. I don't know. I asked Captain He. She just asked me to wait, saying that there would definitely be surprises. Chen Yang repeated He's words. There will definitely be surprises? Chen Yang, your current strength is no less than that of a martial artist. Is this god-making plan still useful to you? Tan Yu was puzzled. It's not just him, Xiaoling and the others are also very curious about whether the god-making project can improve Chen Yang's strength. It should be possible. Captain He is very clear about my strength. She told me that there are surprises, so it must be different from other cultivation methods. Chen Yang speculated. If he can't improve his strength, it's definitely not a surprise. But to let him go one step further with the strength of the martial saint, he also really wants to know what the god-making plan is. After all, proposing this plan is definitely not just talk. If you want to create a god, you must break through the realm of martial saints. It is definitely not easy to make Yeshuang feel confident that the candidate will break through the realm of martial saints. Half an hour later, many geniuses gathered at the joint base. Chen Yang counted, and there were more than 30 people. These 30 people are the most potential cultivators in the entire Huiguo, and they will definitely become the pillars of the Huiguo in the future. Seeing that everyone was present, Yeshuang stood up from his seat. Everyone, first of all welcome everyone to participate in this god-making plan. For some special reasons, we have not explained the details of the God-making plan to you in detail. But here I can tell you that this time God's plan is definitely not a simple cultivation, and soon you will know how lucky you are to be here. Yeshuang gave a speech, and after hearing this, everyone became very interested in the God-making project. If they just swallow spiritual objects to practice, they can do it even if they are not in Baikan, but the world's spiritual objects that can be used are not as many as Baikan collects. Moreover, the realm of cultivation by swallowing spiritual objects is not stable. It is good to break through a realm, but it is simply wishful thinking to reach above the martial saint. City Lord, don't be a fool. Seeing the cultivating geniuses in major cities looking at Yeshuang eagerly, he laughed. Haha, okay, everyone, follow me, and later you will know why I am so sure that you can become stronger through the God-making plan. Yeshuang led everyone into the car, and soon, the vehicles of the joint team drove out of the city. Are you going out of town? Chen Yang was a little surprised when he saw the vehicle driving towards the outskirts of the city. After about 3 hours, the vehicle finally stopped, and everyone got out of the car to see that this was the northern border outside the northern city. The northern border is covered by heavy snow all year round, and the temperature here is extremely low. Even cultivators cannot stay here for too long. Why did you come here? There seem to be 2 7th-level beasts here. A practitioner who is more familiar with the frontier couldn't help but said, there are 7th-order fierce beasts here. Others heard that their faces changed slightly, and their bodies felt colder. Because of the special environment on the frontier, even the martial saint cannot display his full strength here, but the 7th-order beasts living here are different. Because they love the cold, their strength will only become stronger in this snowy glacier environment. Therefore, even with the guidance of Yeshuang, Hiji, and others, these cultivators still felt a trace of fear in their hearts. Don't worry, although this is the territory of the 7th-level fierce beasts, they are sleeping now and will not attack us. And even if they do attack, with our martial saints around, they will not be able to cause much trouble. Seeing that everyone was worried, Yeshuang spoke comfortingly. City Master, what are we here for? A certain boy resisted the biting cold and asked. The vitality in his body kept rolling, and the surrounding temperature dropped to more than -70 degrees. In order to resist the cold, he had to activate the vitality protection in his body all the time, and last for 2 hours at most. The vitality in the body will be exhausted. Yeshuang didn't ask everyone to carry items to keep out the cold before. Many practitioners only wore a thin piece of clothing, and their condition was not much different from that of this young man. Haha, the God-making plan has started from the moment you get on the car. Don't think that being a candidate means you can participate in this plan without any cost. This heavy snow is the first test for you. Now I order all people are moving towards the north, and those who cannot persist will automatically lose their qualifications to participate in the God-making plan. After leaving a word, Yeshuang walked towards the faintly visible iceberg without looking back. The other cultivators looked at each other in blank dismay. They knew that they would come to such a cold place, so they had to bring some clothes. It's a good thing I'm wearing a battle suit. A young man shouted excitedly. Everyone looked at him and saw his body tightly wrapped in a black battle suit. This battle suit not only had amazing defense, but also had a very good thermal effect. I knew I was wearing a combat uniform. Others couldn't help being envious. Of the more than 30 cultivation geniuses, only 4 of them wore combat uniforms. The others felt that cultivation was not about fighting, and they did not expect to be in such extreme weather, so they did not wear combat uniforms. The 4 practitioners in combat uniforms quickly followed Yeshuang's pace, and the others could only grit their teeth and move forward. They finally came to Baikan. How can they just give up and give up? If this is passed back, wouldn't it become a joke? Fortunately, my realm is not low, otherwise I will be in bad luck. Tan Yu didn't hesitate to spread his vitality to cover his skin to resist the severe cold, and Xiaoling didn't complain, and directly activated his vitality to protect his body. Although he didn't know why Yeshuang asked them to do this, he must have other intentions. Candidates for the God-making project, the weakest among them are also elementary martial artists, so even in an environment of more than -70 degrees, they can persist a lot. It's a pity that Yeshuang didn't tell everyone where the final destination was. He just walked forward silently. The heavy snow dyed his hair white, and his body didn't have vitality protection. The others had no choice but to follow behind Yeshuang silently. If they knew the destination in advance, they might have already run away. This is much easier than walking step by step. Old Cao, how long do you think these guys can last? In the distance, Li Bei laughed. Although the weather is a bit extreme, as long as you keep mobilizing your vitality, you can effectively resist the severe cold. However, at this temperature, the vitality is depleted very quickly. In my opinion, the martial artist can last for 2 hours is already the limit. Li Bei guessed. 2 hours? That's only half the distance. Feng Hao shook his head when he heard what Li Bei said. It's really too difficult for a martial artist. Great martial artists can definitely reach the finish line, but half of the martial artists who can reach the finish line would be good. Under the shroud of vitality, Li Bei was very clear about the internal conditions of these candidates, but it should be no problem for the 4 people in combat uniforms to reach the finish line. Chen Yang, what do you think the city lord is doing this for? Do you want me to teleport to the front and wait for them? Han Mensi asked in a low voice. It's probably to exercise your willpower. There is no trace of vitality on Chen Yang's body. He has the physical strength of the 6th level realm, and this severe cold is not worth mentioning in his opinion. Exercising willpower. Han Mensi has a little understanding. But aren't we here to practice? In this kind of weather, they can't go far, and their vitality will be exhausted. Could it be that they will be disqualified and let those martial saints take them back? This is a bit unfair, right? After all, the vitality gap between great martial artists and martial artists is huge. Han Mensi was a little puzzled. Since it's training your mind, of course you won't use such a simple method. Maybe City Lord Ya has other means that he hasn't used. As for the problem of exhaustion of vitality in everyone's body after reaching the end, I think City Lord Ya will solve it. After Chen Yang finished speaking, Ye Shuang turned to look at him with a smile on his face, as if praising Chen Yang for guessing his thoughts. Sure enough, when the team slowly moved forward, Ye Shuang emitted several bursts of energy on all the great martial artists, and there were also those 4 people in combat uniforms. Cough. Several great martial artists were overwhelmed by Ye Shuang's vitality. They were glad that they were stronger than others. Although the extreme weather caused them a little trouble, it was better than practitioners in the realm of martial arts. Too much. Unexpectedly, not long after they woke up, they were treated equally. Han Mensi was chatting and laughing at first, but now she feels as if she is carrying a mountain on her back, and every step she takes, there is a big snow pit under her feet. The only one who has no pressure is probably Chen Yang. His physical strength is beyond ordinary people. Even if he doesn't use vitality, he can be as light as a swallow. Big trouble. Since it is to exercise the will and state of mind, then I will also increase the difficulty for myself. Chen Yang didn't want to waste such a good opportunity. 1,000 times the gravity acted on him, his body suddenly sank, and the surrounding snow sank at the same time. What? He felt the special talent in Chen Yang, and was a little surprised. Others are thinking about how to make themselves more relaxed, but Chen Yang does the opposite and puts more pressure on herself. In her opinion, this is the attitude that a cultivator should have. Feng Zhou is also among the ranks of many geniuses. As a great martial artist, although he has endured the pressure from Ye Shuang, he is not unable to bear it because he has prepared in advance. He has been silently observing Chen Yang, and seeing that Chen Yang actually made it difficult for himself, his expression became a little ugly. As the youngest great martial artist in Baikan, he always felt that no one could surpass him, but after meeting Chen Yang, his worldview was constantly shattered, and he, who was always proud, seemed to be worthless in any aspect in front of the other party. I will definitely surpass you. Because of Feng Hao, Feng Zhou knew something about the god-making plan. If you are lucky, everyone has the possibility to soar into the sky, even breaking through to become a martial artist is not a dream. Chen Yang didn't know what Feng Zhou was thinking. He silently looked at the endless white land in front of him, and his steps were heavy but steady. Under such an extreme environment, Chen Yang's state of mind also changed slightly. He has never seen such heavy snow in Yanqing all year round. This training made him feel a different breath, which is something he would never feel in normal practice. A team of more than 30 people walked silently in the snow. As time passed, the vitality in some people's bodies had gradually bottomed out. City Master, how far is it? I can't bear it anymore. A girl in white casual clothes gritted her teeth and asked Ye Shuang in front of her. This journey has consumed almost 2 hours, but the front is still a vast expanse of whiteness, and it seems that there will never be an end in sight. The girl's words touched the hearts of other geniuses. They thought they would reach their destination soon, but 2 hours later, Ye Shuang still led everyone on the road in silence, which made most practitioners unable to see anything. Hope. It's halfway there. Seeing that everyone was looking at him expectantly, Ye Shuang said these despairing words lightly. This is only halfway. Ye Shuang's words made everyone's heart sink to the bottom, not to mention half of the way. Even if they walked a third, they couldn't continue. City Master, the vitality in our bodies has been exhausted, and we really can't move forward. A feeble voice sounded. If you can't walk, just rest where you are. Anyway, I want to see you at the finish line. Anyone who doesn't reach the finish line will be disqualified. Ye Shuang said mercilessly. Hearing Ye Shuang's words, everyone felt cold. Naturally, no one dared to disobey what Wu Sheng said, not to mention that he was the commander-in-chief of the Hua Kingdom, and his words were like the orders of the gods. City Master, I'll take a rest to recover my energy. One of the cultivators couldn't hold on, sat down and said. Seeing someone taking the lead, a few more people sat on the spot and performed the body tempering technique. Ye Shuang ignored them, but continued to lead the way. Anyway, with He and the others behind him, even if these guys wanted to be lazy, they couldn't find a chance. Moreover, it is very difficult to concentrate on cultivation in such extreme weather. It is hard to say how many people will recover their vitality in the end. Can you still hold on? Chen Yang looked at Han Mensi and the 3 of them and asked with concern. Beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the 3 people who were supposed to be shivering from the cold. Hearing Chen Yang's question, Han Mensi gritted her teeth and shook her head, expressing that she was fine, but her pale face showed the state of her body clearly. A bird's eye view. Tan Yu and Xiaoling didn't want to stop either. They came to Baikan to participate in the God-creating project. If they couldn't even survive the first test, there was no need to talk about becoming stronger. Chen Yang sighed. He knew that the bodies of the three of them were about to reach their limit, especially Tan Yu and Xiaoling, as the rich second generation of the big Yangcheng family. Where did they suffer this kind of suffering? Chen Yang was very surprised that they could persist until here. Han Menxi's condition is also very bad at this time. She walks completely relying on the leaning force of her body. Chen Yang is very suspicious that her next step will fall into the snow. Take a break. The city lord is not asking you to go through the whole process in one go, but to let you adapt to this extreme environment. If I'm not wrong, he hopes that you can enter the cultivation state no matter what. Let yourself maintain your combat effectiveness. If you just want to reach the finish line blindly, you will put the cart before the horse. Chen Yang stopped in front of the three of them and said. Han Menxi raised her head and glanced at Chen Yang. Because of collapse, Chen Yang at this moment seemed like a phantom in her eyes. She tried her best to see clearly, but a feeling of dizziness came from her brain. Dream. Seeing that Han Menxi almost fainted, Chen Yang quickly helped her up and injected his own energy into her body. As Yuan Li circulated in Han Menxi's meridians, a stream of heat warmed his whole body, and Han Menxi's consciousness finally became a little clearer. Seeing that Han Menxi had also reached his limit, Tan Yu and Xiaoling no longer persisted. Their current physical condition is extremely bad, and if they don't stop to rest, they will soon fall into a coma. Supporting Han Menxi to sit down, Chen Yang withdrew the energy injected into her body, and soon, the bone-piercing feeling invaded her body again. Hurry up and recover your vitality. Although it's cold here, as long as you can concentrate, you can still practice your cultivation skills. Chen Yang exuded mental power to stabilize the bad and slightly desperate emotions of the three of them. Under the comfort of Chen Yang's spiritual power, the three of them quickly sat cross-legged and began to practice the very familiar cultivation method. The biting cold wind constantly stimulated their bodies and brains, and the practice that was very simple before has become extremely difficult now. Every time the exercises were halfway through, they were interrupted by extreme sensations. After 10 minutes, they couldn't even finish practicing for a week. Hold your mind and don't be disturbed by the outside world. Chen Yang didn't deliberately help them. The reason why Yeshuang asked them to walk in the snow was to create opportunities for them to break through their limits. If you follow the previous method, the effect will definitely not be as good as it is now. Only when there is hope in despair, can they sharpen their minds and surpass themselves. Han Menxi took a deep breath. Her body quickly became cold without the protection of vitality. Fortunately, her physical fitness is not bad, and she can barely hold on for a while in this state. Hearing Chen Yang's prompt, Han Menxi ignored her body's reaction. She closed her eyes and performed the familiar exercises. This time, even though her body was frozen, the first week was still being completed slowly. Finally, Han Menxi succeeded in running the cultivation method for the first time, and the vitality around her poured into her body. This time, the speed of absorbing the vitality of the surrounding world was much faster than usual. Han Menxi's body hungrily stored the surrounding vitality in her danshan. With the completion of the first week of practicing the method, her body gradually warmed up under the influx of vitality. With the first successful experience, Han Menxi's cultivation speed became faster and faster. After half an hour, she had completely entered the state, and her body gradually warmed up. Even the snow under her feet was gradually rising. Melt gradually at rising temperature. Tan Yu and Xiaoling also clenched their teeth and controlled the operation of the cultivation techniques in their bodies. After half an hour of constant trying, they finally managed to run for a full week. As the exercises continued to circulate, their condition also improved. That's right, they managed to do it in this kind of place. They are indeed the pillars of the country in the future. Li Bei also felt that Han Menxi and others had successfully cultivated. As time passed, other candidates gradually entered the state. Only a small number of them were completely frozen and passed out. What should we do if they are in a coma? Is it true that they will be dismissed, as the commander-in-chief said? Cao Zhang couldn't bear to look at the fallen candidates. The commander-in-chief is scaring them. As long as they don't run away and persevere until the end, they won't lose their candidacy. After all, this is just a test to stimulate them to break through the limit, and we can't ask everyone to complete it. He explained. That's good, these guys are quite reassuring. Cao Zhang smiled, and then gathered the unconscious candidates together. Save people first, don't wait until something goes wrong in the cold. Cao Zhang injected vitality into one of the candidates, and Feng Hao and the others had no ink marks, and directly used the vitality of this life to stimulate the unconscious person's desire to survive. Not long after, with their help, several candidates who were unconscious also began to activate the cultivation techniques in their bodies. This training took a full 3 hours. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. It would not be long before they would be walking in complete darkness. Chen Yang, thank you. Han Menxi withdrew from the state of cultivation. The vitality in her danshan was saturated, and her body was no longer afraid of the invasion of extreme cold. It didn't take long for Tan Yu and Xiaoling to complete their training. Although their current condition could not be said to be very good, their ability to break through themselves in such an extreme environment shows that their perseverance is beyond human reach. Let's move on, Lord Ye is probably here. Chen Yang calculated the time, and it should be 6 o'clock in the evening. Many candidates didn't even bring food, they could only go on hungry. Some candidates with relatively weak physical fitness, with the help of Heji and others, finally managed to keep their consciousness moving towards the end that they don't know how far away go ahead. The rest of the journey seemed very long. Even though City Lord Ye said that there was still half of the journey, they felt as if they had walked for half a day. When everyone despaired again, a ray of light finally appeared in the distance. It was the light of the camp. We are almost there. The candidates walking in the front were stunned when they saw the lights in front of them, thinking they were dazzled, but after more than 10 seconds of confirmation, their bodies seemed to have strength in an instant. Coming. The other candidates who fell behind also accelerated their pace excitedly when they heard this. Several candidates fell in the snow and quickly got up again. Knowing that they are about to reach the endpoint, everyone becomes full of energy. If they can't see the endpoint, they even suspect that they will die in the snow. Chen Yang also raised his head and looked into the distance. About 2 kilometers away was the camp that Yeshuang had prepared for everyone. Behind the camp was a big snow mountain. Chen Yang had already seen this snow mountain before he set off, but he didn't expect to walk for a whole day before he got close to the snow mountain. For the last 2 kilometers, it took them less than 3 minutes to get to the camp. Seeing that so many people persisted, Yeshuang nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, let's eat something first. Yeshuang opened a vitality barrier, and the fragrance in the camp quickly passed into the nostrils of everyone. It smells so good. It has been a long time since the more than 30 candidates felt that the food will have such a delicious taste. They can choose to participate in the god-making project, and their family conditions are not bad. Like Tan Yu, they are from a standard big family. Even if the original family is not very good, they can still enjoy the glory and wealth brought by the people around them if they can cultivate to the level of martial arts. Therefore, they usually eat a lot of delicacies from mountains and seas. But they have never had such a desire for food like today, and they even want to eat with a pot. There are several joint team members in the camp, and these meals are made by them. After entering the camp, everyone found that the food for tonight was very delicious meat. Seeing that they couldn't wait, Yeshuang signaled them to start. These meats are the flesh and blood of the beasts I killed around here. The quality is very good. Eating them can not only soothe your body, but also strengthen your physical strength and resist the severe cold. Yeshuang explained the source of these pieces of meat to everyone. Hearing that the city lord said it was the flesh and blood of a beast, many candidates' eyes lit up. The flesh and blood of the ferocious beast that Yeshuang agreed will definitely not be too bad, and the lowest estimate must be a 5th-order ferocious beast. Their flesh and blood are of great help to the cultivation of the cultivator, and they will not be too bad in this extreme environment. Appear more obvious. There was also food in Chen Yang's spatial pocket, but he hadn't taken it out before in order to let Tan Yu and the other 3 get involved in the training. Seeing that Yeshuang had already prepared the food, Chen Yang also ate the flesh and blood of the beast with them. Under the exquisite cooking skills, the flesh and blood of these fierce beasts became very delicious and juicy. Seeing that everyone was devouring the food, Yeshuang felt that this test was a perfect end. Except for the 2 candidates who were struggling, everyone else met his requirements. During nearly 10 hours of training, their will has become much stronger than ordinary practitioners without knowing it. The bigger gain is that everyone's cultivation speed has also increased a lot. Even in a harsh environment, I believe they can quickly find their cultivation state. It took a full hour for dinner. Seeing that everyone was resting, Yeshuang gathered everyone together. Candidates, after a day, we have now come to the depths of the border of Baikan. Not only are there beasts in the snow that we have never seen before, there are also several beasts of the 7th order hidden in the mountains behind our camp among them. Are you curious why I chose this place here? Yeshuang opened the mouth and said, does the city lord want to exercise our combat capabilities in extreme environments? A cultivator of the arrogance of heaven replied. Yeshuang has some impressions of this young man. He is one of the few candidates who can complete the whole process by relying on his own willpower. You are Guo Hao? Yeshuang asked. Yes, Lord Ye. The young man named Guo Hao nodded excitedly. He was a little surprised that Yeshuang could remember his name. This can only be regarded as one of the trainings. We came here because only here can we carry out the god-making plan. Yeshuang's words made everyone slightly surprised. Only here can the god-making plan be carried out. Chen Yang was also slightly taken aback. He didn't know what the god-making plan had to do with coming to this barren and cold place. Speaking of the god-making plan, we only had such a plan 2 months ago. There are some reasons you don't know for the time being, and the other is related to this area. 2 months ago we discovered a few roads here. A strange rift, a coincidence. I entered the other side of the rift, and this coincidence, I discovered a cultivator's treasure land. Hearing Yeshuang's explanation, Chen Yang immediately understood what the treasure land Yeshuang was talking about. We call this treasure land the land of trials. There are many opportunities in it that you can't imagine. The land of trials not only has a large number of heaven and earth spirits, but also many wonderful places that can help you practice quickly. Because of this coincidence, I touched the bottleneck of Wushang. I can feel that as long as I go in again, I can break through to Wushang. Everyone present was dumbfounded, and no one could have imagined that the truth of the so-called god-making plan turned out to be like this. City Master Ye, I have a question. Why are we the only ones who can enter and not more practitioners? Guo Hao asked. Because the other side of the crack is another world. If too many humans enter at one time, it will attract unnecessary attention. The most important thing is that the inheritance inside is limited and cannot satisfy everyone. You will know this after you enter. Yeshuang made a fool of himself. Inherited. Chen Yang noticed this keyword, and his thoughts quickly turned. No wonder Yeshuang called this place a place of trial. It seems that this crack is indeed not an ordinary place. There is only one thing that Chen Yang is very puzzled. The cracks he is familiar with are almost all caused by the magic star race, but this trial site seems to have nothing to do with the magic star, which means that the crack appeared on the blue star by chance. Chen Yang can't guess too many things now, and he will only know when he enters in person. I will tell you the details of the trial land in a few days. What you have to do now is to survive in the depths of the border. Starting tomorrow, you will continue special training for a week. I am very grateful you have only one requirement. Candidates for the martial artist realm must kill 5 4th-tier ferocious beasts within a week, and similarly, candidates for the great martial artist realm need to kill 10 5th-tier ferocious beasts within these 7 days. When you all pass this test, you will truly have the qualifications to enter the trial ground. Don't complain about why the requirements are so high. If you can't even meet this requirement, it only means that you are not qualified yet enter. Yeshuang spoke out about the special training requirements. Tan Yu and the others frowned out in this kind of place. They can't even keep warm, let alone kill the beasts of the same realm. When the beasts are not found, the people will freeze to death first. Must be, is this? A young girl who was in a coma before asked with some fear. That's right, my only request is this. Whether you cooperate or separate, as long as the number of kills you reaches the target, you are eligible to enter the trial ground. Candidates for the Great Martial Master realm are not allowed to help the Martial Master. In addition, Captain He and other masters will always monitor you, and they will count every beast you kill. Yeshuang explained everything to everyone. After hearing Yeshuang's request, everyone started to discuss. Most of the people who participated in this god-making project were martial masters, and only about 10 people were great martial artists, including Han Mensi. However, the god-making project is not based on strength. For example, Feng Zhou has the strength of a great martial artist at the age of 23, while Han Mensi has the strength of a great martial artist at the age of 25. The talent gap is self-evident. Of course, the candidates who can gather here must be the best practitioners in Huiguo, and there are very few practitioners who can surpass their talents. After listening to Yeshuang's request, Feng Zhou felt nervous. It would not be very difficult for him to kill fierce beasts of the same realm, but in this icy and snowy land, not only must he resist the cold, but also kill fierce beasts. I don't know how much bigger than usual. As a great martial artist, he didn't consume too much vitality to resist the cold, but if he had to find and kill 10 5th-level beasts within 7 days, it was no longer simply a matter of resisting the cold. Chen Yang, what should we do? Xiaoling was a little undecided. Although she was considered the most talented cultivator in Yangchang, she had never experienced fighting with fierce beasts. Her time was either spent on managing the company or in cultivation. Growing up so big, she hardly any combat experience. Not only Xiaoling, but Tan Yu as well. His only advantage may be that he has a martial sage to teach him, so he has more experience than Xiaoling. It's not his turn to do this kind of thing. Chen Yang also understands their difficulties, not only them, but also many candidates here. They may have fighting experience, but who would have nothing to do with fighting beasts every day, unless they are full and have nothing to do. Therefore, it seems that Yeshuang's request is very high. The temperature in the camp was even lower than before, almost reaching -degrees. It would be a problem to survive in such a temperature, let alone let these candidates for the martial arts realm kill ferocious beasts. This is the rule set by City Lord Ye. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to help you, but you can prepare some spiritual liquid for backup. If the vitality in your body is not enough, you can rely on the spiritual liquid to replenish it, and it can also improve your physique. You provide the heat. In a way, you still have an advantage over the others. Chen Yang pondered. But we didn't even know that we were going to come here, and we didn't bring any spiritual liquid. Tan Yu said with a bitter face. Xiaoling also had a regretful expression. It seemed that she didn't bring the spiritual liquid. It doesn't matter, I have the ectoplasmic liquid here, and I can provide you with some if you need it. But I think it's better for you not to rely on the psychic liquid. This special training is to increase your experience. If you rely on foreign objects, it will be very difficult. It has the expected effect. And I have a guess that the reason why City Lord Ye asked you to do this may have something to do with the place of trial. Chen Yang expressed his thoughts. Under normal circumstances, even special training would not directly increase the difficulty to such a high level. Chen Yang guessed that the reason why Yeshuang made such a request might be to allow them to adapt to the environment in the trial land. Of course, Chen Yang has never entered the trial ground, and he doesn't know much about the situation inside. This is just his guess. Sister Han, are you confident? Chen Yang asked Han Mensi. My special talent is more dominant. This cold temperature is not a big problem for me. It should be fine. Han Mensi nodded. After Chen Yang thought about it, it was true that after Han Mensi found the beast, he could adjust his state to the peak first, and then directly use the power of space to kill the beast. Compared with other people, it was indeed much easier. Of course, there are still a few candidates whose special talents also have an advantage. From this point of view, there are already a group of people who can foresee candidates who can definitely accomplish their goals. In any case, your physique must be better than others, and I may give you some good things later, which may increase your chances of killing ferocious beasts. Seeing that Tan Yu and the two were in a dilemma, Chen Yang comforted him. What a good thing. Xiaoling asked curiously. Let's talk about it after this is over. Chen Yang didn't say anything. Why don't we form an alliance, then the chances of winning will be much greater. Tan Yu said to Xiaoling. I think the same way. Unfortunately, I don't know many candidates. Otherwise, I can bring in more people. Xiaoling agreed. Killing fierce beasts is not as many people as possible. With your vitality, you can only stay in this weather for 2 hours at most. If there are more people forming alliances, it will be easy to slow down. The time you can find fierce beasts in a day is only with so many. It's not bad to be able to kill 2 ends. And in this environment, it's not certain how much you can show your strength. Chen Yang persuaded. It's because I wasn't thoughtful enough. Xiaoling said embarrassedly. The other candidates also had the idea of forming an alliance. They quickly selected their targets. There were groups of 2 or 3, but without exception, there were no more than 3 people. It seemed that they also realized that they were not human beings. The more the merrier. Seeing that everyone started discussing the plan to kill the beast, Yeshuang also left with peace of mind. What he worried about was that these candidates would lose their fighting spirit under the extreme environment. Although they are all excellent cultivators, not many of them have rich practical experience, which is why Yeshuang uses this method to train them. After a long time, everyone's discussion ended, and it was getting late. In order to meet tomorrow's important task, many people chose to enter the state of cultivation. The temperature inside the camp is much higher than outside. Here, they can come down and practice their cultivation techniques. When they think about facing the fierce beast tomorrow, they can't wait to cherish every minute and second to improve their strength. Let's go out. Chen Yang saw that most of the people had entered the state of cultivation, turned around and said to Tan Yu and Xiaoling, what are we going to do? Tan Yu didn't know what Chen Yang was going to do. Of course it's training. Do you think that one night's practice can increase your strength? Chen Yang smiled and said, you mean we're going to train outside camp? Looking at the heavy snow outside the camp, Tan Yu felt the chill involuntarily in his body. The thing that can improve your strength the most is to adapt to this weather as soon as possible. Otherwise you won't be able to go very far even if you leave this gate tomorrow. Chen Yang is right, we don't have much time, let's go out quickly. Xiaoling left the camp without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Xiaoling's decisiveness, Chen Yang was a little surprised. It seemed that Xiaoling was much stronger than he imagined. What are we going to do? The cold wind outside made the two of them shiver, and they couldn't help mobilizing their vitality to resist the severe cold. It's very simple. You join forces to attack me and treat me as a beast. As long as you hurt a single hair of mine, your training will be considered a success. Chen Yang stood there stretching out his hand and said, a hair? Are you sure you're not too big? Tan Yu couldn't help but said, you'll know if you try it. Chen Yang smiled. What about me? Han Mensi asked. After I finish training them, let's fight alone. Chen Yang signaled to Tan Yu that they could make a move. Tan Yu hesitated for a few seconds, then approached Chen Yang like the wind. He is very clear that in this environment, his vitality is not as good as that of Chen Yang, and he needs to constantly resist the severe cold, otherwise his body will become stiff due to the temperature of -degrees. In this state, he must make a quick decision. If he can't touch Chen Yang with all his strength at the beginning, then as time goes by, his chances of success will become less and less. Since it was training, of course it was impossible for Chen Yang to just stand and let Tan Yu attack, as this would not be able to achieve actual combat effects. Therefore, Chen Yang directly manipulated Yuan Li to transform into a phantom to fight with Tan Yu. He controlled his strength to the level of a junior great martial artist, but he showed no mercy in his moves. Tan Yu originally thought that Chen Yang would not make a move. Seeing that he directly manipulated the Yuan Li to attack him, he narrowly avoided Chen Yang's attack. Chen Yang's attack was not a small matter. Seeing Tan Yu dodging, Yuan Li suddenly condensed into a solid body and turned into a rain of arrows covering the sky towards Tan Yu. Tan Yu's face changed drastically. Every arrow in this rain of arrows contained the full blow of a junior martial artist. Once hit, he would definitely be injured. Shelling. Tan Yu shouted, and Xiaoling's figure appeared behind Chen Yang at some point. Seeing that Chen Yang was attracted by Tan Yu, she felt a little joy in her heart, and her vitality gathered on her toes and flashed towards Chen Yang's back. Chen Yang's reaction was so fast, how could he not notice that Xiaoling got up? Facing Xiaoling's attack, Chen Yang just smiled and turned sideways to avoid it. Seeing that his attack failed, Xiaoling was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly reacted. The special talent was activated instantly, and countless vines rose from the snow and attacked Chen Yang. Plant talent. A gleam flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. He hadn't seen the special talent of the plant department for a long time. The vines grew rapidly, and soon reached a height of 10 meters, and within a radius of 100 meters were all within the attack range of the vines. On the other side, Tan Yu jumped up high from the ground with all his strength, and with his special talents gathered in his hands, a wind blade smashed the entity transformed by Chen Yang's Yuan Li, forcibly breaking a gap. This blow seemed to temporarily remove the threat, but this blow consumed 1/3 of Tan Yu's vitality, and at this time only 1/2 of the vitality in his danshan could be used. Chen Yang, who was floating in the air, saw that there were vines under his feet, so he just stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and all the vines suddenly burst into flames. Seeing that the vines that were finally summoned were ignited by Chen Yang, Xiaoling's expression turned ugly. The gap between them and Chen Yang was too great. Although Chen Yang only used the power of a great martial artist, it was far beyond them. Chen Yang didn't pay attention to what they were thinking. Yuan Li once again condensed into two long sticks and hit the two of them respectively. Seeing that Tan Yu and Xiaoling even resisted for such a short time, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. Their actual combat experience was much worse than he imagined. Let's do this first, you should hurry up and recover your vitality, and we will continue later. Chen Yang threw down a sentence and said, just here. The vitality in Xiaoling's body was almost dry, and it was difficult for him to even resist the cold. That's right, since it's training, how can you not push yourself harder? You were able to practice in this state before, why can't you do it now? Hurry up, let's change the method later, and focus on me attacking, you defend. Seeing that Chen Yang left the two of them on the spot without any distress, Xiaoling and Tan Yu glanced at each other and smiled wryly. They also understood that with their current strength, let alone killing ferocious beasts, it would be a problem to survive in this environment, so the two quickly sat cross-legged and began to practice. With the experience of the day, they quickly entered the state of cultivation. The body tempering exercise continuously circulates in the body, and as the exercise becomes faster and faster, their bodies can gradually resist the bone-piercing temperature. Sister Han, it's us next. Chen Yang looked at Han Mensi and smiled. You can even defeat the martial saint, so you don't mean to bully me on purpose. Han Mensi blinked her big eyes and pretended to be innocent. Chen Yang and Han Mensi have known each other for so long, but they still don't know each other's personality. Seeing her pretending to be a little woman, he couldn't help complaining in his heart. Sister Han, don't worry, I just let you know where your limit is when fighting in this environment. It also prevents you from being careless when fighting fierce beasts. I will control my strength to the level of a great martial artist. Chen Yang said. That's good, you have to be merciful. As soon as the words fell, Han Mensi's body became blurred. Chen Yang saw that it was an afterimage. Han Mensi is different from Tan Yu. As a great martial artist of the joint team, he not only has rich practical skills, but also can quickly adapt to various environments. If there is anyone Chen Yang is most assured of, it must be Han Mensi up. Just like now Han Mensi deceived Chen Yang, and when he was not paying attention, he appeared directly behind Chen Yang and punched him. If other great martial artists might be able to point out this trick, he would fall for it. The so-called soldiers never tire of deceit, but Han Mensi's approach was praised by Chen Yang. Knowing the gap between the two sides, using this method to gain the upper hand is what a cultivator should do. Perceiving Han Mensi behind him, Chen Yang didn't panic at all, he decided to have fun with Han Mensi. Han Mensi's fist hit Chen Yang, and before she could be happy, the touch of the fist told her that something was wrong, and her attack was in vain. Sure enough, Chen Yang's afterimage disappeared in place, and Han Mensi felt a great sense of crisis, and used his teleportation ability without looking back. A few tenths of a second after she used teleportation, Chen Yang's attack also hit her afterimage. Seeing that Han Mengmeng wanted to dodge his attack, he was slightly surprised. But the game has just begun, and it would be a bit boring if it ends so quickly. Just like that, the two kept flashing in the air, looking like they were playing around. Half an hour later, Han Mensi appeared on the snowy ground panting. Don't fight, don't fight. Han Mensi had a delicate and angry face. She couldn't understand when Chen Yang realized the power of space. This was originally her advantage, but now this advantage has disappeared. Hehe, is it okay for Miss Han? Chen Yang also appeared in front of Han Mensi, but Han Mensi, who was still complaining just now, suddenly showed a sly smile and kicked Chen Yang. Chen Yang possessed super sense and powerful mental power comparable to martial arts saints. How could such a trick like Han Mensi succeed? He stretched out his hand and shook it slightly, and Han Mensi's ankle was instantly grabbed by Chen Yang. Han Mensi didn't expect Chen Yang's reaction to be so fast, and he couldn't even hit the opponent with such a shameless technique, and the excitement on his face disappeared instantly. Just like that, Chen Yang held Han Mensi's high-raised ankle, and the two looked at each other. The scene was awkward for a moment. Why don't you put my feet down? Han Mensi scolded slightly. It was only at this moment that Chen Yang realized that his eyes seemed to have violated the other party, so he quickly let go of his palm. Rogue. Feeling Chen Yang's gaze, Han Mensi blushed slightly. Fortunately, she was wearing jeans. If it was a skirt, Chen Yang would have seen it all. Ahem, Sister Han, you practice first, I'll go see how Tan Yu and the others are doing. After finishing speaking, Chen Yang fled as if fleeing. Seeing that Chen Yang also left shyly, Han Mensi's eyes twitched and his brain became confused, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, she sighed and sat down. The following training was completely unilaterally beaten by Chen Yang. He controlled his strength to the level of a martial artist, and relied on his rich combat experience to overwhelm Tan Yu and Xiaoling. The advantage of this training method is that they can quickly realize their own shortcomings, and under Chen Yang's persecution, their potential is also stimulated. From being unable to guard against at the beginning to being able to barely persist later, this kind of progress has been very great. After several hours of training, he checked the time and it was already early in the morning of the next day. Chen Yang took out 2 ceramic bottles and handed them to them. Swallow what's in here, and you can set off when the sun rises. What is this? Tan Yu opened the bottle curiously, and the rich aura inside instantly warmed his body. Good thing, this effect is stronger than spiritual liquid. Tan Yu couldn't help being amazed. Seeing Tan Yu showing such an expression, Xiaoling hurriedly opened the bottle, and soon the expression on her face was no different from Tan Yu's. Hurry up and drink, there is still some time, it should be enough for you to digest. Chen Yang persuaded. It is good. Tan Yu and Xiaoling swallowed the super psychic liquid without hesitation, and a burst of scorching energy made their bodies almost burn. Calm down and practice. Seeing that the two of them couldn't bear it, Chen Yang quickly manipulated Yuanli to help them digest it. The super spiritual liquid was still too domineering for them, but with the help of Chen Yang, they gradually stabilized. Seeing that Tan Yu and Xiaoling were gradually getting into the mood, Chen Yang also felt relieved. Sister Han, you can drink a drop too. Chen Yang took out a ceramic bottle again and handed it to Han Mensi. Are you willing to take out such a valuable thing? Han Mensi was a little moved. Haha, they are all teammates. Why do you say such polite words? Besides, Sister Han, you are the best talent in our Yanshinj. Of course I have to share the good things with you. After all, Yanshinj will rely on you in the future. Chen Yang said with a sneer. Bastard genius, not half as good as you. Han Mensi opened the bottle and swallowed the super psychic liquid, and then immediately entered the state of cultivation. At this time, the three of them seemed to have forgotten the severe cold around them, and even in such a cold weather, they were still able to practice safely. A few hours later, the sky gradually brightened, and as the aroma permeated the camp, everyone woke up from their resting state. Smell good. Seeing a few chefs bring up a large pot, they were drooling as they watched. This meal is the last meal we provide you in the camp. For the next 7 days, you need to find food by yourself. As long as you kill the beast, you can bring back the beast's body. Hurry up, let's eat. Whether you will be hungry in the next few days depends on your ability. Yeshuang said to everyone. Ah, don't you even have to eat? Someone couldn't help shouting. Eat quickly, anyway, the task is to be completed. As long as you kill the beast, will you still worry about food? Hearing this, everyone immediately began to eat. After eating, Chen Yang gave some instructions to several people, and then distributed 3 batches of spirit liquid to each of them. The next step is up to you. Unless there are special circumstances, I will not help you. Haha, Brother Yang, don't worry, we will be careful. Tan Yu nodded seriously. Watching the 3 of them leave the camp, Chen Yang was also planning to find something to do. Chen Yang, why don't you go to the trial ground to see? There are not many things that can improve your strength, but there must be something you need in the trial ground. Yeshuang did not plan to let Chen Yang participate in this kind of training. His strength is already comparable to that of a high-level martial artist, and he needs another method to exercise his will. What is there in this trial ground? Chen Yang asked curiously. If you want to describe it, it looks like an ancient relic inside. Although I don't know it very well, the inheritance inside is very attractive even for martial saints. Yeshuang preached simply. Are you exercising the will of these candidates so that they can pass the test of inheritance? Chen Yang said. That's right, some inheritances do require a lot of willpower. The longer you persist, the more power you can gain. I think this should be the only way we can fight the magic star at present. Yeshuang said solemnly. There is still such a place. Chen Yang couldn't wait to go in. How about it, do you want to go together? Yeshuang suggested. Let's wait until they pass the test, don't worry about it for a few days. Chen Yang shook his head and said. Then what are you going to do? Yeshuang said unexpectedly. Isn't there a snow mountain behind this camp? I'm going to find some 7th order beasts to play with. Chen Yang said. Yeshuang was speechless after hearing Chen Yang's words, probably only he could say such words. The 7th order ferocious beast is almost the strongest known beast on Blue Star. Chen Yang actually asked how many to find for fun. Is this using them as toys? You sure? Yeshuang doubted. Well, ordinary ferocious beasts can no longer arouse my interest. If these few ferocious beasts can be wiped out, maybe there will be no beast swarms in Baikan for a long time in the future. Chen Yang nodded. Well, you can indeed grow by fighting with 7th order beasts. If you can really eliminate those guys, I will thank you for the entire North City. Yeshuang said sincerely. City Master, yeah, I'll go first. Chen Yang cupped his hands, and disappeared into the camp the next second. Hey, this guy is really brave. Seeing Chen Yang leave, Yeshuang couldn't help sighing. City Lord, you should be happy. It is a great thing for us to have such a genius in Huiguo. He came from behind and said. I have a hunch that he will definitely gain a lot in this trial ground. When he comes out, you may not be his opponent together. Yeshuang predicted. Wouldn't it be better if this is the case? There has never been an 8th level human being in Huiguo. Maybe Chen Yang is the final candidate for the god-making plan. He was full of expectations for Chen Yang. You also know that the Demon King of the Beast Star is a 10th level existence. Maybe give him a little more time, and maybe he can really reach that level. Yeshuang thought about the inheritance in the trial land. Maybe the owner of the inheritance in the trial land is in existence at the level of a demon king. Unless a complete inheritance is obtained, it is almost impossible to reach the 10th level. If everyone can achieve it, is it still called God? He smiled. Leaving the camp, in front of Chen Yang was an endless mountain range. As if feeling Chen Yang's breath, the beast not far away was a little ready to move. Chen Yang snorted coldly, and the UN force radiated from his body and condensed into a long sword to kill the surrounding beasts directly. Seeing how ferocious Chen Yang was, those ferocious beasts who wanted to step forward suppressed their desire to attack. Although they are ferocious beasts, as long as they don't participate in the beast tide, they will still cherish their lives. Seeing that these ferocious beasts were frightened by his own means, Chen Yang looked towards the top of the mountain. The talent of clairvoyance penetrated through layers of barriers, and soon he found a sleeping beast. There is such a place. Chen Yang found a crocodile-like monster lying in a cave. This cave is buried deep under the heavy snow and hidden in Sushan. What made Chen Yang feel emotional was not that there was a cave under the snow mountain, but that the cave was still steaming, and the environment inside was in great contrast to the outside of the snow mountain. Could it be that there is also a crater below? Chen Yang continued to scan the surroundings of the snow-capped mountains and found that there was an underground river below. It was this underground river that was steaming, and it must be a warm water river with extremely high temperature below. Sleeping so soundly, then I won't be polite, I'll take you first. Chen Yang spotted the cave, his body melted into it from above the snow mountain, and soon came to this 7th-order crocodile. The sleeping crocodile did not feel Chen Yang's presence, and Chen Yang was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he picked up a stone and threw it at the opponent's head, copying the opponent's talent by the way. The name of this 7th-order ferocious beast is lava crocodile. From the name, it can be known that this ferocious crocodile likes the hot environment very much. The lava crocodile gradually regained consciousness after being hit by Chen Yang's stone. It looked in front of it and didn't notice Chen Yang. Hey, idiot, I'm here. Chen Yang's voice sounded in the cave, and the lava crocodile was taken aback. When it looked up, it saw Chen Yang looking at him with a smile on its face, and its anger couldn't stop rushing to its forehead. It doesn't know where this human came from, but it dared to break into its own territory. Even a martial saint among human beings must be careful to guard against himself, but this guy looks like half of a tourist. Ow. The lava crocodile stood up slowly, and it was only then that Chen Yang realized that this guy had a slight resemblance to an orc. He thought that the other party was in the shape of an ordinary crocodile, but he didn't expect that he was delusional. The thighs of this lava crocodile are very thick, and the arms also appear to be extremely powerful. Its 5 or 6 meter long tail swung at the cave mountain and directly collapsed a place. Chen Yang felt a little excited looking at this lava crocodile. This guy's strength is only a little worse than that of the big-eyed monster. It is obviously suitable to use him to hone himself. Your animal pill and blood belong to me. After Chen Yang saw the greeting, he also finished greeting, and he attacked the opponent without any hesitation. Seeing Chen Yang attacking with a punch, the crocodile retreated like lightning, avoiding the punch dangerously. It opened its eyes slightly, a sharp look flashed across its eyes, and its claws left an afterimage in the air and grabbed at Chen Yang. Chen Yang's fist collided with the opponent and there was a loud noise, and his body flipped backwards several times. The power is really strong. Chen Yang saw that the crocodile was not fully awake yet, its claws were only subconscious. The crocodile saw that Chen Yang took his claws and nothing happened, and his consciousness became much clearer. Finally awake, Chen Yang felt that the aura of the crocodile was getting stronger and stronger, and the desire to fight in his heart also began to rise. With the addition of divine physique and talent, he exudes golden light all over his body, and the energy on his fists is also concentrated at one point. Tiger Brilliant Fist. The phantom of the white tiger appeared behind Chen Yang, and the speed force spread out. As he punched out, the phantom of the white tiger became more solid. When the crocodile saw that Chen Yang chose to confront him head-on, it showed a disdainful expression, and unfolded its super speed force. The hot red energy condensed on its giant claws collided with Chen Yang's combat skills. Layers of airwaves spread from the center of the two people's collision to the surroundings. The walls in the cave were completely wiped out under the tremendous force of the two people, and the entire mountain peak trembled. Whoa! Subtle voices came from overhead, and the battle between the two directly triggered an avalanche on the snow mountain. Fortunately, it is far away from other candidates, so it will not affect their actions. Yeshuang stared at Shui Beng in the distance when he heard the movement. He understood that it was Chen Yang who fought with one of the beasts. The commotion was too loud. Yeshuang shook his head. If they fought with all their might, half of the entire snow mountain might be knocked down. In the cave, smoke enveloped the two of them, layers of energy made the whole cave tremble violently, and finally couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed. Chen Yang and Kuang Crocodile retreated at the same time. Neither side had any advantage in this confrontation. Seeing that the cave began to collapse, the eyes of both sides collided through the dust. Stupid, let's go out and fight. Chen Yang's fist was covered with a layer of UN force and rushed towards the top of his head, and soon broke through the mountain of tens of meters, forming a big hole with a diameter of dash meters and a width of dash meters. Although Crazy Crocodile didn't know what Chen Yang was talking about, seeing the provocative look in his eyes, he naturally wouldn't let him go, let alone be disturbed to sleep. Seeing the wild crocodile chasing after him, the corners of Chen Yang's mouth could not help but rise. Why did he need to expend so much effort to get out of the cave? He just teleported away. The reason why he did this was to trick the other party. The teleportation brought Chen Yang to the ground in an instant. He snapped his fingers in the air, and the space collapsed underground, and all the mountains inside collapsed. The wild crocodile did not expect Chen Yang to make a move at this time. The surrounding space was compressed by Chen Yang. Even the body of the seventh-order beast could not bear the pressure from all directions. Its body surface gradually cracked and streams of blood flowed out. Of course, the lava crocodile will not be wiped out so easily, and it no longer hides and pinches it. The power field expands, and the surrounding space is directly torn open by the crocodile's claws. Following this opening, it escaped from under the mountain. The heavy snow fell on the lava beast and dissipated directly as water vapor. At this time, the temperature of the mad crocodile's body was already terribly high. Seeing Chen Yang standing in the distance laughing, the lava crocodile roared, and the surrounding snow was blown into the air by its anger. The dual domains unfolded at the same time, special talents surged out, and the lava crocodile turned into a shooting star and slammed into Chen Yang. Good come. The high-level power field spread out from Chen Yang's side, and the 4 combat skills of Huan Beast Ju were superimposed. With the blessing of the high-level power field and the intermediate speed force, this punch tore apart the surrounding space. The two forces collided and changed the color of the world. The lava crocodile was very confident. In the 7th order realm, its strength was almost at the peak, and it had never lost in the competition of strength. But when the claws came into contact with Chen Yang's combat skills, its face changed drastically, and its body was directly smashed into the snow by the huge force suppression. Call. Panting heavily, Chen Yang looked at the black marks under his feet stretching hundreds of meters away. With this punch, the arm of the lava beast was directly smashed to pieces by him. Of course, Chen Yang himself is not having a good time. Although the high-level power field has greatly enhanced his combat skills, the opponent is not a vegetarian. This beast, which is almost considered to be the most powerful beast in Huguo, also caused Chen Yang to suffer a lot of internal injuries. One arm was completely numb. He connected his dislocated part, and his brows were wrinkled in severe pain. This guy should have lost his strength, right? Chen Yang adjusted his breath a little, and after the energy in his body calmed down, he instantly came to the entrance of the snow mountain cave that was pierced by the lava crocodile. The lava crocodile inside has already released more air than it has taken in at this time, and under the blow of power exceeding the 7th level, its body almost completely collapsed, and the bones in its body were almost completely broken. Seeing Chen Yang standing in front of him completely, the lava crocodile was full of doubts. This human being doesn't seem to have reached the 7th level. Where did he get the power to defeat himself? The lava crocodile was very unwilling. If it weren't for Chen Yang's strength to crush him, it wouldn't have lost so badly. Chen Yang condensed a lightsaber in his hand. Looking at the unwilling eyes of the lava crocodile, he pierced the opponent's brain with a sword without hesitation. This sword directly cut off the last life breath of the lava crocodile. Seeing that the other party's life breath had completely disappeared, Chen Yang took out the beast pill from its body. That's right, why didn't the guy leave the beast pill after he died? Chen Yang was puzzled. The big-eyed monster was indeed dead, but he did not find the beast pill from the opponent's body. You must know that even the beasts with special virus bodies like Calamity gathered together, there are beast pills left behind. After thinking for a long time but not finding the reason, Chen Yang shook his head and put the body of the lava crocodile into the space pocket. He was about to stop to adjust his breath when a terrifying roar came from afar. Chen Yang frowned, and there was actually a 7th order ferocious beast rushing towards him. It seemed that he was attracted by their fighting sounds. I'll clean you up later. Chen Yang opened the portal and left the place. After the beast arrived, he only saw the traces of the battle left by the two sides, but did not find any trace of leaving. After finding a safer place, Chen Yang began to restore the vitality in his body. The reason why he wanted to kill the 7th order beast this time was to break the power limit of his own realm. Now he has been able to exert a force of 2,700 tons without using his body, and the strength of his body has already exceeded dash. But Chen Yang felt that his own strength had not reached the limit, which was why he kept suppressing his own realm. And this time, the 7th level fierce beasts in the snow mountain are the best support for him to improve his strength. Chen Yang intends to kill all the 7th level fierce beasts in this area, and then use their flesh and inner alchemy to enhance his own strength to the extreme. After reaching consummation, it is time for him to break through the realm of a master. An hour of practice brought Chen Yang back to its peak state. Chen Yang sensed that the beast hadn't left before, which saved him the time to search. After checking the other party's talent, Chen Yang found that it was just a big bird of the 7th rank, Lei Ling Snow Sculpture. If you don't want to go, then stay. Chen Yang appeared directly behind Lei Ling Snow Eagle, and the high-level power field opened directly. Before Lei Ling Snow Eagle could react, various special talents had already been displayed on the opponent. Before Lei Ling Snow Sculpture knew what happened, it felt as if its body was carrying a mountain on its back. It waved its wings vigorously, but under the blessing of the power field, no matter how hard it tried, it was useless. The fist like a meteorite slammed heavily on Lei Ling Snow Eagle's body. Lei Ling Snow Eagle felt a sense of despair. When it launched its own domain, its head had already been blown away by Chen Yang's punch. The blood evaporated in the air, and with a wave of his hand, Chen Yang put Lei Ling Snow Sculpture's body into the space pocket. Scanning the entire mountain range with his perspective talent, Chen Yang found that there were 3 7th order beasts hidden in the snow-capped mountains. In the following day, Chen Yang visited the entire snow mountain range, and after several twists and turns, he finally collected the bodies and beast pills of 5 7th-order ferocious beasts. After doing this, there are still 6 days before the end of the training. Taking advantage of these 6 days, Chen Yang can just temper his body. Finding a suitable place, Chen Yang used Yuanli to open up a large hole with a diameter of 5 meters, and then poured the blood of 5 7th-level beasts into it. He first swallowed all the 5 beasts' bodies, and when the energy in his body reached saturation, Chen Yang jumped into the pool of blood. The magic beast art and the dragon emperor art were running at the same time, and the liquid in the entire blood pool suddenly boiled. All the capillary pores of Chen Yang's body were opened, and the energy contained in the beast's blood soaked into all parts of the body along the capillary pores. Under the quenching of the 5 kinds of blood, his body gradually became crystal clear. This process lasted for 3 full days. When the last drop of liquid in the blood pool was absorbed by Chen Yang, his body was about to break through the state of body training and mind training. Above the state of refining, the mind is no longer the ordinary physical state, but different systems are forged according to different cultivations. The Phantom Beast Ju only records the state of mind training, and Chen Yang can only refer to the body training method in the Dragon Emperor Ju for the above realm. There are 9 kinds of 7 powerful systems in the Dragon Emperor Ju, among which the system that can be cultivated with the blood of ferocious beasts is called the Supreme Beast Body. The Supreme Beast Body is divided into 3 stages. After reaching the first stage, one can directly break through the strength of the physical body to the 7th stage. Chen Yang, who had absorbed the blood of 5 kinds of ferocious beasts, began to practice according to the Supreme Beast Body on the Dragon Emperor art, and everything happened naturally. Chen Yang's body turned blood red, and with the sound of an explosion, his Supreme Beast Body finally practice is successful. In addition, Chen Yang's own strength has also broken through to 5,000 tons, which is already the limit that a great martial artist can achieve. Coupled with the strength of his physical body, Chen Yang can now reach the strength of 2 mountains with a single punch, which is an extremely terrifying existence in the entire Hua Kingdom. Although the power of a high-ranking martial saint is much higher than Chen Yang's current power, Chen Yang is still at the level of a great martial master. After he breaks through to the Grand Master, the power he can display will be doubled directly. It's time to break through the Grand Master. Chen Yang felt that the time had come. He took out 5 beast pills, and saw these 5 beast pills slowly rotating around Chen Yang, and the Dragon Emperor art in his body circulated continuously in his body at an extremely fast speed. Chen Yang took a deep breath, and the vitality of the 5 inner alchemy quickly poured into his danshan. His danshan was almost bursting at this time, so he quickly condensed his inner alchemy. Yuanli and Longli continuously compressed the power of the beast pills, and the 5 beast pills gradually dimmed. When the inner pills in Chen Yang's body became extremely crystal clear, the 5 beast pills surrounding Chen Yang also exploded. Open. At this moment, the vitality between heaven and earth rushed into Chen Yang crazily, and the Black Emperor's sword seemed to become extremely excited, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth together with Chen Yang. This situation lasted for half an hour before it ended. Only then did he truly step into the realm of a master? It is already very good for other cultivators to have 3,000 tons of strength when they step into the Grand Master, but after Chen Yang broke through the realm of the Grand Master, his physical strength plus the power provided by Yuanli should break through to the power of the 5 mountains at this time. Calculated in tons, that is a terrorist force of tons. With this kind of power, it is no exaggeration for him to say that one punch is like a nuclear bomb. Now if he encounters the lava crocodile again, he may be able to smash it into meatloaf with just one punch. Chen Yang opened his eyes, he got up and moved his muscles and bones, and there was a crackling sound all over his body. It took him less than 5 days from killing the ferocious beast to breaking through to the master. If other practitioners knew about this, they would surely die of envy. Seeing that there were still 2 days to go, Chen Yang summoned a clone to learn about the training situation of everyone, and he began to practice the 2nd level of Dragon Emperor art. The 2nd level of the Dragon Emperor Ju corresponds to the realm of a master, and at the same time he can also practice combat skills other than the Huan Beast Ju. At present, there is only one combat skill that Chen Yang can practice in the Dragon Emperor art, which is called Dragon Emperor Claw. The Dragon King's Claw is divided into 3 types. The first type can split mountains, the second type can suppress seas, and the third type can pick stars. Although this trick looks simple, its power is much stronger than the magic beast art. For the remaining 2 days, Chen Yang devoted himself to studying the 2nd layer of the Dragon Emperor Ju's body tempering technique and the first form of the Dragon Emperor's Claw. Soon, the time was spent in his continuous practice. When the 7th day was over, Chen Yang finally ended his cultivation. The speed of the 2nd layer of exercises is more than twice as fast as that of the 1st layer. It only takes half an hour for him to recover all the vitality and dragon power in his body. In this way, his strength has increased a lot. Of course, the biggest harvest must be the first form of the Dragon Emperor Claw, splitting the mountain. The power of this move is even much stronger than the fusion of the 4 moves of Huan Beast Ju, but this move consumes much more dragon power than the 4 moves. With Chen Yang's current Yuan with force and dragon force, 3 moves at most is the limit. With such a unique move, it is no exaggeration to say that Chen Yang can even cut off the snow-capped mountains with a full blow now, which even the top martial saints cannot do. Possessing the two ultimate moves of Dragon Emperor's Claw and Promise Slash, his self-confidence is now overwhelming. Even if an 8th level beast appears in front of him, he dares to go up and touch it. It's time to go back to camp. Chen Yang took off all the dirt on his body. His skin was even smoother than a woman's. Looking at the changes in his body, Chen Yang was a little helpless. He didn't want his skin to become so smooth, but the body tempering technique of Dragon Emperor art was like this, so he had to accept it silently. Back at the camp, all the candidates have returned. In addition to the dismal record on the first day, there were people who were able to kill beasts of the same level in the next few days. Unfortunately, even so, only about half of the candidates passed the training, and there were more than a dozen who failed to complete their goals within the stipulated time. When they learned that they might be kicked out of the candidates, many female candidates cried come out. Their cultivation talents are not bad, and they are even among the best in the entire Hua Kingdom. However, because they were spoiled since childhood, they rarely deal with murderers, let alone work hard, so they cannot complete the training tasks. It is also reasonable. Of course, the situation of the few male candidates who failed is similar to theirs, but through the short training of the past few days, it can be clearly felt that they failed the training task in time, but their aura is completely different. I'm glad that you all came back alive. Next, I will announce the list of candidates who have passed the training. I announce that there are a total of candidates who have passed the training this time, and a total of candidates who have not passed the training. Therefore, it is a pity to tell you that the 19 geniuses who have not passed the training, you will temporarily disqualify the candidates. Yeshuang stood in front of everyone and announced. Many people hit rock bottom when they heard they were disqualified from being a candidate. In the past 7 days, they have also made a lot of efforts to kill the beast, but they must not be reconciled to this result in the end. If they had conducted actual combat early in the morning, no matter how difficult this task was, they would still have the information to complete it. Seeing several girls crying, Yeshuang spoke again. Temporarily disqualifying your candidates does not mean that you will not be able to enter the trial ground later. In the following days, you will have 1 day to rest. After the rest is over, I will give you 5 days. During these 5 days, you have to complete the same amount of tasks as before. After 5 days, those who can achieve the target will also be eligible to enter the trial ground. Really? Yeshuang's words tightened the hearts of those geniuses who were temporarily deprived of their candidacy. Seeing that they still had a chance, they almost jumped up for joy. They had wasted a lot of time because of investigating the environment around the snow-capped mountains before. With the continuous adaptation during these 7 days, many of them are already confident that they can complete the number of tasks. Although this time was shortened by 2 days, it was the best choice for them. Seeing that Tan Yu and Xiaolin had passed the training, Chen Yang showed a smile on his face. He couldn't be more clear about the difficulty of this training. Being able to pass the training task in the first round also shows that the two of them have put in extraordinary efforts in the past few days. Next, congratulations to the candidates who have passed the training. You can take a good rest for a day. I will lead you into the trial ground the day after tomorrow, and I will also tell you some things to pay attention to. After Yeshuang explained everything, he signaled to disband, and then he quickly approached Chen Yang. Chen Yang, I haven't seen you for a week, why do I feel that you have become different? Yeshuang glanced at Chen Yang up and down. Apart from his temperament, his skin has also become much smoother. Haha, Lord Ye has good eyesight. I have broken through to the realm of a master. Chen Yang said it generously. You have broken through the Grand Master. Yeshuang was a little excited. He wouldn't feel anything if someone else broke through to the Grand Master, but Chen Yang's breakthrough into the Grand Master realm made him particularly interested. You must know that before he broke through to the Master, his strength surpassed Fang Hao. I don't know how strong Chen Yang who has reached the realm of the Master is now. Your physical body seems to be different, too. Yeshuang asked. That's right, my physical body is already comparable to the 7th Order realm. Chen Yang nodded. Did you really kill all the 7th Order beasts in the Snow Mountain range? Hearing that Chen Yang admitted that his physical body had improved a lot, Yeshuang couldn't have imagined what he did. Seeing Chen Yang nodding again, Yeshuang gasped. Chen Yang, who didn't participate in the god-making plan, is so perverted. If he comes out of the trial ground, how terrifying will his strength be? Great, I believe that when you come out of the trial ground, your strength will definitely reach the 8th level. After Yeshuang was shocked, he stretched out his hand and patted Chen Yang's shoulder twice in relief. Chen Yang just smiled shyly and said a few words modestly. The next day is the long-lost rest time. These candidates have been tense during the training period, but after the body and mind are completely relaxed, their cultivation realm has also improved slightly. Tan Yu, Xiaoling, congratulations. Chen Yang walked up to the two of them and said happily. Fortunately, I have your help, otherwise I might not be able to complete the training. Tan Yu said happily. They had the spiritual liquid presented by Chen Yang, which played a vital role when the vitality in their bodies was exhausted. Otherwise they would have to give up the target many times, which was considered a small cheat. The help is just icing on the cake. I believe that you will be able to think of ways to complete the task after adapting to this extreme environment. Chen Yang was very satisfied with the growth of the two of them, and Xiaoling who was on the side also looked at Chen Yang gratefully. If it wasn't for his previous training and the gift of spiritual liquid, they would not have grown so fast. Let's have a good rest today, Sister Han, I have something good for you to eat here. Chen Yang took out the remaining 7th level ferocious beast flesh from his cultivation and cleaned them up. What is this? Sensing the powerful spiritual power of the piece of meat in Chen Yang's hand, Han Mensi couldn't help but said. For the past 7 days, Chen Yang has never seen his tail, and no one knows where he has gone. Guess what? Chen Yang showed a mysterious smile. It looks like the flesh of a fierce beast. Judging from the aura and aura on it, it can't be a high-level 6th level fierce beast, right? Shelling guessed. A high-level 6th order beast. Isn't such a good thing too expensive? Tan Yu exclaimed. Why don't you be more courageous? Chen Yang showed a strange smile. Be more courageous, this can't be the body of a 7th order ferocious beast. Tan Yu was shocked. Hearing Tan Yu's speculation, the other 2 women also looked at Chen Yang curiously. That's right, this is the body of the middle-level 7th rank ferocious beast, the Leiling snow sculpture. Eating it will be of great benefit to your cultivation. Chen Yang took out the barbecue equipment, and soon, he took out all kinds of seasonings one by one. Did you bring a kitchen with you? This power of space is too easy to use. Tan Yu watched Chen Yang take out all kinds of bowls and chopsticks and said enviously. Han Mensi also has a space pocket, but most of her space pockets are weapons and daily necessities. As for kitchen utensils, she really didn't think of carrying them, because she never cooks food herself. Let's go out to eat. Chen Yang took all these things out of the camp, and the 2 who had already adapted to the extremely cold weather did not raise any objections, and Han Mensi was even more indifferent. As a great martial artist, it would not be a problem for her to stay in this environment for a day. After setting up the grill, Chen Yang manipulated Yuanli to cut up all the remaining body of Lei Ling snow sculpture. After the water element cleaned up all the meat, the barbecue officially started. With a snap of his fingers, the fire element grilled the entire grill red. In this snowy field, it is really difficult for ordinary flames to roast the meat, but Chen Yang doesn't have to worry about this. The flames under his control perfectly separate the surrounding cold, and soon, the smell filled everyone's nose. Smell good. Xiaoling showed a hint of intoxication. Although the materials in Yangchang are abundant, if you want to talk about the flesh of a 7th order beast, I am afraid that few people in the entire Hua Kingdom have tasted it. At first, Chen Yang planned to keep some of the lava crocodile's flesh, but the lava crocodile's flesh looked very rough, and it definitely didn't taste very good. On the contrary, the flesh and blood of the Lei Ling snow sculpture looked very tender, so he only kept some of the Lei Ling snow sculpture's body for barbecue. Seeing that the meat was almost cooked, Chen Yang sprinkled a lot of seasonings on it, only to hear the crackling sound. A large bunch of fresh and tender roast meat was finally completed. Tan Yu couldn't wait to take a skewer. The grilled meat was very tender and smooth. If Chen Yang hadn't told him that it was the meat of Lei Ling snow sculpture, he would even have thought it was some kind of fish that he had never seen before. Wow, it's so delicious. At this time, Xiaoling completely lost the elegance of a white-collar beauty, and in front of the incomparably alluring ferret meat, her eating behavior also became a bit rude. On the other hand, Han Mensi is not as careless as before, and the action of eating barbecue is more elegant than the other 2. Could it be that Sister Han was stimulated? Chen Yang watched Han Mensi chewing in small mouthfuls, and couldn't help but think in his heart. In the past, Han Mensi didn't care about these images. Seeing her change so much, she had an inexplicable sense of beauty. Sister Han, in fact, you are quite attractive sometimes. Chen Yang said while eating barbecue. As long as you like, my sister can become whatever you want. Han Mensi cast a wink at Chen Yang. Chen Yang trembled all over, feeling a little uncomfortable with Han Mensi's change. Sister Han, just be yourself. Chen Yang quickly looked away and concentrated on the barbecue in his hand. As the barbecue was digested by the body, Tan Yu and Xiaoling's bodies began to become hot. Under the effect of the barbecue, they could easily resist the extreme cold around them even without manipulating their vitality to protect their bodies. The energy contained in Lei Ling Suidiao's flesh and blood was very powerful, and after eating a few skewers of barbecue, the cultivation realm of the 2 of them actually felt loose. Feeling the restlessness in his body, Tan Yu ate the rest of the barbecue in one bite and then entered the state of cultivation. Xiaoling also followed Tan Yu into training. The power of Lei Ling snow sculpture was continuously absorbed by the 2, and the vitality around them began to pour into their bodies. When Han Mensi wanted to celebrate the 2, Chen Yang stopped them. Don't disturb the cultivation, they should be breaking through. An hour later, the aura of the 2 of them began to rise continuously, and the meridians in their bodies expanded accordingly, and they both raised a level by coincidence. Until the vitality around them calmed down, the 2 opened their eyes one after another. I broke through. Tan Yu felt the vitality in his danshan grow stronger, and he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. 7 days of crazy training kept them struggling on the edge of the limit, and now they absorbed the meat of the 7th order beast, and it was within Chen Yang's expectation that they could break through. Chen Yang, thank you so much. Xiaoling showed a bit of shyness. Along the way, she didn't bring much help to Chen Yang, but Chen Yang has been helping them all the time, even taking out such things as the flesh and blood of 7th order beasts without any hesitation. Such a man there are probably not many in the world. You are welcome, you will all be the pillars of the Hua Kingdom in the future, and if you can help you improve your strength, you are helping the country. Now that your realm has improved again, you must have a higher chance of being able to inherit it after you arrive at the trial ground. A lot of Chen Yang didn't care. Isn't this inheritance guaranteed to be obtained? Hearing what Chen Yang said, Tan Yu was puzzled. How could there be such a good thing? If you can definitely get the inheritance, City Lord Ye will not train you like this. Although I have never been to the trial ground, judging from what City Master Ye said, in this trial land the inheritance is not available to everyone. If you want to obtain powerful power, you need to withstand the test of inheritance, which is why Ye Chenzo wants to exercise your willpower. Chen Yang explained. It turns out that Lord Ye is thinking of us. After learning of Ye Shuang's intention, the two showed a trace of gratitude in their eyes. Don't talk about it, eat meat, there are many more. Chen Yang took out a large piece of snow-carved meat again, and soon, the aroma of barbecue filled the air again. The candidates in the camp looked envious of Chen Yang and the others having a barbecue outside. Seeing that Tan Yu and the two broke through after eating the barbecue, they also realized that what Chen Yang took out was not simple. Feng Zhou looked at Chen Yang indifferently. He was very angry at the attitude of the other party as if he was here for a tour. Chen Yang, I will definitely surpass you. He shouted in his heart, and then he walked out of the camp and found a place to sit down and practice directly. The bone-chilling chill kept attacking his whole body. He gritted his teeth and remained silent, not even using his vitality body protection. Seeing his grandson working so hard, Feng Hao couldn't help nodding. He could tell that Feng Zhou was stimulated. Although it is unlikely to surpass Chen Yang, as the grandson of Wu Sheng, he should face up to the difficulties when encountering setbacks. Only in this way can miracles be created. The short rest time was spent in cultivation. Although they have not yet entered the trial ground, these candidates have grown a lot. Finally, when it was time to enter the trial ground, Chen Yang and others followed Ye Shuang to a hidden crack, which was not found even by Chen Yang when he was looking for the 7th order beast. How did you find such a hidden place, Lord Ye? Chen Yang asked curiously. Ye Shuang smiled awkwardly, as if she didn't want to mention it. Behind this crack is the trial ground. Let me briefly tell you about the situation inside. Seeing everyone's ears pricked up, Ye Shuang began to explain the details of the trial ground. To be precise, the trial ground is not very big. It is more like a formation for selection and inheritance. Once we step into the crack, it is equivalent to entering the formation. Everyone will be isolated after entering. As for whether we can meet or not, we don't know for the time being. This formation is very large, similar to an illusion, and there are about 100 kinds of inheritance in it. Whether it can attract the attention of the inheritance master depends on you. It's not easy to get the inheritance. Why I want you to walk to the camp is to let you adapt to the test of the inheritance inside. The test of each inheritance is different, but without exception, they test the same the will of the cultivator. Therefore, I will use this method to select candidates. Only when my standards are met, will you have a greater possibility of entering. After listening to Ye Shuang's words, everyone has a certain understanding of the place of trial, and they also understand Ye Shuang's previous good intentions. I've pretty much said what I should say. Whether you can get the inheritance depends on you. Finally, I wish you good luck. Ye Shuang told almost all the information he had learned, and with a flash of his body, he gave way to the crack. Go, let's go in. Chen Yang looked at Han Mensi and the three said. Xiaoling, do you want to compare and see who is stronger when it comes out? Tan Yu laughed. You are a big man and you have the nerve to compare with me. Xiaoling glanced at him angrily. What's the matter? I only know you from so many people. Do you want me to compare you to a stranger? Tan Yu didn't feel any embarrassment. Forget it. I'm afraid that after you come out, you will feel inferior. Xiaoling refused with a smile. Han Mensi didn't say anything abnormally, but looked expectantly at the other side of the crack with flickering eyes, wondering what she was thinking. Xiaoling, you're not cute anymore. Hey, I'll take a step first. Tan Yu shook his head and stepped directly into the crack. Let's go too. Chen Yang has long wanted to go in and have a look. His current strength is estimated to be the top in the entire Blue Star. If he wants to improve, he can only get in touch with higher level things, and this place of trial is obviously his expected goals. Without any hindrance, Chen Yang directly stepped over the crack, his eyes went dark, and his consciousness went into a coma. When he woke up again, he was a little surprised to find himself in a wilderness. You must know that his current mental power is comparable to that of a martial artist. He did not expect that after contacting the trial ground, he passed out without even a chance to resist. This shows that the master of the trial land has reached the very terrifying realm. Chen Yang guessed that if he wanted to make himself unconscious without any resistance, even an 8th level strength would not be able to do it. To be able to build such a place, his strength might really be about the same as that of a demon king, and it might even be the power of a demon god. Thinking of this, he was not depressed. The stronger it is, the more it means that the inheritance inside is extraordinary. If you get a complete inheritance, it shouldn't be a problem to break through to the 9th or even 10th level. Of course, Chen Yang didn't know exactly what it looked like. After observing the surrounding environment, Chen Yang was a little puzzled. Because he didn't notice any strange energy, this piece of wilderness is like an ordinary planet. The only difference may be that the vitality between heaven and earth is much richer than that of Blue Star, and even much more than that of Beast Star. In this environment, even a child without any talent can directly reach the realm of a warrior. Feeling the rich aura in the world, Chen Yang sat down to practice in no hurry. He wanted to see what kind of place he was in now. Looking at one direction, Chen Yang got up and flew away. He flew in the wilderness for half an hour before he saw a green shade. The green shade in front of him and the wilderness under his feet seemed to be separated to form two completely different worlds. With the blessing of perspective talent, he finally found traces of human beings. Deep in the green shade is a city that looks like an ancient capital. The gate of the city is not fully opened. There are several groups of soldiers in armor patrolling outside, looking very vigilant. There were also many soldiers stationed on the city, and they looked at Chen Yang's direction from time to time, as if they were on guard for something. Didn't you say that this is a place of trials? How could there be original residents? Chen Yang was not very clear about the place of the trial. Seeing a city in front of him, he even suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Forget it, no matter what, let's go and have a look first. Chen Yang thought for a while, and finally rushed towards the city. No matter where I come, I always want to ask for some information, maybe I can get some news about the trial place from the original residents. In order not to make himself look too abrupt, Chen Yang changed his clothes by using Yuanli transformation, and soon he looked similar to the residents in the city, but a little more advanced than them. After falling from a distance, Chen Yang rushed towards the city. Not long after, he was discovered by a group of patrolling soldiers. Stop. The soldiers were very vigilant when they saw Chen Yang's figure appearing. Just as Chen Yang was about to speak, the soldier's expression changed suddenly and he rushed towards him. Chen Yang showed a hint of helplessness. He just wanted to ask Lu why she was about to be besieged before she even opened her mouth. Glancing at the cultivation realm of these soldiers, Chen Yang was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that even an ordinary soldier here has the realm of a great warrior. If this is placed in Blue Star, it will definitely be a powerful force. Seeing that these patrolling soldiers were about to surround him, Chen Yang was about to make a move when the soldier at the front suddenly threw his weapon to the ground and knelt down. Welcome, General. Welcome, General. The patrolling soldiers behind him also knelt down on one knee like the first soldier, and shouted at Chen Yang. Chen Yang was taken aback. He was ready to control the other party to obtain information, but the other party knelt down and called him a general. What happened? Have you got the wrong person? Chen Yang didn't speak for a while, and the soldiers also lowered their heads and waited for his order. The scene was a little weird for a while. I'm not your general. After thinking about it, Chen Yang opened his mouth to explain the misunderstanding. General, you don't have to blame yourself. We already know all the battle reports ahead, and the general has done a very good job. No matter what happens in the end, you are the general of our great Xia kingdom. The leading soldier shouted loudly. Chen Yang's brain is a little insufficient. He doesn't know whether he looks too much like this general of the great Xia kingdom or what. Logically speaking, even if they look too similar, everyone should not admit their mistake. After thinking about it for a while, Chen Yang felt that all this was a bit weird. It seemed that the whole world became a little strange from the moment he stepped into the crack. Could this be the so-called illusion? Chen Yang recalled Yeshuang's introduction. Although he mentioned some situations that would occur during the trial, he didn't mention this at all. You get up first. Seeing this, Chen Yang had no choice but to let the soldiers get up first. Hearing Chen Yang's words, these patrolling soldiers stood up slowly, looking at Chen Yang with eyes full of awe and admiration. Can you tell me what happened recently? Seeing that these soldiers did not doubt his identity, Chen Yang simply pretended to be the general first. Anyway, if he was found out, he could just change his appearance. He still didn't believe that anyone would be able to see him out. Report to the general. Since the general led the army to the front, everything in Daxia's capital is safe and there is no enemy invasion, said the leading soldier. Chen Yang frowned slightly. He got some important information from the other party's words. First, the entire Great Xia is being invaded by an enemy country. Second, they are likely to be the last batch of soldiers stationed in the capital of the Great Xia King. Third, the general they call led a large army to the border to fight against the enemy. Fighting, and according to the previous battle report, it is very likely that he died in the battle. Chen Yang was hesitating whether to control the soldiers' consciousness to read the memory, but seeing that there were too many soldiers here, and they had already attracted the attention of the soldiers on the city wall, he still did not choose to read the other party's memory in the end. General, please don't be too sad. As long as you can come back, it will be the best news for Daxia. We welcome the general back home. Welcome the great general home. The soldiers stood up and shouted. Seeing this, Chen Yang had no choice but to obey them. If he was really found out by then, he could only leave. Led by the patrolling soldiers, Chen Yang came to the gate of the capital city. Welcome the great general home, put down the city bridge. The leading soldier shouted at the wall. The soldiers on the city wall had spotted Chen Yang a long time ago. Following the voice of the leading soldier, a stone city bridge fell slowly. Welcome to the triumphant return of the general. The soldiers on the city wall also shouted together. Even though Chen Yang knew it was an oolong, he could only slowly step onto the city bridge. As Chen Yang entered the city, the surrounding soldiers stopped their work and looked at him quietly. It seemed that this so-called general was still very appealing throughout the Great Xia. Just as Chen Yang was thinking about how to act, there was a rush of horseshoes in the distance. Chen Yang looked intently, and it turned out to be a group of Royal Guard soldiers. There is a huge gap between this group of soldiers and the patrolling soldiers on the city wall, and they have reached the level of great martial arts masters just by practicing. They were wearing red armor, sitting on bloody horses, with the flag of Great Xia hanging behind them. Each of these bloody horses has the realm of a martial artist. After checking their talents, they found that these are domesticated beasts. General. This group of guard soldiers riding sweaty BMWs came to Chen Yang and got off their horses and knelt down on one knee. They should have come here specially to welcome them. Chen Yang didn't dare to say too much, for he was afraid that if he said too much, he would lose it. These guards should be soldiers who have been with the general all year round. Even they mistook Chen Yang's identity. It seems that he looks very similar to the general of Daxia. It's too coincidental. Chen Yang muttered in his heart. General, the emperor heard the news of the return of the general, and has already prepared for the general in the palace. Please get on the horse. The leading guard fell silent after seeing Chen Yang say a word, and he spoke. Chen Yang nodded, and directly got on the bloody BMW. Back to the palace. With a shout from the leader of the guard, the entire guard turned and moved towards the palace. Chen Yang sat on the horse and quietly observed the situation of the Great Xia King's capital. The whole Great Xia King's city was very similar to the ancient city. Judging from the construction of the king's capital, Great Xia was still very rich. It may be that the enemy's strength is too strong, otherwise Daxia would not have fallen to this point. Chen Yang was a little curious about how powerful the enemy country was that could force Daxia into this state. After all, Daxia's guards were all in the realm of great martial arts masters, so the other leaders must be masters. The entire guard team moved slowly in the streets of Wangdo, and the people on the streets all stepped aside. When they saw Chen Yang on the horse, their eyes were full of awe. The entire capital seemed to have pressed the pause button because of Chen Yang's arrival. He looked at the people around him and felt a little touched in his heart. Although he has never met this general, but through the reactions of these soldiers and the people, this general must be a highly respected existence. 10 minutes later, Chen Yang finally came to the palace. Daxia's palace was built magnificently, and Chen Yang could feel the majesty contained in the palace just by standing in front of the palace. General, please dismount. The guard leader got off his horse and greeted him. Chen Yang nodded. He didn't expect to be invited to the palace at first, but thinking that he might meet the emperor of Daxia later, he felt dizzy for a while. But now that he has pretended to be here, of course Chen Yang will not choose to give up now. He simply broke the jar, dismounted and followed the guards into the palace. After passing through several stairs, Chen Yang finally came to a large hall. After thinking for a while, he whispered something in the ear of the guard leader. The guard leader nodded after hearing this, and led Chen Yang to a side hall. In the side hall, the guards called several maids to find suitable clothes for Chen Yang. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Yang directly used his spiritual talent to control the guard's consciousness. After a while, Chen Yang gradually got to know the situation of the whole palace. What surprised him was that the enemy army he thought was different from what he thought. After withdrawing from the consciousness of the guards, the maid also brought the clothes over. Chen Yang changed into a formal attire, and then followed the guards into the main hall. General, you are finally back. Do you know that this emperor misses you to death? As soon as Chen Yang stepped into the main hall, Emperor Yao jumped up from the throne excitedly and rushed to him. Great Emperor, the general is back. Chen Yang performed a simple etiquette. Seeing this, Emperor Yao quickly supported his hands, and the two hugged each other. General, it's great if you can come back. Hurry up, take your seat. Emperor Yao had already prepared a palace banquet to clean up Chen Yang, and Chen Yang nodded and sat beside Emperor Yao. This Emperor Yao looks to be in his 50s, and he has reached the level of a master in cultivation, but what attracts him the most is the Emperor's prestige on his opponent. This kind of Emperor's prestige is completely different from other powers. This is the belief of the entire Great Xia. The power can directly enhance Emperor Yao's combat strength. As Chen Yang took his seat, a young girl quickly walked into the hall. She was wearing a white and elegant dress, and her delicate oval face was as beautiful as a fairy. Songqing. Chen Yang was slightly startled when he saw the girl's face. If Songqing hadn't been thousands of miles away from here, he would have almost mistaken her. Princess Yao. Chen Yang saluted the girl, who looked at him with joy, as if she had 1,000 words to say. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. From the guard's memory, he knew that he and the princess had some inexplicable feelings for each other. Even before leaving the capital, he made a vow to marry her as his wife after the war. With Princess Yao seated, the palace banquet officially began. Chen Yang didn't want to enjoy it at this time. He knew that Daxia's general looked exactly like him, even had the same name. But he is really not the general of Daxia. What should he do if something happens later? Before Chen Yang was worried, Emperor Yao had already opened his mouth. Brother Yang, after returning from this war, the promise you made before will be fulfilled. Hearing Emperor Yao's words, Chen Yang felt a headache. He really wanted to do whatever he wanted. He wanted to fish in troubled waters to pass the test, but Emperor Yao didn't give him this chance at all, and directly said it in the hall. After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Yang quickly found an excuse. Great Emperor, this time the general went to war and returned in a big defeat. Now he is a guilty general. I am sorry for the expectations of the people of the Great Xia, and I am sorry for the Great Emperor. How can I have the face to talk about promises? Hey, Brother Yang, you can't say that. I won't tell others. Don't you know that the Great Xia's national fortune is over? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to hold on for so long. We can only blame the undead army for being too powerful. It is a great credit for you to prevent them from invading. Hey, I have no other ideas. As long as you can marry Princess Yao and live a good life away from Daxia, that is my greatest expectation for you. If even you are guilty, wouldn't this emperor, the great emperor, have long since committed suicide in front of his ancestors? Emperor Yao's eyes were full of helplessness, as if he was planning to give up the whole great Xia. Chen Yang was slightly taken aback when he heard about it. He suddenly had a guess in his mind. Could this great Xia be an illusion in the trial ground, and he is now undergoing the test in the illusion? Thinking of this, Chen Yang connected all the things that happened before. It is very strange that he looks exactly the same as Great General Daxia, even the name is the same, which is too outrageous. Could it be that the test given to me this time is to prevent Daxia from destroying the country? Emperor Yao didn't know what Chen Yang was thinking. Seeing that he was silent, he thought that the other party was still feeling guilty about the frontline affairs. He thought for a while and got up, picked up a glass of white wine and walked to Chen Yang. Brother Yang, you also know that no empire can persevere in the face of the undead army. The destruction of Daxia is a matter of time, but I don't want you and Princess Yao to die in Daxia. Yao Fei is my only daughter, I hope you can take her away from things, and don't let her sacrifice with Daxia. After Chen Yang heard about it, he picked up his wine glass and stood up. Great Emperor, don't worry, as long as I'm here, Great Xia will definitely not perish. If they want to break through the city gate, they can only climb over my corpse. Chen Yang drank the white wine in the glass in one gulp, and the strong wine flowed down his throat and rolled into his stomach. After guessing that this might be the test given to him by the place of trial, he has made up his mind to let him go no matter what method he uses. Daxia survived? Hey, Brother Yang, you just need to have your heart. Seeing Chen Yang's attitude, Emperor Yao's words stuck in his throat. He also drank the white wine in the glass in one gulp. His eyes became extremely lonely. The music sounded, and a group of singers danced in the hall. For some reason, watching these singers dance, Chen Yang felt a sense of sadness in his heart. The following palace banquet seemed a bit dull, and after Emperor Yao got drunk, the whole hall also fell silent. Send Emperor Yao back to the bedroom. Seeing that her father was unconscious, Princess Yao said to the maid beside her. After Emperor Yao left the hall, Princess Yao came to sit in front of Chen Yang. Brother Yang, why do you have to persist? You and I both know that no one can resist the army of undead. Yao Fei looked at Chen Yang sadly and said softly, I didn't have it before, but it doesn't mean I don't have it now. As the general of Daxia, everyone pins their hopes on me. If I even run away, there is no hope for the whole Daxia. Chen Yang said with a determined face. Ugh. Yao Fei didn't know what to say for a moment. As the princess of Daxia, she should have supported Chen Yang silently behind her back. Maybe this was her fate. Brother Yang, can you walk with me? After a long time, Yao Fei got up and said. Chen Yang didn't want to have too much contact with Yao Fei, especially knowing that he had made such a promise with his identity, but when he saw Yao Fei's pitiful eyes, he couldn't express the rejection in his mouth. Where is Princess Yao planning to go? Chen Yang was silent for a while and spoke. Just go to the back garden. Yao Fei took Chen Yang's hand and said softly. Chen Yang wanted to let go, but the other party grabbed his hand tightly, as if afraid that he would disappear in the next second. Then listen to the princess. Chen Yang nodded helplessly. Fortunately, this place should only be a fictional world, otherwise Chen Yang really doesn't know how to face this Songqing-like face. As the sky gradually dimmed, Chen Yang was led by Yao Fei to the back garden of the palace. The back garden of the palace is very large, and it may take 2 hours to walk through it all. Yao Fei led Chen Yang to a small pavilion and sat down. Chen Yang was at a loss for a moment. Brother Yang, you seem to have changed, don't you like me? Yao Fei felt Chen Yang's resistance, and there were tears rolling in his eyes. It's not like that, Princess Yao. It's just that now that the enemy is at hand, I don't have the heart to discuss the relationship between my son and daughter. Chen Yang found a somewhat suitable excuse. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Yao Fei threw himself into his arms. Tears quickly soaked Chen Yang's chest, and weeping softly came from the pavilion. Brother Yang, I don't want to watch you die, can you take me away? Yao Fei had a sad face, and his arms holding Chen Yang became stronger and stronger. Chen Yang didn't know how to explain to Yao Fei. Tell her that he is not the general she knows, I am afraid that he himself will not believe it. Feeling the warm body in his arms, Chen Yang's emotions were also infected. If Songqing was really here, what would he do? Thinking of Songqing's yearning eyes when he left Yangcheng, Chen Yang was a little heartbroken. Knowing that the two of them have no future, she still loves herself foolishly. Chen Yang didn't know what attracted him to him. If he stopped contacting him after saving Songqing, would all this be different? Thinking of this, Chen Yang unknowingly hugged the beauty in his arms tightly, and he found that he seemed to be a little in love with Songqing. Brother Yang, can you take me away? We can find a place where there is no army of undead. There, we will live happily ever after. I will give birth to a lovely daughter for you. Brother Yang, isn't this what you want? Yao Fei's voice touched Chen Yang's heart. He hugged him tightly, and his thoughts drifted away. If it is really as Yao Fei said, it seems to be a good ending. Feier, believe me, I will not let Great Xia perish. When I defeat the enemy army, I will marry you as my wife. Chen Yang's emotions were unconsciously brought into the role of the general. After Yao Fei heard about it, a trace of happiness flashed in her eyes, even though she knew that the possibility of this was very slim. If Brother Yang insists, Feier will always be with you. Yao Fei raised his head and kissed Chen Yang's lips. Chen Yang's body froze. After tasting Yao Fei's tears, he finally put everything aside and kissed Yao Fei fiercely. The moonlight gradually reflected on the two of them. At this moment, Chen Yang felt the satisfaction he had never had before. The next day, after Yao Du woke up, he ran directly to Chen Yang's residence. He said he wanted to hold a wedding for Chen Yang first. Chen Yang refused for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back, so he could only agree. As the news that the two were about to get married spread throughout the streets and alleys, the capital ushered in a celebration that had not been seen for a long time. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the people, Chen Yang suddenly felt that the wedding was not as bad as he had imagined, so let him be selfish for once. Anyway, no one would know after leaving the place of trial. It was in this mood that Chen Yang finally accepted the wedding frankly. A few days later, the wedding was held with great fanfare, and the streets and alleys of the entire capital were covered with red paper flowers. With the beginning of the wedding ceremony, Chen Yang began to welcome guests from all walks of life. With everyone's blessing, he gradually lost himself, and even had the urge to stay here. Although all of this may be false, but which man can resist such a temptation? Even if he really dies on the battlefield, it will be a good story. The wedding process lasted for a full day, and it was not until evening that Chen Yang finally had time to rest. When he came to the bridal chamber, he hesitated. If he really went in, would it mean that he had betrayed Lu Xian from another angle? Standing in front of the door, Chen Yang kept pinching his fingers, both palms were sweating. Brother Yang, why don't you come in? Sensing Chen Yang's crampedness at the door, Yao Fei's voice came from the room. Chen Yang put his hand on the door. Hearing Yao Fei's voice, his hand trembled slightly, and the door opened. Walking into the bridal chamber gently, the decoration inside is very festive. Chen Yang slowly came to Yao Fei, looking at the cute and charming Karen in front of him. He couldn't help but lifted the red scarf off the other's head. A beautiful face came into view, and Chen Yang was stunned by Yao Fei's beauty. Seeing Chen Yang's expression, Yao Fei showed a shyness on his face. She had been waiting for this moment for an unknown amount of time. Seeing Chen Yang staring at her obsessively, her heart was filled with joy. Fair. Chen Yang's palm fell on the other's face. Seeing the expectant and shy expression on the other's face, he finally let go of everything in his heart, and the two of them stuck together tightly. Outside the house, sparrows were chirping on the branches, and a soft female voice soon came from the room. That night, Chen Yang sank into the land of tenderness. When the morning light came into the window, Chen Yang lazily opened his eyes and looked at the beauty beside him, feeling extremely satisfied in his heart. Unexpectedly, my first time would be lost under such circumstances. Chen Yang shook his head feeling a little dreamy. Yao Fei beside him felt Chen Yang's movement and hugged him coquettishly. Just as Chen Yang was about to kiss the other's forehead, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Keep your voice down, the general is resting. The maid outside the door shouted softly. If the general wakes up, please inform him immediately that Emperor Yao will announce him into the palace. The guard's voice reached Chen Yang's ears, and Chen Yang realized that something urgent might happen, otherwise he would not have announced himself into the palace so early knowing that he was getting married. Putting on his clothes, Chen Yang walked out of the room. What's the matter? Chen Yang looked at the guard and said, General, you are awake. The guard bowed and apologized. It's okay, let's talk. Chen Yang waved his hands. I found an army of undead a few miles away, they should be attacking the capital. The guard said hurriedly. How can such a big matter be delayed? Go, take me to see Emperor Yao. When Chen Yang learned that the army of undead might attack, he didn't even care about food. Yes. The guards hurriedly led Chen Yang towards the main hall. After a while, Chen Yang came to the main hall. The hall was already full of ministers. They were discussing in the main hall. Some people advocated that the royal capital should be abandoned now. It is the foundation of Daxia, and we must never give up. Just when they were arguing with red faces, Chen Yang stepped into the hall. When everyone saw Chen Yang coming in, they seemed to have a backbone for a moment, and the debate stopped. General, you are here. An old minister said happily when he saw Chen Yang coming in. Great. Chen Yang nodded towards the old minister and then saluted Emperor Yao. General, the undead army appeared a few miles away from the capital. What do you think should be done? Emperor Yao looked at Chen Yang expectantly. Don't worry, my lord, just leave it to me. Chen Yang believed himself. But now there are not many soldiers left in the capital. Judging from the intelligence of the spies, the number of the undead army this time is at least dash. An old minister said worriedly. Yes, if we want to repel the dash troops, the soldiers of the capital will probably have to come out in full force. If there is another army of undeads invading, what should the people of the entire capital do? I still suggest that we evacuate the capital now. We can't let the people of the royal capital die here in vain. Hearing the old minister's persuasion, someone soon followed suit. Great Emperor, please believe me, as long as I am here, these undead army will definitely not be able to step into the royal city. I don't need too many people, just a team of guards to guard the city gate, only 100,000 troops, let me see them kill them all. The aura from Chen Yang's body spread, and those officials who suggested to evacuate immediately shut their mouths. Okay, the general is right, there are only 100,000 troops, even if we die, we will die in the capital. Emperor Yao stood up directly from the throne. Pass my military order, fight. War. Outside the city wall, Chen Yang stood alone in front of him, looking at the army of undead attacking from a distance. In the distance behind him was a guard of great martial arts guarding the city gate. Princess Yao also stood up to help Chen Yang. Looking at the army of undead in the distance, Yao Fei's palms were sweating nervously. Don't worry, the general is fine, he is your husband, don't you believe him? Emperor Yao comforted his daughter. Father, I know, I trust him. Yao Fei nodded, his eyes became extremely firm. The guards behind him and the soldiers on the city wall kept cheering for Chen Yang. Everyone was infected by Chen Yang's actions. His aura of facing a Dash army alone filled everyone's hearts with strength. Seeing that the necromancer army was getting closer, Chen Yang stretched out his right hand and flickered in the air, a lightsaber condensed in his hand. The talent of clairvoyance quickly scans this group of undead army. Most of them are in the realm of great warriors, and the strongest is only at the 6th level. Facing such a group of undead army, Chen Yang didn't feel any pressure in his heart. How could he be frightened by such a large army who was not even afraid of the 7th order top beasts? Let the people in the capital see the power of the martial saint. Chen Yang rose into the air, facing the black army of undead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. What he said in the hall before is not unsure. He has a variety of special talents. Other martial saints may not be able to take care of so many undead army, but he is different. His means cannot be guessed by others. Earth element. Following Chen Yang's control, the ground in front of the capital trembled violently. With the help of his magnetic talent, the ground within a radius of several miles slowly cracked open under his control. The army of undead was less than 1,000 meters away from the capital, and they rushed towards the capital without fear of death. Just after advancing not far, several cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and many undead fell down accidentally. Chen Yang's blow was very spectacular. Several hundreds of meters of cracks appeared in the middle of the army of undead. They fell into large cracks and lost their lives without even a chance to resist. The soldiers on the city wall couldn't help shouting when they saw this scene. Just one move caused heavy losses to the army of undead. This was something they couldn't even imagine. The huge crack swallowed tens of thousands of troops, and only those 5th and 6th order necromancers easily escaped this catastrophe. Seeing that most of the undead army disappeared, Chen Yang couldn't hold back the lightsaber in his hand. But this is not over yet. Chen Yang will not kill these lowly undead one by one. He raised his left hand again, and the vitality in his body gushed out wildly, gathered around him. Soon, Yuan Li transformation turned all the surrounding Yuankai into solid arrows, and with a slight movement of his left hand, tens of thousands of arrows fell from the sky and shot in the middle of the army of undead. This scene gave everyone an incomparable shock. A large number of undead fell under Chen Yang's arrows. They never thought that the power of one person could really fight against the entire army. The arrows covered the entire undead army like a downpour, and the remaining tens of thousands of undead died in large swaths. Soon, the ground was covered with corpses of the undead army. Only a few undead were lucky and escaped. Half of the energy in Chen Yang's body was also consumed, and the Dragon Emperor art crazily absorbed the energy around him. It wouldn't take long for the consumed energy to be replenished. The undead army probably didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying existence here. Since their invasion, they have never swept away thousands of troops and are invincible. They did not expect to suffer such heavy losses in front of the only remaining capital. The general is indeed invincible. Emperor Yao looked at the small army of undead, and couldn't help but praise excitedly. Those officials who said they were going to evacuate from the capital showed shame on their faces. In their impression, no matter how powerful the general was, it would be impossible for him to reach such a level. Otherwise, the previous few battles would not have been so difficult. Now there is only one possibility that can be explained, and that is that the general's cultivation realm has broken through. Unexpectedly, the general has broken through to the 7th level, and now the king is saved. All the courtiers were moved to tears and runny noses. At this time, Chen Yang became the patron saint in their hearts without exception. The remaining 5th order undead and 6th order undead were not frightened by Chen Yang's methods. As undead, they were never afraid of death. Even though they knew that Chen Yang was invincible, they still insisted on rushing towards Chen Yang. Seeing this, Chen Yang sneered. If he had faced an army of Dash before, he might have nothing to do, but now the energy in his body has reached a terrifying amount, and the destructive power of special talent is supported by countless energy. The next has also become extremely scary. Kill. Chen Yang disappeared in place with a lightsaber in his hand, and when he reappeared, the lightsaber in his hand had pierced through the body of a 6th order necromancer. Most of these undead are skeleton armies, but after reaching the 6th level, their brains will have a blue soul flame. Once the soul flame is extinguished, their lives will come to an end. Chen Yang's lightsaber pierced through the brain of the undead effortlessly, and the soul flame instantly dimmed under his attack. At this time, Chen Yang's vitality was still very strong, and there were not many 6th order undead left. As for the 5th order undead, he could kill them with just a glance. In the eyes of the people of the capital, the very difficult battle was resolved with great ease. When the last undead fell, there was a sound of boiling in the capital. The general is invincible. The general is invincible. The general is invincible. There was uncontrollable joy on everyone's faces. The army of Dash dead spirits was wiped out by Chen Yang alone. This battle will become the eternal myth of Daxia. Send someone to clean up the battlefield. Chen Yang returned to the city wall and said calmly. Seeing her lover coming back, Princess Yao rushed forward. Chen Yang hugged her into his arms with a smile, and the entire city wall was filled with joy after the victory. The general is mighty, come. This emperor will hold a celebration banquet in the entire capital for 3 days and 3 nights. Emperor Yao issued an order, and the crowd cheered again. On this day, the whole king is more festive than before. Every place on the street is decorated with lanterns and festoons, and the people of Daxia will mention Chen Yang's deeds whenever they meet familiar people. At this moment, they no longer feel hesitant in their hearts. Confidence. Bringing Yao Fei back to the capital, Chen Yang enjoyed the feeling of being complimented by everyone. Now no matter where he goes, people will salute and congratulate him. Of course, his feats on the battlefield are also worthy of everyone's respect. For the next few days, Chen Yang was tired of being with Princess Yao all the time, and he no longer wanted to think about things beyond the crack. If this place is really an illusion, then let this illusion continue. Husband, I want to give birth to a fat and white child for you. In the garden, Princess Yao was lying in Chen Yang's arms with a happy expression on her face. She never thought that she would have such a day. When she heard the army of Dash Undead invaded, she was extremely desperate at that moment. She was ready to die on the battlefield with Chen Yang, but Chen Yang, like a god, forcibly brought back the whole situation by himself. She was proud to be Chen Yang's wife. Okay, then I will work harder, but I don't know if you can bear it. Chen Yang said with a smirk. I hate it, as long as my husband likes it, I can give everything. After Princess Yao finished speaking, she got into Chen Yang's arms shyly, and Chen Yang hugged him with a smile, wishing that time would freeze at this second. What do you think our child should be named? Chen Yang asked. Of course this kind of thing has to come from my husband, I can only be responsible for giving birth. Princess Yao said mischievously. If it's a boy, how about calling it Chen Xia? Chen Yang said. And what if it's a boy? Princess Yao asked. What do you think if it's a girl? Chen Yang asked. I think it can be called Chen Qing. Chen Qing. Yes, King Shui's Qing, I hope she is as gentle and mellow as water, and her heart will always be clean. Princess Yao explained. Chen Qing, Chen Qing. Chen Yang paused suddenly. Why does the word Qing feel so familiar? Song Qing. Chen Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He stayed with Princess Yao every day, and he even forgot about Song Qing. What happened? Chen Yang let go of Princess Yao and sat up. Seeing this, Princess Yao hurriedly asked worriedly. Brother Yang, what's wrong with you? I'm fine, I suddenly remembered something. Fair, I'll go out for a while. Chen Yang's figure disappeared in place. Princess Yao saw Chen Yang disappear. A trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. Outside of the great Xia King's capital, Chen Yang wandered aimlessly. It has been almost half a month since he came to this place, and as time went by, the memory beyond the crack in his mind became more and more faded. If Princess Yao hadn't mentioned the word Chen Qing, he would have almost forgot the real world outside the crack. This is definitely not my problem. It must be this place of trial that is affecting me. Chen Yang quickly found the reason. He stood on a high ground and looked into the distance silently. The surroundings were all barren land, and he couldn't see a single figure. Is this real or fictional? Why can't I even remember such an important thing? Song Qing, Lu Xin, how could I even forget them? Chen Yang became a little diffuse, and the people around him seemed to become extraordinarily real with time, but Chen Yang was getting farther and farther away from the crack. No, I can no longer immerse myself in this kind of life. If this is a place of trial, it means that everything I have experienced is actually fictional. If I want to break it, I have to find the source. But what is the source? How can I pass the test in the land of trials? Chen Yang felt a little confused for a while. He was obsessed with the current life but also wanted to break this illusion. But he is also afraid, if this is not an illusion, but the real world, once he finds a way to leave, can he really have the heart to leave everything behind? Thinking of the tenderness of Princess Yao nestled in his arms, and her shy talk about giving birth to a fat baby, Chen Yang's mood fell to the bottom. After standing on the edge of the cliff and thinking for a long time, Chen Yang finally stepped into the portal. Princess Yao walked back and forth in the room. Chen Yang's sudden departure made her extremely panicked. She could feel Chen Yang's feeling of leaving at that time. For some reason, she always felt that such a beautiful life would be torn to pieces one day. Squeak. The door opened and Chen Yang came in from the outside. Princess Yao trembled all over, feeling the familiar breath. She threw herself into Chen Yang's arms without hesitation. Husband, you are finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Princess Yao's tears moistened her eyes, and Chen Yang's heart ached. He hugged her tightly and comforted her softly. Fair, what stupid things are you talking about? How could I not want you? You haven't given me a fat baby yet. Husband, I'm so scared. I'm afraid that one day I wake up and you will disappear. Princess Yao was a little agitated. No, I will definitely guard by your side. Chen Yang said softly, but even he himself did not want to believe these words. Princess Yao felt a lot better when she heard Chen Yang's comfort. She raised her head and looked at Chen Yang's face, as if she wanted to engrave every detail of his face in her mind. Have you had dinner? Seeing that Princess Yao's complexion was not very good, Chen Yang asked with concern. I'm waiting for my husband to come back. I want to eat with my husband. Well, how about we cook together? Chen Yang stretched out his hand and scratched Xiaoao's nose. How can I let my husband do this kind of rough work? If my husband wants to eat the dishes I cook, I'll go and prepare them for him. A smile appeared on Princess Yao's face. Okay, then I want to try Princess Daxia's craftsmanship. Chen Yang happily agreed. Then husband, wait for me. Princess Yao left Chen Yang's embrace and reluctantly walked towards the kitchen. Soon, Princess Yao's startled voice came from the kitchen. Hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help laughing. This Princess Yao is so cute. She didn't expect that she would cook for herself. It's really embarrassing for her. An hour later, a few dishes that didn't look so beautiful were brought up by the maid. Chen Yang looked at the food on the table and laughed. Husband, it's my first time cooking. Maybe I didn't do it very well. Why don't I ask the maid to make some? Princess Yao felt a little embarrassed looking at her results. It's okay, the food cooked by my wife must be the best. Chen Yang didn't mind. He just picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Can I eat it? Princess Yao looked at Chen Yang and asked cautiously. Of course I can eat it. Although the taste is a little bit worse, it is full of love from my wife. Chen Yang looked very satisfied while eating the food in his mouth. I'll try it too. Princess Yao picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Her expression changed immediately. It seemed that there was too much salt. Husband, let's forget it. The taste is far worse than that made by the chef. Princess Yao said embarrassedly. It's okay, I said that if madam does well, she will do well. Chen Yang ate the food on the table without any expression of disgust. After dinner, Chen Yang hugged Princess Yao in his arms. Husband, what are you doing? Seeing the smirk on Chen Yang's face, Princess Yao said shyly. Didn't madam say she wanted to give me a fat baby? How can I do it if I don't work hard? Chen Yang hugged her and walked towards the bed. My husband is necrotic. Princess Yao's cheeks are like overripe peaches, making people want to kiss them twice. Soon, under Chen Yang's actions, the room became full of spring. The following days became a bit dull, but Chen Yang enjoyed this kind of life very much. He knew that he would definitely leave here one day, and now he just wanted to remember all the bits and pieces around him in his mind. One afternoon, another critical news came from outside the city, and Chen Yang was announced to the main hall. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, he found that the faces of the officials were very ugly, as if the sky was about to fall. My lord, what's the matter? Chen Yang stepped forward and asked. Seeing Chen Yang approaching, there was a little light in the eyes of the ministers. General, this is information from the front line, take a look. Emperor Yao signaled the maid next to him to pass the information to Chen Yang. Chen Yang took it over and opened it, and immediately frowned. The above content is not much, roughly meaning that the army of the undead is dispatched. This time the number is more than before, there are 1,000,000 people. Of course, this is not the place that makes them most desperate. Below is the detailed strength of the millions of troops. Among them, there are more than 56th order undead, and there are several monsters that are stronger than 6th order undead. It says that it is suspected to be a 7th order undead, and there are as many as 5 7th order undead. So much. Chen Yang was also shocked by the content of the information for a while, and unexpectedly dealt with the army of 100,000, and now there was another army of 1,000,000. Moreover, this army of millions of dead spirits is really approaching the capital of Great Xia, and it will start to invade the capital within a day at most. General, look at this. Emperor Yao looked at Chen Yang expectantly. Great Emperor, let's run away. Although the general has also broken through to the 7th level, he is only one person after all. This time there are 5 7th level undead in the undead army. Even the general is unable to fight. An old minister suggested. The other courtiers did not speak, but all set their eyes on Chen Yang. Now the highest power in the capital is Chen Yang. If even he says he wants to escape, then he is really desperate. It's a little troublesome. After reading it, Chen Yang spat out a few words. A little trouble. Emperor Yao was taken aback for a moment. He thought that Chen Yang would directly persuade him to give up the capital, but he didn't expect that these few words came out of his mouth. The other ministers were also taken aback for a moment. They thought they had something wrong with their ears and heard it wrong. The general means you can hold on. Emperor Yao asked uncertainly. Chen Yang put away the information and nodded. Although the army of 1,000,000 is a little too much, as long as you put in a little effort, there is no problem. But it also says that there are 5 monsters that are suspected to be 7th order. Emperor Yao said hastily. Emperor, please rest assured. I don't pay attention to these guys. As long as the emperor believes in me, you just sit here and wait for my success. Chen Yang exuded the aura of a martial artist, making everyone concentrate. General, is what you said true? Don't force it. Seeing Chen Yang so confidently, Emperor Yao asked excitedly. As a servant of the Great Xia, how can I deceive the emperor? A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Yang's mouth. That's great, General, you are really the patron saint of my Great Xia. Seeing that Chen Yang was so sure, Emperor Yao couldn't help shouting. God bless me Daxia, God bless me Daxia. Seeing that Chen Yang was full of confidence, all the courtiers also let out a long breath. I read the information that the army of the undead is coming soon. Without further delay, I will annihilate them now. Chen Yang cupped his fists and saluted Emperor Yao. Okay, the emperor is here to wish the general a triumphant return. Emperor Yao shouted imposingly. I wish the general a triumphant return. The soldiers outside the hall also shouted in unison to see Chen Yang off. Chen Yang nodded and disappeared outside the hall. When he came to the place mentioned by the information, there were densely packed skeletons under Chen Yang's feet. He didn't pay attention to these skeletons, but was attracted by a few bone dragons. These bone dragons are much more powerful than those before. The soul flames in their heads are very strong. Just by the undead aura they exude, it can be known that these guys are 7th order undead. Although he faced the 5-headed 7th rank undead all at once, Chen Yang was no longer the great martial artist he was before. He was able to kill the top 7th order ferocious beasts before he was promoted to a master, and after breaking through to a master, he would not be afraid of these guys even more. However, the army of millions of undeads under his feet gave Chen Yang some headaches. If he wanted to clean up the millions of undeads at once, it would be a big test for Chen Yang. Try another trick. The area occupied by millions of dead spirits is too wide. If Chen Yang wants to condense the arrow rain, he does not know how much energy he will consume. For this reason, he plans to directly create a blazing fire. In the air, the fire element suddenly formed, and the blazing flames distorted the surrounding air. The wind element quickly blessed the flame, and soon, under Chen Yang's control, the flame turned into a fire tornado. The fire tornado is 50 meters high, and its diameter is more than 10 meters long. With the appearance of the fire tornado, all the skeletons and undead within meters around are sucked in by the fire tornado. Seeing the power of the fire tornado, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. Those more than 56th order necromancers wanted to stop them, so Chen Yang would not give them a chance. The avatar talent that hadn't been used for a long time was displayed, and Chen Yang's body was divided into 5 parts, and he killed more than 56th order necromancers. The 7 undead ancient dragons were also attracted by Chen Yang's actions. Their goal was to destroy everything. Seeing Chen Yang's obstruction, the 5 7th order bone dragons flew towards Chen Yang without hesitation. Undead talent, soul talent, I have never encountered this before, thank you for providing me with new talents, I will try to be as light as possible later. Chen Yang checked the special talents of several bone dragons, but he didn't expect to encounter unexpected surprises. There are not many special talents that can catch Chen Yang's eyes. This time, it is very rare to meet 2 special talents that he has never seen before, which makes him a little happy. The main body teleported to a bone dragon, and Chen Yang pressed his palm on the bone dragon without hesitation. Copy succeeded. Chen Yang was overjoyed, opened the high-level power field, and then took out the Black Emperor sword and stabbed it directly into the skull dragon's head. The Black Emperor sword seemed to be very interested in this bone dragon, and the blue soul power frantically poured into the Black Emperor sword. In just a few tens of seconds, the bone dragon died under the Black Emperor sword. This bone dragon does not have the so-called beast pill, presumably the soul fire is similar to the existence of the beast pill. The Black Emperor sword should need this soul fire very much. Chen Yang holding it can clearly feel its desire for soul fire. Since you want it, I'll take you to kill them. After breaking through to the Master Realm, Chen Yang's time for using the dual domain has been extended to 30 seconds, but let alone 30 seconds, even if it is 10 seconds, it is difficult for these guys to hold on. In order for the Black Emperor sword to absorb the complete soul fire, Chen Yang only used the power domain. Under the suppression of various special talents, the Black Emperor sword once again absorbed the soul fire of a bone dragon. The 7th order bone dragons are a little different from other undead armies. They also seem to have a bit of wisdom. Seeing that both of their companions died in Chen Yang's hands, their soul fire burst out from their eyes. Okay. Chen Yang looked curiously at the strange movements of the remaining 3 bone dragons, and saw that they gathered together, and the fire of the soul jumped out of the sky and converged on the same skull dragon. Can it still be like this? Chen Yang was stunned by the actions of the 3 bone dragons. The aura of the bone dragon that fused the 3 soul fires was obviously much stronger. Fortunately, it still belonged to the 7th level range, but barely broke through to the advanced 7th level strength. The remaining 2 bone dragons fell into the army of the undead, and their bodies remained intact. Presumably, as long as they had the fire of the soul, they should be able to be resurrected again. If there were a little more, maybe you were really scared. Chen Yang understands that this is the effect of the special talent of the soul. They can fuse with the same kind of soul to continuously break through. This kind of breakthrough can even make their strength reach the 8th level. However, the fusion of the souls of these 3 bone dragons did not pose a threat to Chen Yang, but saved him a lot of work. The promise slash. Holding the Black Emperor sword, Chen Yang swung a sword aura towards the opponent. Chen Yang only used -% of his strength to cut Chen Yang, but the sword aura was still sharp and frightening, not even weaker than his full blow at the level of a great martial artist. This cut directly cut off the bone dragon's wings fused with the fire of the soul. Seeing that the bone dragon could not maintain its balance, Chen Yang's figure flashed to the top of the bone dragon's head. The bone dragon fused with the fire of the soul felt threatened, and its special talent and dual domains were deployed quickly, but it was too late. Under the blessing of the high-level power field, the Black Emperor sword pierced into the bone effortlessly, and the soul fire was suppressed the moment it touched the Black Emperor sword. It still has this effect. Chen Yang was surprised by the special ability of the Black Emperor sword. As he continued to use the Black Emperor sword, he felt that the ability of the Black Emperor sword seemed to be getting stronger. The fused soul fire was suppressed by the Black Emperor sword. They wanted to separate and escape, but no matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. With the help of the Black Emperor sword, Chen Yang quickly eliminated the 5 7th order bone dragons, and then he set his target on the remaining 6th order undead. Try this undead talent. Chen Yang tried to use the undead talent, and he was surprised to find that the function of the undead talent was to manipulate dead objects. Whether it is a corpse or a bone, it can be controlled under the talent of the necromancer. So to say, Chen Yang set his sights on the remaining 6th Order undead. The remaining 6th Order undead didn't know that they had been targeted by Chen Yang, and were about to attack Chen Yang's clone. Their brains trembled, and their bodies suddenly froze in place. Really useful. Chen Yang was overjoyed to see several 6th Order undead being directly controlled by him. The undead talent was pushed to the extreme, and Chen Yang found that he could only control 8 6th Order undead at most. Although this number was not many, it was not bad. If he could directly control so many tier-undead outside the crack, wouldn't it be equivalent to having 8 tier-thugs? Except for the 6th Order undead that he controlled, all the other undead were wiped out by Chen Yang, and the soul fire was handed over to the Black Emperor sword to absorb. Although it was not as good as the 7th Order soul fire, it was better than nothing. The remaining undead army was not enough. Chen Yang just spent a little more time to eliminate it. This unilateral massacre lasted for a full 2 hours, and finally the army of millions of undead was completely wiped out by Chen Yang. After perceiving for a while to make sure that no undead was missed, Chen Yang returned to the capital of Great Xia King with the 8-headed 6th Order undead under his control. The general is back. The sharp-eyed soldiers quickly spotted Chen Yang's figure, but they expressed some doubts about the undead spirits behind Chen Yang. Is that a dead spirit? How could it be with the general? A soldier wondered, thinking he had misread it. It should be a prisoner captured by the general. Another soldier was not quite sure. Chen Yang didn't say much, and took the 8-headed 6th Order undead behind him to the outside of the hall. Great Emperor, the final general has lived up to everyone's expectations and has returned triumphantly. Great Xia is safe and sound. The loud voice spread throughout the hall, and the officials inside hadn't retreated yet. When they heard Chen Yang's voice, they thought they were dreaming. So soon, is Chen Yang back? Several ministers were puzzled. Hurry up please. Emperor Yao didn't expect Chen Yang to come back so quickly. You must know that it took less than 3 hours. Chen Yang faced an army of 1 million and wiped it out in just 3 hours. If it was true, it would be a miracle trace. Chen Yang brought a few dead spirits into the hall, and all the officials in the hall stepped back in fright when they saw the dead spirits behind Chen Yang, pointing at the dead spirits and stuttering speechlessly. Emperor Yao didn't expect that there would be a few 6th Order dead spirits suddenly appearing in the hall, but as an emperor, how could he be frightened by such things? He froze for a moment, and his expression quickly recovered. General, congratulations on your triumphant return. Did you? Yes, Great Emperor, those undead spirits were all killed by me. Chen Yang nodded, confirming the conjecture in Emperor Yao's heart. What? That's a 7th Order undead. How could it be solved so quickly? Could it be that the information on the front line is false? Hearing that Chen Yang admitted that he had dealt with the army of millions of undead, the ministers couldn't help being suspicious. It's not that they don't want to believe it, it's that this matter is so outrageous that they feel that Chen Yang is in the Arabian Nights. Hearing the comments of the ministers, a smile appeared on the corner of Chen Yang's mouth. Don't worry, my lord. I, Chen Yang, never tell lies. The army of millions of dead spirits is real, and the 5-headed 7th level dead spirits are also true, but my strength is stronger than all of them. Unless there are 8th level dead spirits otherwise, I will definitely be able to protect Daxia's safety. Chen Yang's voice echoed in the hall, and everyone was shocked by his aura. Good, good, good. Emperor Yao said 3 good words excitedly. If it wasn't because he was the great emperor of Daxia, he would definitely give Chen Yang a big hug at this time regardless of his image. General, what are the undead behind you? Can you explain to me? Emperor Yao asked curiously. Haha, that's what the emperor asked. I left these undead on purpose. Although they have 6th level strength, they are already under my control. These guys should be regarded as Daxia's thugs in the future. Chen Yang controlled several 6th Order undead and explained in a row. General, you actually found a way to control the undead. Emperor Yao was shocked when he heard Chen Yang's words. That's right, but my strength is limited now. I can only control 8-headed 6th Order undead, and I can't control any more. Chen Yang said modestly. Knowing that Chen Yang really has a way to control the undead, Emperor Yao hurriedly asked. Chen Yang shook his head after hearing this. My lord, I also obtained this method by coincidence today, and it is almost impossible to replicate it. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Emperor Yao was a little bit, but this did not affect his joy. Chen Yang's record once again pulled everyone out of despair. This almost miraculous behavior made everyone sigh. If Emperor Yao hadn't stayed with Chen Yang often, maybe he would have wondered if Chen Yang had changed. General, it is my great fortune to have you. I declare now that from now on, the great general will be the patron saint of our great Xia, and will be admired by all people. This emperor will build a great general inside the city gate. From now on, the Xia only believes in the great general as a patron saint. Emperor Yao's words made everyone panic. If this is true, Chen Yang's status is simply higher than that of the great emperor. If there are any rumors at that time, it is likely to pose a threat to the great emperor's rule. Emperor Yao would not have thought of this, but he was not worried. If Chen Yang wanted power, even the whole great Xia would not be able to stop him. Therefore, Emperor Yao gave Chen Yang the highest honor belonging to Great Xia without hesitation. This was not an exaggeration of his achievements, but that Chen Yang was indeed worthy of this title. It is not an exaggeration to call him a god for being able to defeat an army of millions of undead with his own power. Chen Yang wanted to refuse, he didn't care about these false names, but Emperor Yao insisted again and again, and said that putting his statue in the city gate could boost the morale of the army and the people, so he was embarrassed to say anything else. This time the celebration banquet was only held in the palace. Chen Yang continued to accept the toasts from everyone, and he didn't dispel the alcohol in his body, but let himself be presumptuous for a while, and drank a slice directly. After the banquet, Princess Yao personally took Chen Yang back. She gently took off the clothes on Chen Yang, for fear that her actions would wake up her sleeping husband. After fetching a basin of water to wipe Chen Yang's body, Princess Yao just hugged him and watched quietly until she felt sleepy, then she retracted into Chen Yang's embrace like a kitten. Chen Yang didn't know about all this, and it was the first time he experienced the feeling of drinking the fragments. In a daze, he subconsciously hugged the kitten in his arms tightly. In his sleep, Chen Yang found himself on a battlefield. Surrounded by countless corpses, he looked around, not knowing why he appeared here. Did you find what you were looking for? Just when Chen Yang was puzzled, an old man's voice sounded in his ear. Who? Chen Yang was shocked. The voice was right next to his ears, but Chen Yang couldn't find any living people. He wondered if he heard it wrong, maybe he was hallucinating. Just when he relaxed his vigilance, the voice sounded again. It's time to make a choice. What choice? Who are you? Chen Yang looked around in bewilderment and still found nothing. What are you talking about? Chen Yang shouted a little irritably. Before he could finish speaking, his consciousness suddenly fell into a whirlpool. Opening his eyes, Chen Yang found himself awakened from his sleep. Looking at everything around him, he felt a little unrealistic. Was it the dreamland or the inheritance master of the trial ground just now? Chen Yang didn't think it was a pure dream. The voice made him feel very real. Even though he woke up now, he could still vaguely hear the voice echoing in his ears. Husband, what's wrong? Princess Yao blinked lazily at her lover. It's okay, you can sleep for a while, I'll go out and practice. Chen Yang gently stroked the back of Princess Yao's head to comfort her. Well, husband, you go. Princess Yao nodded obediently. Before the sky was bright, Chen Yang put on his clothes and walked out of the room. The moon was still hanging in the sky. Chen Yang raised his head to look at the sky. The energy in his body surged, and suddenly flew upwards. The buildings on the ground turned into black dots in his eyes. His body rose faster and faster, and soon touched the clouds in the sky. At this moment, Chen Yang finally saw the whole picture of the ground clearly. It turned out that except for the great Xia dynasty, other places were all barren land, and farther away were the corpses of various undead armies. At the end of these corpses, Chen Yang found a darkness that even he felt a little afraid of. Is that the base camp of the undead army? Chen Yang looked at the end of the horizon, guessing in his heart that maybe there was the answer he was looking for. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yang didn't choose to check it out. He disappeared into the air and returned to the ground again. There might be a way for him to leave here, but he flinched. He didn't know if he really had the chance to leave. Would he really be willing to give up all of this? A rosy glow gradually appeared in the sky, and Chen Yang returned to his residence. Princess Yao had already woken up, and when she saw Chen Yang coming back, she happily ran over and put her arms around his arm. Husband, let's have breakfast. Okay. Chen Yang smiled and nodded. Husband, do you have anything to do today? At the dining table, Princess Yao said vaguely while eating. There shouldn't be anything going on recently. What does Madam want to do? Chen Yang asked. I want my husband to accompany me to stroll around the capital. I haven't been to the market for a long time, and I'm suffocated to death in this palace. Princess Yao pouted. Her expression was very cute. No problem, today I will have fun with my wife. Chen Yang agreed lovingly. Ever since the army of millions of undead spirits was wiped out by Chen Yang, Great Xia seems to have ushered in spring. Even the national teacher said that Great Xia's national fortune has begun to gradually recover, and there is a vague appearance of prosperity. After breakfast, Chen Yang took Princess Yao out as promised. As Chen Yang and Princess Yao appeared on the street, the surrounding people cast their admiring gazes. Chen Yang found that their eyes were a little different from before. If Chen Yang was an invincible general in their eyes and highly respected by them, now he is a real god in the eyes of the people, which is a kind of belief. For some reason, Chen Yang felt a strange power pouring into his body. This kind of power was invisible and intangible, but he could actually find that there was something more in his body. Is this the power of faith? After possessing the special talent of the soul, Chen Yang became more keenly aware of the details of the surrounding things. Although he had never heard of the power of faith, he could vaguely guess the imperial aura on Emperor Yao. Unknowingly, Chen Yang and Princess Yao came to the gate of the city. Under Emperor Yao's order, the statue was being built in front of the city gate with great fanfare. Although it was only a prototype, Chen Yang could still see that this was the first time he was alone in the face of an army of undead guarding the city gate. Husband, you are so handsome. Princess Yao Gong looked at the majestic statue and said. Little stars appeared in the eyes. Hehe, it's really embarrassing for me to do this. Chen Yang said with some embarrassment. He is not very used to this kind of behavior by placing his own statue at the main entrance of the king's capital and accepting the worship of all the people. But since Emperor Yao insisted, Chen Yang couldn't say anything. Let's go, it will take some time to complete the project here, let's go to other places. Chen Yang turned around and led Princess Yao and said. It has been a long time since he came to the capital, but his understanding of the entire capital is negligible. He usually spends time in the palace or celebrates. Today is the first time he really understands the real life of the capital. The people here have their own fertile fields, and they don't have to worry about food and clothing. Since they are no longer threatened by the army of undead, each of them has a happy smile on their faces. Chen Yang didn't know how many countries were wiped out before, but Daxia was undoubtedly the luckiest one. This kind of life lasted for a month. Apart from practicing, Chen Yang accompanied Princess Yao. Finally, one day, a burst of good news came from the palace. Great Emperor, good news, Princess Yao has it. What did you say? Fei Er has it. I heard the maid running all the way shouting. Emperor Yao showed ecstasy on his face. Quick, take me to have a look. Emperor Yao hurriedly packed his clothes and went out. The news of Princess Yao's pregnancy spread instantly, and the atmosphere in the general's mansion was full of joy. After learning that Princess Yao was pregnant, Chen Yang's heart couldn't help beating. He carefully supported Princess Yao. Even if Princess Yao wanted to drink water, he brought it himself. Husband, I have this talent, don't be so careful. Seeing that Chen Yang was afraid that she would be hurt even a little bit, Princess Yao also had a happy smile on her face. How can I do that? You are the baby of the family now, you just need to eat and drink well. Chen Yang said fondly while feeding the fruit. The emperor is here. The guard's announcement came from outside the mansion, and Chen Yang quickly helped Princess Yao get up. Slow down, don't fall. Seeing Princess Yao standing up all of a sudden, Chen Yang tried to persuade her. Husband, it's all right. As a woman, Princess Yao naturally knows the details of upbringing. In her eyes, her husband is so cute and stupid. Of course, Chen Yang didn't know what Princess Yao was thinking, mainly because he often saw those Gongdu dramas in his previous life, in which the concubine would lose her child every now and then, and now he was in such a scene again, so of course he had some scruples in his heart. Great. Seeing Emperor Yao coming in person, Chen Yang hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. You don't need to be like this, General. Didn't I tell you earlier that in Daxia, you and I are brothers, and you are not allowed to be so polite in the future? Emperor Yao said with a smile all over his face. Father. Princess Yao saluted Emperor Yao slightly. I heard the news of my daughter's pregnancy this early in the morning, but I was so excited. Come, let my father see if it is a boy or a girl. Emperor Yao couldn't wait to receive the control vitality to enter Princess Yao's body perception. Great Emperor, Fei is only pregnant now, and she still can't tell the difference between male and female. Chen Yang snickered behind him. Oh, look at me, I'm so excited that I even forgot this. Emperor Yao patted his forehead and smiled awkwardly. The emperor is too excited, come in and sit down. Chen Yang invited Emperor Yao and said. Okay, today is really a happy day, the two of us must not get drunk. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Yao directly ordered his maids to bring over the best wine in the capital. At noon, people came and went from the general's mansion, and when they heard the news that Princess Yao was pregnant, all the ministers from the entire capital came to the mansion to give gifts. While everyone was enjoying the wedding banquet, a guard rushed to Chen Yang and said something in his ear. Chen Yang frowned, and put down the wine glass in his hand. What happened? Seeing Chen Yang's appearance, Emperor Yao was surprised. It's the undead, they're out again. Chen Yang replied lightly. These guys really know how to pick their days, how many undead armies are there? Emperor Yao said a little displeased. Only one, it should have come. Chen Yang looked at the sky, and sure enough, within a moment, a small black spot appeared in the distance, and the black spot became bigger, and the terrifying aura immediately covered the entire capital. Sensing the other party's breath, Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. The undead that invaded the capital this time are completely different from the previous ones. This terrifying breath is completely different from the 7th order undead. Others also felt the coercion of the suffocation of the undead. This coercion is completely different from the coercion of the beast, but comes from the trembling of the soul. Emperor Yao's face was also a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the emperor's luck on his body resisted the coercion of some souls, otherwise even he would tremble under the coercion of the other party. General. Emperor Yao looked at Chen Yang with an ugly face, and the words in his mouth were self-evident. Princess Yao, who was immersed in joy, also looked at Chen Yang worriedly. Pass it to me. Seeing that everyone had no desire to resist, the corners of Chen Yang's mouth rose slightly. This is the first time he has foreseen the existence of the 8th level strength. Although he has always felt that he should not be far from the 8th level strength, he has never compared it, and he does not know whether he can fight against the 8th level undead. Husband. Princess Yao wanted to dissuade her, even though she didn't know how powerful the enemy was this time. Even Emperor Yao showed a desperate expression. She immediately understood that this time the enemy was not something Xia could resist. Don't worry, with my husband here, no matter how strong this guy is, I won't let him step into the capital. Chen Yang touched Princess Yao's hand and said comfortingly. Brother Yang, are you really confident? Seeing that Chen Yang was about to leave the station, Emperor Yao said solemnly. You can try it, the emperor will wait for my good news. Chen Yang's figure suddenly disappeared, and he reappeared outside the capital city. The huge figure in the sky noticed Chen Yang's presence and then slowed down its speed. Chen Yang took a closer look, and found that the huge figure in front of him was still a bone dragon, but this bone dragon was different from the 3rd order bone dragon he had encountered before. This skull dragon has 3 heads, each of which has a soul fire in it. Through the color of the soul fire, Chen Yang can judge the strength of this guy is not easy. The soul fire of the 6th level necromancer is light blue, and the soul fire of the 7th level necromancer is dark blue. The soul fire of the 3-headed dragon in front of him is already lavender, even if it stands there quietly. Chen Yang could feel the trembling from the soul. What a terrifying breath! Is this the suppression from the soul? Chen Yang realized that this battle might not be as simple as he had imagined. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was not attacking, he quickly checked the talent information of this undead. Necromancer, Bone Dragon King. Bloodline, High Necromantic Bloodline. Cultivation Realm, 8th level. Strength, 20 Mountain Force, 20 W tons. Cultivation Talent, Advanced Comprehension. Special Talents, Strength, Advanced Comprehension, Strength Domain, Advanced, Speed, Advanced Comprehension, Speed Force, Intermediate, Necromancer, Extraordinary, Soul, Extraordinary, Hellfire, Extraordinary, Hell Ice, Extraordinary, Death, Extraordinary. Looking at the series of messages, Chen Yang's expression was slightly dull. What surprised him the most was not the so-called special talent at the spiritual level, but the opponent's power domain, which was also an advanced power domain. This is terrible. Chen Yang felt insignificant for a while. The reason why he was able to fight at the next level was because he had a high-level power domain. In front of the high-level power field, even the top 7th level beasts could not withstand Chen Yang's full blow, but in front of this 8th level Bone Dragon King, his advantage was gone. What to do? There was a crisis in Chen Yang's heart. If he could not block the Skull Dragon King, not only the city behind him, but also his lover and the unborn child would die in the opponent's hands. Thinking of this, he knew that he must not retreat, even though the strength of the two sides was very different. With the Black Emperor sword, he might not have a chance. Roar. Seeing that Chen Yang's weak body dared to stand in front of him, the Bone Dragon King felt offended. He raised his head and let out a roar, and the dragon head on the left suddenly opened and spit out a blue flame towards Chen Yang. Hiss. When Chen Yang saw that the other party was attacking him without even saying hello, he quickly dodged his figure, avoiding the other party's hellfire narrowly. The flames of hell sprayed on the ground and directly melted the land, and the remaining energy was even corroding towards other places. Seeing that the opponent's random blow directly created a large hole with a diameter of dash meters in front of the king's capital, his expression changed, and he realized that he must never fight the opponent in front of the king's capital, otherwise the king will be directly destroyed in the aftermath of the battle between the two. Hey, idiot. Chen Yang didn't know if the other party could understand his own words. Looking at the 3 huge dragon heads, he felt that the other party probably didn't know what he was talking about. However, he didn't intend to let the Bone Dragon King understand. The Black Emperor sword appeared in his hand, leaving an afterimage in place. The Bone Dragon's head took Chen Yang's sword abruptly. Although the undead has no body, as the realm rises, the bones on the body will become very hard. The pure power of this 8th rank Bone Dragon King may be able to crush all creatures, not to mention the perverted attack method like Soul Fire. Jianfeng left a white mark on the dragon head on the left. Seeing that the Black Emperor's sword could actually inflict damage to the Bone Dragon King, Chen Yang was a little happy. At least he had some confidence in his heart. When the sword hit, Chen Yang immediately opened the distance between himself and the opponent. Seeing Chen Yang leaving in the opposite direction of the capital, the Bone Dragon King hesitated for a while, and finally chose to pursue Chen Yang. Seeing that the provocation was successful, Chen Yang increased his speed to the extreme and rushed towards the distant wilderness. 1 dragon and 1 person chased in the air, and Wang Du was quickly left behind. Husband, he will be fine. Seeing Chen Yang leading the Bone Dragon King away, Princess Yao worried. With the departure of the Bone Dragon King, the oppression of the soul suddenly disappeared. All the ministers barely straightened their backs at this time, and before they knew it, their backs were soaked in cold sweat. Auspicious people have their own celestial features. I believe Brother Yang will be fine. Emperor Yao looked at the figure far away and prayed. We can't let him fight alone. Father, I want to ask all the people in the capital to pray for him. Princess Yao stroked her abdomen and said firmly. Okay, it's up to you. Order, everyone pray for the general. Emperor Yao gave an order, and all the people in the capital gathered towards the city gate. At the entrance of the city gate, a 10-meter-high statue is lifelike. Many people looked at the towering statues and knelt down to pray. Chen Yang, who was far away from the capital, suddenly felt a magical will, and the speed of the exercises in his body was faster than before. Chen Yang glanced in the direction of the capital in surprise. He thought that only the great emperor of Great Xia could enjoy this kind of treatment, but he didn't expect that he could feel the blessings from the entire capital. I won't let you down. Chen Yang's eyes were firm. For Daxia, for his lover, and for the unborn child, he is sure to kill the Skull Dragon King. Even if God comes, it's useless. The aura on his body rose suddenly, and Chen Yang felt stronger than ever. The Bone Dragon King also noticed the changes in Chen Yang's body. It was only slightly puzzled for a few seconds, and then its eyes became extremely cold. The breath of death permeates around the body, and now it has undoubtedly transformed into the world's boss, which looks very terrifying. Chen Yang was not intimidated by the aura of the opponent. Despite the disparity in strength between the two sides, he still did not lose his determination to fight. Instead, his fighting spirit was burning, and the Black Emperor sword in his hand hummed. Hi Huangjian, I believe you are also eager to taste the soul fire of the 8th level undead. This time, I will let you get your wish. Chen Yang stopped his body, he transformed into a clone on the spot, and then slashed at the Bone Dragon King. The avatar does not have the blessing of the Black Emperor sword, so he only intends to control it to harass the opponent. Seeing that the Bone Dragon King's attention was attracted by the avatar, Chen Yang directly turned into a shadow to kill the Bone Dragon King. At the moment of the Bone Dragon King, the dragon head pointed at Chen Yang and spit out a flame of hell. Chen Yang in the shadow state was extremely fast, and narrowly avoided the blue fire pillar. The cold and piercing flames made Chen Yang's hair curl up slightly, and he attacked the other two dragon hairs as if his clone committed suicide. Chen Yang took this opportunity to disappear from the sight of Bone Dragon King capital. The left head of the Bone Dragon King found that Chen Yang had disappeared. It was puzzled for a while and then shifted its attack target to Chen Yang's avatar. Little did it know that under the black dead air, Chen Yang was already close to the body of the Bone Dragon King. Copy talent. Copy succeeded. The Bone Dragon King felt a little bit of his own strength being pulled away, which was the result of the evolution of the copying talent. When facing 6th and 7th order ferocious beasts, this evolved characteristic could not bring Chen Yang a particularly large improvement, but it was different for the undead of the 8th order realm. 1% of the power was withdrawn from the 8th order undead, and Chen Yang felt a sharp pain in his brain. Several talents were successfully copied by Chen Yang, and even the power of the soul fire on the other party was transmitted into Chen Yang's body. Chen Yang felt that his soul had grown a lot. Although he was still not good enough in front of the 8th order undead, at least the gap between him and the Bone Dragon King had narrowed by 1%. The promise slash. Chen Yang's avatar was wiped out by 3 heads. He didn't care. He withdrew from the shadow state, and Wuji Sword Deo directly urged to the maximum to chop towards the Bone Dragon King. The sharp sword energy collided with the Bone Dragon King's body, and there was an ear-piercing sound between the two. When the sound gradually disappeared, there was another mark on the Bone Dragon King's body. This is not over yet. The high-level strength field and the middle-level speed force are unfolding. Chen Yang's speed is so fast that it is blurred. The sword body of the Black Emperor sword is shining with black light under the injection of dragon power. The Bone Dragon King did not expect that Chen Yang also possesses high-level power before it had time to resist. The body of the Black Emperor sword had already chopped on the head of the Bone Dragon King. Crack. Under the double domain, Chen Yang's strength also exceeded the strength of 20 mountains. This sword would cut off even the mountain peaks. No matter how strong the Bone Dragon King's body was, he could not resist this full-strength sword. Without extra fancy swordsmanship, one of the Bone Dragon King's head was cut off by Chen Yang. The Bone Dragon King couldn't feel the pain in his body, but the tearing of his soul still made him howl in pain. It regretted a little, because it looked down on Chen Yang, a little ant, and lost a head for it. The soul fire of the Bone Dragon King instantly covered the entire body, and the part cut off by Chen Yang quickly closed. Its body exuded purple light, and the power field also expanded at this moment. Chen Yang felt suffocated for a while. When facing a 7th level beast, his high-level power domain was invincible, but now when he meets the Bone Dragon King who is 2 levels higher than him, his high-level power domain is immediately suppressed by the opponent. Hellfire, Hell Ice, Death. Chen Yang didn't back down. The 3 newly copied special talents were combined to form a black beam of energy light. The energy in his body was continuously injected into it and then compressed. Under the blessing of the dual domains, the black special talent combination hit hard. Xiang Bone Dragon King. When the Bone Dragon King saw that Chen Yang was using his special talent to attack, the flames in his eyes showed a little contempt. The same 3 special talents gathered in an instant, and the black special talent combination condensed by Chen Yang was directly disintegrated the moment it came into contact with the opponent's special talent. Of course, Chen Yang would not think that his attack method would have any miraculous effect. He just wanted to attract the attention of the other party. The figure disappeared in the aftermath of the battle, and Chen Yang appeared in front of the head of the fallen Bone Dragon. The Black Emperor sword pierced through this huge head without hesitation. The moment the sword touched the soul fire, the whole sword trembled with excitement. The 8th level soul fire was crazily absorbed by the Black Emperor sword. The soul fire wanted to escape, but the devouring power of the Black Emperor sword was too strong. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the remaining soul fire in the skull was instantly absorbed. The Black Emperor sword absorbed most of it. The remaining soul fires felt fatally threatened. They turned into fiery soul attacks and attacked Chen Yang's body. Seeing this, Chen Yang frantically burst out to resist the soul attack on his body, but even so, his soul was still burned by the flame. The severe pain almost made him let go of the hilt of the Black Emperor sword. Just when he couldn't hold on, the fire of his soul was finally completely absorbed by the Black Emperor sword. The Bone Dragon King sensed that part of his soul flame was absorbed by Chen Yang's Black Emperor sword, and the soul fire in its eyes crackled and burned. At this moment, it was bound to crush the opponent into pieces and make his soul suffer all kinds of torture. After helping the Black Emperor sword to absorb the soul fire from the Bone Dragon King, Chen Yang's body was also soaked in sweat. The stinging pain from his soul made him miserable, but fortunately, the talent he got from the Bone Dragon King quickly relieved Chen Yang's wounds. When the Bone Dragon King attacked Chen Yang again, he quickly blocked the surrounding space to win for himself a second to breathe. The energy in his body was consumed in the confrontation just now. Chen Yang quickly poured down a drop of super spiritual liquid, and the energy consumed in his body was instantly replenished. There are 2 more heads. Chen Yang flickered to a safer place and looked at the Bone Dragon King. The breath of the Bone Dragon King, whose soul fire was partly swallowed by the Black Emperor sword, weakened a lot, and Chen Yang seemed to see the hope of victory. Seeing that Chen Yang escaped his attack, the Bone Dragon King's aura of death became even worse. He saw it approaching quickly, and the aura of death on his body seemed to swallow Chen Yang. The promise slash. Chen Yang held the Black Emperor sword and chopped off the opponent's head again. This time, the Bone Dragon King took precautions, and a huge dragon claw slapped down on Chen Yang's body. The high-level domains between the two collided with each other. In the end, Chen Yang still lost to the opponent, and was slapped into the soil by its claws. Pfft! Chen Yang spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his body was torn into half by the Bone Dragon King. If it wasn't for his talent for self-healing, this blow might have killed him. At this time, the clothes on his body were in tatters, and the dark red blood was sticky on the skin and clothes, which was very uncomfortable. Chen Yang was not discouraged because of this, although this blow did not achieve the effect he imagined, but relying on the inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy from the super psychic liquid, after his body recovered, he slashed at the opponent again with the Black Emperor sword. Seeing that Chen Yang was still alive and well, the Bone Dragon King was a little puzzled. It didn't think too much about it. Although it was a little surprised by the advanced power domain possessed by the other party, it felt that as long as it took a few more claws, the other party would definitely die. The promise slash. A phantom of a black dragon appeared on the blade of the Black Emperor sword. Chen Yang felt that the sword in his hand had become a little different. With the absorption of the soul fire, the Black Emperor sword became stronger and stronger. The Bone Dragon King impatiently unfolded the dual domains, and the huge dragon claw slapped it, causing the entire ground to collapse. Chen Yang was shot flying again, but this time, a strange smile appeared on his face. It should be almost. Feeling the power stored in his body, Chen Yang swallowed another drop of super spiritual liquid. After being beaten by you for so long, it's time for you to taste your own claws. Absorbing talent gathered the power of the previous two claws on Chen Yang's right arm, and he released the Black Emperor sword to let it float in the air. The second layer of Dragon Emperor Ju was running crazily, and Chen Yang's body turned into a golden dragon soul. Dragon King's claw split the mountain. A huge dragon claw enveloped Chen Yang. Under his swing, the golden dragon claw merged with the previous strength of the Bone Dragon King and grabbed towards the opponent together. After swinging this claw, all the energy in Chen Yang's body was emptied, and the huge golden dragon claw mixed with various forces slapped on the body of the Bone Dragon King. The soul flames in the eyes of the Bone Dragon King kept swaying in front of the huge golden dragon claw. There was a trace of fear in the depths. In front of the Bone Dragon King was a certain kind of dragon. Although its body was resurrected after death, it still retained the previous soul fire. The previous owner of the Dragon Emperor art was a 9th-level existence. Under the suppression of the same kind, it almost had the idea of not wanting to resist in the depths of its soul. With such a little fear, the Bone Dragon King only had time to spray out 2 energy attacks condensed by the talents of Death and Hell Ice, and the 2 forces collided in the air. This time, Chen Yang was finally not thrown away. The Bone Dragon King completely withstood the rebound from Chen Yang's absorption of talent. Although Chen Yang's strength was not as good as it, the Bone Dragon King's own strength had also dropped a lot after losing a head. Under the 2 destructive forces, its body was blown away by a huge force, and the soul fire on its body also dimmed a lot. Seeing that the Bone Dragon King was finally repelled by him, Chen Yang showed a satisfied smile on his lips. He took the opponent's 2 claws to maximize the characteristics of absorbing talent, and coupled with the full blow of the Dragon Emperor's claw, if this still can't repel the opponent, then he can really escape. Feeling that the aura of the Bone Spirit King was much weaker, Chen Yang hurriedly took this opportunity to frantically devour the aura around him. Seeing that he was repelled by such a thin human being, the Bone Dragon King finally became furious. The dead energy all over his body condensed into a ball and gathered in the head in the middle of it. Chen Yang felt a strong crisis. He wanted to teleport away, but the surrounding space was unknowingly locked by the other party. Black Emperor Sword. Chen Yang stretched out his hand to call back the other party. At this moment, the vitality in his body recovered a little, and only some of the remaining dragon power could be used. The Black Death energy seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Chen Yang had no time to resist, weaken, divine body, petrification, slowness and other defensive talents at the same time. The moment he was ready, a Black Death light shot at Chen Yang's chest. The Black Emperor sword was held across his chest by him. Even though he was blocked by the Black Emperor sword, the remaining dead energy still hit part of Chen Yang's body. The body of the 7th level was vulnerable to the death energy under the blessing of the double domain, and the supreme animal body that was cultivated was instantly destroyed. Chen Yang's brain almost lost consciousness at this moment. If he hadn't thought of the dragon cauldron and blocked it in time, his whole body would have been reduced to ashes by the dead energy. His body was shot dozens of miles away by the destructive Black Death light, and the surrounding scenery continued to recede. Chen Yang's ears were already deaf. After an unknown amount of time, his back finally hit a desolate mountain peak. The body is tentatively stuck between the rocks. The huge impact made Chen Yang almost unconscious, and the blessings of the people of Daxia suddenly sounded in his ears. He tried hard to keep himself from falling asleep and tried to open his eyes. Is there really that much difference between the 8th level and the 7th level? Chen Yang thought painfully that even if he stepped into the Grandmaster realm, no matter how invincible he should be able to fight against the 8th rank. Unexpectedly, when the opponent was injured, he almost wiped him out with a full blow. If I can possess high-level speed force, I can definitely beat this guy. Chen Yang felt a little regretful. After copying many 7th level talents, he still didn't hear the voice that made him happy. This time it can also be said that he was unlucky. If the 8th level Bone Dragon King's perception was not the high-level power field, but the high-level speed force, he really wouldn't lose to the opponent. As he was thinking, his consciousness gradually darkened. He wanted to manipulate the Dragon Emperor art to heal the wounds on his body, but the death energy on the Black Death Light was also eroding his body. If his strength disappears, what greets him may be death. No, I can't fall here, ahem. Chen Yang raised his only right hand tremblingly, wanting to recall the Black Emperor sword to his side. At this time, his lower body has been completely wiped out in the Black Death Light. If he wants to survive, he can only rely on the Black Emperor sword. Princess Yao is still waiting for me. I agreed not to let the other party step into the capital. If I fall here, I can't die, at least not now. Chen Yang felt the power of everyone praying for blessings. This power of faith could not be seen normally, but at this moment, Chen Yang could clearly find that there was an extraordinarily pure light deep in his soul. Black Emperor sword, help me. Chen Yang closed his eyes and screamed hard. Under his hoarse voice, the Black Emperor sword buried in the rock finally trembled, and then broke out of the rock and flew into Chen Yang's hand. Rich soul power and vitality poured into his body, and the dried-up vitality was also replenished. Chen Yang finally opened his eyes. With difficulty, he took out a drop of spiritual liquid and put it in his mouth. With the help of the super spiritual liquid, the dead energy in his body finally disappeared. The Supreme Beast body quickly recovered. Chen Yang broke out from the rock, looked at the black spot that was about to leave. He waved the Black Emperor sword in his hand and rushed up again like a flash of lightning. I said I want you to die. You must die today. Chen Yang's roar shook the world, and his desire to kill became more and more intense. The Bone Dragon King was about to leave. When he felt Chen Yang's weak breath, he looked back in surprise. The soul fire in his eyes reveals doubts. It doesn't know that there is a gap between the opponent and himself. What kind of beliefs make him persist until now, and what makes him so indomitable, like an invincible same as Xiaoqiang? Chen Yang didn't know what the other party was thinking. As the super psychic liquid stimulated the recovery of the vitality in his body, he swung the Black Emperor sword in his hand and flashed onto the head of the Bone Dragon King. The death energy from the Bone Dragon King continued to invade Chen Yang's body. Regardless of the damage to his body, Chen Yang stabbed straight at the Bone Dragon King's soul fire with the Black Emperor sword. Of course, the Bone Dragon King couldn't let Chen Yang succeed. It shook the dragon's head angrily, and the other dragon's head was raised high and came towards Chen Yang's position. The Black Emperor sword pierced through the skull under his feet, but it was a little far away from the soul fire. Seeing another head of the Bone Dragon King attacking, Chen Yang had no choice but to give up. At this time, most of his body had been corroded, and the physical pain kept stimulating Chen Yang's brain. Chen Yang didn't retreat because of this. He has a certain reason to stand here. If he retreats, everyone who believes in him will die. The soul talent and necromancer talent acted on him, and Chen Yang's soul quickly gathered in his mind. If he opened his body, he could see a dark blue soul fire slowly burning under the body. These two talents have strengthened Chen Yang's bone strength. As long as his talents don't disappear, he can survive even without a physical body. With the blessing of the power of the soul, Chen Yang is no longer afraid of the death energy of the Bone Dragon King. The Black Emperor sword keeps slashing at the Bone Dragon King's body, and each sword can leave a white scar on the grey body. Because of the constant fighting of the Bone Dragon King, the soul fire in his skull has also dimmed a lot, and the continuous use of advanced power domains has exacerbated its consumption. Chen Yang also felt that the strength of the Bone Dragon King was not as good as before, which made him see the dawn of victory. The power of faith continued to support Chen Yang, and his figure quickly shuttled between the bodies of the Bone Dragon King. The Bone Dragon King was a little irritable, because Chen Yang's body was too small, and unless he used the speed force, it would be very difficult to attack. Originally, Chen Yang could be driven away by relying on the dead energy, but now that Chen Yang himself has given up his physical body, the effect of the dead energy is also lost. Soon, Chen Yang only had a skeleton left. The amazing thing is that in this state, the Dragon Emperor art can still function, and its cultivation path seems to be engraved in Chen Yang's bones. Break me! Chen Yang's soul screamed. Because he lost his body, he couldn't roar out the anger in his heart, he could only strengthen the strength in his hands. Finally, the Bone Dragon King couldn't bear Chen Yang's harassment. Although the fire of the soul was very dim, it chose to expand the dual domain. This time, it wanted to completely wipe out Chen Yang. Chen Yang's body was instantly suppressed by the Shuangzhong domain, and he did not give up. After losing his Danshan, he used his own skeleton to carry the UN Force and Dragon Force. Being suppressed by the dual domain, he used up all the energy he barely recovered, and his own dual domain collided with the opponent's dual domain. This time, he did not retreat immediately. The Bone Dragon King lowered his head and stared at Chen Yang, with purple-blue sparks in his eyes, and the fire of his soul burned again, as if hearing the sound of a broken mirror. Chen Yang's dual domain was crushed by the opponent. Taking advantage of these short seconds, Chen Yang distanced himself from the Bone Dragon King. The empty eye sockets and the Bone Dragon King looked at each other. One person and one dragon were on the verge of falling. Die. The Bone Dragon King's soul made an irresistible sound, and the flame in Chen Yang's head was almost extinguished by the other party's voice. I am the patron saint of Great Xia. Chen Yang raised the Black Emperor sword with difficulty. The energy stored in him wasted again in the previous field confrontation. Without Yuan Li, he used his body to block the opponent. A powerful force of faith suddenly poured into Chen Yang's soul fire, and Chen Yang's spirit trembled. His eyes slowly looked towards the direction of the capital. Fair, is that you? With the help of this power of faith, Chen Yang's soul fire became more vigorous. For a while, the dark blue flame gradually faded, and finally turned into an invisible purple. The promise. Slash. The power of faith replaced Yuan Li and turned into a huge sword energy to slash towards the Bone Dragon King. The colorless sword blocked the surrounding space. Facing this ray of death, Chen Yang is fearless. He believes that the faith of all the people in Daxia and his lover can be invincible. Even the 8th rank Bone Dragon King can't resist it. Under Chen Yang's firm belief, the invisible sword energy cut the Bone Dragon King's death light from the middle. The soul fire in the Bone Dragon King's skull suddenly stopped, and the empty eye sockets revealed inconceivable. Time seemed to have stopped like this. Chen Yang looked at the other party lightly. His skeleton seemed to have turned into a statue. After an unknown amount of time, the skull of the Bone Dragon King slipped from his body, and the fire of his soul was cut in half by the sword of this belief. Seeing such a good opportunity, Chen Yang finally moved. The Black Emperor sword easily pierced the Bone Dragon King's soul fire. This time, it did not resist again. A large amount of soul power poured into the body of the Black Emperor sword, and Chen Yang didn't care to watch it. With the newly copied soul talent, he can also absorb the opponent's soul to enhance his own strength. Soon, the faintly invisible lavender gradually solidified. Although he didn't completely turn purple, he could clearly feel that his soul was much stronger than before. Finally absorbing all the soul power of the Bone Dragon King, Chen Yang's spirit has reached its limit. His skeleton fell to the ground with a whoosh, and if he still had eyelids, he would definitely be able to see him fighting the exhausted consciousness. I can't sleep. Chen Yang felt that if he persisted like this, he would collapse, but his body hadn't recovered yet. He suspected that if he really fell into a deep sleep, he might not be able to wake up for the rest of his life. Just when he was about to condense his body, the Black Emperor sword suddenly lit up with a burst of black light, and Chen Yang, who was enveloped by the black light, lost his 5 senses and fell into a coma. On the wasteland in the distance, Chen Yang's skeleton and that of the Bone Dragon King were randomly scattered on the ground. Even if someone passed by, they might not be able to recognize that the skeleton next to the Bone Dragon King was the patron saint of Daxia's faith, General Chen Yang. As time passed, Chen Yang felt himself immersed in darkness. He wanted to run, but found that he couldn't feel the existence of his limbs. He tried his best to move forward, even though he couldn't feel the existence of his body, he still wanted to break through the endless darkness. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Yang was finally tired. There was no breath of life in this dark world, he thought. Maybe this is where people's souls go after death. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly touched a cold object. This was the first time he had a sense of touch since he came to this darkness. With the appearance of touch, Chen Yang could gradually feel his own body, arms, legs, brains. His fingers began to move up and down, and as soon as he exerted force, a cold object was held in his hand. Chen Yang's consciousness was instantly pulled back, but when he woke up again, what caught his eyes was the blue sky, white clouds, and dazzling sunlight. The soul fire in the skull became active, and Chen Yang found that he was still in the form of a skeleton. He lowered his head slightly, and it turned out that the previous touch in his hand in the darkness was the Black Emperor sword. It's time to go home. Although Chen Yang was unable to speak, his upper and lower jaws kept opening and closing, making clicking sounds. The Dragon Emperor art was operating in the skeleton, and the self-healing talent quickly took effect, and the flesh and blood began to spread from the skull. An hour later, he once again recovered into the great general believed by the people of Great Xia. The Dragon Emperor art in his body is running automatically, and the vitality around him is constantly pouring into his body. Ever since he absorbed the soul fire of the Bone Dragon King, Chen Yang feels that the whole world has become a little different. There seems to be something very similar to the power of the soul in the air. If he absorbs these strange energies, his soul fire should also slowly increase. Although there is no cultivation method of soul power, fortunately, Chen Yang has soul talent. Even if he doesn't have any skills, he can still slowly absorb the soul substance between heaven and earth by relying on the special talent of soul. Although it is slower, it is much better than no cultivation. I don't know if the exercises behind the Dragon Emperor art can cultivate the power of the soul. Although Chen Yang memorized all the Dragon Emperor art, he didn't know what the final effect of the following exercises would be. He would only know when his realm was raised to that level and he experienced it himself. He temporarily put aside his thoughts, and rushed towards King Daxia. The thoughts of Princess Yao filled his mind, and he even forgot to use the talent of space power for a while. I don't know how long I've been in a coma. Madam must still be worried about me. I wonder if the child in her stomach can feel. Chen Yang thought wildly. After finishing the 8th rank Bone Dragon King, the army of undead spirits in this world should no longer be a threat. From now on, he can finally live with Princess Yao carefree. He even thought that after the birth of his child, he would give it the most precious thing in the world as a gift after the birth. The more he fantasizes about his future life, the more Chen Yang can't wait. The wind element under his feet keeps moving, and his figure turns into an afterimage and flies across the air. Not long after, Chen Yang finally returned to the Great Xia King's capital. The moment he saw the Great Xia King's capital, his movements suddenly stopped, and his eyes radiated an unbelievable light. He squeezed his arm, thinking that he hadn't woken up yet, otherwise why would the Great Xia King in front of him become like this? Following Chen Yang's gaze, the entire Great Xia King was lifeless. In the past, the city walls were always full of patrolling soldiers, but now they couldn't even see a single bird. How could this be? How could this be? Chen Yang's whole body seemed to have lost all strength. He staggered close to the city wall. The city gate was wide open, and the streets inside were empty. In the end, what happened? Inside the city gate, the statue built by King de Xia for Chen Yang fell to the ground and broke into several pieces, and the scars of the battle were clearly visible on it. The ground was covered with sunburnt blood, and the whole street seemed to be covered with a purgatory atmosphere. There were no living creatures on the street. No matter how stupid he was, he could still guess what happened to King Daxia. Fair. Chen Yang used the power of space to arrive at the general's mansion in an instant. The gate of the general's mansion was dilapidated, and traces of blood could be clearly seen on the wall and on the ground. Chen Yang unfolded his mental power, and everything in the general's mansion came into his mind. There was no one in the entire general's mansion, and what made Chen Yang most desperate was that even their wedding room was soaked in blood. Fair? No. Chen Yang raised his head to the sky and howled. The familiar smell of blood made him understand that his wife had died in the battle. He couldn't imagine the look in Fei Er's eyes before he died. Did he pray in his heart that he would come back in time? No. Why, the Bone Dragon King is dead. Why is this? His body that had lost all strength plopped on the ground, thinking that his woman and children had passed away. His heart seemed to be lost. There is no patron saint in Daxia. He is just a fragmented soul destroyer. Only then did Chen Yang understand why the last ray of faith he had when he was fighting the Bone Dragon King was different from the previous one. That is not only the power of faith of the people of Great Xia, but also contains the last sustenance of Princess Yao. It's all my fault. If I could be stronger, you wouldn't. Tears rolled down his cheeks. This was the first time Chen Yang experienced such heartbreak. He failed those people who believed in him, and also failed the love of Princess Yao. He is a waste. The venomous sunlight shone on Chen Yang's back, and he knelt on the ground motionless, like a lifeless stone sculpture. At some point, the sky suddenly burst into thunder, and Chen Yang's body was soaked in the big raindrops. Hearing the thunder in his ears, Chen Yang's ashen heart was touched a little. He slowly looked up at the sky, and blue and white lightning kept flashing across his head. If he remembered correctly, this should be the first rainstorm he saw in this world. The raindrops fell on Chen Yang's face. He opened his mouth slightly, and the cold raindrops flowed into his throat. His expression changed, and he thought of something. The reason why the undead army is so powerful is that after each battle, the corpses of those living people will be converted into undead. If he guessed correctly, all the humans who were killed in the king's capital will also be transformed into undead. In other words, although Princess Yao is dead, her soul is still floating in her body. If there is no interference from outside factors, her soul will remain trapped in the body of the undead forever. Fair, wait for me, I'll come to you. There was a gleam in Chen Yang's eyes. As long as he found Princess Yao's body, he could still be by her side all the time. Thinking of this, Chen Yang stood up tremblingly. 7 or 8 days had passed since he knelt down, and his body, which had not eaten, became a little weak. Chen Yang didn't choose to eat. His body soared into the air, and his mental power instantly spread throughout the Great Xia King's capital. After confirming that there was no living person in Daxia King, Chen Yang looked in one direction and searched for it. He made up his mind in his heart that even if he searched the whole world, he would still find his wife. The mental power is constantly being consumed, and the ground under Chen Yang's exploration can be seen clearly. Because the search of mental power was not careful enough, Chen Yang began to use the talent of clairvoyance continuously. Within his line of sight, even a mosquito could not escape his eyes. After searching for a long time, Chen Yang did not find any traces of the undead army. He guessed in his heart whether these undead army would choose to return to the base camp after destroying Great Xia. If the Bone Dragon King was the last backbone of the undead army, after the Bone Dragon King disappeared, they might have retreated directly to that dark place. Thinking of this, Chen Yang directly opened the portal and ran towards the base camp of the undead army. After 3 teleportations, a black mountain range appeared before Chen Yang's eyes. This black mountain range is the lair of the undead army that Chen Yang discovered before. If he had known that the other party would kill de Xia, he should have killed it directly at that time. Thinking of his previous hesitation, Chen Yang regretted it again. His eyes were gradually filled with bloodshot eyes, and bloodthirsty talent flooded his whole body at this moment. Kill. Chen Yang held a long spear with condensed energy, and when he saw the army of undead all over the mountains and plains, he rushed up without hesitation. The spear flashed white light and pierced the skulls of several undead. Sensing Chen Yang's invasion of the base camp, the army of undead in the Black Mountains slowly surrounded Chen Yang. Chen Yang didn't use his special talent. He wanted to kill all these undead with his physical strength. Sweeping the spear forward, a large piece of undead skeleton was directly shattered under Chen Yang's huge force. Most of these undead are in the realm of great warriors. How can they resist Chen Yang's killing? In front of the 7th level power, Chen Yang can smash them to pieces with only a slight attack. The army of undead came in like a tide, and the long spear in Chen Yang's hand didn't stop for a moment. Just like this, he repeated the action of shooting the gun in his hand, and he kept moving towards the black upper man. The undead skeletons on both sides are piled up like a mountain, and they both have undead talents, and they can't be resurrected. At this time, Chen Yang was like a tireless machine. Because he didn't need to use too much energy, Chen Yang's movements were also very simple, and every shot seemed to be practicing. Still, such a kill is too slow. No matter how strong a person's body is, there is a limit, let alone such a simple attack like Chen Yang. If it is a different person, he will die of exhaustion sooner or later. Perhaps because Su was trying to vent his emotions, Chen Yang kept brandishing the spear, his body became more and more exhausted, and he insisted on all this relying on willpower. Chen Yang actually had another reason for doing this. He was afraid that his range attack would accidentally hurt his wife's skeleton. If such a thing had really happened, he might have committed suicide on the spot. Mental power is constantly detecting the surrounding undead spirits. These undead spirits are all similar in appearance, except for some differences in bones. It is impossible for ordinary people to distinguish who may be transformed from Princess Yao's corpse. As more and more dead spirits passed away, some high-level dead spirits in the Black Valley noticed the existence of Chen Yang, and several 6th-order dead skulls with light blue flames attacked Chen Yang. Chen Yang he didn't even look at it. Yuan Li still didn't use it. He threw the spear in his hand with the strength of his body. The long spear came to the 6th-order undead in an instant. The 6th-order undead didn't even have the thought of resisting. The skull was blown to pieces under the force of the light gun, and the soul power in the skull was completely absorbed by Chen Yang. Killing the 6th-order undead made Chen Yang's soul stronger, but he didn't care about it. He was already blinded by hatred. After he found his wife, he wanted to kill all the people in the Black Mountain Range. All the dead spirits then left this place of right and wrong with Princess Yao's last remaining consciousness. The spear mechanically destroyed the undead that approached him. As time passed, the surrounding undead seemed less crowded than before. As he continued to advance, Chen Yang gradually came to the depths of the Black Mountain Range. After fighting for several hours, he still didn't see Mrs. Yao's soul, not even a single familiar smell of Xia. "Ma'am, where are you?" Chen Yang muttered to himself. When he looked up into the distance, a huge palace suddenly appeared in sight. Chen Yang was slightly surprised. He never expected such a building to exist in this Black Mountain Range. But he was just stunned for a while. He didn't care what was in the Black Mountains, he just wanted to find Princess Yao's soul and wreck. After several hours of constantly waving the spear, even the 7th Order Supreme Animal body could hardly persist. If it weren't for the obsession in his heart, Chen Yang might have fallen into the skeleton army. Sensing that there were fewer and fewer undead around, Chen Yang manipulated the power of spirit and soul to cover a part of the mountain range at the same time. Under his careful inspection, every living undead was swept away by spiritual power. After confirming that there were no omissions, Chen Yang finally put away the spear in his hand. The space collapsed. The 4 words were slowly spit out from Chen Yang's lips, and the vitality between the heaven and the earth frantically gathered towards Chen Yang. When the air became thick, the power of space exploded violently. The collapse of the space turned the surrounding undead into powder, and even the 6th-level undead could not survive under his talent, let alone these low-level undead. The entire Black Mountain Range was cleared out of a large open space. As the space collapse continued to spread, large pieces of undead in the mountains fell down one after another. In the end, all the undead in the entire mountain range were wiped out by Chen Yang, and countless ghosts filled the sky and earth. Clear soul remnants. The soul power in Chen Yang's body automatically absorbed these soul remnants, and the soul fire in his head grew stronger, and finally his soul was fixed on the lavender color. After annihilating the army of millions of undead, Chen Yang dragged his physically and mentally exhausted body to the front of the palace step by step. The huge palace was built of unknown black stones, and there were several stone pillars standing outside, with blue flames constantly burning at the top. The style of this palace is very strange, and it doesn't look like it would be built by humans. Chen Yang slowly came to the front of the palace, looking at the pale black palace gate. He stretched out his hand and pushed it open. It seemed that no creature had entered the palace for a long time. With Chen Yang's force, the palace gate made a creaking sound, and a large amount of dust instantly filled the surrounding air. Inside the gate is a hall that looks simple but has a touch of luxury. A broken red carpet of unknown material extends from the gate to the innermost part of the hall. At both ends of the red carpet, dozens of 3-meter-long stone pillars are neatly arranged, and there is a soul flame burning on each stone pillar. The color of the soul flame starts from light blue and goes inward. The closer to the main hall, the darker the color of the soul flames. On the stone pillar at the end, the color of the soul flames is actually black and purple. If I remember correctly, this black the purple soul fire can only be possessed by the top 8th level undead. What is this place? Chen Yang was somewhat puzzled. The master of this hall is really good at putting the top level 8th level soul fire in the hall as a lighting item. There are several steps at the end of the red carpet, and above the steps, a strangely shaped throne sits there quietly. Chen Yang approached slowly, looking at the surrounding soul fire. The Black Emperor sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Feeling the breath of soul fire around him, there was a burst of joy from the Black Emperor sword. Do you want it too? Then absorb them all. The joy of the Black Emperor sword touched Chen Yang's heart. Thinking of his lack of strength, he failed to kill the Bone Dragon King and led to the destruction of the king's capital. His eyes gradually focused on the soul fire on the stone pillar. He lifted the Black Emperor sword, and Chen Yang waved his hand, trying to call these soul fires to his side. The power of thought was activated, and the fire of soul on the stone pillar did not waver in the slightest. Chen Yang was a little surprised. This stone pillar seemed to have a strange power that trapped these soul fires on it. No wonder these soul fires are willing to become the lighting of the hall. He was still wondering at first, the soul fires should have their own consciousness, why they are willing to stay on the stone pillars. Now he knows the reason. Seeing that these soul fires could not be summoned, Chen Yang could only do it himself. When he came to a stone pillar, his body floated up, and the Black Emperor sword swished into the soul fire. Without the slightest hindrance or resistance, the blue soul fire was instantly absorbed by the Black Emperor sword, but the stone pillar produced a little resistance. Chen Yang found that the consciousness in this fire of soul was completely wiped out. Presumably it was done by the owner of this hall, or it was the contribution of this stone pillar. After absorbing the soul fire, the soul power in Chen Yang's body became stronger again. The Black Emperor sword had just tasted the sweetness. Chen Yang didn't waste any time, and went directly to the next stone pillar. One after another, the soul fire was absorbed by Chen Yang and Hai Huangjian, and before they knew it, the stone pillars in the hall became empty. As the color of the soul fire darkened, Chen Yang felt a little pressure. When he began to absorb the deep purple soul fire, a strong attraction came from the stone pillar, as if resisting the absorption of Chen Yang and the Black Emperor sword. A layer of transparent things resisted the intrusion of the Black Emperor sword, and felt that the rich soul fire was in front of him but could not be obtained, and there was a hint of anxiety from the Black Emperor sword. Break! Chen Yang slashed down with the Black Emperor sword in his hand. Unexpectedly that layer of transparent energy resisted the power of the Black Emperor sword. The omnipotent Black Emperor sword couldn't break through this layer of transparent power, and Chen Yang's eyes gradually became solid. I want to see how you resist me. Yuan force was poured into the Black Emperor sword crazily, and Wu Zhang's sword intent gathered on the edge of the Black Emperor sword. He raised the Black Emperor sword and swung it towards the stone pillar, and a sharp sword energy slashed heavily on the stone pillar. Oh! The stone pillar fell in response, and the soul fire on it got rid of the stone pillar and flew towards the outside of the hall. Of course, Chen Yang would not let the other party escape. A barrier of dragon power was formed, and the red barrier directly blocked the fire of the soul. This soul fire seemed to still have a trace of its own consciousness. Seeing a strange barrier blocking its way, it turned around a few times, and finally prepared to condense its soul power to break through. Chen Yang didn't give it a chance, and teleported to the side of the soul flame. The Black Emperor sword pierced into the soul flame without hesitation, and the deep purple soul flame made a tragic sound. The Black Emperor sword that absorbed the deep purple soul flame was very excited. A golden light appeared on the body of the Black Emperor sword. Chen Yang was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he saw other colors on the Black Emperor sword. The deep purple soul flame was absorbed by him and the Black Emperor sword together, and Chen Yang's soul also changed towards the deep purple unconsciously. The remaining stone pillars were destroyed by him in the same way. After he absorbed all the soul fire, his own soul gradually turned black and purple. As long as he absorbed some more, he could break through to light black. As the soul became more powerful, Chen Yang's perception also expanded a lot. Now he can directly perceive the target he is looking for from among the millions of undead. Seeing that there was nothing else worthy of attention in the hall, Chen Yang glanced at the throne, turned around and left. The dead spirit behind Princess Yao's incarnation was not found in the Black Mountains. Chen Yang was a little confused. He didn't know how big this world was. People. Ma'am, where are you? Chen Yang was walking on the old red carpet, when a gust of wind blew, the door of the main hall was suddenly closed, and the whole hall was plunged into darkness. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. Even though his vision was pitch black, he could still perceive every corner of the hall. The inheritor. A vicissitudes of voice appeared in Chen Yang's mind, and Chen Yang's body tightened. This voice was very similar to the voice in the previous dream. Who? A flame burned in Chen Yang's hand, but the surrounding environment was not illuminated by the flame. If he didn't feel the temperature in his hand, he even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Just when he was about to find the source of the sound, his brain suddenly felt a pain, and he fell into a coma. Waking up again, he found himself in a wilderness. He looked around, and at some point behind him, a person in a black robe appeared. The owner of the black robe turned his back to him, and Chen Yang couldn't help approaching slowly. Who are you? Many years ago, everyone seemed to call me the necromancer. When an old voice came, Chen Yang instantly determined that this person was the voice that had appeared in his dreams. Where is this place? Why do you want to control these undead to destroy the whole world? Chen Yang felt that he was approaching the answer of this world. Maybe in him, he could find the clue of Princess Yao. Didn't you already discover it? This place is just a place of trial. Congratulations, you have passed my test. The old man turned around slowly. Chen Yang's eyes froze. The other party was actually a skeleton? Emperor Necromancer. Is this world a test you created? Although Chen Yang guessed the truth, he was unwilling to believe it. Because if all this is just a test, then Princess Yao and Emperor Yao, including the entire Great Xia, are all phantoms. That's right, everything you have experienced is just an illusion. These are just the grinding stones I set for you to make your consciousness stronger and let you understand the characteristics of the soul. Your talent is very good, and you can mastering the power of the soul. Many people have come in before, and they didn't realize that this is a false world until they died. The old man said lightly. Why did you destroy Daxia? After Chen Yang learned that all these were hallucinations, his mood was a little unstable. If these were hallucinations, then what is Princess Yao, and what is his unborn child? If you want to master the power of your soul, you have to experience the joys and sorrows of life and death, hope and despair. They are just phantoms, why should you feel sad for them? The old man didn't care. In other words, you can change them back. Chen Yang suddenly thought excitedly. That's right, although they are just phantoms, their consciousness and souls are real. The old man nodded in acknowledgement. Then can you change Princess Yao back? Chen Yang looked at the old man expectantly. Why do you want to change her back? If you want to cultivate the power of the soul, you must have an unshakable and cold heart. As a practitioner, you should only focus on the Dao, and how can you not be disturbed by your children? The old man said in a cold tone. Please help me, as long as you can revive Princess Yao, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Chen Yang took a step forward. Would you like to be trapped in this illusion forever? A hint of disappointment flashed in the old man's empty eyes. I am willing. Chen Yang answered without hesitation. Then what about your family and lover in reality, have you thought about it? This. Hearing the old man mention his real world, Chen Yang hesitated. During the days of Daxia's life, for some reason, he was forgetting everything about reality, and even felt that Daxia was the place he should stay. You see, you have no determination to stay. The old man shook his head, and the black robe on his body fluttered slightly. He was silent, and he remembered that at the beginning, he just regarded everything here as his own dream. At some point, he began to be reluctant to part with Daxia. When he learned that he had a child, at that moment he felt that he should stay here for the rest of his life. But now, all of this has turned into a bubble. If he continues to be nostalgic, how should he face his parents and that underage sister? Then can you restore Daxia to its original appearance? I don't want her to die. After thinking for a long time, Chen Yang smiled wryly. They are all projections of history. Death is a relief for them. Are you sure you want to resurrect them and let their souls continue to live in this illusion? The old man asked again. Then what if I inherit your power? Chen Yang thought suddenly. If you want to inherit my strength, you must have a heart like a stone. You are the most talented practitioner I have seen in thousands of years. I can choose to forgive your previous affection. But if you continue like this, you will lose the possibility of getting my inheritance. I give you two choices, either inherit my power, or you will get nothing, and Daxia will recover again, but they will not remember you, they will only wait for the next tester of the inheritance. The old man's words froze Chen Yang's brain. There was almost only one choice for him, and that was to accept the power of inheritance. Chen Yang gritted his teeth, an idea came to his mind. Okay, I accept your power. Chen Yang nodded vigorously. This is the inheritor I am optimistic about. The old man laughed, as if he was very satisfied with Chen Yang's decision. Come with me. The old man turned around and planned to lead Chen Yang to a place. Just as Chen Yang was preparing for the next move, the sky suddenly lit up. Chen Yang looked up, and the surrounding environment changed at some point. Chen Yang looked around in surprise. This turned out to be a huge battlefield. There were countless weapon wreckages on the battlefield. From these weapon wreckages, Chen Yang could deduce that the identity of the owner must not be lower than the 6th rank. The battlefield of the Master Realm. Chen Yang's eyes were horrified. He didn't know how big this battlefield was, but he couldn't see the border at a glance. The entire battlefield is full of such weapon wreckage. If the owners of these weapons are all dead, at least tens of thousands of 6th level powerhouses will fall in this area? Where is this? What happened to make so many practitioners die here? Chen Yang opened his mouth slightly and asked. This is an ancient battlefield, and you will naturally know about these things after you reach the 9th level of strength, said the old man. 9th level. Then what is the state in front of you, senior? Chen Yang asked curiously. Me. I should be on the 11th level. The old man recalled. The 11th step. Chen Yang was horrified. The strength of the Demon King of the Demon Star was only 10th rank. Above the Demon King was the Demon God. There was only one Demon God in the entire Demon Star. Just this one Demon God ruled countless planets, and the one in front of him, the skeleton old man, is actually at the 11th level. Isn't that the existence of the same realm as the Demon God? Senior, don't you? Well, not only me, but also many great emperors have fallen on this battlefield. Although Chen Yang didn't ask, the old man guessed what was going on in Chen Yang's mind. Chen Yang's worldview was overturned by the old man's words. Even the 11th level godlike existence would die on the battlefield. What is this so-called black field battlefield? Even 6th level practitioners can only be used as cannon fodder? Don't think so much now, there are many things that are beyond your reach. When your strength reaches this level, you will know some things naturally. The old man's words sounded again. But I have a doubt in my heart. Senior, you are majoring in souls. Seeing that you want to leave this battlefield like this, it shouldn't be a problem. Why do you stay here? Chen Yang was puzzled. Because we were defeated, everyone has been cursed. They will live forever and cannot leave here. In order not to interrupt our inheritance, we can only keep looking for inheritors. I hope that one day a certain inheritor can break this curse," replied the old man. "What realm does it take to break the curse?" "At least the 11th step," the old man said. "The 11th step." Chen Yang muttered to himself. According to what the old man meant, the guy who planted the curse on them must be a 12th level existence. The 12th level. He can't even imagine how powerful the 11th level is. If there is such a thing as the 12th level, wouldn't it be easy to pick up the stars and moons? The front is the place of inheritance, and there are many old guys like me inside. If I let them know that I have found an inheritor like you, they will probably die laughing. The old man seemed to be in a good mood, and Chen Yang followed behind in silence. When he got the old man's power, the first thing he would do was to resurrect Princess Yao, at least to keep her soul. "Necromancer, have you finally found the inheritor?" A vicissitudes of life sounded, and a white-haired old man appeared in front of the necromancer. Chen Yang looked over curiously. This old man should be the master of other inheritances. Yet, after waiting for so many years, I finally found a satisfactory apprentice. Don't be envious. The necromancer laughed loudly. Seeing that the necromancer is so happy, the white-haired old man was a little surprised. You must know that the necromancer has extremely high requirements, and the cultivation talent of the successor who can meet his requirements and make him so satisfied must be amazing. Thinking of this, the white-haired old man set his eyes on Chen Yang, and Chen Yang felt that his body was completely seen by the other party as if it were transparent. What? The white-haired old man looked at Chen Yang with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. As an existence of the 11th level, his strength was already so strong that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Can't see through a child, can you? The eyes of the white-haired old man kept scanning Chen Yang. He was surprised to find that Chen Yang's body was in chaos. Tisk tisk tisk, you have picked up a treasure. Even I can't see through him. If I get your power, it will be great in the future, the white-haired old man praised. Hearing the old man's praise, several figures gathered around him. Chen Yang counted them, and there were as many as 7. Who can't even see through you, let me try. An old man in a blue robe was attracted by the white-haired old man's words, and his mental power soon fell on Chen Yang. Soon he also made a surprised sound, and looked at Chen Yang full of doubts. Necromancer, the inheritor you found is a bit difficult. Could it be that the power of the curse is too strong, and you can't even do such a simple thing? The blue-robed old man said in surprise when he saw that his own spiritual power could not see through Chen Yang. I don't believe it. We can see through the previous ones. How come this guy can't do it? It must be that you two are too weak. Seeing that neither the white-haired old man nor the blue-robed old man could see through Chen Yang's power, the other old man also cast a curious look. After a while, the other old people shook their heads one after another, but unexpectedly, all of them could only see a piece of chaos, unable to distinguish Chen Yang's strength. Boy, are you interested in considering accepting my inheritance? The white-haired old man suddenly spoke. Why are you robbing me of your apprentice? The necromancer raised his eyebrows and said, It's been a long time since I saw such a special cultivator. I observed that he was a good seedling, and he reached the realm of a master at the age of 20. This was considered a genius in our era. And if I read correctly, your physical body the strength has reached the 7th level, and even the soul fire has the breath of the 8th level. Tisk tisk tisk, what a good seed. The more the white-haired old man talked, the brighter his eyes became. The eyes of the other old people also lit up when they heard this. They were able to cultivate their bodies to the 7th level and possess 8th level souls at such an age. In their time, only some geniuses could barely do it. Boy, you can also consider testing us. The other old men couldn't wait to speak. This is the apprentice I chose. If you want it, you can find it yourself. The necromancer said angrily. It's too wasteful for such a good seedling to take the path of the soul. The blue-robed old man shook his head and sighed. Speak clearly, what is too wasteful? Who doesn't know that my soul emperor has killed countless people and is invincible in the world? Other cultivators are scared to death just by hearing my name. How dare you say that you are wasting with me? The necromancer raised his voice and shouted. Your soul power is strong, but after you practice, you will become like you, who is neither human nor ghost. Look at how handsome this child is. If you ruin such a face, don't ask others disagree. The white-haired old man shook his head as if to sneer at the power of the soul. For the sake of strength, what about sacrificing appearance? Don't you think so, Chen Yang? The necromancer looked back at Chen Yang and said. The emperor is right. Chen Yang still had to rely on the other party's inheritance power to save his Princess Yao, so of course he could only agree with the other party's point of view at this time. Look, I'll just say he agrees. The necromancer seemed very happy to hear Chen Yang's answer. Son, let me advise you. You may not know that everyone here is not weaker than him. I still suggest that you accept my inheritance. After all, my power of space is also very powerful. The white-haired old man said proudly. The power of space. Chen Yang was taken aback. He was very familiar with the power of space, and he even used it for walking. It was really good to say the least. Seeing that Chen Yang was moved, the white-haired old man hurriedly continued to persuade him. Hey, Kong Ling, you are a bit too much. The commander's face darkened when he saw that the other party really wanted to compete with him for the inheritor. He had waited so long for someone to pass his test, and he was such a genius, he couldn't let anyone else pass it. Son, what talents do you have? Although I can't see through your talents, I can feel a familiar force in your body. Could it be that you still have fire elements in your body? A man in a red robe wondered. I also feel that there is a power in his body that I am familiar with. Does this kid have 4 talents? The blue-robed old man said in surprise. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Yang nodded silently. No, I feel the same way. Me too. Several old men spoke at the same time, and when they heard each other say that they felt familiar power in Chen Yang's body, they looked at each other and stared at each other. Could it be that you are the legendary chosen one? The white-haired old man couldn't help exclaiming when he heard that everyone felt this way. What is the chosen one? Chen Yang was puzzled. The chosen one is a special physique with multiple talents. It is great to have one in each era. The guy who cursed us has the chosen physique. He has 18 kinds of natural powers in his body. Even cultivators who are a little higher than him are no match for him. The blue-robed old man couldn't help sighing when he thought of cursing their existence. You're not really the chosen one, are you? The necromancer did not expect that Chen Yang possessed so much power in his body. He could only feel the 3 powers of death, necromancer, and soul in Chen Yang's body. As for the special talent displayed in the trial, he didn't see it, except that he had contact with the other party in the dream, and the other time was now. I don't know what the chosen one you are talking about is, but I do have a variety of special talents. Chen Yang nodded and admitted. How many kinds are there? The white-haired old man asked quickly. More than 20 kinds. Chen Yang lied. If he told all the natural powers he copied, they might be frightened. Sigh. Everyone gasped. It is amazing that Heavenly Man has more than a dozen special talents, but Chen Yang has more than 20 kinds. Hearing this, they glanced at each other again. This is a treasure. Si Ling, according to the rules, we shouldn't snatch your inheritor, but you also know that this child is too special. I can't let it go this time. The white-haired old man immediately expressed his opinion. Yes, I am also willing to accept him as a disciple. The old man in red robe followed suit. Not only them, but others also expressed their views. Hearing this, the necromancer felt dizzy. He was both happy and sad. He was delighted that the inheritor he had found was so great, but sad because he wanted to let the guys around him know how special Chen Yang was. He didn't pass your test. Logically speaking, he is not qualified to accept your inheritance. The necromancer said suddenly. It doesn't matter, this child is a chosen one. What trials do he need to pass? I decided to make an exception and recognize him as an inheritor. The white-haired old man said impatiently. That can't be done. I think it's better to test it, so that we can know what kind of heart this child has. The blue-robed old man said. We have so many people here, it would be a waste of time to test them one by one. Why don't we discuss a test together? The red-robed old man suggested. I reject. Seeing that several people wanted to compete for his successor, the necromancer couldn't help standing up in front of Chen Yang. Necromancer, don't be stingy. Do you still want to occupy the chosen one by yourself? The white-haired old man laughed. That's right, it's fine if it's someone else. I will never give up on this day's chosen one. The blue-robed old man also expressed his state of mind. Seeing other people doing the same, the necromancer felt very uncomfortable. Chen Yang originally belonged to his inheritor, but now he wants to share it with others. If he had known that Chen Yang was so good, he would have taken him away from the beginning. Son, are you willing to take part in our test? The old man in blue robe asked. Chen Yang was having a hard time making a decision. He looked at the necromancer, not knowing how to speak. If he agreed to these old people, what should he do if the necromancer is unwilling to accept himself as an inheritor? Chen Yang didn't know that he was thinking too much. It was an incomparable pride for them to be able to personally train a person chosen by heaven. How could the necromancer give up on him? I'd better listen to the emperor. Chen Yang thought about it and made this difficult decision. When the necromancer heard Chen Yang's words, a hint of relief appeared on the skeleton's face for no reason. I know that you want to save Princess Yao. I regret to tell you that her soul consciousness has completely disappeared. I lied to you before, and she can't come back. The necromancer said. The necromancer's words flashed across Chen Yang's heart like a bolt from the blue. Hearing that Princess Yao would never appear again, his heart seemed to have died at this moment. Why are you doing this to me? Chen Yang staggered back a few steps. He thought that accepting the inheritance of the necromancer would allow Princess Yao to return to his side, but he couldn't see through his thoughts as an old antique that had lived for thousands of years. At first, the necromancer thought that as long as Chen Yang accepted his inheritance, he would naturally be able to change his mind over time. But now that he knew that Chen Yang was the chosen one, he gradually gave up this idea, so he told Chen Yang the truth. Princess Yao is just a longing in your heart. It's all just a dream. Don't you understand why she is similar to someone you know in real life? Seeing that Chen Yang was disheartened, the necromancer persuaded him. My longing, how is it possible? Chen Yang came to his senses in an instant. If this is really the case, is he in love with Songqing? Although the white-haired old man didn't know what happened to Chen Yang during the trial of the necromancer emperor, Chen Yang's state at this time made him shake his head. As a chosen person, how can you indulge in illusions? Do you want to abandon everything in reality and stay with illusions when you fall into other people's illusions again in the future? Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Chen Yang's tearful eyes flickered slightly. I think I know what kind of trial I should prepare for you. If you can get out of this trial, you are eligible to become our inheritor. Otherwise, you will be addicted to the illusion forever until you die. A white light radiated from the pupils of the white-haired old man. Chen Yang felt his eyes were stung by a burst of strong light, and everything around him disappeared instantly. Kong Ling, isn't this good for him? Seeing Chen Yang disappear in front of everyone, the old man in blue robe said worriedly. To break this curse, we must cultivate an excellent inheritor. If he doesn't even have the courage to walk out of the illusion, even if he reaches our height in the future, how can he be that guy's opponent? The white-haired old man said firmly. That's right, especially that guy has the talent of reincarnation. If you face off with this kid in his state, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape the opponent's palm for the rest of your life. The old man in red was very much in favor of Kong Ling's approach. It's all my fault. I made this illusion too real, and it also affects his soul all the time. Otherwise, with his heart, he should be able to see through all of this. The necromancer regretted. You did nothing wrong. There will be many unexpected things on the road of cultivation. We just let him experience them in advance. If he can really see through the illusion, he will definitely become a blockbuster in the future. Ethereal speculated. Hopefully, we've been stuck here for too long, and we don't know what's going on with Blue Star now. The old man in green robe sighed. We have guarded for so long, I hope Blue Star will be able to produce talents in large numbers. Another old man's thoughts also returned to 1,000 years ago. After the blinding white light passed, Chen Yang found himself on the battlefield. At this time, he turned into a small soldier, and a worn-out spear was stained with blood. Chen Yang staggered up and looked around. Every soldier around him looked exhausted. Judging from their mental state, these soldiers didn't know how long they hadn't rested. Brothers, kill, for Desya. A centurion who seemed to be the leader held a banner and kept waving and shouting. Looking at the big flag in the hands of the centurion, Chen Yang froze. The pattern on the flag was very familiar to him, and it turned out to be the symbol of Great Xia. Is this Daxia? There was a gleam in Chen Yang's eyes. If this is Daxia, does that mean that Princess Yao is also here? Thinking of this, Chen Yang's silent heart beat again. If this is really Daxia, Princess Yao must be here too? The surrounding soldiers charged forward without fear of life and death, and only then did he notice who Daxia's enemy was. In the distance, ferocious beasts all over the mountains are attacking the city of Daxia. Many of them have never been seen by Chen Yang, but judging from the breath of these beasts, they are not much different from the beasts that appeared on the Blue Star. Is this what happened to Blue Star thousands of years ago? Could it be that there was a fierce beast invasion on Blue Star thousands of years ago? Chen Yang was a little puzzled, because according to the information of Huiguo and the entire world, the fierce beasts appeared along with the black cracks in the sky decades ago. How could they appear on the battlefield thousands of years ago? He didn't know whether this was a battlefield simulated by the trial or the history of Blue Star, but he vaguely guessed in his heart that this was probably not a fictional battlefield, but something that happened thousands of years ago. Chen Yang gradually realized that the appearance of ferocious beasts might not be as simple as what they understood now. He looked up at the sky, and there were indeed several huge cracks floating in the air. Obviously, these fierce beasts were also sent here because of the cracks. If there were fierce beasts that invaded Blue Star thousands of years ago, who blocked these cracks? Was there a demon-like existence that came here at that time, such as the necromancer? Is it possible for people to be the cultivators who have appeared on the Blue Star? Chen Yang felt that he was about to touch the truth of history, and since the appearance of the trial ground, he felt a little weird. The land of trials is different from the cracks before. It is not a crack created by the enchanted crystal. That is to say, there is a possibility that the Blue Star has always existed in the land of trials, but no one has discovered it before. According to this inference, Blue Star was also a shining planet for cultivation thousands of years ago, but for some unknown reason, all these traces have been erased, and there is no record even in history. Chen Yang also thought about the parasite's body world, which was not like the beast planet that Chen Yang had visited before. If that sealed land also existed in Blue Star from the very beginning, the story in it would be too huge. Looking at the approaching ferocious beasts, Chen Yang temporarily put these conjectures behind him. The most important thing for him now is to repel the beast tide. After the beast tide is over, he will go to the royal capital of Daxia to find his Princess Yao. After making the plan, Chen Yang dropped the spear in his hand, and his Yuanli turned into a flickering spear. His figure was like lightning, and he came to the forefront of the battlefield in an instant. The spear transformed from Yuanli is amazingly powerful. Most of the beasts in front of him are ferocious beasts around the third rank. As long as his spear touches the bodies of ferocious beasts, they will be turned into ashes. The 7th level is simply overkill to deal with the beast tide. The color of the sky kept changing with Chen Yang's fighting, and before he knew it, all the soldiers around him fell down. The ferocious beast in front of him disappeared at some point, leaving only a mountain of corpses on the entire battlefield, and a large group of crows circled in the air looking for their favorite targets. Chen Yang put away the long spear in his hand. He knew that all this was caused by the illusion of the trial. The old man in the sky might just want him to know this history, but he didn't want him to really participate in it. Seeing that the entire battlefield was littered with corpses and there was not a single living thing, Chen Yang turned and looked in the direction of Daxia. The portal opened, and Chen Yang appeared behind Daxia. There was no excitement as imagined, and Chen Yang found that the people in the city had turned into strange creatures, which were very similar to alien species. What happened? Seeing that the city was filled with such alien-like creatures, Chen Yang began to worry. These alien-like creatures rushed towards Chen Yang immediately after discovering Chen Yang, a living person. They seemed to have been hungry for a long time, and they wished to directly swallow Chen Yang alive. Roll. A red dragon force emanated from Chen Yang's body and melted all the alien-like creatures around him. His body disappeared again, and this time he appeared in the capital of Great Xia, which he was all too familiar with. Emperor Yao. Chen Yang came to the palace. This palace was exactly the same as the environment he had experienced before, even every brick and tile was exactly the same. What makes him uncomfortable is that the soldiers and guards in the entire palace have also turned into alien-like creatures, and their strengths are also at the 5th and 6th levels. How could it be like this here? When Chen Yang saw that the entire palace had fallen, he was very anxious. If the main hall was like this, wouldn't his Princess Yao also turn into something similar to a different species? Thinking of this, Chen Yang couldn't wait to flash into the hall, and the scene that made his eyes tear open appeared in front of him. On the throne of the main hall, Emperor Yao stared blankly into the distance. Beside Emperor Yao, it was the Princess Yao whom he was thinking of, but they all turned into existences similar to alien species. Sensing Chen Yang's aura, Emperor Yao on the throne showed a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. He grinned, his eyes locked on Chen Yang and grabbed him directly. Chen Yang was shocked. This Emperor Yao actually possessed the strength of the 8th rank. Not only that, even Princess Yao had turned into an 8th rank alien. Empty old man? What on earth do you want? Seeing the person he loves the most turned into a different kind of existence, Chen Yang couldn't help shouting to the sky. He kept dodging Princess Yao's attack, while the Black Emperor sword in his hand slashed at Emperor Yao. But Emperor Yao's body was extremely hard, even the Black Emperor sword couldn't break through the opponent's defense for a while. Facing 2 8th levels at the same time, Chen Yang's pressure doubled. Although he absorbed a lot of soul fire in the Necromancer Hall before, he has not fully grasped the power of the soul now, and the bodies of Emperor Yao and Princess Yao in front of him probably have no soul fire for a long time. Chen Yang wants to the idea of controlling the opponent through the power of the soul is also shattered. Chen Yang knew that all of this was caused by the old man Kongling, and the other party wanted to kill his favorite person himself to show his determination to practice. Why do you force me to make such a choice? Chen Yang kept backing away. Princess Yao showed no mercy in her attack. He accidentally did not dodge it. His chest was sunken under the opponent's attack. His ribs were all broken, and some even pierced his back directly. The tearing pain made Chen Yang almost cry out. He clenched his teeth and moved all the ribs out of his body. Seeing that the two joined forces to kill him, Chen Yang knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. Dragon power was poured into the Black Emperor's sword, and the fire of the soul spread all over his body in an instant, and his physical head instantly turned into a skull burning with black and purple flames. Under the blessing of the fire of the soul, Chen Yang's strength has taken a huge leap, and the Black Emperor's sword in his hand also emits a black light, and there is a golden glint on the sword body. The promise slash. The Yuanli in Chen Yang's body poured into the Black Emperor's sword crazily, the double domain unfolded, and an invisible sword energy tore apart the surrounding space. Emperor Yao instantly activated the dual domains to resist, but it was too late. The split sword energy cut Emperor Yao in half, and the entire hall was also torn and destroyed by the aftermath of this invisible sword energy. Chen Yang panted heavily and looked at Princess Yao quietly in front of her. Her face, which was originally comparable to a fairy, now looked extremely ferocious. After Emperor Yao was killed, her body froze in place, just dead. Staring at Chen Yang. Possessing the black and purple soul fire, Chen Yang's strength became very terrifying in the state of undead. Even so, he still couldn't bear to kill Princess Yao in front of him, even though he knew all of this was fake. Fair, I'm your husband, don't you remember me? Seeing Princess Yao standing still, Chen Yang thought that the other party still had a trace of consciousness, so he hurriedly said. Princess Yao's eyes showed a trace of doubt after hearing the word husband. Seeing this, Chen Yang thought that the other party had remembered something, so he quickly looked closely at the other party's eyes. Fair, look at me, I'm the general, I'm Chen Yang, can you wake up soon? As soon as Chen Yang said the words, a white arm passed through his chest, and his heart was crushed by the opponent in an instant. Blood gushed out from his mouth. Chen Yang looked at Princess Yao in disbelief, never thought that one day he would be crushed by the person he loves the most. The power of the undead was constantly protecting Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked down at the arm piercing through his body, with a wry smile on his lips. He had mixed feelings in his heart, knowing that his lover would never come back. The Black Emperor's sword pierced the opponent's heart, and Princess Yao did not dodge anything. When her vitality continued to flow away, her eyes regained a trace of clarity. Husband. June. Princess Yao regained her previous appearance. Seeing this, Chen Yang quickly hugged the other party, and poured Yuanli into the other party's body frantically. Fair, don't, you can't die. Chen Yang didn't know that Princess Yao would suddenly become like this. If the other party had a chance to regain consciousness, wouldn't the sword he just cut off the other party's hope of surviving? Husband. I'm finally with you. Princess Yao slowly raised her arm, and gently stroked Chen Yang's cheek with her slightly warm palm. She seemed to want to say something, her lips parted slightly, but her body lost strength. Fair? You don't want to go. Chen Yang saw that Princess Yao had fully recovered to a human state. He hugged her and knelt on the ground in pain. The energy in his body had dried up, but Princess Yao didn't seem to wake up at all. What? Seeing Princess Yao's death, Chen Yang raised his head to the sky like a roar. He hated why the ethereal old man wanted him to experience the death of his lover again. The last few words of Princess Yao made Chen Yang's state of mind collapse. He never imagined that in the end, it was himself who killed his lover himself. Kong Ling, aren't you afraid that he will hate you to death after he comes out? Trying out the illusion, the necromancer shook his head and said, if he can come out, it means that he has broken through his own demons. Since he has seen through everything, how can he hate me? The ethereal old man doesn't care about Tao. I didn't expect you to be more ruthless than me. The necromancer couldn't help sighing. All of this is just an illusion. If he can't even resist this little setback, the height of his cultivation in his life will be doomed. It is indeed cruel for me to do this, but he is the chosen one. I want him to grow up to our level quickly. The height of expectations cannot be tested by conventional means. The empty old man said lightly. Then now, how should he break through his demons? The old man in blue robe said worriedly. It's not over yet, and there are even bigger surprises waiting for him. The empty old man showed a mysterious smile, and as his words fell, several familiar figures walked out from behind Chen Yang. The heart-piercing Chen Yang also felt the figure behind him, and he turned his head to see that it was actually his relatives and friends. Seeing the person he was most familiar with appeared here, Chen Yang was taken aback, and his brain froze for a moment. You have been in the trial ground for almost a year. We are worried about you, so we came here to take a look. Yanger, who is the woman in your arms? Mother Chen looked at Chen Yang with concern. Father, mother. The appearance and temperament of the other party were so real that Chen Yang couldn't tell the real from the fake for a while. Is it because you fell in love with this woman that you didn't come back? Lu Xian's voice appeared, and her cheeks were full of tears, as if she was extremely disappointed in Chen Yang's indulging in the illusion. Lu Xian. Chen Yang froze his hands when he saw Lu Xian. The disappointment in the other party's eyes didn't seem to be fake. He was a little flustered for a while, as if he cheated and was bumped into by his original partner. No, Lu Xian, listen to me. Seeing Lu Xian turn around and leave, Chen Yang quickly got up and chased after Princess Yao in his arms. Even now, do you want to hold her and talk to me? It turns out that you don't have me in your heart at all. Let's not meet again. Seeing that Chen Yang was holding Princess Yao's body, Lu Xian shook her head and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, then turned and left. Chen Yang, what the hell are you doing? You don't know that Lu Xian almost married the Zhao family because of you? How could you treat him like this? Ma Ji's voice also appeared next to Chen Yang. Chen Yang was at a loss. Princess Yao's body was obviously very light, but he felt like he was hugging a mountain, and he couldn't throw it away. Yanger, you have let us down so much. Father Chen also spoke, followed by sister's persuasion and other people's sarcasm. Even Zhao Minghui appeared beside Lu Xian at some point. He put his arm around Lu Xian's shoulder and looked at Chen Yang mockingly. Fake? You must all be fake. How could my parents appear here? You are all illusions. Seeing Lu Xian leaving him, Chen Yang's eyes gradually turned cold. If it wasn't for Lu Xian's appearance, he might have been trapped in this virtual illusion forever. Elder Kongling is right. If I can't even see through this illusion, how can I protect the people around me? Chen Yang looked down at the corpse in his arms, and he kissed him quietly. Fair, I'm sorry. Chen Yang squatted down slowly, and Princess Yao's body was placed on the ground by him. I will always remember the little things between us, but now, your husband may have to leave here. He looked at Princess Yao on the ground with a hint of reluctance, replaying every moment of the previous relationship in his mind, and soon, Princess Yao's figure was occupied by Song Qing and Lu Xian. Thank you, you let me know that protection without strength is empty talk. I hope you can live happily in another world. As Chen Yang let go, a smile appeared on the corner of Princess Yao's mouth, and her body turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind. Yanger, come home with us. When Mother Chen saw Chen Yang put down Princess Yao, she also showed a hint of relief on her face. Of course I have to go home, but I have to go back alone. The Black Emperor's sword flew into Chen Yang's hand. He raised his head and said calmly, what stupid things are you talking about? We are here to pick you up. Mother Chen showed a puzzled expression. Yeah, Brother Yang, don't you want a company? Gao Xiang walked out from behind Mother Chen and asked. When I cut through the illusion, I can go home naturally. Chen Yang gently stroked the Black Emperor's sword in his hand, and his figure disappeared instantly. The Black Emperor's sword pierced Gao Xiang's body, and Gao Xiang looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. Brother Yang, why did you kill me? Pfft. Chen Yang watched Gao Xiang fall to the ground with his eyes wide open. Because you are all fake. The Black Emperor's sword in Chen Yang's hand reaped the lives of everyone mercilessly. Seeing the terrified eyes of his parents, he hesitated for a while and then swung the sword in his hand. His parents fell down one after another, and a tear rolled down the corner of Chen Yang's eyes. In the end, only Zhao Minghui and Lu Xian were left, and Chen Yang slowly approached them like a god of death. Don't come here, don't come here. Zhao Minghui was so frightened by the murderous look on Chen Yang's body. Chen Yang stared at him silently, and couldn't help but want to laugh. Do you have any last words? Chen Yang shook off the blood on the Black Emperor's sword and said coldly, if you want Lu Xian, I'll give it to you. Don't kill me, okay. Zhao Minghui slumped on the ground and kept backing away, while Chen Yang shook his head and pierced the opponent's chest with his sword. Blood flowed down the Black Emperor's sword. Zhao Minghui's eyes widened unwillingly. His expression was very real. Pulling out the long sword, only Chen Yang and Lu Xian were left. Have you decided yet? Lu Xian looked into Chen Yang's eyes and said calmly. Decided. Chen Yang nodded. After going out, how do you face her? Lu Xian asked. I don't know. If Jing Shen is considered a betrayal, I am no longer worthy of being with her. If she is not willing to forgive me, I can always guard her side forever. A trace of confusion flashed across Chen Yang's eyes. Since you have made up your mind, follow your heart. I believe you can go further. A smile suddenly appeared on Lu Xian's face, which made Chen Yang think that the girl opposite was really her. Why are you still hesitating? Seeing that Chen Yang hadn't moved for a long time, Lu Xian urged. Thank you for letting me see my true heart. Chen Yang put away the Black Emperor's sword in his hand, and with a snap of his fingers echoing in the air, Lu Xian's figure disappeared into the flames. There was a gratifying smile on Lu Xian's face all the time. If it was true, she knew, would she be happy for Chen Yang? When the last strand of clear hair dissipated with the flames, the scenery around Chen Yang suddenly changed, and he appeared on the ancient battlefield again. Empty old man, thank you. Chen Yang bowed deeply to the white-haired old man. You don't need to thank me. Even without me, I believe you can see through the falsehood, understand what is real and what is important to you. I think that in the future, no one should be able to shake your heart. You are the chosen one, don't let us down. The ethereal old man showed a kind smile and said, Hey, it's really embarrassing for this child. Back then, I was also trapped by love. Even now, I haven't been able to get out. The old man in blue robe sighed. Don't tell your story anymore. Now that Chen Yang has passed the test, let's pass on our strength to him. The old man in the fire robe is impatient. He couldn't wait to say, I have a suggestion. Since Chen Yang has more than 20 talents, why don't we call all those guys over? After all, we can only allow him to inherit the power of a few laws. If we add others, I believe that this child will definitely shine. The old man in green robe suggested. Commander, what do you think? The empty old man asked the necromancer. They're all here anyway, it doesn't matter if there are more. The necromancer looked depressed. Haha, don't worry, he was chosen by you after all. If you want to talk about master, you are his only choice. The ethereal old man laughed. Okay, let's call all the other old guys over. The necromancer nodded, and it was a compromise after all. Chen Yang silently followed behind the crowd, and not long after, they came to a ruin. There is a broken altar in this ruins. Although he doesn't know the function of this altar, the magic circle under the altar makes him feel a little familiar. Where is this? Chen Yang asked curiously. This is a relic of suppressing the demon god. If we old guys hadn't been here all the time, the things below would have come out long ago, the ethereal old man explained. Suppressing the remains of the demon god, are you talking about this formation? Chen Yang asked, pointing to the formation at his feet. Yes, why, have you seen it? Seeing Chen Yang's thoughtful expression, the necromancer said. Before entering the trial ground, I saw it in a crack. Chen Yang nodded. What do you see? The necromancer's tone was a little hasty. The big formation has been damaged, and there is nothing below it. On the contrary, there is a huge eye on the big formation, which can continuously spray red parasitic seeds. At that time, many people were recruited. Chen Yang explained in detail what happened after he entered the crack. After listening to Chen Yang's description, everyone was silent for a while. Those are the eyes of the demon god. The blue-robed old man was the first to speak. The eyes of the demon god. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment. He never thought that he would meet the demon god in that way. Isn't the demon god a strong man on the same level as you? Why do you need so many people to suppress it? Chen Yang asked puzzledly. You are wrong, the demon god is not a creature of the same level as us. The ethereal old man shook his head and said. Although you are still far away from this kind of realm, but after all, you will get in touch with it in the future. Let me briefly explain to you the strength division of cultivators. The demon god we talk about is just a name for another race, and it usually reaches the 10th level. All realms are collectively referred to as kings. For example, my name is Kongling. If I am in the 10th level realm, you can call me Kongling King. Above the king is the emperor, and we are at this level. As for the emperor above the emperor, it is the god the domain, that is, the demon god. After hearing the old man Kongling's introduction, Chen Yang finally understood the real hierarchy of cultivators. He had always thought that above the devil king was the devil god, but only now did he know that there was a devil emperor above the devil king. But when he read the memory of the creature on that planet, he didn't know the word devil emperor. Could it be because the devil star didn't have devil emperor? I have a question I've been wanting to ask for a long time. What is the relationship between the demon god and the black domain in your mouth? Chen Yang asked curiously. The demon god is the strongest born of the demon clan. They usually live on the magic star. With so many years of rule, I don't know how many planets have fallen. As for the black domain, the ethereal old man paused, as if recalling that terrifying existence. The black domain is the strongest existence in this universe. The necromancer answered. We have never known where the base camp of the black territory is. You should have seen fierce beasts. All the fierce beasts in this universe came out of the black territory. The black territory we call is a very terrifying place. As for the inside, we have never seen what the ruler of the world looks like, but it should be stronger than the 12th order. After listening to Undead Emperor's explanation, Chen Yang took a deep breath. The 12th level is already out of reach. Unexpectedly, the most powerful creatures in the Black Domain are still above the 12th level. Could it be that they are the rulers of the entire universe? Through the necromancer's words, Chen Yang finally knew the source of the beasts. It turned out that all the beasts all over the universe came from the Black Domain. Then what's going on with this battlefield? If I'm not mistaken, all the seniors are from Blue Star, right? Are you guarding the entire Blue Star? Chen Yang asked curiously. Is this an ancient battlefield? The necromancer sighed deeply. That's right, we came from the Great Xia dynasty 2,000 years ago. At that time, fierce beasts and magic star people wanted to invade. We gathered all the practitioners of Blue Star, including other races of the galaxy, to resist together. The battle at that time took place here. You should have won, right? Otherwise, the current Blue Star should have been destroyed long ago. It can only be said that it was a tie. Those sons of Tianzong all died here. If it weren't for the existence of that person, the entire galaxy would have been destroyed long ago. Which one exists? Chen Yang didn't know who the necromancer was talking about. Blue Star's soul in the center of the earth is also Blue Star's final will. If she hadn't finally transcended and repelled the magic star people, we might all disappear in the long river of time. The necromancer explained. Chen Yang was shocked. He never expected that Lan Xing would have his own will, and even lead the practitioners to resist the invasion of foreign races. This kind of thing was something he never dared to think about before. Not to mention that it is a mythical story on Earth, even in Blue Star, a world full of martial arts, they will treat it as a fairy tale. After all, who can imagine that they are living on the will of a planet? You know enough about this, and I'm afraid to shake your heart of cultivation if I continue. Don't be so ambitious, just understand that, as the chosen one day you will definitely be able to stand at the top of this world. The necromancer no longer explained, but began to summon other inheritances. Not long after, the entire altar gathered more than 30 practitioners, all of whom survived the Great War. They are unable to leave here because of the power of the curse, and their strength is constantly diminishing as time passes. If no inheritors can be found, their lives will disappear along with this ancient battlefield in a few hundred years at most. These people are full of doubts about the call of the necromancer. The necromancer explained the existence of Chen Yang to everyone. Because of Chen Yang's special physique, he could bear the power of many inheritances at the same time. After learning that Chen Yang was the chosen one, they all agreed to pass on their power of law to everyone. Chen Yang, I know what you think, but everyone should also know the truth that you can't chew too much. If you impart so much power to Chen Yang at once, it will have a big impact on him in the future. If we want to go beyond, we have to find your own way, find the power of law that suits you. Although he is the chosen one, we still don't want to entrust all our power to him. Seeing that everyone couldn't wait for Chen Yang to accept the inheritance, the necromancer persuaded him. Then why did you call us out? The others couldn't help but said, I have a suggestion. We can let Chen Yang choose some laws that suit him, but how much he can comprehend in the end depends on him. If he is trapped by our power now, I am afraid that he will not be able to get out of it when the critical moment comes. One step. But we can grant the inheritance token to Chen Yang. I believe that as the chosen one, you should be able to choose a suitable inheritor. The necromancer suggested. Chen Yang immediately understood what the undead emperor was thinking, but as long as the crack remained, it didn't seem necessary. Chen Yang expressed his thoughts. I know the space cracks you mentioned. Due to the particularity of the ancient battlefield, space cracks will not always exist, so I summoned them to seal the inheritance power and hand it over to you. Even if one day the cracks suddenly disappear, you can give the power of their law to others. The necromancer explained. Only then did Chen Yang understand why this space crack had never been discovered before. It turned out that it would not always exist. If it wasn't for Yeshuang's good luck, human beings might not be able to find this space crack in their entire life. Thinking of this, Chen Yang nodded. No problem, I would. If you do this, you may not be able to obtain the power you want all at once. Are you willing to do that? The necromancer asked. It's okay, I believe that even if I don't meet you, I can become the pinnacle of this world. Chen Yang believed himself. Okay, this is the mentality that a cultivator should have. He should be neither arrogant nor impetuous. He will not lose himself because of the sudden power he gains. I understand what you think, and I feel much more at ease. The necromancer nodded in satisfaction. Shall we begin then? The ethereal old man spoke. And many more. Chen Yang interrupted suddenly. What happened? The ethereal old man was puzzled. May I ask what strength you have now? Chen Yang asked. Our strengths are all different. When I participated in the war, I was at the 11th level, but now, I am afraid that I only have less than the 10th level. The empty old man said in embarrassment. That's right, because I'm special, I can still maintain the 10th level of power, but it won't take long before my level will drop. The necromancer also nodded. That is to say, all of you are basically at the 8th level or above. Chen Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, the ethereal old man replied. That's great, I want to shake hands with you all. Chen Yang said excitedly. What? The necromancer thought he heard it wrong, and Chen Yang suspended their teaching ceremony just to shake hands? Master, you don't mind, do you? Chen Yang came to the necromancer and said haha. Although he didn't know what Chen Yang wanted to do, he still stretched out his skeleton-like right hand. When Chen Yang saw this, he didn't scribble any ink, and directly reached out to hold the hand of the Necromancer Emperor tightly. Copy talent. Copy succeeded? Chen Yang felt a stabbing pain in his brain. The 10th level of power was still too strong for him, even though his soul had already turned black and purple, and he only needed to go one step further to reach black. The light blue soul is the 6th level, the dark blue soul is the 7th level, but after reaching the 8th level, the color of the soul will turn purple. Above the 8th level are light black and dark black, which correspond to the 9th and 10th level of power respectively. Once the black soul turns into gold, it will be the peak of the Necromancer, the 11th level. There are very few people who can cultivate the power of the soul to this level, but if a cultivator fails to meet this condition, he will not be able to break through to the 12th level in his life. Only a golden soul has the chance to break through to the 12th level. As for the legendary 13th level, the Necromancer can only guess that it may be a 5-colored soul, because even the will of the blue star, when she is the strongest, it's only the peak strength of the 12th level, and it hasn't broken through to the 13th level. Feeling something passing in his soul, the Necromancer showed a little surprise. He looked at Chen Yang, his eyes became extremely deep. Although the copy talent is powerful, the higher the level, the more you can feel the stolen power. Even the 8th rank Bone Dragon King could find out that Chen Yang had used his talent on it, not to mention the 10th rank Necromancer. Seeing the Necromancer looking at him in surprise, Chen Yang just hurriedly left and came to the old man Kongling. Seeing the strange appearance of the Necromancer, the old man Kongling also stretched out his right hand curiously. Soon, his expression was exactly the same as that of the Necromancer. After duplicating the two, Chen Yang felt a little tired. Looking at the remaining old man, he rubbed his temples. This duplication brought him a lot of surprises. Not only did the two domains reach the realm of supernatural powers, but they even copied their bloodlines and power of law. Only then did Chen Yang know that above the high-level realm were the extraordinary realm, the psychic realm, the divine realm and the supergod realm, and each realm corresponded to the same cultivation realm. In addition, many of Chen Yang's special talents have also reached the psychic level, and this level of special talents can only be comprehended by practitioners with the strength of the 11th level. Now Chen Yang can be said to have won directly at the starting line. It's a pity that Chen Yang can't use it in his current state, otherwise he would really become Blue Star number 1. After adjusting his breath for a while, Chen Yang continued to copy the talents of other practitioners. This copying took a whole day. When he finished copying all the talents of everyone, his brain suddenly sounded like a thunderbolt. Black and purple, the fire of his soul turned into light black unexpectedly. The Necromancer was the first to notice Chen Yang's strangeness. He excitedly came to Chen Yang and stretched out his hand to investigate. Sure enough, Chen Yang's soul fire directly reached the 9th level. When the power of the soul breaks through to the 9th level, Chen Yang feels that he can get out of the body at any time. The soul has become a whole by itself, and he can even control the power of the physical body and the soul at the same time. A miracle. The Emperor Necromancer trembled a little when he was moved. If he hadn't had a physical body, he might have burst into tears. In his time, whoever could cultivate the 9th level of soul power was not an old monster for decades or even hundreds of years, and who could reach this level at the age of 20 like Chen Yang. The others were too excited to speak when they felt Chen Yang's breakthrough. Only then did they understand the terrifying cultivation speed of the Chosen One. Compared with other cultivators, the gap is outrageous. Tisk tisk tisk, if only I could become the Chosen One, the ethereal old man said enviously. Forget it, it's an old antique, and I feel that this life is worth it to see the Chosen One with my own eyes. The blue-robed old man laughed loudly. Chen Yang, since you already have the power of the 9th level soul, it will be much smoother to practice my necromancy in the future. It is not too late, I will hand over the power of inheritance to you now. The Necromancer calmed down and said calmly. Okay, listen to master. Chen Yang nodded and sat down, and the others also dispersed. The Necromancer came to Chen Yang and put his hands on his back. Soon, Chen Yang felt a strange and familiar force pouring into him. With the influx of this force, Chen Yang had a lot of memories and knowledge that have never been seen before. These are the Soul Emperor's lifelong learning. It took a full week for this inheritance. A week later, Chen Yang finally opened his eyes. He was surprised to find that it turned out that to practice the power of the dead does not need to transform his body into a king of the dead. Second appearance. Master, why did you become like this? Chen Yang was puzzled. Seeing that Chen Yang already knew everything, the Necromancer no longer concealed it. It turned out that this was related to a period of love he had when he was young. Because his lover died, in order to get revenge, he made up his mind to turn himself into this ghost. It doesn't look like a ghost. Even if he can recover his physical body later, to him who is used to it, all this is no longer important. After Kongling and the others learned about it, they looked at the Necromancer with complicated eyes. They always thought that they had to become like this if they wanted to cultivate the power of necromancers, and it turned out that there was such a hidden secret in it. Okay, don't look at me anymore. Over the years, I have long been used to all this. It doesn't matter to me whether I have a physical body or not. I have already integrated the strength of my physical body and blood into this skeleton. This is also the reason why my strength degenerates more slowly. Of course, it is also part of the reason why my soul power is stronger than yours. The Necromancer explained. Since you have handed over the power of inheritance to Chen Yang, let me do it next. The ethereal old man has been waiting for a long time. Chen Yang, can you still bear it? The empty old man said with concern. I'm okay. Chen Yang nodded. Although the necromancer had imparted all the knowledge to him, the necromancer's own power had been sealed in Chen Yang's body. Unless Chen Yang reached the 10th level, he could only use part of the necromancer's power. Strength. This is to allow Chen Yang to comprehend on the road of cultivation, and secondly, he does not want Chen Yang to rely too much on his own strength, lest he lose his original intention of cultivation. Chen Yang was not dissatisfied with the way the necromancer did. Although he would not be in the situation that the necromancer was worried about, he could continue to hone himself in this way. If the journey of cultivation is too smooth, it will be bad for him. The old man Kongling also felt this. He also tried his best to seal most of his own power when passing it on. Unless he was in danger or broke through the 10th step, he could only absorb his power little by little. After spending 3 months receiving the power of inheritance, Chen Yang rejected other powers of inheritance. He felt that there was too much power sealed in his body, and if he accepted the inheritance again, it might blow up. Teachers, I'm afraid I can't accept the remaining power of inheritance, but it doesn't matter, you seal these powers, and I will take them all out to help you find a suitable inheritor. Chen Yang said to the other elders. Okay, give us a moment. An old man nodded in agreement, and the others followed suit. Chen Yang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. In fact, after copying their power, he had already comprehended the power of these people's laws. The reason why he was willing to accept the inherited power of the necromancers also had other ideas in it. If he can't use it in a short period of time, it doesn't mean that others can't use it. With these powers, Chen Yang can let the people around him break through to the 6th level at any time. In this way, it means that he has a very terrifying power in his hands. Of course, he can grant the inheritance power sealed by other people to others, but among them, only the power of the necromancer emperor and the empty old man is the most suitable for him. As long as he slowly explores other powers, he can also achieve the effect of receiving the inheritance. This is the horror of duplicating talent. Taking advantage of the time when other people sealed his inheritance power, Chen Yang took the opportunity to ask the necromancer about the Dragon Emperor art. Dragon Emperor art. After the necromancer learned that Chen Yang was actually practicing the Dragon Emperor art, his face changed, and even the old man Kongling was very surprised. I didn't expect this practice book to fall into your hands. The necromancer was surprised. Is this practice book very powerful? Chen Yang touched the tip of his nose and asked. Of course it's amazing. This was the dragon god's exclusive cultivation method back then. You know, there are not many gods in the entire universe. Your luck in getting it can be said to be as good as the sky, the ethereal old man said enviously. That is to say, can I practice according to the above exercises all the time? Chen Yang asked. Of course you can, but the more powerful you are, the more you will choose to create your own exercises. Of course, you haven't reached that step yet, but you can consider it after you break through to the 10th level in the future, the necromancer said. The method of necromancy he practiced was created by himself through continuous testing. There are not many practitioners like him who specialize in soul cultivation, and even fewer can create their own exercises. If I remember correctly, the dragon god has a unique physique called the myriad spirit physique. Back then, the dragon god wanted to go against the sky and create a physique of the chosen one by himself. Although it failed, it also shocked the world. The spirit body was born. This physique is not only suitable for the dragon race, but also perfect for the chosen one. Now that you have so much inheritance power, you can try to cultivate this 10,000 spirit body. The necromancer has a lot of knowledge, and after learning that Chen Yang possesses the Dragon Emperor art, he directly suggested it. Myriad spirits. Chen Yang nodded silently. He has not yet cultivated to the next level. Although his body has reached the 7th level and his soul has even reached the 9th level, his own cultivation level is only at the 6th level, which is far from the power of the soul. Vital energy, soul, and physical body, these 3 kinds of cultivation are the indispensable conditions for breaking through the 12th level. If you want to reach that level, you must not neglect the cultivation of vitality itself, otherwise you will lose the big because of small things. And if you wanted to use the laws of heaven and earth, vitality is also essential. I suggest that you should not use the power of your soul unless you have to. The necromancer said. Let it go, master, I will pay attention. Chen Yang agreed. In fact, he also thinks the same way. Too much power of the soul is not a good thing for him. It is still necessary to gradually improve the cultivation ability and lay a good foundation, so that he will not fail when he breaks through to a higher level. Chen Yang also had a thought in his mind. If he could comprehend all the power of these laws without relying on copying talents, his own combat effectiveness would be much higher. After another half a month, everyone sealed all the inheritance power on their own objects, and Chen Yang threw all these objects into the space pocket. Chen Yang, I will leave it to you to help find the inheritor. An old man came forward. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find a suitable inheritor. Chen Yang clasped his fists and said, Masters, I have been in the trial ground for a long time. I am afraid that the friends outside are also worried. The apprentice has to say goodbye. Chen Yang looked at several masters and saluted. Hey, what are you talking about? After you go out, practice hard. We are still waiting for you to rescue us. The ethereal old man laughed and said. Yay, don't be arrogant after going out. The necromancer also asked. By the way, Master, I have a question I've been wanting to know the answer to. I wonder if you can help me answer it. Chen Yang suddenly thought of something and said, What's the problem? Tell me, as long as the teacher knows, I will tell you. The necromancer nodded and said, Is there any connection between the cracks that appear on Blue Star and your so-called ancient battlefield? Chen Yang expressed the doubt in his heart. What you want to say is why there was no space crack before, but now it appears. The necromancer said. Chen Yang nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the time agreed that year is almost here. The necromancer suddenly thought of it. The agreed time. Chen Yang didn't understand what the necromancer was talking about. After driving away the invading team of the Demon Star and the Black Domain, she made an agreement with the other party that the two sides are not allowed to invade each other within 2,000 years, otherwise even if they die, they will drag the Demon Star back. Now there is a space crack on the Blue Star, the appointed time must have come. The necromancer explained. In this way, the Magic Star people have known about the existence of the Blue Star for a long time, and the reason why they have not invaded is because the agreed time has not yet come. Chen Yang felt a sense of crisis in his heart. That's right, do you still remember the eyes on the demon god you met? The ethereal old man said suddenly. Of course I remember. Chen Yang was very impressed with the monster with glasses, because after killing it, he couldn't find the existence of Neodon. In order to seal the demon god, she spent almost all her power to seal the demon god's body in various places. Now that the year 2000 is approaching, the demon god's seal has begun to loosen, and Blue Star might be doomed. The empty old man reminded. But isn't the body of the demon god sealed here? With you here, he shouldn't be able to come out, right? Chen Yang pointed to the altar and said, The power of the demon god is beyond our comprehension. Even if so many of us guard the seal, it won't last long. As time goes by, his power will only become stronger and stronger. If all the other parts of his body are gathered together, both without the altar, Tirdesh cannot deal with it. The necromancer said solemnly. How long is it before breaking the seal? Chen Yang asked quickly. According to what you said, the seal may have been broken. You must prevent them from merging together, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The necromancer asked. Hearing that the demon god's seal had been opened, Chen Yang felt cold. Through this period of understanding, Chen Yang also understood how terrifying the strength of the 12th level is. If the demon god is really restored to strength, Blue Star will definitely be destroyed by the opponent. Master, don't worry, I will find a way to destroy his body. Chen Yang made a solemn promise. Okay, we won't keep you anymore. The year 2000 agreement is coming soon. We are trapped here and cannot protect Blue Star. We can only entrust you with this task. The necromancer patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. Master, you should rest here and leave this matter to disciples. I believe that I will be able to rescue you all in a short time. Chen Yang swore. As long as you have this heart, let's go, Blue Star needs you. The necromancer slapped Chen Yang. He only felt dizzy for a while, and then his body appeared outside the space crack. I am back. Chen Yang felt his brain was in a trance, and he lost consciousness when he entered the space crack before, but this time he came out. He was obviously able to control himself not to fall into a coma. He didn't know how long he had been in the trial ground this time, and there was no trace of anyone outside the space crack, so he probably didn't come out, or he had already left. Chen Yang thought for a while, and teleported directly to the camp. Because of the extreme weather in the north, ordinary soldiers cannot approach here, and even cultivators find it difficult to persist. Entering the camp, there was indeed no one inside, and even the things we ate before had become ice sculptures. Seeing that there was no one around, Chen Yang decided to go back to Baikan first. If someone came out before him, he would definitely be in Baikan at this time. The portal opened, and Chen Yang appeared directly at the gate of Baikan. Baikan is a little different from when Chen Yang first came. There are very few people on the street, and even the soldiers outside the city gate are dignified. Seeing this, Chen Yang was slightly puzzled. Did something go wrong in Libei City while he was away? Quickly came to the joint base in Baikan. The staff inside were stunned when they found Chen Yang, and then immediately became excited. General Chen is back, General Chen is back. Hearing the yelling of the staff, the members of the surrounding joint team also showed joy. Is City Lord Ye back? Chen Yang asked. City Lord Ye is back. He appeared behind him at some point. Chen Yang turned around and saw a tear of excitement in He's eyes. Captain He, why are you so excited? Chen Yang laughed. It's been a long time since I saw you, you don't know how much everyone misses you. He's state seems to be a bit wrong. What happened? Chen Yang noticed something strange and said quickly. It's not convenient here, come with me. He led Chen Yang into an office. Captain He, how long have I been in? Chen Yang asked. Half year. Half a year. This time is about the same as Chen Yang guessed. Then what about City Lord Ye? If he comes out, he should break through the 8th step, right? He nodded, but there was no excitement on his face. During your absence, an 8th rank beast appeared in the North City, and the City Lord has been entangled with that beast for a month. He told Chen Yang in detail what happened recently. Knowing that an 8th order ferocious beast appeared on the border of Baikan, Chen Yang's heart tightened. What about Han Mensi and the others? Chen Yang hurriedly asked. They also went to help. After coming out of the trial ground, they all broke through to the Master Realm. He said. Grandmaster, haha, really good. Chen Yang revealed a smile. Go, it's not too late, take me there to have a look. It is good. He didn't talk nonsense, and directly told Chen Yang the location. The place where the 8th Order beast appeared was about kilometers away from the camp. Chen Yang opened the portal, and the two soon came to the border. Coming out of the portal, Chen Yang saw rows of tents pitched in the snow. The environment here is much better than the previous camp, only 10 degrees below zero, so it is not very difficult for practitioners to accept. Chen Yang dispersed his mental power, and he quickly found Han Mensi and others. Miss Han. Chen Yang appeared behind Han Mensi in an instant, and Han Mensi was taken aback. When she turned around and found that it was Chen Yang, the serious expression on her face suddenly relaxed a lot. You finally came out, we thought you died inside. Han Mensi joked. Haha, I almost couldn't get out. Chen Yang said in embarrassment. What happened inside? Tan Yu leaned over and asked. Nothing, just a little trouble. Chen Yang didn't have the nerve to tell a few people what happened inside. If he let them know that he got married and had children in the test of the trial ground, I don't know what they would think. Chen Yang, I have obtained the inheritance of the wind element, and now I am a master. Tan Yu couldn't wait to see Chen Yang. Congratulations, I heard from Captain He that you have all stepped into the realm of masters. Chen Yang said with a smile on his face. So you already know it, it's boring. Tan Yu suddenly lost interest. It's a great opportunity for you to break through to the Grand Master realm, and you should be happy. Seeing Tan Yu's expression, Chen Yang couldn't help laughing. Chen Yang, what about you? Xiaoling came over and said. That's right, Chen Yang, you've been inside for so long, you must have had a good chance. Tan Yu instantly turned into a curious baby. It's okay, but my cultivation realm has not improved. Chen Yang touched the tip of his nose and said casually, he can't tell a few people that there are dozens of inherited things on him now, looking for inheritors. You didn't improve your cultivation realm, isn't that the same as me? When Tan Yu heard this, his eyes lit up. What are you thinking? Chen Yang was able to defeat Wu Sheng when he was a great martial artist. Do you think you can fight against Wu Sheng now? Xiaoling couldn't see Tan Yu's careful thinking. Hey, shouldn't I be fantasizing about it? Tan Yu said indifferently. What inheritance have you got? Can you show us your hands? Han Mensi also asked curiously. It's nothing, I'm too embarrassed to show this inheritance. Chen Yang shook his head and refused. What inheritance is embarrassing to show? You are not lying to us, are you? Tan Yu didn't believe Chen Yang's nonsense. When you have the opportunity, you will naturally know. Chen Yang did not continue this topic. By the way, how are you doing here now? I heard that an 8th level beast appeared. Han Mensi and the others nodded and then told the information about the 8th level beast. At the beginning, Baikan only found traces of a 7th level beast. Since City Lord Ye entered the trial ground, Feng Hao and the others could only investigate the situation. After discovering the beast, Feng Hao and the others, the three martial saints, teamed up to destroy each other, but they didn't expect that although the beast was a mid-level 7th level beast, its methods were very strange. They joined forces and failed to kill each other. On the contrary, Wu Shengli Bei suffered a lot harm. Because Li Buwushan was injured, the first siege failed. After Li Buwushan recuperated, they went to look for the beast again. Unexpectedly, the beast had broken through to the advanced 7th level, so the second siege failed again. They wanted to wait for City Lord Ye to come out before going to trouble with the beast, but the beast went to Xiarquo. After receiving Xiarquo's call for help, the beast broke through to the top level again. 7th step. Hearing Han Mensi's detailed description of the whole process, Chen Yang was startled. He thought that this beast was at the 8th level from the beginning, but unexpectedly broke through within half a year. At its speed, wouldn't it be very likely to become a 9th level beast in a year? I'll go find City Lord Ye. After Chen Yang heard the news, he knew that he had to deal with this beast quickly, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous when it grew up. What kind of beast has such a strong growth potential? Chen Yang was a little puzzled. It didn't take long for him to come to the commander's tent. After Chen Yang went in, he saw that Feng Haoyushan and others were also inside. Chen Yang. When Yeshuang saw Chen Yang coming in, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Chen Yang was able to defeat the realm of martial saints before, and I believe that after entering the trial ground, his strength will be greatly improved. City Master Ye, I'm back. Chen Yang greeted everyone and then said to Yeshuang, Chen Yang, I miss you so much. With you back, I am a little more sure of dealing with that guy. How about it? What inheritance did you get in the trial ground? Yeshuang asked curiously. It's nothing, I just got some power of law, but unfortunately I can't use it in my current state. Chen Yang said with a sneer. As long as you pass the trial and get approval, you will get the power of law. Although you can't use it now, it also has a strong effect on special talents. Yeshuang thought that Chen Yang was disappointed, so he persuaded him. Haha, I never thought about using the power of those laws. Cultivation should be done step by step, so there is no need to worry. Chen Yang didn't care. Then can you deal with the 8th order beast now? Yeshuang quickly asked. Should be no problem. Chen Yang thought for a while and said. With the dual realms he now possesses, let alone an 8th level beast, he would dare to touch even a 9th level beast. Above the advanced realm is the extraordinary realm, and only by comprehending the extraordinary realm can one break through to the 9th level. As for the 10th level, it is the psychic domain, the 11th level is the spiritual domain, and the 12th level is the super god domain. Even Chen Yang does not know what kind of domains are above the 12th level. Although there are some opportunistic tricks in it, if the current Chen Yang explodes with all his strength, he can't predict how powerful he will show in the end. If it wasn't for the fact that the energy in his body wasn't enough to use the divine realm for a long time, he would have been invincible by now. Ye Shuang thought that Chen Yang hadn't adapted to the power of inheritance. He thought for a while, and then looked at Chen Yang solemnly. Whether you are familiar with the power of inheritance or not, I need your help. City Master Ye, don't worry, I have confidence. Chen Yang quickly expressed his opinion. By the way, what exactly is that beast? Chen Yang asked curiously. It was the first time he had heard of such a fast-evolving beast. Hearing Chen Yang's inquiry, several people in the tent looked at each other in blank dismay. That fierce beast, how should I put it? It looks like an arm. Ye Shuang thought about it and only found this adjective. Like an arm. Chen Yang was taken aback, and he quickly thought of a possibility, the body of the sealed demon god. Can you determine the murderer's location now? If possible, I want to go and see now. It's gone, it should have disappeared into the territory of Xiong country. Ye Shuang shook his head and said, this is troublesome. After Chen Yang learned that it might be the demon god's arm that broke through the seal, he also became serious about this matter. Don't worry, the borders of the Xiong kingdom are now covered with defenses. Once the beast appears, we will receive the news as soon as possible. Ye Shuang said. That's good. Chen Yang nodded, and the rest of the time ended in discussion. Before getting news from Xiongguo, Chen Yang and the others had nothing else to do for the time being. Chen Yang, how about you come and train us? Tan Yu wanted to know how big the gap was between himself and Chen Yang after he reached Grandmaster. Okay, just let me see how strong you are after you get the inheritance. Chen Yang was also interested. After coming out of the place of trial, he hadn't seriously practiced the soul method of the Necromancer Emperor, but it was too easy to deal with the master. Let's go somewhere farther away. Seeing that Chen Yang agreed, Tan Yu said excitedly. Look, I'm having fun with you, don't be tortured by Chen Yang later. Han Mensi said with a smile. Several people came to an open space, and Tan Yu quickly put on a fighting stance. Come on together, Chen Yang said suddenly. Together we will. Han Mensi pointed at herself, thinking she had heard wrong. That's right, attack with all your strength, don't worry about me. Chen Yang nodded. Seeing this, the three of Xiaoling had a strange smile on their faces. Then we're welcome. Tan Yu glanced at Xiaoling, and soon, the surrounding vitality frantically gathered towards the two of them. Although they cannot use the inherited power of law, their special talents have all evolved to the spirit level without exception. With the addition of dual primary domains, their strength has undergone earth-shaking changes from before. The most important thing is that they have a deeper understanding of special talents and combat, which is much better than ordinary grandmasters. Xiaoling exuded Chen Yang's familiar smell, which turned out to be two special talents of mind power and gravity. These two talents are often used by Chen Yang, because if they are used suddenly in battle, they will definitely catch the opponent by surprise. While Chen Yang was waiting quietly, the dual domains on Xiaoling's body suddenly appeared. Chen Yang was a little puzzled. Did the opponent have to use all his strength as soon as he came up? Although he was puzzled by Xiaoling's behavior, he did not let go of his vigilance. Tan Yu on the other side had been gathering his own strength silently, as if preparing some terrible combat technique. On the contrary, Han Mensi was a little strange. He hadn't made a move, as if he was waiting for Tan Yu and the two to make a move first. Chen Yang, here I come. Xiaoling reminded that the moment she spoke, Xiaoling's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Chen Yang was taken aback. He didn't remember that Xiaoling had the talent of space power. People, that is Han Mensi. Sure enough, Chen Yang looked at Han Mensi's position and found that the other party also disappeared. Soon, the area where he was located in the dual domain was covered, and Chen Yang felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. On him. He is also very familiar with this operation, but Xiaoling's methods are more than these. What surprised Chen Yang was that the other party actually combined the talent of gravity and the talent of thought power into a new domain. In this new domain, all gravity is controlled by Xiaoling. Something. Chen Yang sighed. He had never thought of this trick before. Integrating special talents into one's own dual domain not only makes one's dual domain stronger than others, but also makes it more convenient to control. In Xiaoling's domain, she could do too many things, including assisting Tan Yu's attack. After Chen Yang was covered by Xiaoling's gravity field, Tan Yu turned into a phantom and rushed into Xiaoling's field. The moment he entered Xiaoling's field, Tan Yu's speed increased a lot again, even far exceeding several times the speed of sound. Chen Yang's mental perception quickly understood that it was Xiaoling who was using gravity to help Tan Yu attack. Tan Yu already had a very exaggerated speed. Since Xiaoling could exert gravity on Chen Yang, of course he could also reduce the resistance for Tan Yu. In this gravity field, Xiaoling can control the gravity of any object. Even a grain of sand on the ground can turn into a boulder of tens of thousands of kilograms under her gravity. Only now did Chen Yang know why Tan Yu had been concentrating his vitality but hadn't attacked for so long. It turned out that he was waiting for this moment. In order to test how powerful Xiaoling and Tan Yu's move was, Chen Yang gave up using the energy in his body, and decided to use only his physical body to fight Tan Yu. Although he only uses his physical body, don't underestimate his physical power. After all, he has a 7th-order physical body, and he has already broken through the limit. Even if he doesn't use any other power, he can still fight against the opponent's dual domain. Tan Yu's speed was extremely fast, and he came to Chen Yang without even blinking after entering the gravity field. He knew that Chen Yang's strength was abnormal, so he didn't show mercy. All the special talents in his body were gathered in his hands, and the dual domains unfolded. He even used a fusion combat technique. Chen Yang's reaction was so fast, even with Xiaoling's help, Tan Yu still sensed the angle of the opponent's attack. Leaning his body slightly, Chen Yang punched Tan Yu. Under the blessing of multiple domains, Tan Yu's strength directly exceeded tons. His incomparably sharp combat skills collided with Chen Yang's body, and only a deafening sound was heard. An explosion sounded, and a figure flew out from the middle of the explosion. Xiaoling's face changed. Unexpectedly, with the combined strength of the two, they still couldn't shake Chen Yang. However, their attack did not stop because of this. Han Menzi's power of space appeared above Chen Yang's head. Chen Yang's eyes froze, and his fist hit Han Menzi again without fancy. Space compression. Han Menzi directly used the strongest blow, and the surrounding space was compressed towards Chen Yang's body under her control. Under the blessing of the gravity field, even Chen Yang felt a little pressure. However, Chen Yang's physical body was extremely hard. Under the joint attack of Xiaoling and Han Menzi, a golden light flashed on his body, and the compressed space around him was directly expanded by his physical body. The fist hit Han Menzi's body mercilessly. Han Menzi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body quickly flew backwards. Sister Han. Xiaoling's control of the field made Han Menzi's body pause. Seeing that Han Menzi was directly punched by Chen Yang and his expression was sluggish, Xiaoling felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. This move is a move that they have trained and studied for a long time after they came out of the trial ground. Han Menzi's space power made Xiaoling surprise the enemy into the scope of the gravity field, and then under the blessing of the gravity field, the strength of the two get a huge boost to quickly defeat enemies. I thought this move would catch Chen Yang by surprise, but Chen Yang's reaction was too terrifying. He just used his physical strength to break the combined attack of the three of them, which made them feel powerless for a while. Haha, you have done a good job. Seeing that a few people were a bit disappointed, Chen Yang quickly praised them. If other martial saints might really panic under their joint attack, Chen Yang is different. His soul power up to the 9th level can make him clearly perceive everything around him. Even Tan Yu and Han Menzi, no matter how fast his speed is, he can't escape his perception, which is why he doesn't need to use Yuan Li. The three of us can't hurt you if we shoot together. Isn't your strength too exaggerated? Tan Yu said unhappy. The most important thing is that Chen Yang defeated them without even using the power of the domain, which made the three of them somewhat unacceptable. Don't be discouraged by this. After all, I am also a person who has been inherited in the trial ground. There must be a big gap between my strength and the previous one. If you have not entered the trial land, this set of combos of yours is really good. Beat me back. Chen Yang said comfortingly. Really? Xiaoling's eyes lit up when he heard what Chen Yang said. Of course, when you fully integrate the power of inheritance, your strength will definitely reach the 7th level. Chen Yang nodded. Chen Yang, you are merciless in your actions, and you don't know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. Seeing that Han Menzi was slightly injured, Xiaoling couldn't help complaining. You have to know that if I were a fierce beast, you would already be dead. So don't have such thoughts in the future. No matter who you are facing, you must be serious. Chen Yang said seriously. Oh, I see. I don't blame you. Han Menzi pouted. Seeing Han Menzi make such an expression, Chen Yang was slightly surprised. Why does it feel that Han Menzi has become a little different after coming out of the trial ground? Although your joint attack looks good, there are still many things that can be improved. If you cooperate more tacitly, for example, let Han Menzi block the space around me first, choose the first shot, and then let Tan Yu attack. Even if I react quickly, I may not be able to stop it in time. Chen Yang suggested. Okay, got it. The three nodded together. Hey, Chen Yang, tell me about your experience in the land of trials. It must be fun to stay there for so long, right? Han Menzi asked curiously. It's nothing to say, just encountered some things. Although I really want to tell you, but your current strength is not enough. I think your inheritance teacher probably didn't say too much. Are you talking about the ancient battlefield? Tan Yu asked suddenly. I also know the ancient battlefield. The master said that we can look for them after we reach the 10th level. I don't know where the ancient battlefield is. It takes the 10th level to be eligible to enter, and I don't know when I can reach it. Kind of boundary. Xiaoling said sadly. The ancient battlefield does not need to be entered at the 10th level, but if you want to meet your master, I also suggest that you wait until you break through to the 10th level before looking for it. With their inheritance, I think you will be able to break through. Chen Yang didn't explain too much. From the conversation of the three of them, he could guess that they had never seen a real ancient battlefield. It seemed that the necromancer had really high expectations for him. After chatting for a few words, the sky also dimmed down. Several people returned to the tent and had dinner, and many candidates were surprised to see Chen Yang. The slowest of them came out 2 months ago. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang has just passed the test of the trial ground, and he doesn't know what inheritance he got in it. Because of the appearance of the 8th order ferocious beast, these candidates did not go home immediately after receiving the inheritance, but chose to stay and help. Now the entire border has gathered the strongest power in Huiguo. After passing through the trial ground, they have all broken through to the realm of grandmasters. That is to say, there are a total of more than grandmasters gathered here. Said it was all very scary. Seeing that the candidates have basically passed the test, Chen Yang nodded in relief. Although they still don't know the truth about the place of trial, they will definitely become the most powerful backbone of Huiguo in the near future. The stronger their strength, the greater their ability to resist the invasion of the magic star. Thinking that it was not long before the magic star invaded, Chen Yang was also a little anxious. Not to mention the power of the demon god level, even if the demon king does it himself, the current blue star probably has no power to stop it. And the other side doesn't even need to dispatch the demon king, relying on their technology that is hundreds of years ahead of human beings. It is easy to occupy blue star. Thinking of this, Chen Yang had a plan in mind. Since blue star's technology level is not developed enough, why doesn't he go to magic star to steal their technology? If this method can be successful, when the other party invades, humans will not be completely at a disadvantage. Of course, what Chen Yang was most afraid of was the direct attack from the demon god. Even the necromancer and the others are not opponents of the demon god. With Chen Yang's current strength, he might not be able to hold on to even one move in the opponent's hands. If the demon star really has the power of a demon god, why didn't he attack blue star for so long? Could it be that the demon god in their memory is the guy who was sealed under the altar? Chen Yang thought wildly. The day passed quickly, and without Xiongguo's notice, they could only stay where they were for the time being. Chen Yang was not idle either. He knew that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. Since last night, he had been in a state of cultivation. After learning that the Dragon Emperor Zhu was created by the legendary dragon god, Chen Yang was particularly curious about the subsequent layers of the Dragon Emperor Zhu. It's a pity that his current realm is not enough, otherwise he can see how strong the so-called myriad spirit body is. Since it is temporarily impossible to view the following cultivation techniques, Chen Yang began to delve into the power of the necromancer's inheritance. The necromancer is very powerful in the way of the soul. If he can absorb all his power, it will definitely not be a problem for Chen Yang's soul power to break through the 10th level. In the inheritance of the necromancer emperor, Chen Yang found many methods of manipulating the soul and the power of the necromancer. The most exaggerated part is that Chen Yang can use the power of the necromancer to build a necromancer army that belongs only to him. This army of undead, facing the beast tide in the future, only needs his army of undead to resist it. And by constantly killing ferocious beasts, Chen Yang's soul power will also increase accordingly, which is simply a virtuous circle. No wonder the necromancer is so powerful, he almost broke through the 12th level. It turns out that the power of the necromancer he cultivated actually has this kind of effect. Chen Yang can imagine that the necromancer's strength is getting stronger every minute and every second on the battlefield. If he had been given a little more time back then, he would have definitely become the second 12th level powerhouse on Blue Star. Just as Chen Yang continued to study the inheritance of the great necromancer, Yeshuang suddenly came to him. Chen Yang, there is news about that beast. Chen Yang opened his eyes and withdrew from the cultivation state. When he heard the news of the discovery of the beast, he immediately stood up. It's not too late, let's go, Chen Yang said. The situation is a bit complicated. The fierce beast is attacking the city of Xiong Kingdom, and launched a beast tide. There are several 7th level fierce beasts among them. Yeshuang told Chen Yang Dao the situation. Leave it to me, where is the place? Chen Yang asked. Yeshuang quickly sent Chen Yang the location where the 8th order beast appeared. Chen Yang looked at the map and opened the portal directly. Not long after, Feng Hao and others followed Yeshuang and Chen Yang into the portal. On the other side of the portal, Chen Yang walked out. He looked at the location, and it was not far from the city attacked by the 8th order beast. It should be right ahead. Chen Yang pointed in one direction and said, let's go there quickly. There are not many martial saints in Xiarquo. I don't know if they can hold back. Yeshuang didn't talk nonsense, and rushed over there directly. After breaking through to the 8th level, his speed reached 1 km per second. In just a dozen seconds, he came to the city of Xiong Country, Hans City, which was attacked by fierce beasts. Hunter's City is about 1 km away from Baikan, but under Chen Yang's teleportation gate, it only took them a minute to support them. When everyone arrived outside the city of Hans, Chen Yang saw countless hordes of dark beasts before his eyes, and the familiar gold-eating insects were the first to attack Hans City. There was a row of anti-aircraft energy cannons on the wall of Hans City. Chen Yang could only see countless flames exploding in the tide of beasts. These gold-eating insects were turned into ashes before they got close to the city wall. It's too wasteful. Chen Yang couldn't help sighing as he watched Han City use anti-aircraft energy cannons to deal with the beast tide. The rate of fire of the anti-aircraft energy cannon is very fast, and the energy cannon fired from the muzzle through the energy compression device can't even resist the 3rd order beasts, but now they are only the vanguard of using the anti-aircraft energy cannon to wash away the beast tide. The Xiong Kingdom already has a lot of weapon reserves. Don't look at them being so wasteful, it's because they are in an advantageous position. The land of the Xiong Kingdom has a rich reserve of primordial stones. Even if they use the anti-aircraft energy cannon like this, they won't feel bad, Yeshuang explained. Chen Yang nodded when he heard this. He had learned some knowledge about Xiongguo in textbooks before, and what impressed him the most was Xiongguo's primordial stone reserve. If the entire Blue Star's primordial stone reserve is a big tree, then Xiong country's primordial stones account for a quarter of the tree. This is their country's natural advantage, while Hua country only has 1/5 of it. No, much less than them. Why didn't you see that 8th level beast? Chen Yang glanced at the beast tied with some doubts. I don't know, let's go in and ask the officer inside. Yeshuang was about to lead the crowd into the city, when there was a loud noise from more than 10 kilometers away. Chen Yang's eyes froze, and his soul talent instantly felt in that direction, and soon, the scene over there was engraved in Chen Yang's mind again. It turned out that they had already fought. Chen Yang pointed over there and said. Several people looked at each other, and the vitality under their feet moved instantly. Half a minute later, several people all came to the place where the commotion happened just now. Upon arriving at the scene, Yeshuang and the others gasped. The ground under the feet was blown out by the aftermath of the battle with several large holes tens of meters in diameter. Several martial saints in the Xiong kingdom were pinned down by several 7th rank beasts and couldn't move, and even half of one martial saint's body was torn by the beasts, down and swallowed into the stomach. Seeing that Xiongguo's martial saints were all defeated, Yeshuang quickly made a move. If it was later, these martial saints in Xiongguo might all be killed. Several 7th level beasts sensed Yeshuang's breath, they stopped their claws, and all their eyes were on Yeshuang. Destroy. Yeshuang directly used the power of inheritance, and several black energies instantly locked onto the fierce beasts in front of him. The hairs of these 7th level beasts stood on their backs immediately, and the aura emitted by Yeshuang made them unable to arouse the strength to resist in their hearts. Just when the black energy was about to hit them, a huge arm suddenly appeared in front of these 7th level beasts. It opened its palm, and all the black energy released by Yeshuang was absorbed into the palm in an instant. When Chen Yang saw the appearance of the fierce beast with the shape of an arm, he immediately recognized that it was a part of the demon god's body. As expected of the demon god's body, it has already broken through to the 8th intermediate level. If I remember correctly, it only took a month to go from the 8th elementary level to the 8th intermediate level, right? Martial Saint Xiongguo, who was suppressed by those 7th level ferocious beasts, showed joy when he saw Chen Yang and others. The beast breath made them fall into despair again. This guy is the 8th order beast I told you about, but it seems to have become a lot stronger. Yeshuang saw the other party resisting his attack so easily, his face became serious. Chen Yang nodded. He knew that as the bodies of demon gods, their combat power was much stronger than that of ordinary beasts. Although this arm seemed to be at the 8th level of intermediate strength, even 10 Yeshuanjai were not its opponents. Chen Yang, are you sure? This guy's strength has grown too fast, I don't know if he can resist it. Yeshuang felt a little bitter in his heart, the power of inheritance in his body hadn't been fully absorbed, otherwise he should have reached the 8th intermediate level. But even if he breaks through to the 8th intermediate level, trying to kill the other party is tantamount to wishful thinking. Because Yeshuang Liu had a battle with the opponent just after leaving the trial ground, and the opponent's methods were very strange. Even if Yeshuang slashed the opponent, it could recover from the injury instantly, just like an unbeatable Xiaoqiang. Seeing that this 8th level arm was blocking Yeshuang, those 7 level beasts bit the martial saint below him without hesitation. Go save people, I'll stop this guy. Seeing that these martial saints were about to die, Yeshuang quickly shouted. Feng Hao and the others did not hesitate, and immediately killed the 7th level beast. Chen Yang also crossed his arms and punched a 7th level beast like an electric fist. Sensing Chen Yang's punching style, the 7th level beast raised its head slightly, and before it could resist, its huge body was blown away by Chen Yang's punch. Martial Saint Xiongguo, who had been suppressed by the 7th rank ferocious beast, finally broke free. He hurriedly thanked Chen Yang, his battle armor was torn, and he looked very embarrassed. Careful. The Xiongguo sage's face changed drastically when he saw the fierce beast that was repelled by Chen Yang angrily killed him. This fierce beast is extremely powerful, and it will be injured if it is accidentally hit. Chen Yang was calm and unhurried, his body was surging with energy, and he punched with his backhand. This punch directly blasted a big hole out of the body of the 7th level beast. The martial Saint Xiongguo was dumbfounded. He never thought that he was struggling in the hands of the fierce beast, and Chen Yang finished the opponent with just one punch. Leave the rest to me, you have a good rest. Chen Yang smiled slightly at the martial saint, and rushed towards the other 7th rank beasts. With a simple punch and kick, all the remaining beasts fell into Chen Yang's hands. Feng Hao was surprised to see Chen Yang deal with the 7th order beasts so easily, showing an incredulous expression. Before he entered the trial ground, the gap between him and Chen Yang was not that big, but now, he could hardly hold a candle to him. With a wave of Chen Yang's hand, the corpses of several 7th level beasts were put into the space pocket. Turning around to look at the direction where Yeshuang was fighting with that arm, only the broken body of the last demon god remained. The gap between Yeshuang and the demon god's arm was very large, and after only 2 or 3 minutes of delay, he was already losing ground. City Master, I'll help you. The Black Emperor's sword appeared in Chen Yang's hand. With a flash of his figure, he blocked the blow from the demon god's arm. Be careful, its strength is still getting stronger. Yeshuang exhorted. I know. Chen Yang could feel that the soul of the dead beast was being absorbed by the arm of the demon god. Of course he would not give the other party this chance. The power of the soul unfolded, and most of the dead soul of the beast was taken away by him in an instant. Seeing the soul of the beast it had absorbed suddenly disappear, the arm of the demon god froze for a moment. It seemed that it did not expect that someone could take away the power of the soul in its hands. The demon god gave up Yeshuang's arm and turned his target to Chen Yang. The arm was filled with black mist, exuding a strong demonic energy. Come on, let me see what you have. Chen Yang hooked his fingers at the demon god's arm and laughed. The demon god's arm obviously also has independent consciousness. Seeing Chen Yang being so provocative, the demon energy on it became more ferocious. The promise slash. Chen Yang's attack was a killer move. He didn't use domain power for this attack, but wanted to see how much his strength had increased after copying the special talent at the psychic level. Wujizhan turned into a transparent sword chi and slashed towards the arm of the demon god. The black mist of the demon god's arm gathered in the palm of his hand, and then he directly grabbed the sword chi of Wujizhan. It's really great. Seeing how confident the demon god's arm was, Chen Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Although he didn't use the power of the domain, various innate powers were integrated into Wujizhan. This sword was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Demon God's arm obviously didn't know that Chen Yang had a special talent at the psychic level. After all, Chen Yang was only in the 6th order realm now, and it would be good if the special talent reached the spiritual level. Who would have thought that the special talent of a 6th order cultivator would be at the psychic level? It was the intention of the demon god's arm. Wujizhan directly cut off the fingers of the demon god's arm, and even a scar several meters long appeared on the palm of his hand. The demon god's arm retreated quickly. Although it had no eyes, Chen Yang could feel the soul power of the demon god's arm constantly detecting him. Seeing that the demon god's arm was slashed by Chen Yang's sword, Yeshuang opened his mouth wide. He couldn't be more clear about the strength of the 8th level intermediate realm. Even he, an 8th level cultivator, couldn't resist for a long time. The opponent was cut by Chen Yang's sword, which is unbelievable. Yeshuang looked at Chen Yang with eyes full of awe. He didn't know what this young man had encountered in the trial ground, but there was no doubt that Chen Yang was now the #1 cultivator in Huiguo. Chen Yang expressed his satisfaction with his own strength. Talents such as gravity, slowness, and weakening were pressed on the arm of the demon god, and the aura of the arm of the demon god was immediately suppressed to the 7th level. The demon god's arm was terrified, and the dual domains were quickly deployed, and the special talent was like it didn't cost money to hit Chen Yang's suppression. But how could Chen Yang's special talent be so easily broken away? The multiple talents were suddenly suppressed on the arm of the demon god, and Chen Yang directly forced back the newly opened dual domain. He raised the Black Emperor sword again, and when he was about to finish off the opponent with one move, the demon god's arm suddenly let out a cry of forgiveness. The chosen one, wait, let me go? It's me who can't see Mount Tai. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to give you this planet. The demon god's arm didn't really speak, but conveyed its thoughts to Chen Yang through the power of the soul. Hearing the demon god's arm begging for mercy, Chen Yang stopped what he was doing. You are the body of a demon god, right? Chen Yang asked. Yes, you know me. The demon god's arm was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to be recognized in this kind of place. Why do you want to violate human beings? I just want to regain my strength. As a supreme being, it doesn't matter if I sacrifice a few lives. It's their luck that their souls can become my nourishment. They should be grateful for it. Seeing that Chen Yang knew his true identity, the demon god's arm no longer had the fear he had before when he spoke. Boy, I think you have a good cultivation talent. You are indeed the chosen one at such an age to have a psychic talent. Well, since you know who I am, you must know how powerful I was in my prime. As long as you help me find another body, and when I recover my strength, it will not be a problem for this galaxy to be given to you. Listening to the solicitation of the demon god's arm, Chen Yang smiled. Since I know you are a demon god, don't I know about your past? If I help you recover your strength, I'm probably the first person you'll kill. Seeing that Chen Yang had seen through his thoughts, the demon god's arm did not become angry from embarrassment, but changed its attitude. A long time ago, I really wanted to invade Blue Star. But it's different now. After all, Blue Star is just a planet. There are many living planets in the universe. Why should I lose a powerful general for Blue Star? If you don't believe me, I can swear to the power of the law. As long as you are loyal to me, I can choose to let Blue Star go. Chen Yang fell into thought after hearing this. The demon god's desire to invade Blue Star is definitely not as simple as it said on the surface. If it really helps it recover its strength, this so-called oath will not be torn like paper. Seeing Chen Yang's hesitation, the demon god's arm thought that Chen Yang was tempted. It really wanted to take Chen Yang as its subordinate, but the premise was that it had to completely control Chen Yang's soul. Exploding time bomb. How about it? As the chosen one, you will step into my realm sooner or later. In the future, we will occupy this universe together. Besides the black domain, who else will be our opponent? As long as you follow me now, the Blue Star everything will be ours. The demon god's arm continued to bewitch. No, you misunderstood me. Chen Yang shook his head and said. What? Demon god's arm didn't understand what Chen Yang said. Since you know that I am the chosen one, I can't let you go. As a demon god, will you just watch me grow up? Hearing Chen Yang's statement, the demon god's arm was shocked, and it quickly urged the secret method to escape, and a burst of red energy instantly sealed off the area around it. What are you doing? Seeing that Chen Yang sealed off the surrounding space with dragon power, the demon god's arm was extremely anxious. As a part of the demon god that was once sealed, it finally waited until the sealing formation was broken. Now is the time for it to rise. How could it fall here? Chen Yang didn't pay attention to what the other party was thinking. After learning that it was the body of a demon god, he had already made up his mind to kill the other party. The horror of the 12th level can be known from the mouth of the necromancer. It is almost the strongest existence in the entire universe except the black domain. How can he restore this existence to its peak to threaten Blue Star? What's more, the Demon Star and the Blue Star had a conflict 2,000 years ago. Knowing the previous history, he would not let the arm of the demon god go. Do you have any last words? How about you tell me all the rest of the other bodies? Chen Yang smiled. Why don't you understand? Even if you kill me, my body will break through the seal one day, and it will be useless for you to go to the ends of the earth. Your family and friends will be tortured because of you. Are you sure you still want to kill me? Seeing that the surrounding space was all locked by Chen Yang, its soul smelled of panic. I hate other people's threats the most. Since you don't say it, I'm sorry. See you in hell. Chen Yang didn't talk nonsense anymore. The dragon force frantically poured into the Black Emperor sword. Since absorbing a large amount of soul fire, the power of the Black Emperor sword has been greatly enhanced, and even the blade has become much sharper. The invisible sword energy condensed in the blade, and the demon god's arm wanted to try the last resistance, but Chen Yang did not give the opponent a chance. The Black Emperor sword directly pierced into the huge palm, and the sword energy shattered the entire arm. If others thought it was over, Chen Yang could still clearly feel the soul of the demon god's arm. The Black Emperor sword seemed to be very interested in the incomplete soul of the demon god's arm. When the entire arm was destroyed, the Black Emperor sword emitted a strange energy to trap the incomplete soul in the demon god's arm and planned to absorb it. Black Emperor sword and so on. There are some things I want to explore. Seeing that the soul of the demon god's arm was almost absorbed by the Black Emperor sword, Chen Yang hurriedly stopped it. The power of the soul unfolded, and under the 9th level soul power, the crippled soul in the arm of the demon god couldn't even produce the desire to resist. It was very aggrieved in its heart. It thought that even if its body was destroyed, its soul would be able to escape. How could it have imagined that this chosen person in front of him actually possessed the soul fire of the 9th level? This is outrageous. Chen Yang's 9th level soul power quickly controlled the broken soul of the demon god's body. What he had to do was very simple, that was to know the location of the remaining broken body from the opponent's soul memory. However, to his disappointment, the broken soul of the demon god's arm didn't know where the rest of the body was sealed. Since the seal transformed by Blue Star's will, it lost its connection with other bodies, which is why it didn't look for other bodies after breaking the seal. Chen Yang felt a little regretful when he learned about it, but thinking about it, if they all knew each other, they would have gathered together a long time ago, and it is impossible for them to still be entangled with human cultivators. But Chen Yang didn't get nothing. By reading the soul memory of the demon god's arm, Chen Yang also knew a lot about the demon god. One of them surprised Chen Yang. The ancestors of the demon star people came from the Black Territory. No wonder they have the means to control the beasts, but they don't know what kind of relationship the monsters have with the ancestors of the demon star people. Thinking of the magic crystal, Chen Yang sighed slightly. There is no memory of the magic crystal in the soul of the demon god's arm. Either its soul is not complete and has lost the memory of the magic crystal, or the magic crystal was not created by the demon god at all. These two possibilities may seem unimportant, but there are many things that can be thought of. If this demonized crystal was created by the sealed demon god, the legend of the demon god circulating on the magic star is very likely to be the sealed demon god. But if this demonized crystal has nothing to do with the sealed demon god, everything behind it would be too scary, because if this is the case, it directly shows that there is still a demon god of the 12th rank on the magic star. Thinking of this possibility, Chen Yang trembled all over his body. If there is really a demon god on the demon star, the blue star will definitely perish when the 2000 year comes. No? Chen Yang temporarily put these thoughts behind him. It's too early to think about them now. If everything is true, even if he knows it now, it won't help. After throwing the broken soul of the demon god's arm to the Black Emperor sword to absorb, Chen Yang came to Yeshuang. Seeing that the demon god's arm was easily removed by Chen Yang, Yeshuang showed a gratified expression. It seems that you have gained a lot in the place of trial. Haha, good luck. Chen Yang said with a sneer. Commander-in-Chief Hua, thank you for your help. If you hadn't come in time, our city would have disappeared from the map. Several martial sages from Xiong Kingdom rushed over to thank them. Everyone is human, so there's no need to be so polite. Let's get rid of this beast tide first. Yeshuang looked at the beast tide road in the distance. Okay, then I will trouble everyone. Several martial saints in Xiong Kingdom nodded, and then rushed directly towards the beast tide. Let's go too. Yeshuang said to Fang Hao and the others. With the joint efforts of several martial saints, the beast horde was quickly wiped out. Chen Yang also tried to use the power of necromancers to control a large number of dead beast corpses. After finishing all the beast tides, he suddenly had an army of hundreds of thousands more necromancers. Of course, many of these low-level beasts, Chen Yang, gave up directly, otherwise the number would increase several times. Seeing that Chen Yang could control the dead beast, Yeshuang cast a curious look. What kind of ability do you have? Did you get it in the land of trials? Chen Yang nodded, and briefly explained the power of necromancy. Yeshuang was a little delighted to hear that Chen Yang had acquired such a perverted ability. In this way, we no longer have to be afraid of the beast tide. Yeah, I didn't expect this year's young people to be so powerful. It seems that we are already old. Li Bei also sighed. After exchanging a few greetings with Marshal Saint Xiongguo, everyone returned to the border of Baikan together. When Chen Yang and others came back, Han Mensi rushed out to greet them immediately. Has the beast been dealt with? He Ji also rushed over and asked quickly. Thanks to Chen Yang, those guys have been wiped out by Chen Yang. Ye Shuang laughed. Great, otherwise, if we drag it on, we don't know what that beast will eventually evolve into. He Ji breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that the 8th rank beast was eliminated by Chen Yang. Thanks to Chen Yang this time, that guy is not even his opponent. Fortunately, Chen Yang restrained the opponent, and Xiongguo may suffer. Ye Shuang praised. City Lord Ye is too flattering to me. After you have integrated all the power of inheritance, you can do it too. Seeing Ye Shuang praise him in front of so many people, Chen Yang said embarrassedly. Haha, you're welcome. Now that the matter of the 8th level beast has been resolved, you should go back then. Let me be the host for today. Let's get together and relax. Ye Shuang suggested directly. Long live City Lord Ye. Hearing that Ye Shuang personally invited everyone to dinner, more than 30 inheritors celebrated together. Then let's go back to Baikan. Seeing that everyone couldn't wait, Chen Yang waved his right hand and opened the portal directly. Back in Baikan, Chen Yang remembered that he planned to put the teleportation device here, because he almost forgot about the parasitic incident when he came here. City Master Ye, I have a teleportation device here, where do you think it would be more suitable? Teleporter. Ye Shuang thought that he heard it wrong, and for a while did not understand what Chen Yang said. What teleporter? He Ji understood. Knowing that miracles can always be seen on Chen Yang, she was very curious about this teleportation device. It is something that can be directly transmitted to the world regardless of distance. Chen Yang took out the teleportation device and said, ignoring distance, can teleport around the world. When He Ji heard Chen Yang's explanation, his brain froze. Are you telling the truth? He Ji dare not believe it. Ye Shuang also looked curiously at the teleportation device that Chen Yang took out. That's right, it can be transmitted globally. Chen Yang nodded in affirmation. After receiving Chen Yang's reply, everyone around looked curiously at the device in Chen Yang's hand. This device is not big, and it only occupies an area of less than a dozen square meters. Seeing that such a little guy can teleport around the world, Feng Hao was the first to not believe it. Chen Yang, the global teleportation you're talking about shouldn't be the teleportation of something bigger than a bowl. Yes, how big an object can this thing transport? Have you tried it? Xiao Zhang also asked curiously. Of course I tried it. If I can only send some small items, what else would I do with them? It's useless to talk about it. Seeing is believing. City Lord Ye, where do you plan to put this thing? Chen Yang asked. It still depends on its specific effect. Could it be that you plan to let all the people in Baikan use it? Seeing Chen Yang asking such a question, Ye Shuang asked curiously. You can rest assured of its effect, City Master Ye. Not to mention too much, it will definitely not be a problem for an army to teleport there. Chen Yang laughed. If it is really as magical as you said, it can be placed at the gate of the Joint Force Base. The place over there is relatively wide and suitable for supervision and control. Ye Shuang made a suggestion. Okay, then I'll put it there. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yang led everyone to appear at the gate of the Baikan Joint Base. He skillfully installed the teleportation device. Following the insertion of a high-grade primordial stone, Chen Yang directly injected his own primordial power into it to adjust the frequency. Soon, the teleportation device here sensed the teleportation frequency of the imperial capital and Yanchinj. Is that all right? Seeing Chen Yang let go of his hands, Ye Shuang couldn't help but said. Why hasn't there been any change? Won't it fail? Feng Hao questioned. It has been successful. Due to the limited number of teleportation devices, it can only teleport to the imperial capital and Yanchinj. I was just accepting the transmission frequency, and now I can open the portal as long as I inject vitality into it. Chen Yang pointed to the place where vitality was injected and smiled. Is it possible to teleport to each other only in places with teleportation devices? He Ji asked. Yes, where do you want to go? I can show you. Chen Yang nodded and said. Try Yanchinj. Ye Shuang opened the mouth and said. No problem. Chen Yang injected energy into the teleportation device again, and soon, a blue light spread, and when the teleportation device on the Yanchinj side was ready, the teleportation gate between the two was immediately connected. Ye Shuang looked curiously at the other side of the portal, which was right in front of the base of the Yanchinj joint team. Is that all right? Li Bei hesitated. Li Wuxian, do you want to go over there and try? Chen Yang looked at Li Baidao with a smile. Okay, let the old man see if this teleportation device is as magical as you said. Li Bei didn't ink any ink marks, and controlled his vitality to walk directly towards the blue portal. Without any accidents, Li Bei went directly through the portal to the Yanchinj joint base. Because the teleportation device was activated, Captain Zhou from Yanchinj also rushed over. Wu Sheng. Yuan Zhou was taken aback when he felt the aura emanating from Li Bei. When he saw Chen Yang on the other side of the teleportation device, he immediately understood that this should be the martial saint of Baikan. You are. Li Bei looked at the man in front of him somewhat familiarly, but couldn't remember it for a while. Hello Wu Sheng, I am Zhou Yuan, the captain of the Yanchinj team. Zhou Yuan reported his family background. So it's you, kid. I've heard of your name when I was in Baikan. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are the youngest masters in Huiguo. So, this is really Yanchinj. Li Bei unfolded his spiritual power, and the surrounding scenery suddenly appeared in his mind. That's right, this is Yanchinj, Wu Sheng, you don't have to doubt it. Seeing Li Bei's appearance, Zhou Yuan didn't know what he was thinking. When he saw the teleportation device for the first time, he was full of doubts like Li Bei. Is this successful? Li Bei felt a little dreamy. The topic of space transmission has always been very hot in the Baikan Research Institute, but so far no one has been able to develop a related device. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang took out such a thing, and the effect was unexpectedly good, which made him feel a little unrealistic. Yeshuang also understood that the teleportation device had worked. They walked into the teleportation gate in surprise, and found that they had really come to Yanchinj. Their eyes couldn't stop being surprised. It's amazing, this is simply a big leap in the history of human science. Seeing that Chen Yang's teleportation device was successful, Yeshuang couldn't help but praise it. Chen Yang, how did you make this thing? Can it be mass-produced now? He asked quickly. The teleportation device is too important to Huiguo, and its meaning cannot be summed up in 1 or 2 sentences. If the transmission device can be mass-produced, it means that all cities after Huiguo no longer need to fear the arrival of the beast tide, because as long as there is a transmission device, any city can get timely support. Even if there is a 7th-order ferocious beast, the North City can quickly send out strong men in the realm of martial saints, and the destruction of the glorious base will never happen again. Chen Yang shook his head. Although he also knew the significance of teleportation devices, he really didn't have many teleportation devices in his hand. I got this thing on Beast Star, and I won't go into details when it happened. I only know that this kind of technology should not be able to be researched in a short period of time with the current level of human technology. The teleportation I got there are not many devices, so we can only open up the space of the imperial capital, Yanchinj, and Baikan, and if we want to expand it, we must get the design drawing of the teleportation device. Chen Yang briefly introduced the origin of the teleportation device. Yeshuang and the others were once again shocked when they learned that this thing actually came from the Beast Star. Is this the technology on the other side of the crack? Yeshuang looked at the teleportation device in front of him, his eyes full of worry. They also know a little bit about the Beast Star on the other side of the crack. Seeing that the other party has such a high-tech product, it is inevitable that they will feel disappointed and vigilant. Seeing that everyone was silent for a while, he spoke to comfort everyone. Being able to get this thing is better than we can't get it. Although there are not many of them now, who knows if we will research it in the future. No matter what, it is very meaningful to us to have this teleportation device. The others nodded after hearing this. Although they couldn't cover all the cities in Huiguo, it was much easier to support them in the future. Baikan, the triangle between the imperial capital and Yanchinj covers almost half of the land of Huiguo. If the surrounding cities seek support in the future, their reaction speed will be much faster. City Master yet, don't worry, even though we can't manufacture it now, it doesn't mean we won't be able to manufacture it in the future. In the future, I will definitely get the manufacturing drawing of the transmission device. Chen Yang believed himself. Chen Yang, thank you. Yeshuang understands that this matter cannot be rushed, and it is already a very good result for them to have this kind of transmission device now. By the way, if I remember correctly, Director Liu and the others brought back a space bracelet from Yanchinj before. That thing is obviously not a product of the Blue Star. If I guess correctly, you got it from the Beast Star. Yeshuang suddenly remembered to ask. Chen Yang nodded. That's right, but I only got 3 space bracelets. One was given to Minister Liu and the others, and the other 2 were left in Yanchinj. Chen Yang admitted. It seems that not only the strength of the practitioners of Beast Star far surpasses us, but also the technology. We still have a long way to go. Knowing that the space bracelet also came from Beast Star, Yeshuang sighed. Seeing this, Chen Yang didn't know how to comfort him. City Lord yet, I have some things to give to Captain Zhou. You guys go back first, I'll come over later. Okay, we'll be waiting for you in Baikan. Seeing that Chen Yang had some personal matters, Yeshuang nodded and turned back to the North City. Seeing the others leave, Chen Yang directly took out a large amount of spiritual liquid. Brother Zhou, I didn't have time to give you these spiritual liquids because I participated in the god-making project. I happened to come here today, and I took out the spiritual liquids I had stored during this period. As Chen Yang said, the power of space flickered, and the empty space in front of him was suddenly filled with small ceramic bottles. So much. Zhou Yuan was also worried about the matter of the spiritual liquid. During the time when Chen Yang disappeared, the spiritual liquid in Yanchinj was in a state of shortage, and even a lot of spiritual liquid was traded privately, and the price was once fired to tens of millions to more than 100 million. Looking at the large amount of spiritual liquid in front of him, Zhou Yuan counted roughly, and there were bottles. I was delayed for a long time because I couldn't come out in the god-making project. Brother Zhou, you can put all these things away, and I will trouble you to hand over some of them to Gao Xiong for me. No trouble, no trouble. Zhou Yuan shook his head quickly, and he directly notified the joint team behind him to come and count. How is the result of this god-making plan? I feel that your strength has become much stronger. Zhou Yuan felt the breath on Chen Yang's body. Haha, fortunately, this god-making plan is a bit beyond my expectation. Chen Yang laughed loudly. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan immediately understood that Chen Yang's strength had been greatly improved. Before participating in the god-making project, Chen Yang was already able to kill 7th-order beasts. After participating in the god-making project, his current strength is probably beyond his imagination. What is the god-making plan? Yuan Zhou asked curiously. Brother Zhou, don't be envious. When I come back, I will definitely surprise you. Chen Yang showed a mysterious smile. Because he still had to attend the party in Baikan, he didn't say much to Zhou Yuan. Moreover, the power of inheritance cannot be explained immediately, so he planned to tell Zhou Yuan and others about these things after returning from Baikan. Seeing Chen Yang being so mysterious, Zhou Yuan's heart itched like ants crawling. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Zhou Yuan temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart, and nodded towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not return to Baikan immediately. He had disappeared for so long, and Yang Cheng must have run out of spiritual liquid long ago. Therefore, he directly manipulated the power of space to teleport himself to Yang Cheng, and soon delivered the remaining spiritual liquid to the Song family, Xia family, and the company in Yang Cheng. Seeing that Chen Yang finally came back, Xia Jun and the others said they wanted to invite Chen Yang to dinner, but Chen Yang reluctantly refused and made an appointment with them for another time. As for Song Qing, Chen Yang thought about it and didn't go to see her. What happened in the trial ground kept replaying in Chen Yang's mind, and the necromancer told him that Princess Yao did not appear by coincidence, but was transformed from his heart. Perhaps at some point, Chen Yang himself didn't realize that he had a different feeling for Song Qing. Dad, where is Chen Yang? Inside the mansion of the Song family, Song Qing stumbled back home. After hearing the news that Chen Yang had appeared in Yangcheng, she rushed back immediately, but when she arrived at the house, the living room was already empty, and she only saw her father. Man sitting on sofa. He still has something to do, so let's go first. Seeing her daughter's preoccupied look, Song Ming said helplessly. Dad, didn't you keep him? When Song Qing heard that Chen Yang had left, his voice became a little choked up. He said he didn't have time for the time being, but he just handed over the spiritual liquid to me and left. Song Ming sighed. Seeing his daughter like this, how could he not know Song Qing's feelings for Chen Yang? But now Chen Yang and Song Qing are like people from two worlds. After another year or two, Chen Yang will even become Blue Star #1. Song Qing has nothing else to keep Chen Yang besides his beauty. Didn't he say anything? Song Qing seemed to have lost all strength, and Chen Yang's leaving without saying goodbye broke the fantasy in her heart. Maybe she had never been valued in the other party's heart. He left a word, when the time comes, he will come again. Song Ming told his daughter what Chen Yang said before he left. Hearing this, Song Qing's eyes brightened. Will he come again? Song Qing tidied up her emotions, touched the necklace on her chest, and showed an expectant smile at the corner of her mouth. Coming to Yancheng again, Chen Yang returned to Baikan directly through the teleportation device. He didn't stop there, and he didn't even meet Liu Xian. He wanted to tell Liu Xian everything that happened in the trial ground, but in his heart he was afraid that Liu Xian would leave him because of this, and he was entangled a lot. He decided to wait until all the matters in the North City were dealt with before telling Liu Xian frank. At night, the dinner party ended amidst everyone's laughter. Chen Yang and others' god-making plan had come to an end, and more practitioners would enter it later. Feng Hao and others were included in the second batch. However, Feng Hao and others are relatively old, and it is not certain whether they will be recognized by the inheritance, but I just don't know how long this space crack can last, which is not something Chen Yang can consider at all. Although the god-making project is over, the matter on Tang Hongfei's side has not been completely resolved. Originally, I wanted to wait until the end of the god-making plan to deal with it, but it turned out that the wait was half a year. On the second day, Chen Yang came to the crack in the eyeball of the demon god in a full state. During the past 6 months, Tang Hongfei and Liu Yangbing seemed to regard guarding the crack as a part of their lives. They would take turns guarding the crack every day to prevent the red parasitic seeds from emerging from it. As time goes by, they can feel that there are more and more red parasitic seeds inside. If they wait for a while, it is still unknown whether they can hold the crack. Minister Tang. Chen Yang came to the crack and nodded slightly to the two of them. Chen Yang, you are finally here. Seeing Chen Yang appear, Tang Hongfei and Liu Yangbing showed a trace of exhaustion. Sorry, I didn't expect to stay in the trial ground for such a long time, otherwise I should help you clean up the parasitic seeds inside from the beginning. Yang Chen apologized. It doesn't matter, it's our duty to protect this crack, but if you don't come, we may not be able to hold on. Tang Hongfei said embarrassedly. No, thank you for your hard work. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he looked into the crack, and the red seeds inside were about to burst out. But after coming out of the place of trial, your realm should have reached the master level, can you still go in now? Liu Yangbing said worriedly. It should be no problem. After all, this crack belongs to the category of space, and my talent happens to be the power of space. Chen Yang smiled slightly and came to the crack. Seeing this, Liu Yangbing withdrew his vitality from the opening of the crack, and the red parasitic seeds immediately found a vent, and rushed out of the crack frantically. When Chen Yang raised his hand, the red flame would start to burn along the crack in an instant, and the red parasitic seeds that wanted to break through the crack were instantly burned to ashes by the flame. I'm going in, and I'm going to trouble the two ministers outside. Chen Yang left a sentence, and his body began to squeeze inside. A strong sense of repulsion filled Chen Yang's body. If Chen Yang only had the power of space at the spiritual level, he might not be able to enter, but now he has received the inheritance of the old man with ethereal spirit, and his understanding of the power of space is better than before. It is more than a little higher. If the talent of the god level can't even solve the space crack, then his inheritance is really in vain. Break. The power of space opened the crack directly, and the strong resistance was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Chen Yang, and he pierced it directly. The body quickly merged into the crack, and after a few seconds, Chen Yang came to the other side of the crack. Coming to this familiar place again, the surrounding scene has not changed much, but every place in the air is filled with red parasitic seeds. Seeing Chen Yang coming out of the crack, the red parasitic seeds frantically gathered towards Chen Yang's body, as if they couldn't wait to parasitize Chen Yang's body. Chen Yang smiled coldly. The parasitic seeds he was before couldn't do anything about it, let alone now. The flames burned from Chen Yang's side in an instant. It might take 3 days for him to clean up all the space here before, but after accepting the power of inheritance, Chen Yang is sure to clean up all the red seeds within 1 day. Lose. These red seeds seem to be a little different from before, their desire to attack is stronger, and the speed of reproduction is particularly fast. The strange thing is that there are no living creatures in this space, which means that they can directly devour vitality to reproduce, which is much stronger than the parasitic seeds at the beginning. But no matter how powerful the parasitic seeds are, for Chen Yang, they can be burned with a single fire. The high temperature of hundreds of degrees made it too late for the parasitic seeds to know what happened. Seeing that a large number of parasitic seeds died, the remaining parasitic seeds finally felt threatened, and realized that Chen Yang was not so easily parasitized. But as the only host in the crack space, how could these red seeds give up on Chen Yang so easily? Under Chen Yang's gaze, these red seeds began to condense towards the center, and soon turned into a humanoid creature the same size as Chen Yang. It's this trick again. Chen Yang watched these red parasitic seeds gather together and immediately understood what they were thinking. Since they couldn't parasitize themselves by attacking alone, they planned to defeat themselves first. These human figures incarnated by red parasitic seeds have actually reached the 7th level of elementary strength. This strength may be troublesome for others, but Chen Yang just laughed when he saw it, and the flame in his hand was more vigorous than before. It's best for you all to gather here, and save me from cleaning up everywhere. The flame in Chen Yang's hand turned into a pillar of fire and directly hit the human figure transformed from the red parasitic seed. Just as the human figure transformed from the parasitic seed was about to resist, the temperature of the flame instantly rose to several thousand degrees. This temperature is even comparable to the sun. No matter how powerful the red parasitic seeds are, they are still unable to resist under the high temperature of thousands of degrees. Soon these gathered parasitic seeds were easily dealt with by Chen Yang. Knowing that Chen Yang is powerful, the other parasitic seeds fled quickly. They thought that Chen Yang was the prey sent to their door, but they didn't expect that the real prey was themselves. Looks like it's going to take a while. Seeing the other red parasitic seeds start to move away from him, Chen Yang stretched helplessly and began to clean up a large area. When Chen Yang came in for the first time, he was still wondering why this space was so strange, but now he understands exactly what this space is. As the place where the demon god's eyes were sealed, this place became a space of its own, and that space crack was the last resort left by the sealer. Chen Yang separated several clones and began to clean up the inside on a large scale. In addition to eliminating these parasitic seeds, he also had another goal, which was the broken soul of the big-eyed monster. When killing the big-eyed monster before, Chen Yang did not learn the soul talent and the power of the dead. After learning the power of the demon god, he realized that even if he killed the big-eyed monster could still pass through the broken body. The soul is resurrected, which is why the red parasitic seeds can multiply so fast. The clone began to quickly search for the broken soul of the big-eyed monster. The moment Chen Yang entered the crack, the big-eyed monster's soul began to find a hidden place to hide. It's really a bit strenuous to find out. After exploring all the surfaces, Chen Yang did not find the broken soul of the big-eyed monster, which made him wonder if he was wrong in his judgment. Maybe with the passage of such a long time, the broken soul of the demon god has dissipated. No, the demon god is one of the strongest known existences. His soul will definitely not disappear so easily. I must have missed it somewhere. Chen Yang pondered for a while, then set his sights on the dilapidated ceiling formation. With the talent of perspective turned on, Chen Yang carefully scanned everything under the formation, and sure enough, he found something wrong in a broken place. It's really good to hide. If I didn't have so many abilities, maybe I really let you run away. After Chen Yang found the broken soul of the big-eyed monster, he was surprised to find that its soul was so powerful that it could even manipulate parasitic seeds to restore its own body at any time. It's really cunning. As expected of the body of a demon god, even a single eyeball is not something humans can deal with. Chen Yang couldn't help sighing. Fortunately, he had already found the other party, otherwise, after a while, this guy would become a disaster again. The power of the soul surged out, and the soul of the big-eyed monster wanted to escape, but Chen Yang had already blocked the escape route. Let me go. Just when Chen Yang was about to destroy the other party, the soul of the big-eyed monster begged. If you want to say that following you will become the second person under the demon god and enjoy the glory and wealth, I advise you to give up. Chen Yang said. The big-eyed monster's soul froze for a moment. It really wanted to make such a promise to Chen Yang, especially since it could smell some familiar vicissitudes from Chen Yang, but it was a smell that Chen Yang didn't have when he first came. How do you know I want to say this? Do you know who I am? The big-eyed monster wondered. Of course I know. Demon God's sealed body. His body is divided into countless pieces and sealed in various space cracks. Calculated according to time, the power to seal you has gradually weakened, so you have already started to escape and recover your strength. Am I right? Chen Yang said lightly. Who told you this? The big-eyed monster was still a little calm before, but after hearing Chen Yang's words, there was a trace of fear in its soul. Although it quickly hid itself, it was still noticed by Chen Yang. Are these important? Do you have any last words to say? Chen Yang asked again. Since you know that I am the body of a demon god, then you should understand that once they get out of trouble, you will not be able to fight against them. Why do you fight against me? Even if you don't think about yourself, don't you think about it for yours? Does the family think about it? Seeing that Chen Yang was about to make a move, Big Eyes hurriedly said. So what, even if your body is really born, as long as your soul is destroyed, he can still know what I did to you. Besides, I hate being threatened the most, so goodbye. The Black Emperor's sword pierced the big-eyed monster's soul, and as the big-eyed monster wailed, its soul power was completely absorbed by the Black Emperor's sword. Oops, forgot to read the memory of it. Chen Yang suddenly remembered that the attack seemed a little too fast just now. Forget it, there will be opportunities in the future. Putting away the Black Emperor's sword, Chen Yang shook his head. After the big-eyed monster was completely eliminated, the remaining red parasitic seeds became much weaker. The leader of the brainworm was pulled out by him, and now he can directly control the brainwave of the brainworm with the power of the soul, and there is no need to be as dangerous as before. The mental power quickly covered the entire area, and Chen Yang spread the brainwaves of the brainworm leader. Without the interference of the big-eyed monster, these red parasitic seeds quickly gathered towards the place where Chen Yang was. Seeing that the red parasitic seeds were almost gathered together, a raging flame burned in Chen Yang's hands. The red parasitic seeds gathered around Chen Yang felt that something was wrong. Just when they wanted to break free from the brainwaves of the brainworm leader, the flames enveloped them all go in. With this method, Chen Yang eliminated the parasitic seeds very quickly, but it was followed by endless exhaustion. The scope of this space is much larger than that of Baiken. Even though Chen Yang's mental strength is much stronger than before, it is still unrealistic to directly clean up such a large area in a short period of time. Intermittently, Chen Yang finally checked all the spaces in the crack. After confirming that there were no parasitic seeds left, he let out a long breath. This matter did not seem so complicated, but it tested Chen Yang in all aspects. If another martial saint came here, without Chen Yang's soul power, it would be impossible to clean up the entire area like Chen Yang. With the help of the brainworm leader, Chen Yang's speed was much faster, a few hours faster than the previous estimated day. Coming out of the crack, Minister Tang and Minister Lu have been waiting outside. Seeing Chen Yang's exhausted appearance, they quickly asked how the situation was going inside. No problem, it should be solved by me. Chen Yang revealed a slight smile. Really, didn't you say it would take a day before? Why so fast? Tang Hongfei said in surprise. Haha, with the help of this little guy, it's a little faster than I expected. A red caterpillar-like thing appeared in Chen Yang's hand, which was the leader of the brainworm. What is this? Lu Yangbing said doubtfully, having never met the leader of the Seerbrats. This guy is the evolved form of the red parasitic seed. It can emit brain waves to control the nearby parasitic seeds and brainworms. If it weren't for it, I really wouldn't be able to clean it up so quickly, even if I did. You cannot guarantee that there are no residues in it. Chen Yang explained. I see. Tang Hongfei and Lu Yangbing nodded thoughtfully. However, a lot of parasitic seeds have been spread here before. Will there be any problems with those parasitic seeds? If many ferocious beasts are parasitized by it, they will attack humans again sooner or later, right? Tang Hongfei frowned. Captain, he and I have discussed this issue before, but this is no longer within our capabilities. If there are really a large number of parasitic seeds taken away by ferocious beasts and spread, no matter how many people we dispatch, we will not be able to kill them. Kill all the parasitic seeds. But I have two ways, maybe they can help human beings. Chen Yang said. Could it be related to this brainworm? Lu Yangbing instantly guessed Chen Yang's intention. That's right, as long as we can decipher this brainwave, those red parasitic seeds will not be able to pose a threat to us no matter how powerful they are, unless they can continue to evolve into unknown areas. Chen Yang nodded and said. Since it's settled here, let's go back together. It's been a long time since we've been so relaxed. It's just a matter of time to discuss the follow-up issues with Captain He and the others. Tang Hongfei stretched his waist and let out a sigh of relief. The two ministers have worked hard, just follow me back to Baiken. Chen Yang raised his right hand, and a portal appeared in front of the two of them. Haha, it's much easier to have this thing. Tang Hongfei walked in directly with a smile, and the three of them appeared in the joint base not long after. He sensed the aura of Chen Yang and the three of them right away, and when he saw them appearing here, he immediately understood that the parasitic seeds on the other side of the crack should all be eliminated. At the beginning, she was worried that Chen Yang would not be able to enter the crack because he broke through to the 6th level, but now it seems that these are not problems anymore. Chen Yang, you have worked hard. He came up to greet her with a smile on her face. It's all about serving the people, Chen Yang said lightly. Minister Tang, Minister Lu, thank you for your hard work. If you hadn't been waiting for so long, the parasitic seeds on the other side of the crack would have been flooded. Captain He, you're being polite. We're just doing our job well, but it's really tiring to say the least. I need to take a good rest during this period. Let me take a month off first. How about it, Lao Lu? Tang Hongfei laughed. I think so too, haha, why don't you go to my place for a drink later? Chen Yang, you should have time too, so come over together when the time comes. Lu Yangbing invited to say. I still won't participate in the drinking thing. Let's discuss the parasitic seeds that spread at the beginning. Chen Yang suggested. Do you have any good ideas? He asked. I have thought for a long time that the spread of parasitic seeds is certain, and we cannot have any flukes. If we want to prevent it in advance, we have to start with the parasitic seeds themselves. Therefore, I have two suggestions. First, develop a vaccine so that the parasitic seeds cannot enter the human body. Second, I think we can try to simulate the brainwaves of the brainworm leader. Because of the uncertainty of the spread of parasitic seeds, we consider the possibility of parasitic seeds appearing in all cities in Huiguo. Chen Yang suggested. The vaccine may be difficult. Although we have the help of the leader of the brainworm, it is still impossible to develop it in a short period of time. And these red parasitic seeds are constantly evolving. Even if we develop a vaccine, within a period of time after time, these vaccines are likely to lose their effect. I think your second suggestion is not bad. If we can simulate the brainwave signal of the brainworm leader through the machine, maybe we can actually deploy defenses in every city, because the cost will be much lower. He thought about it. I'll leave it to you, the brainworm leader. I hope Captain He can find the answer from it. Chen Yang took out the leader of the brainworm and handed it to He. In order to solve the problem in the crack, Chen Yang took it away, and now he hopes that this little thing can help the researchers in Baikan. Thank you. For the time being, we can only develop in this direction. Time should be enough. He sighed. Afterwards, everyone chatted a lot, but did not find a better way. The characteristics of parasitic seeds make it difficult for them to find, and it may not be realistic to completely eliminate them. It is already very good for human beings to be able to resist their invasion. If there is no better way, so be it. Old Tang, go drink. Lu Yangbing saw that the discussion was almost the same, so he proposed again. Minister Lu is so anxious, so let's do this first. If there is any progress, I will inform you as soon as possible. Seeing that it was getting late, He didn't want to keep her anymore. A few minutes later, several people bid farewell to each other. Chen Yang couldn't resist Lu Yangbing's enthusiasm, and finally went to Lu Yangbing's home with Tang Hongfei. After dinner, Chen Yang bid farewell to several people. After tonight, the matter in Baikan had come to an end. Next, he was going to face the thing he didn't want to face the most. Lying on the bed, Chen Yang tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep no matter what. When he returns to Yanchinj tomorrow, how should he face Lu Xin? Chen Yang didn't know. He really wanted to avoid this question all the time, but after making up his mind at that moment, he didn't want to avoid it anymore. Looking at the stars in the sky, time passed by little, and before he knew it, he fell into sleep. Get up. Han Mensi knocked on the door, and Chen Yang rubbed the corners of his eyes. At some point, the sky had already glowed with white light. Opening the door, Han Mensi and the others had already prepared their luggage, and they could go home after breakfast. You guys are so fast. Seeing that they were all sitting on the sofa waiting, Chen Yang couldn't help but said. We haven't been back for half a year, aren't you excited? Tan Yu was surprised. I just went back the day before yesterday. Chen Yang touched the tip of his nose and said. You actually went back first behind our backs. Tan Yu couldn't help shouting when he heard that Chen Yang had returned to Yanchinj. You know, in the past 6 months, he has missed his family and friends very much. If this life is longer, maybe he will forget how the rich second generation should live. Chen Yang looked at Xiaoling and Han Mensi, their eyes were full of longing. Okay, I don't have anything to clean up, let's go after breakfast. Chen Yang didn't smudge, washed up casually, and followed the crowd to the restaurant. Many inheritors gathered in the restaurant early in the morning. Many of them decided to leave today because the events in Baikan were over. That's why today's breakfast is extraordinarily rich. It's been a long time since I've eaten such a good thing. When I first entered the border, I almost thought I would die there. Tan Yu thought of the few hours of hiking in the ice and snow, and now he was a little scared in retrospect. Tan Yu's words also touched Xiaoling's heart. She, who has always been strong, did not say a word of backing down during that test. If it wasn't for that test, she would not have been recognized by the inheritance. It's just that, although she got the inheritance power this time, she didn't do what her father told her. Thinking of his father's entrustment in her ear before he left, Xiaoling looked at Chen Yang, his face flushed slightly. Wow, it's so delicious. Tan Yu savored his last breakfast in Baikan, and praised vaguely. By the way, tell me what happened to you in the trial ground. I didn't have time before, and I'm leaving now. I just took advantage of this breakfast to chat. Seeing Tan Yu's appearance, Chen Yang suddenly thought of it. Although Tan Yu looked like a handsome boy in the past, he still had the mentality of the traditional rich second generation in his bones, but now he observes and finds that Tan Yu's mentality has changed a lot. The same is true for Han Mensi. Before, she was careless and looked like a domineering flower. But seeing Han Mensi again, Chen Yang also found that this usually violent girl now even has a touch of tenderness in her movements. The place of trials, it's been 3 months, I don't remember the details, but I became a certain prince in it. The plot is too complicated. If I wasn't smart, I might have died a long time ago. It's inside. Tan Yu recalled. You became the prince. Chen Yang became interested when he heard it. Yeah, I thought that the prince can eat and be lazy. I just planned to enjoy the treatment of the prince, but I was involved in some kind of battle for the throne for no reason. I have no interest in the throne, so I gave up my military power and followed my elder brother, who would have thought that my elder brother felt that I was a threat, and chased and killed me for more than a month. Later, I endured the humiliation and finally killed that guy. My elder brother might not have thought that if he hadn't forced me, he would have died by now. It's the emperor. Tan Yu couldn't help sighing when he recalled everything he experienced at that time. It seems that your trials are quite rich, Chen Yang said with a smile. It's okay. It feels good to be the emperor in the end, but I woke up from the dream before I had time to enjoy it, and all my previous efforts were wasted. Tan Yu said with some regret. Xiaoling, what about you? Seeing that Tan Yu had finished speaking, Chen Yang turned his head and asked Xiaoling. Mine is not that complicated. As soon as I enter, I am a maid of a certain master. There is only one thing I do every day, which is to keep picking sesame seeds from soybeans. I didn't think too much about it, so I kept doing it. Then I don't know how long it took, maybe a month, the environment around me suddenly changed, and then I met an old lady who said that I passed the test or something. Xiaoling explained simply. After listening to Xiaoling's trial, Chen Yang was a little speechless. This seemed to be a test of Xiaoling's patience. He didn't know how Xiaoling persisted for so long. If it were him, he might have given up. After drinking a bowl of seafood porridge, Chen Yang looked at Han Mensi. What he was most curious about was what happened to Han Mensi inside that could make her change so much. I didn't do anything. It's been too long and I can't remember clearly. I only know that I was a certain princess when I went in. Seeing Chen Yang looking at her, Han Mensi blushed a little. Seeing Han Mensi showing a shy expression, Chen Yang clicked his tongue twice in his heart. If he goes back, those who are familiar with Han Mensi will definitely be surprised. After talking about their respective experiences, they were almost done eating. For the last breakfast, these chefs obviously put in a lot of effort. After tasting the taste left in their mouths, everyone reluctantly glanced at the place where they had lived for several months. I don't know when I'll come back next time. Tan Yu sighed. When you become a martial saint, it should be time to come to Baikan again. Chen Yang said with a smile. Wusheng is too far away, Xiaoling muttered. Actually not. If you want to come to Baikan, you can come here directly through the teleportation device. I still have the last teleportation device here. I don't know if it is installed in Nanchang or Yangchang. Would you like to give me some advice? Chen Yang thought about it. South City? I don't think I've been there yet. Tan Yu became interested when Chen Yang mentioned Nanchang. The South City is still too far away from our two cities. I think it's better to open up the distance between Yangchang and the North City first. Anyway, it's not impossible to get a space transmission device. If you're lucky, Chen Yang may come back soon. Got another teleportation device? Shelling suggested. It's true that we can get some more teleportation devices, but it's definitely not now. Let's see if there is a chance next time. I will have my own things to do in the near future. Chen Yang did not reject Xiaoling's idea. If Yangchang and Yancheng were connected, it would be a very good thing for his company. But after coming out of the trial ground, some of his previous ideas can be said to be completely invalidated. With the power of necromancers, the so-called beast tide has completely failed to affect Yancheng. As for the high-level ferocious beasts, unless there are beasts of 9th rank and above, any beasts are like paper in front of Chen Yang. Moreover, Chen Yang still has a lot of inheritance power in his hands that has not yet been bestowed. When he finds a suitable inheritor, Yancheng's strength will increase a lot. Thinking of this, Chen Yang suddenly felt that some of the previous weapons didn't seem to be of much use. If he wanted to research technology, he still had to steal some magic star technology. Controlling the Zhao family and the Yang family in the magical capital is not useless, at least in terms of blue star resources. He will not lack anything. Okay, let's put this teleportation device in Yangchang. As for the last one, I hope those researchers can find out something, otherwise I can only wait for me to find the trouble of those people. When Chen Yang thought of the lady from the first consortium of Demon Star, a smile appeared on his face. Then how do we go back now? Xiaoling asked. Go to the teleportation device. Chen Yang teleported to the joint base with everyone, and it didn't take long before he came to the teleportation device. Xiaoling and Tan Yu looked at the teleportation device in front of them curiously. Although they had heard of it before, they had not experienced the effect of this teleportation device. Is this the teleportation device? Is it really as exaggerated as you said? Tan Yu glanced at it and said, Haha, we also thought so at the beginning, but I can tell you clearly that this thing can indeed do everything, Chen Yang said. A loud voice came from afar. Chen Yang and others turned around to see that it was Yeshuang who had come over. City Master, yet, you also got up so early today. Chen Yang stepped forward to say hello. You just left without even saying hello. If I didn't know you were leaving, you might not have woken up yet, and you would be gone. Yeshuang seemed to be complaining, but Chen Yang knew that Yeshuang was blaming him for leaving without saying goodbye. City Master, yeah, with this guy, it's not a matter of a minute for me to come here. Yes, City mainly misses me, so you can come and have fun. I very much welcome City Master Ye to come and visit. Chen Yang said with a smile. Don't call me City Lord Ye, I said before that I would resign from the position of City Lord. After getting the power of inheritance, I just want to concentrate on cultivation now, and City Lord is a burden to me. Ye Shuang shook his head and said, Are you really determined to resign from the position of City Lord? Chen Yang said in surprise. He thought Ye Shuang was just talking before, especially since he has broken through to the 8th level now. There is no one more suitable to be the City Lord in the entire North City than him. Unexpectedly, Ye Shuang still decided to resign from the position of City Lord. Presumably this was his deliberate plan. Uncle Ye intends to concentrate on absorbing the power of inheritance. Yes, because of my identity, I have received more information than you. The current blue star is not as simple as it seems on the surface, and we may be invaded by outsiders at any time. I want to protect this planet. We must continue to practice growth and breakthrough, otherwise, when the disaster comes, everyone will not be spared. Ye Shuangjia said earnestly. He also told all the inheritors who left the North City that he didn't want these candidates to lose themselves and forget their original intentions because they were satisfied with the power of the inheritors. If they think that they can become the strongest group of people on Blue Star with the power of the inheritors, they are completely wrong. When the disaster strikes, they will only be greeted with endless regrets. Why do you feel that what City Lord Ye said is so scary? What will happen to Lansing? Xiaoling didn't understand. Your strength is still too weak. You will be qualified to know this when you reach the 8th level. Ye Shuang did not answer this question directly. In the land of trials, only those who have reached the 8th level are qualified to know the truth about Blue Star and the alien race. However, Ye Shuang thought that he was the one who knew the most, but Chen Yang knew more than him. He even experienced a certain scene in the past, and even went to the ancient battlefield. Uncle Ye, since you have decided not to be the lord of this city anymore, I will respectfully call you Uncle Ye from now on. Don't worry, we will work hard to cultivate. I also believe that the candidates for this god-making project will be in the future. I will definitely become the pillar of the Hua Kingdom. Chen Yang believed himself. Okay, I believe you too. Ye Shuang looked at the few people nodding in relief, and when he looked at Chen Yang again, Ye Shuang was full of anticipation. If there is only one name in his heart who is most likely to lead Huiguo against aliens in the future, that is Chen Yang. Positive? In terms of time, Chen Yang has only been practicing for more than a year. From a patient plagued by decay and death to an invincible lieutenant general, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a legend in the entire Hua Kingdom. It is precisely because of this that Ye Shuang is also willing to believe that in the near future, Chen Yang will bring you more surprises. Then welcome Uncle Ye to come to Yanchinj to play at any time, and I will definitely entertain you warmly when the time comes. Chen Yang said goodbye. Okay, bye. Ye Shuang nodded, and watched several people open the portal and leave. A blue light flashed, and Chen Yang and others passed through the portal to the gate of the joint base in Yanchinj. Are we there? Tan Yu looked around in surprise. Although he didn't know where he was now, he was sure that this was definitely not Baikan. That's right, we've already arrived in Yanchinj. Seeing Tan Yu's questioning expression, Chen Yang laughed loudly. So fast. Xiaoling also exclaimed. This is the first time she used the space teleportation device. When she passed through the teleportation gate, she didn't feel anything at all, as if she just walked a few steps randomly and came to Yanchinj. Chen Yang, what did City Lord Ye mean by those words before? Han Mensi is not curious about the teleportation device, because she has seen the magical function of this teleportation device before. You don't need to think too much about what Uncle Ye said, just remember to practice hard and absorb all the power of inheritance you get. As for the future, who knows, we will only add trouble if we think about it now. Chen Yang didn't explain the origin of the inheritance to them. Some things they knew in advance were not conducive to cultivation. Okay, I believe you. When the time is right, you will definitely tell us. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't intend to tell them now, Han Mensi stopped asking. Sister Han, go back first, you must be impatient since you haven't been home for so long. Chen Yang said. How about you? Han Mensi asked. Let me send them off, and by the way, place the last teleportation device in Yangchang. Then I'll go back first, bye. Seeing that Chen Yang still had something to do, Han Mensi nodded and left first. Let's go. Chen Yang manipulated the power of space and teleportation to open a long-distance portal, and the three returned to Yangchang in a few minutes. It's really Yangchang. Unexpectedly, we were still in Baikan just a moment ago, and now we are home. Tan Yu couldn't help sighing when he saw the familiar city. Xiaoling also blinked his big watery eyes and looked at Chen Yang curiously. Unexpectedly, it has only been half a year since I saw him. The entire Huiguo is no problem for Chen Yang, and he can go to any place at any time. Brother Tan, Xiaoling, let's bid farewell. After I install the teleportation device, you can come to Yanchinj anytime to play. Chen Yang said goodbye. Okay, I haven't been back for a long time, I must be presumptuous today. Tan Yu licked his lips, his expression a little excited. Haha, goodbye then. Goodbye. Xiaoling also bid farewell to Chen Yang, and soon, Chen Yang disappeared in front of the two of them. Xiaoling, what do you think your father would think if he knew that you are now a master? Seeing Chen Yang leave, Tan Yu asked curiously. He should be very happy. Xiaoling guessed that because his cultivation level was not high before, Xiajun always wanted to choose a suitable boyfriend for himself. Now that he has reached the level of a master, many doubts should be dispelled. I guess my father will be very surprised, especially Grandpa. After I absorb this inheritance power, maybe Grandpa will no longer be my opponent. Tan Yu said expectantly. So you have been excited about this. Xiaoling let out a coquettish smile. Haha, I won't be with you anymore, I'm going home. Tan Yu waved his hand, and then disappeared in place. Seeing Tan Yu's figure getting further and further away, Xiaoling let out a long sigh. Now that she has finally reached the realm of her previous dreams, her father should be proud of it. On the other side, Chen Yang came to the joint team in Yangchang. Seeing Chen Yang came back, Captain Wen and others warmly received him. Chen Yang, you're finally back. I've missed you so much for the past 6 months. Wen Ryujun reached out and patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. This time the god-making plan did take a little longer, but luck is good. Chen Yang nodded and greeted the civil and military army. How about it? Is the god-making plan over? Has it succeeded? Wen Ryujun asked impatiently. If you look at it according to the previous goals, the god-making plan should be regarded as a complete success. However, for some reasons, the current god-making plan may not be enough. Chen Yang smiled wryly. No way, since it was completely successful, what state are you in now? Wen Ryujun didn't understand what Chen Yang meant, so he asked curiously. My current state is a bit strange, you can regard me as a martial saint. Chen Yang said truthfully. Judging from the realm of the physical body, he is indeed in the realm of a martial saint. This is a martial saint? It would be great if I also participated in the god-making project. Wen Ryujun saw that Chen Yang had become a martial artist within half a year, and he swallowed with envy. There is also good news, the commander-in-chief of our country, Lord Yeshuang, has now broken through to the 8th level. Chen Yang threw a depth charge. 8th order. After hearing Chen Yang's words, several other members of the joint force were surprised from ear to ear. In their impression, the 8th level has always been an untouchable height. They never thought that one day they would hear such words from Chen Yang. What should we call the 8th level, Valkyrie? Wen Ryujun asked quickly. Chen Yang shook his head and denied the title. Beyond the 8th rank, there are 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and even the legendary 13th rank. If there must be a title, the 12th rank can be called a god. As for the 8th rank, the top he is probably a good cultivator. Chen Yang's words instantly shattered everyone's worldview. The 8th level is currently the highest state known in Huiguo, but this level is actually just a practitioner with good strength in Chen Yang's mouth. At present, all we know is the 8th level. It is extremely difficult to reach the 8th level, let alone the 9th level. If the 8th level is just a practitioner with good strength, then what are we? Lu Tianrui was speechless. Haha, I'm just explaining a fact. Don't think that the 8th level is the top of the cultivator. There are characters on the other side of the crack that are more powerful than the 8th level. We can't relax our cultivation because of this. Chen Yang eased everyone's emotions and said. Of course we know, otherwise Baikan wouldn't have decided to come up with a god-making plan. Wen Ryujun also knew something about the crack. After hearing Chen Yang's words, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Chen Yang, you didn't come here this time to attack us, did you? Lu Tianrui said depressed. Of course not, I brought good things with me this time. Chen Yang took out the space teleportation device. What is this? Seeing Chen Yang take out a machine, Wen Ryujun asked curiously. Spatial teleportation device. Chen Yang once explained the purpose and characteristics of the space transmission device. Under the eyes of everyone questioning, the space transmission device was successfully activated. Is that all right? Wen Ryujun was full of curiosity when he saw that the legendary space transmission device was so simple to set up. Chen Yang nodded and demonstrated it directly. Seeing that this little thing can really make people teleport regardless of distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Why didn't you come up with such a good thing earlier? Could it be that you got it in the god-making project? But it's not right. This kind of technology doesn't seem to be something that Huiguo can research now. Could it be that the North City side the level of technology has advanced so much? The civil and military army was at a loss at this time. Don't worry about the origin of the thing, as long as it can be used. I have to go back to Yanqing to do some things, you can study it slowly. By the way, the only places that can be teleported are Baikan, Yanqing and Modu. Others the place has not yet opened this thing. After Chen Yang reminded him, he turned on the teleportation device and returned to Yanqing. Seeing Chen Yang disappear, everyone from the joint team surrounded him like curious babies. Chen Yang didn't want to bother with the rest, and when he returned to this familiar city again, he finally had to face the things he had been struggling with. No matter what the final result is, he must speak out what has been suppressed in his heart for a long time, otherwise, if he continues like this for the rest of his life, he feels that he will definitely go crazy. Taking out the phone, Chen Yang's fingers were hanging in the air and he didn't press it down. The phone number displayed on the screen was Lu Xin. After a long time, he finally calmed down and pressed his thumb on the dial button. Do-do-do. The phone rang, and Chen Yang was extremely tormented in just a few seconds. Hello, Chen Yang. Lu Xion's voice came from the other end of the phone. Judging from the sense of hearing, Lu Xion seemed a little excited. Why don't you speak? Seeing that Chen Yang didn't respond, Lu Xion wondered. She thought Chen Yang didn't hear her voice. I am here. Chen Yang finally opened his lips. Are you free now? Chen Yang asked hoarsely. Hearing the strange voice on the other end of the phone, Lu Xian began to worry about what happened to Chen Yang. She had known the news of Chen Yang's return the day before yesterday. She thought that the person she liked would come to see her immediately, but when it got dark, she still didn't get a call from the person she loved. That night, she was sleepless all night. She could only comfort herself non-stop. Maybe Chen Yang was too busy and didn't have time to see her. All her thoughts can only be turned into moonlight, hoping to be felt by her lover far away. When she saw Chen Yang's number light up on her phone today, Lu Xian was extremely excited. She hadn't communicated with her for half a year, and her emotions were surging like a flood that burst a bank. But why? However, there was something wrong with Chen Yang's voice. Lu Xian thought of a possibility for a moment. Maybe he had failed in the god-making plan, and he was in a very decadent mood now, but she never thought that Chen Yang would become like this because of another incident. Where are you? I'll come over now. Lu Xian paused for a while and answered quickly. She was afraid that if she hesitated for a second, Chen Yang would disappear. I'm on the moat side. Chen Yang told Lu Xian his location. Lu Xian didn't know why the other party didn't come to look for her, but after knowing his location, she came here without hesitation. 10 minutes. Chen Yang heard rapid breathing. He knew who was behind him. He clearly wanted to see her, but his body was as immobile as a stone sculpture. Chen Yang, what's wrong with you? Seeing Chen Yang looking at the moat quietly, Lu Xian finally couldn't help asking out the doubts in his heart. Chen Yang had prepared countless openings and forgot them all at this moment. He had clearly decided to tell Lu Xian, but when this moment came, he was extremely afraid that Lu Xian would leave him because of his impulsiveness. Didn't we agree before that no matter what it is, we can tell each other? Have you forgotten? At some point, Lu Xian came to Chen Yang's side. She gently took Chen Yang's right hand, and the gentle and hot temperature made Chen Yang's eyes moist. I betrayed you. Chen Yang finally couldn't control the emotions he had suppressed for a long time and choked up. Lu Xian held Chen Yang's hand and froze in midair for a moment. She could think of one reasons why Chen Yang's mood became like this, but she never thought it would be like this. What kind of girl is she? After a long time, Lu Xian asked with a distressed smile on his face. Chen Yang was taken aback. He thought Lu Xian would choose to turn around and leave, but in the end, she actually asked what kind of person the girl in his heart was. He thought it was his own auditory hallucination, but the warmth in his hand was extremely real. Lu Xian did not let go of him, and the two palms kept sticking together. Through skin-to-skin contact, Chen Yang could clearly feel Lu Xian's trembling body and heart that was about to suffocate. She is a princess. In the trial ground of the god-making plan, I married her and had children. I know that all this is just an illusion, but the master told me, everything I experienced came from me. In my heart. Chen Yang didn't say what he said later, but Lu Xian could hear it very clearly. So, are you in love with someone else? Lu Xian's body trembled more and more. Chen Yang was touched by her emotions, and finally couldn't bear to embrace this soft body that was about to collapse into his arms. Sorry, I don't know. Chen Yang firmly held Lu Xian's left hand, fearing that she would turn around and leave in the next second. Lu Xian didn't speak for a long time, but tears fell on Chen Yang's shoulders. Chen Yang didn't know what to do at this time. He had a lot of things he wanted to say to Lu Xian, but he didn't dare to say a word at this time. He was afraid that breaking this peace would make Lu Xian disappear from his sight forever. I know your heart. In the past, you were extremely decisive in everything you did. Why is it like this now? Lu Xian's voice gradually stabilized, and Chen Yang didn't know what she meant by her words. I'm sorry. I really didn't know something like this was going to happen. Chen Yang's voice was extremely small, which made Lu Xian see Chen Yang's sadness. Actually, a long time ago, I knew that I couldn't have the complete you. Although I often think about it, you may not fall in love with others, but even if you are a good person with a firm heart, how can you always resist the temptation? I don't know what happened to you in that god-making plan, but Chen Yang, I want to tell you, I love you very much. As long as you don't abandon me, I won't leave, okay? Lu Xian's words woke Chen Yang up. How could I abandon you? I will never, even if you leave me, I will definitely guard by your side. Chen Yang hugged Lu Xian even tighter. Then can you tell me about that girl now? Lu Xian wiped away the tears on her face and asked. Chen Yang thought Lu Xian was talking nonsense, but when he saw her serious expression, his heart was touched. A cool wind blew through Lu Xian's hair. Chen Yang smelled the fragrance of Lu Xian's life, and began to talk about his acquaintance with Song Qing and what happened in the trial ground. Lu Xian has been listening silently without interruption. It took more than an hour to tell this story, and when the last sentence was over, the emotion on Lu Xian's face was sad or calm. In this way, she is also a good girl, Lu Xian said. Chen Yang didn't know how to answer. He had never experienced such a thing even in his previous life. Lu Xian's reaction was beyond his imagination, which made him feel like he was living in a dream. Why, you're still afraid that I won't be able to beat her? Lu Xian forced a smile and said. No, I can never see her. Chen Yang quickly explained. Lu Xian suddenly let out a delicate laugh. As a practitioner, there are quite a lot of people who marry two wives. As long as you really love me, I am willing to share you with others. Lu Xian's words stunned Chen Yang. He actually forgot that on this planet, the strong are respected. It is very common for many big men to have two. Could it be that I'm going to become a scumbag? Chen Yang murmured secretly, but he was a little happy in his heart. No matter what happened between him and Song Qing in the future, at least he could boldly keep Lu Xian. Lu Xian seemed to guess what Chen Yang was thinking, and stomped hard on Chen Yang's foot with his heel. If you let me know that you are thinking of others, I will kill you. Lu Xian clenched her fists to pretend to be angry, but the tears on her face made Chen Yang's heart ache. Xiner, I will never leave you. Chen Yang put the tip of his nose next to Lu Xian's ear and greedily smelled her body. At this moment, Lu Xian was everything to him. I see. I don't want to leave you either. Lu Xian's body softened and merged with Chen Yang like water. If you have time, bring her here. I want to see her. After a long time, Lu Xian spoke. Chen Yang froze. Didn't you tell her that you have a girlfriend? I think if she really likes you, she shouldn't refuse, right? Feeling Chen Yang's tension, Lu Xian comforted him. I don't want to have too much to do with her. Chen Yang sighed. Could it be that you haven't found your true heart in the land of trials? Lu Xian said softly. But I don't want you to get hurt. Then you want to hurt her. Chen Yang was speechless for a moment. Just invite me here as a friend, I'm quite curious. Seeing that Chen Yang cared so much about him, Lu Xian felt happy in his heart. She knew that it was almost impossible to have Chen Yang by herself. When Chen Yang just showed his talent, all the big figures in Yanchinj wanted to introduce him to a partner, and they wanted to post their daughter to him. From that moment on, she said to herself that as long as Chen Yang had her in his heart, she would be willing to stay by this boy's side for the rest of her life. Thank you, Zener, if there is a chance, I will bring her here. Chen Yang slowly said that he didn't know if Song Qing could introduce such a complicated relationship, but he had already regarded Song Qing as his own woman in his heart. If she married someone else, his heart would be very painful, right? Then you have to accompany me today, Lu Xian said coquettishly. Okay, I'll be with you for the next few days. Chen Yang kissed Lu Xian on the cheek, and when he saw Lu Xian's face blushed instantly, he also showed a happy smile. After reporting at home, Chen Yang took Xiaoan to go shopping with Lu Xian. Usually Chen Yang doesn't have much time to go out to play, and it's also to make up for Lu Xian. No matter what she wants, Chen Yang will agree without hesitation. Little Silver hadn't come out for a long time. It stayed on Chen Yang's shoulder and looked around excitedly. It was very excited after not seeing Chen Yang for a long time. In the evening, the news that Chen Yang ended the god-making project shocked the entire upper class, and many high-ranking officials and dignitaries extended invitations to Chen Yang. With the disappearance of a large number of geniuses during this period, many people knew about the god-building project. Although it is not clear how much Chen Yang's strength has been improved in the god-building project, but from the fact that he was able to kill the 7th Order Fierce Beast before judging from the Lieutenant General's medal, the current Chen Yang is definitely the top existence in the 7th level of strength. The 7th rank has never existed in the entire Yanchinj. According to Chen Yang's strength, he is definitely number 1 in Yanchinj now. Chen Yang doesn't pay much attention to the flattery of others. His current assets and strength are far superior to others. Even Qian Qin is admired by everyone because of him. Qian Qin can be said to be one of the luckiest ordinary people. If he hadn't hugged this thigh, he might have been a marginal figure in the Qian family all his life. After spending a few days with Lu Xian, Chen Yang came to Yangchang. Seeing this once familiar city, Chen Yang was filled with emotion. Thinking of the scene when he met Song Qing for the first time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No matter what the ending is, I need to tell you the true thoughts in my heart. No matter what your final choice is, I will not regret it. Chen Yang sighed in his heart and disappeared in place. The moonlight shone on the earth, and Chen Yang quietly came to Song Qing's window. At this time, she was lying on the bed and hugging a corner of the quilt tightly, her mouth slightly opened as if she was telling some unknown secret. Opening the window, Chen Yang slowly walked to Song Qing's bed. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, he remembered Feyar muttering to himself every night in the trial ground. Brother Yang, I want to be with you forever. If one day you think I'm bored, tired, don't abandon me, okay? I just want, just to be by your side, even if it's far away. Look at Song Qing. Chen Yang's emotions collapsed, and the figure in the trial ground overlapped with Song Qing. Thinking of the details of himself and Princess Yao and the unborn child, his eyes were also wet with tears. When the pupils were blurred, he felt a soft body rushing into his arms. Chen Yang trembled all over, and leaned his hands against Song Qing's back uncontrollably. During the time in the trial ground, he missed this scene all the time, but now that it really came, he felt a little illusory. Am I dreaming? Song Qing's voice rang in his ears. He finally couldn't control the longing for so many days, and hugged the girl in his arms fiercely. Qing'er, I'm back. A few simple words made Song Qing burst into tears, and the love that lasted for half a year seemed to have come to fruition at this moment. Although he didn't know why Chen Yang would suddenly embrace him, Song Qing didn't want to think about it anymore, even if it was just a dream. She also wants to hold on to this moment tightly. Your chest is so real, Chen Yang, is it really you? Seeing Song Qing's delicate and pitiful cheeks, Chen Yang felt a little heartbroken. If all this is a dream, please don't let me go, I really miss you. Since you left without saying goodbye a few days ago, my mind has been full of you during this time. Chen Yang, take me away, okay? Song Qing seemed to really think that this was just a dream. Chen Yang's sudden appearance made her unable to distinguish reality, and only in a dream could she express her emotions like this. Fool, I'm really back. This is not a dream. Chen Yang looked at the girl in front of him tenderly, his small pink mouth slowly approached, and in Song Qing's astonished expression, the four lips stuck together. Feeling the scent of Chen Yang, Song Qing closed his eyes intoxicated, and gradually pressed his lips hard. The body temperature of the two gradually rose. Chen Yang felt Song Qing's response, and his heart seemed to be melted by the other party. Chen Yang loves me. Song Qing shouted softly in rapid breathing. But I have a girlfriend, Qinger, do you mind? Chen Yang let go of his lips and looked at Song Qing. The two looked at each other, and Song Qing showed a sweet smile. As long as our hearts are together, it doesn't matter if you eat me. Song Qing's confession made Chen Yang courageous, the dragon power enchantment dissipated, and the two kissed together vigorously again. That night, Chen Yang hugged Karen in his arms, Song Qing curled up in his arms like a kitten. At this moment, he felt extremely peaceful. Chen Yang, can you tell me what happened to you recently? Song Qing asked softly. Chen Yang's state after returning this time is obviously very different from before. She guessed in her heart that something must have changed her beloved boy. Chen Yang sighed, and told Song Qing what happened with Princess Yao in the trial ground. When Song Qing heard that Princess Yao looked the same as him and was pregnant, she opened her eyes wide and was slightly surprised. What then? Song Qing asked curiously. Later I failed to protect her well, she left. Chen Yang was a little sad. It does not matter. Song Qing was moved by Chen Yang's story. She stuck to Chen Yang tightly. Every second was the most precious memory for her. As long as you want, I can become her in your mind, and I will always wait for you. Fool, she is just an illusion in my heart. Her appearance made me realize how I feel about you. You are not anyone, you are my favorite Qinger. Chen Yang looked at Song Qing's somewhat lonely eyes and said comfortingly. Really? Song Qing has some doubts, but these are not important. No matter who the person Chen Yang loves is, as long as she can stay by his side, she will be very satisfied. Of course, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't know that I had you in my heart long ago, and I might even avoid you all the time. But now, I will never leave you again, and I will give you everything so that you will always be happy. Chen Yang promised lightly. It is good. Song Qing closed her eyes contentedly, quietly feeling Chen Yang's heartbeat. Tiredness welled up in his heart. This night was the most solid night for Chen Yang to sleep. When the sunlight from the window came in, Song Qing's eyelids moved slightly, and her small hands nervously grabbed the corner of Chen Yang's clothes. After smelling the familiar and reassuring smell, her expression relaxed a lot. Chen Yang was awakened by Song Qing's small movements. Seeing her cute expression, couldn't help but kissed her delicate cheek. Just as Chen Yang was about to take the next step, there was a knock on the door. Song Qing, wake up, breakfast is ready. Brother Song Qing's voice came from outside the door, and Chen Yang froze. Fortunately, the other party didn't come in, otherwise he didn't know how to explain it when he saw the two of them like this. Song Qing also opened his eyes in a panic, as if he was discovered in a private meeting. Oh, okay, I'll come down later. Song Qing quickly responded. Song Hui didn't notice anything was wrong, and left directly after answering. Looking at the messy sheets, Chen Yang almost laughed out loud. Bad guy, you're still laughing. Song Qing's little powder fist hit Chen Yang's chest, and Chen Yang pretended to be in pain and made a funny expression. I'm getting up. Seeing Chen Yang's appearance, Song Qing laughed like a bell. Then I'll go first, and I'll come find you later. Seeing that it is not suitable to stay here for a long time, Chen Yang opened his mouth and said, Okay, I will wait for you. Song Qing's lips tapped Chen Yang's face sweetly, and his cheeks were a little blushing. I'll pick you up when it's done. Chen Yang suppressed the impulse in his heart, and teleported back to his villa. Seeing Chen Yang leave, Song Qing felt a little empty in his heart, but thinking of meeting him later, a sweet smile appeared on his face. After simply tidying up the room, Song Qing put on a simple black long dress, and two shiny earrings perfectly set off her goddess-like temperament. Looking at himself in the mirror and nodding with satisfaction, Song Qing walked out of the room. Song Hui and the others had already eaten breakfast, and there was still a set of noodles and some dim sum left on the table, with a hint of heat on them. Miss, you come down, I'll help you warm up. Seeing Song Qing coming down the stairs, the nanny said quickly, It's okay, I'll just eat it. Song Qing glanced at the breakfast on the table and refused with a smile. Seeing that Song Qing's spirit was quite different from before, Song Hui looked at his sister curiously. What's the matter today? She's dressed so beautifully. Before that, she was depressed every day. After seeing her for one night, her whole person is different. It can't be that she's in a relationship. Song Hui said casually. Unexpectedly, after Song Qing heard Song Hui's words, his face became a little hot. Brother, you are talking nonsense. Song Qing's eyelids bumped into each other, as if he was afraid that the matter between himself and Chen Yang would be discovered by the other party. Where's father? Song Qing quickly changed the subject. Father is going to the company first. I've been very busy during this time, and I'm going to help later. Song Hui felt that something was wrong with Song Qing, but seeing that she was in a much better mood than before, he stopped asking. It was a good thing anyway, wasn't it? Oh, please tell your father, I will go out later, and I may come back later at night. Song Qing sat down at the dining table and said, Who are you meeting privately with? No. Song Qing denied intermittently. Song Hui couldn't see what his sister was thinking. Seeing the expression of a little woman on her face, he already had a guess in his heart. It's Chen Yang who's back, right? Don't worry, I'll tell my father about it. Song Hui got up and waved his hands. Seeing that he was seen through, Song Qing could only eat his breakfast with a hint of warmth. After taking a few mouthfuls indiscriminately, Chen Yang called, "Hi, I'm here." Song Qing looked into the microphone expectantly, not to mention how charming his expression was. "I'm almost done too. I just had something to eat. How about coming to your house to pick you up now?" Chen Yang asked on the other end of the phone. "Okay, I'll come out right away." Song Qing couldn't wait to put on a pair of casual shoes. When he was about to go out, he thought about it, then took it off and changed into a pair of not too long black high heels. After waiting for a while at the gate of Songzai, Chen Yang drove a black S-Class to the gate of Songzai. Seeing the girl he likes dressed so purely and beautifully, Chen Yang felt a sense of happiness. "Get in the car." Chen Yang thoughtfully opened the car door for Song Qing. "Where do you want to go?" After Song Qing got into the car, Chen Yang asked. "I can do it, as long as I'm with you." Song Qing hugged Chen Yang's arm and looked at Chen Yang tenderly and said, "Then let's go to the park, but is it convenient for you to wear high heels?" Chen Yang glanced at Song Qing's attire and thought that the other party must be trying to show the most beautiful side in front of him. "It's okay, I'm not an ordinary person." Seeing that Chen Yang had discovered her little thoughts, Song Qing's tone was a little coquettish. "Haha, alright, let's go then." Chen Yang laughed, and stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom. He hadn't experienced this kind of happiness for a long time. Feeling the feeling of speeding, Song Qing also showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. She took out her mobile phone and pressed the shutter button of happiness at herself and Chen Yang. When he came to the Green Lake Park in Yangcheng, Chen Yang took a deep breath of the surrounding air. He was a little fascinated by the fragrance of leaves mixed with flowers. "Let's go." Chen Yang took Song Qing's little hand and smiled. "It is good." Song Qing nodded obediently, and her appearance instantly amazed everyone at the entrance of the park, and many passers-by cast envious glances at the two of them. Song Qing was usually the focus of others, but today she unexpectedly showed shyness. Seeing Song Qing's expression, Chen Yang was a little relieved in his heart, and this lovely girl would only be like this in front of him. The two talked and laughed while walking on the road in the park. After walking for more than an hour, they came to the highest point of the park. At the highest point of Green Lake Park, there is an ancient pagoda standing here. Many tourists around stop here to rest, which also makes the surrounding area very lively. "Want some water?" Seeing that Song Qing was a little tired after walking for so long, Chen Yang expressed concern. "Okay." Seeing that Chen Yang cared about him, Song Qing had a sweet smile on his face. "You know we are here to play, but you still wear high heels, so you don't know how to feel sorry for yourself." Chen Yang took out a bottle of mineral water from his space pocket and said distressedly, "I just haven't been here for a long time." Song Qing took the mineral water and was embarrassed to say so. She really wanted to wear a pair of casual shoes at first, but when she thought that this was her first official date with Chen Yang, in order to make herself look more beautiful, she finally chose high heels. "Don't be so stupid next time. Although the physique of a cultivator is much better than that of ordinary people, you will be very tired if you look like this." Gently wiping off a drop of sweat from Song Qing's forehead, Chen Yang led Song Qing to the top of the pagoda. The uppermost floor of the pagoda is sealed off and not open to ordinary people. It was also the first time for Song Qing to stand here. Through the fence, she could clearly see the whole Green Lake Park. So beautiful. Song Qing couldn't help sighing. There was a clear lake under his feet, and there were a few black geese floating leisurely on the water's surface on both sides of the lake. In the distance, you can even see a forest, where various flowers are competing to bloom, which is better than a fairyland. "If you think it looks good, I will often accompany you here in the future." Chen Yang leaned on the railing with his arms around Song Qing's waist and said, "In the future, we have to bring our little baby with us." Song Qing blushed. Hearing this, Chen Yang was taken aback. He knew that Song Qing must not have just said something casually, but must have engraved her memory of the trial place firmly in her mind. She knew that her biggest regret was that she did not protect Princess Ya well, and the unborn child. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Chen Yang looked at the girl in his arms lovingly. She was so considerate that a trace of guilt arose in his heart. Standing at the highest place of the pagoda, Chen Yang swore in his heart that he would never let this girl down in his life. The time they spent together always passed quickly, and the sky gradually dimmed in the tiredness of the whole day. "Qinger, I have a gift I want to give you." On the balcony outside the Red House restaurant, Chen Yang said after seeing Song Qing finish eating. "What?" Seeing that Chen Yang had a gift to give to him, Song Qing looked expectant. A bunch of strange objects were taken out by Chen Yang. Song Qing was a little surprised when he saw these things. Among them were weapons, personal jade pendants, necklaces, and rings, etc. He just saw Chen Yang take out so many things at once. Very puzzled. What is this for? Although the things Chen Yang took out were strange, there was a mysterious power in every item. Do you still remember that we went to the trial ground for the power of inheritance? These items are the power of inheritance. You can choose one you like. Chen Yang explained the functions of these items. Are these the power of inheritance? Song Qing opened her mouth slightly after learning the identities of these items. She never imagined that the power of inheritance would appear in front of her in this form. Yes, although the strength of most inheritances has degraded a lot due to time, the lowest strength of these inheritances also has the peak strength of the 8th level. If you can absorb them all, there should be no problem breaking through to the realm of martial saints, Chen Yang said. After listening to Chen Yang's introduction, Song Qing became a little numb. If these powers of inheritance can be used and selected at will, doesn't it mean that the things here can create dozens of martial saints? Choose one. Seeing that Song Qing was a little stunned, Chen Yang reminded. It's too expensive. Song Qing didn't accept it immediately, but shook his head and refused. Fool, these things may be very precious to others, but they are not of much use to me. Because I can no longer absorb them myself, even if you don't want them, I can only give them to others. And you are one of the most important people in my heart, no matter how precious it is, so what if I give it to you? Chen Yang confessed. Song Qing was very moved after hearing this, and she gradually accepted Chen Yang's opinion. Then which one should I choose? Song Qing looked at so many items, a little hesitant. Just follow your instincts. Chen Yang made a proposal. After hearing this, Song Qing understood what she should do. She gradually closed her eyes, her mental strength and vitality slowly radiated, and she began to feel the breath contained in every item. After a long time, none of these items moved, and Chen Yang was not in a hurry when he saw this. Because the power of inheritance is sealed in the item, the inheritor he chooses does not need to pass the test of inheritance, that is to say, he can get the power of inheritance for whomever he wants, so he is not worried that Song Qing will not get the power of inheritance. Power recognition. Half an hour later, a long sword flew out of nowhere, and Chen Yang's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, the owner of this long sword was a 10th level cultivator, and his strength was very powerful. As the long sword flew up, Song Qing's spirit seemed to be attracted by the long sword. Chen Yang understood that this was about to start inheriting power. After thinking about it, he arranged a layer of dragon force barrier and guarded Song Qing. After being exposed to the power of inheritance, Song Qing's brows sometimes stretched and sometimes furrowed. As time passed, Chen Yang could clearly feel that the realm in Song Qing's body was rapidly improving. In less than 3 hours, she has already reached the realm of a great martial artist. She was just a great martial artist before, and she was able to break through 2 great realms in such a short period of time. If others knew about it, they would definitely die of envy. Seeing that the vitality in Song Qing's body was getting stronger and stronger, Chen Yang gradually felt relieved. According to this situation, there shouldn't be any problems in this inheritance. After another 2 hours, the aura in Song Qing's body reached the peak of a great martial artist. Only then did she show any signs of waking up. Chen Yang booked the restaurant early, but fortunately there were few customers after 10 o'clock, and Song Qing's behavior did not disturb others. After a long time, Song Qing finally broke away from the state of accepting the inheritance. Her body was covered with impurities and smelled strange. Don't look at me. Seeing that he had become like this, Song Qing wished he could get into the ground. Haha, it's okay, this is a normal phenomenon after a breakthrough, just take a bath and it will be fine. Chen Yang didn't care. But I'm so ugly now. Song Qing didn't want to show her ugliest side in front of Chen Yang. As long as it's you, I'll like it no matter what it looks like. Let's go, I'll take you back to take a shower. Go to your house. Song Qing said quickly. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment, and his eyes gradually became active. Go to my house. Chen Yang asked with a strange smile. Song Qing couldn't guess what Chen Yang was thinking at this moment. She lowered her head shyly, and responded with a mosquito-like voice. Haha, then I won't let you go back tonight. With a wave of Chen Yang's hand, the power of space transported the two of them to his villa. At this time Lu Yan was already in a deep sleep, and their return did not disturb her. Go quickly. I have a bathroom in my room. It's on the 3rd floor. I'll help you prepare your clothes. Chen Yang pointed out the location of his room to Song Qing. Song Qing quickly trot towards the bathroom. Seeing Song Qing's appearance, Chen Yang smiled. After Song finished cleaning, Chen Yang handed her a set of silk pajamas. The wine-red pajamas on her body were as beautiful as budding roses. You go and wait for me first, I'll come after I take a shower. Chen Yang whispered close to Song Qing's ear. The temperature of his breath made Song Qing's ears turn red instantly. Bastard, I don't want to sleep with you. Song Qing got under the covers shyly. Seeing Song Qing's appearance, Chen Yang couldn't help but want to tease him, but it was too late. He still temporarily suppressed this idea. A quarter of an hour later, Song Qing stayed in Chen Yang's arms obediently like a rabbit, listening to the heartbeat of the two. They were both extremely satisfied. Husband. Song Qing spoke suddenly. Huh? Why did you call me that suddenly? Chen Yang said with a slight jump in his heart. Because you are the person I have identified in my life. No matter what happens to you in the future, I will always be with you. Song Qing said affectionately. Good wife. Chen Yang couldn't help but kiss Song Qing on the forehead. Sleep, it's almost dawn. Honey, hold me tight. After staying in Yangcheng for a few days, Chen Yang originally planned to bring Song Qing to Yancheng to let her meet Lu Xian, but thinking of what he needed to do later, he temporarily gave up this plan. Qing'er, I'm going back to Yancheng for a few days, don't miss me too much. In front of the dining table, Chen Yang teased. Are you going for a long time? When Song Qing heard that Chen Yang was about to leave, he quickly raised his head and asked. I don't know how long it will take. I still have a lot of inheritance items in my hands. I promised them to choose the inheritors for them. It happens that many of my friends are in Yancheng, so this time I go back to let them choose the inheritance power of. Chen Yang finished speaking. Then I'll come to you when I'm done here. Song Qing heard what Chen Yang said, and said, okay, then I'll wait for you in Yancheng. Chen Yang nodded with a smile. After eating, Chen Yang reluctantly separated from Song Qing, and arrived at the joint base in Yancheng in just a few seconds through the teleportation device. Since the space transmission device was installed, the business exchanges between the two places have become much more frequent than before. Many people were very surprised by this device. They all thought it was developed by the country. Few people knew that it was related to Chen Yang. Chen Yang didn't care about these, and he even refused to share the tolls collected by the joint team with him. Now Chen Yang has absolutely no shortage of money, not to mention that he has companies in Yancheng and Yangcheng. Even the primordial stones in his pocket of space can make it difficult for all groups to hold a candle to. But now he doesn't need to use these primordial stones at all. The profits of the two companies alone are enough for him to squander, not to mention part of the assets of the Zhao family and the Yang family, which are controlled by him. Thinking of Yingwan, Chen Yang almost forgot about her. Although Yingwan was rated as one of the 4 beauties in Yangcheng, her cultivation talent is not low, and there is still some agreement between him and the other party, so Chen Yang decided to give her a chance. After all, it is very difficult for her to completely control the Yang family with her current strength. Only after accepting the power of inheritance can she come to the bright side. Even if someone has an opinion, she can solve it by herself. After thinking about it, Chen Yang didn't immediately choose to tell Yingwan that he had a plan in mind when he was in the trial place. As time goes by, Blue Star will become more and more dangerous. Many cultivators still don't know some inside information about Blue Star, and it is impossible for the country to choose to tell cultivators this desperate news now. However, it is impatient to cultivate a group of backbone forces to resist external forces. Therefore, Chen Yang wants to set up such a team. This team is different from the members of the joint team. They all have the power of inheritors, and they will also get knowing all kinds of secrets of Langxing. Even knowing Langxing's current situation, their mentality will be much better than other practitioners. Moreover, they all have the power of inheritors. With a little training and grinding, they will definitely become the strongest team in Huiguo. When he returned to Yen City this time, he also had the same thought. After thinking about it, he decided to wait until he sent out the power of inheritance before telling Yeshuang that he wanted to form the strongest team. After making the decision, Chen Yang walked directly to the joint base. Almost everyone in the joint base did not know Chen Yang. Seeing Chen Yang's return, everyone greeted him excitedly. Chen Yang's deeds are like myths to them, and he seldom appears in the joint base, so the people here can't help but get excited when they see him. Oh, I thought you would stay in Yangcheng for a while. Why did you come back? A man walked towards him with a funny smile. Hearing his tone, Chen Yang knew that this guy was Han Chen even if he couldn't see him. Brother Chen, long time no see. Chen Yang stretched out his arms and hugged Han Chen. Didn't you go to Yangcheng to find your little lover? It's only been a few days and you've gotten tired of it. Han Chen didn't know where he got the news. Hearing what he said, Chen Yang didn't know how to answer. Who told you that? Chen Yang asked. Hey, can there still be gossip in the joint team that I, Han Chen, don't know about? But I have to remind you of one thing. Han Chen said mysteriously. What's the matter? Chen Yang asked puzzledly. I guess Han Mensi should also like you. Han Chen said in a low voice. What? Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment. Hearing Han Chen's words, Han Mensi's previous behaviors all came to mind. You don't know now, right? Han Mensi was the famous Ba Wanghua of our Yancheng team before. Who dares to make her angry, and I am the only one who dares to have a little contact with her. Think about it, has it been since after getting to know you? Her personality has changed a lot, especially when she comes back this time. She seems to be a completely different person. Did something happen to you in the god-making plan? Han Chen asked nicely. Nothing happened, I was never with her. Besides, how could she like me? Chen Yang was puzzled for a while, thinking of the experience of taking Han Mensi to Yangcheng to have dinner with Song Qing. His heart tightened for no reason. Forget it, you must be guessing. Is Brother Zhou there? I have something to ask him. After chatting with Han Chen for a few words, he almost forgot about coming to the base this time. Brother Zhou is out, let me call him for you. Seeing that Chen Yang must have something important to do, Han Chen temporarily stopped gossip chatting. Okay, I'll inform the others as well. Chen Yang turned on the phone, and then notified Sun Qian, Li Wixin, and others. Knowing that Chen Yang was waiting at the joint base, after a while, Zhou Yuan rushed back from outside. What's the point of looking for me in such a hurry? Zhou Yuan opened the lounge and saw Chen Yang laughing. Haha, Captain Zhou, long time no see. Chen Yang got up and walked over to greet him. According to his military rank, Chen Yang's current status is even higher than that of Zhou Yuan. It is estimated that in a short time, Chen Yang will become the youngest general of the entire Huiguo United team. However, Chen Yang has never displayed the prestige of a lieutenant general. He treats all team members as equals and does not feel that he is superior to others. The god-making plan is completely over. Seeing Chen Yang's relaxed face, Zhou Yuan asked curiously. It's over a long time ago. I guess the second round of the god-making plan will start after a while. Chen Yang speculated. So fast, it seems that this god-making plan is progressing very smoothly, but this round of god-making plan has just ended. How could it start so soon? Is the country so rich in resources? Zhou Yuan was puzzled. Seeing Zhou Yuan's appearance, Chen Yang immediately understood that Han Menzi hadn't told everyone the inside story of the god-making plan. Actually, the god-making plan may be a little different from what you think. Chen Yang slowly approached the place of trial, and Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up after hearing Chen Yang's words. As one of the youngest masters in Yanqing, it is obviously impossible for him to quickly improve his strength with conventional methods. After learning the inside story of the god-making plan, Zhou Yuan has some expectations. As a relatively young genius, he believed that he should be qualified to participate in the second round of the god-building project, especially after the space transmission device was installed. Yanqing's status had improved a lot compared to before. Seeing Zhou Yuan's expression, Chen Yang couldn't understand his expectation. Seeing some juniors keep surpassing him, he must be a little unhappy. However, this was the decision made by Baiken. He had no complaints about not being selected in the first round of the god-making plan. When he learned that there was a second round of the god-making plan, he would definitely find a way to get into it. Actually, I came here today just to talk to Brother Zhou about this matter. Chen Yang smiled. Could it be that the second round list has come out? Zhou Yuan said happily. No, I don't know when the second round of the god-making plan will start, and I haven't contacted Commander-in-Chief yet during this period, but I happen to have the power of inheritance that Brother Zhou needs here. Chen Yang showed a mysterious smile. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan wished to know the answer immediately. Wait a while, I still have some friends who haven't come over. Let's have a cup of tea first, and I will tell you in detail when they all arrive. Chen Yang pointed to the sofa and signaled everyone to sit down together. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan calmed down a little. The main reason is that the news from Chen Yang is too important. Being able to obtain the power of inheritance means that he can unimpededly cultivate to the realm of martial saints in the future, which is difficult for anyone to control. After all, there are only a handful of martial sages in Huiguo, but now there is a shortcut directly in front of him. It is impossible to say that he has no idea. After a while, several familiar faces came to the joint base. Zhou Yuan saw that they were all friends of Chen Yang. Among them were Lu Xian, Gao Xiong, Chen Yuling, Li Wixin, Sun Qian, Shi Ziyawai, Ye Ziang, Ma Ji, and a little guy with silver-white hair curled up in Chen Yuling's arms. Shi Ziyawai came over very early. When she saw Chen Yang, a trace of inexplicable emotion flashed in her eyes, but she quickly recovered. Seeing that everyone was present, Chen Yang finally told about the god-making plan and the place of trial. When everyone heard that there was such a magical crack near the North City, they couldn't help but want to try it. Brother Yang, can I do it too? Gao Xiong didn't know what happened when he came here at first. He just thought that Chen Yang had something to explain to him, but he didn't expect it to be such an important thing when he opened his mouth. Since I asked you to come here, it means that you can all obtain the power of inheritance, but what kind of power of inheritance you will ultimately get depends on your own choice. Chen Yang said. But my talent for cultivation is too poor compared to others, so it would be a waste to give me such a good opportunity. Gao Xiong said embarrassedly. Yes, Chen Yang, if you don't have many places, I'd better not participate. Lu Xian also said. That's right, Brother Chen Yang, I'm very happy that you can remember me. Unfortunately, I'm taking the body training route, so I probably don't have any suitable inheritance. Li Wixin also opened his mouth and said, because of his lack of talent, he has been stepping in the realm of a martial artist. If it weren't for Chen Yang's spiritual liquid, he didn't know how long it would take him to break through to become a great martial artist. Everyone, I know what you are thinking. You are afraid that your talents are not good enough, and you will waste the quota. If you think this way, it means that your character has met the requirements of the inheritors. In fact, the power of inheritance is not entirely based on your talents. Regardless of your strength, the most important thing is your character. If you can face up to your weaknesses and accept them calmly, you can go further on the road of cultivation. And, this time I summoned you here not to let you enter the trial ground, but to have another way. Chen Yang comforted and explained. Didn't you enter the place of trial? Everyone was a little puzzled, and even Xiaoan made a creaking sound. Brother, what on earth do you want us to do? It's not good to finish it all at once. Chen Yuling complained with her mouth pouted. Haha, I said. Seeing his younger sister's expression, Chen Yang no longer pretended to be a joke. I called you here this time not to let you participate in the next god-making plan, because I have the inheritance of the trial land in my hands, and you are the inheritors I have chosen. Chen Yang said directly. As soon as Chen Yang's words came out, the scene became a little silent. Brother, what do you mean by that? Chen Yuling opened her big watery eyes and said. What I mean is, you don't need to enter the trial ground to get the inheritance power. Who wants to try it first? Chen Yang looked at the crowd with a smile and said. Brother Yang, you just gave us such a good thing. Gao Xiong was dumbfounded. You have my brother, my lover, my teammates, and my friends here, so I don't care what your cultivation talents are. I only hope that you can have the ability to protect yourself and those around you. Chen Yang said seriously. Everyone was a little touched after hearing this. Others who want to obtain it must have excellent talent and pass the test in the trial ground, but they can directly obtain the power of inheritance. They are simply the luckiest cultivators in Huiguo. Do you have any questions? Seeing that everyone was silent, Chen Yang asked. Everyone shook their heads and looked at Chen Yang gratefully. Then let's start later. The inheritance will take about 5 hours. Brother Joe, please arrange a quiet and spacious place. Okay, I'll arrange it now. How about the previous arena? It was the game against Team Glory. The arena was quite large. Zhou Yuan thought for a while and said, okay, just right there. Chen Yang recalled the environment of the game field and nodded. Then let's go there first. Do we need to prepare anything else? Yuan Zhou said cautiously. No, you just need to adjust your mentality. I still have someone who hasn't come here. You go first. I'll make 2 calls. Chen Yang walked out of the lounge and found a quieter place. Yang Wan's cell phone, which was far away in Yangcheng, suddenly rang. She picked it up and looked, and immediately became excited. Hey, Chen Yang. Hearing Yang Wan's voice, Chen Yang smiled slightly. How about during my absence? Nothing should have happened. No problem, with Uncle's help, everything went smoothly. Yang Wan said gratefully. I have a good thing here, do you have time to come over? Where are you? Yang Wan didn't ask what it was, since even Chen Yang said it was a good thing, of course she trusted her very much. I'm at the joint base in Yancheng. I'll pick you up directly. Where are you? I'm in the company, so far away, how do you come here? It wasn't until Yang Wan's words fell that Chen Yang's figure had appeared behind Yang Wan. Yang Wan was taken aback by Chen Yang's appearance. Yancheng is several hundred kilometers away from Yangcheng, so it's as easy as talking about it. Is there anything you need to explain here? Chen Yang hung up the phone and asked. There is nothing to do for the time being. I have a few subordinates to do the rest. I just need to manage them well. Yang Wan looked at Chen Yang curiously. She didn't see him for half a year. She found that Chen Yang had changed a lot. He was more mature than before. She didn't know what happened in the past 6 months. It seems that your growth is quite fast. If you want to control the entire Yang family, you must cultivate a group of people who belong to you. You have done a good job in this. Chen Yang praised it. It's true to say so, but if I want to fully control the entire Yang family, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it in 10 years. Yang Wan said sadly. Don't worry, it won't take 10 years. Chen Yang said. I know what my cultivation talent is. Even with your help, if I want to cultivate to the level of a master, how can I do it in less than 10 years? Yang Wan knew very well that this 10 years would still be with the help of Chen Yang, otherwise if the master could break through so easily, there would not be only so few masters in Yangcheng. Haha, believe me, I brought you a big surprise today. Chen Yang laughed. Big surprise. Yang Wan looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. You will know later, since there is nothing going on here, let's go to Yancheng first. The portal opened, and Chen Yang signaled Yang Wan to follow him. With doubts, Yang Wan stepped into the portal, and not long after, the two came to a competition field outside the joint base. On the playing field, the friends Chen Yang had invited before were quietly waiting for his arrival, but instead of starting immediately, Chen Yang called Yeshuang. Why did you call suddenly, kid? You won't be looking for me for anything, right? Yeshuang laughed loudly after receiving the call. I really have a little thing I want to ask Uncle Ye. Seeing that his intentions were instantly guessed, Chen Yang didn't write any ink, and went straight to the point. Tell me, what you want to find me must not be easy. Although Yeshuang said this, his tone was very relaxed. It's not a difficult thing. Commander Ye should be very clear about some secrets of Blue Star and Beast Star, right? Of course I know. Yeshuang nodded when he heard Chen Yang say this. The time for Beast Star to invade Blue Star is getting closer and closer. If we continue to practice in our current way, it is obviously not enough time to cultivate a group of elites. I know what you said, that's why the god-making plan was started. Do you have a better way than the god-making plan? I know, I came to Uncle Ye this time to talk about the inheritors. Because of the special nature of the inheritors, they can quickly cultivate to a level that ordinary practitioners can't reach in a lifetime, so I want to organize a group of inheritors as the Shield of China. Hearing Chen Yang's suggestion, Yeshuang hesitated for a while. But the second batch of candidates has not been selected yet. Is it too early for you to think about this so quickly? Yeshuang didn't refuse or agree, but asked back. Haha, I know what Uncle Ye is worried about. I just want a place in such a team. As for the candidates, I can find them myself. I can guarantee that I will be able to help the country train a group of powerful inheritors. And there is no need for Uncle Ye to worry about it. Chen Yang said affirmatively on the phone. I'm a little moved by what you said, but where do you go to find these inheritors, and they may not be willing to join your team, right? Yeshuang asked tentatively. I don't need to go to them. Uncle Ye should know that I have been in the place of trial for a long time, and I have had some adventures in it. Now I am qualified to choose an inheritor. What? Yeshuang didn't understand Chen Yang's words at first, then he was taken aback, his face full of surprise. You mean you can choose an inheritor? That's right, that's what it means. I've selected a group of good practitioners, most of whom are my friends. I want to use all my resources to train them. Of course, if I really train them, I won't letting them stay in Yancheng every day is too wasteful, so I want to apply to Commander Ye for a special team spot. After listening to Chen Yang's words, Yeshuang didn't know how to speak for a long time. The inheritance test in the trial place is very difficult for many cultivators. If Yeshuang hadn't selected the most potential cultivators in Huguo. It is not certain how many people will be able to get the inheritance this time. But judging from this situation, even if more people are selected for the second batch, the number of practitioners who can obtain the power of inheritance should not exceed the first batch. Knowing that Chen Yang was able to choose an inheritor now, how could he not be surprised? How many places do you want for the second batch of god-making projects? Yeshuang asked. Uncle Ye, you haven't understood yet. I don't need a place to enter the trial ground. I have already made an agreement with them when I was there. I just need to find the right person. They will give me the power without any worries. The chosen person, so that Uncle Ye can understand what I mean. You mean, you can turn anyone into an inheritor at any time? Yeshuang was shocked by Chen Yang's words again. Yes, that's what it means. Chen Yang admitted that Yeshuang would know about this matter after a while anyway, so it's better to say it earlier. If you can really do it, I am willing to give you a place in this special team. Yeshuang thought for a while and felt that Chen Yang would not make fun of this matter, and finally agreed. Then I'll be here to thank Uncle Ye, Chen Yang said with a smile on the phone. Is there anything I can help you with? Yeshuang asked. Let it go, I can handle it, Chen Yang said easily. Since you are so confident, then I won't worry about it. By the way, what are you going to call this team? Yeshuang asked curiously. Since it's going to be the Shield of Huguo, why not just call it Team Aegis? Chen Yang thought about it. The reason for choosing this name is also related to the movies he liked to watch in his previous life. Of course Yeshuang didn't know what was going on in Chen Yang's mind. He was slightly surprised when he heard the Aegis team, and then he couldn't help clapping his hands. What a shield team. The name is really good. I hope this team can really become the strongest shield of our country in the future as you said. Most definitely, Chen Yang promised. Then I will issue an appointment order now. From now on, you are the captain of the Aegis team. You are fully responsible for the members of the Aegis team. As for the selection of team members, I fully support you. Yeshuang readily agreed. Then I will thank Commander Ye. Chen Yang thanked again. After hanging up the phone, seeing that everything was ready, he finally came to the playing field. Seeing that everyone looked at him expectantly, Chen Yang showed a slight smile. I'm sorry, there was something just now that made everyone wait. The choice of inheritance is very simple. You just need to find the power that suits you from these items. Through spiritual communication, you will become inheritors in a few hours. Chen Yang opened the interspatial pocket while talking, and soon, dozens of inherited items flew out of the interspatial pocket, and then neatly placed in front of everyone. Zhou Yuan looked at the inheritance in front of him in a daze. At first, he was skeptical about Chen Yang's words. After all, this is the top power of human beings. Is it so easy to obtain it? When these inherited objects appeared in front of him, he realized that what Chen Yang said might be true, because his mental power could directly feel the vicissitudes of life on these inherited objects. Some of you may not be very talented in cultivation, but it doesn't matter. With the help of the power of inheritance, no matter how poor your cultivation talent is, you will be much better than others. Now, you can exude spiritual power to choose your favorite power gone. Chen Yang signaled. Brother Yang, I still think it's too much of a waste to give me such a good thing. Gao Xiong said embarrassedly. You are my brother, so it's a waste. Besides, with the psychic liquid that has been tempering your physique and changing your meridians, you don't think your current cultivation talent is inferior to others, do you? Chen Yang explained. This. Gao Xiong was taken aback for a moment. He had indeed forgotten that with the help of the spiritual liquid, his realm had also improved very quickly. He always thought that it was the psychic liquid that was forcibly helping him to break through the realm. He never thought that under the quenching of the psychic liquid, his cultivation talent would be much higher than before. Believe me, even if you are not talented in cultivation, as my brother, I hope you have the power to protect yourself. After all, I can't be by your side all the time. If I'm not around someday, I hope you can stand up. Chen Yang said earnestly. Okay, everyone is ready. Now close your eyes, let go of your mind, expand your spiritual power, carefully feel these inheritances, and find the most suitable power for you. As Chen Yang's voice echoed in everyone's ears, everyone present closed their eyes, and everyone's spiritual power spread towards the inheritance. Soon, several rays of light lit up among the many inheritances. Chen Yang looked at Lu Xian, and saw that her brows were tightly furrowed at the beginning, and a ring with green light flew to the top of her head, and as the green light poured into Lu Xian's body, Lu Xian's brows gradually relaxed. Huge energy emerged in the arena, and other inheritances were also selected by everyone. Seeing that everyone got the inheritance, Chen Yang put away the remaining inheritances. The process of passing on took a long time. In order to ensure that they would not be disturbed, Chen Yang opened the Dragon Force barrier to cover the entire arena, and then sat down on the spot and entered the cultivation state. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that everyone in the Dragon Power barrier gradually woke up. There were several guru auras on the field. Chen Yang opened his eyes and saw that there were Han Chen and Li Wixin who had stepped into the realm of Grand Masters. It is only a matter of time before stepping into the Master. I broke through. Han Chen looked at the vitality in his body with a surprised expression. He thought it would be good to break through to a high-level martial artist, but he didn't expect that after accepting the power of inheritance, he would directly comprehend the power of dual domains. The feeling of comprehension was like it's like imprinting it directly in your mind. I thought Zhou Yuan would directly break through to the realm of martial saints, but he didn't expect to stay at the pinnacle of the Grand Master. As long as he went one step further, he could break through to martial saints. What surprised Chen Yang was that Xiaoan was the first to step into the 7th level. I saw that the aura on Little Silver's body continued to rise, and its body became bigger accordingly. With a howl of ape, the animal pill in its body became extremely bright. 7th order. Everyone was awakened by Xiaoan's actions, and all their eyes were on Xiaoan. Little Silver's body continued to grow bigger and soon occupied the entire arena, and everyone stepped aside after seeing this. When it grew to a height of more than 100 meters, the abnormality of the body gradually stopped. Because of Little Silver's devouring talent, the power of inheritance it chose is also very suitable for itself, so it has completely absorbed all the power of the inheritance. Unexpectedly, the strongest among you is actually Xiaoan. Chen Yang said excitedly, in the future, Xiaoan will soon become the second 8th level expert in Huiguo. After everyone had accepted the power of inheritance, Chen Yang gathered everyone together. Everyone should already know what the so-called inheritors are. Next, I will tell everyone a news. In order to deal with possible threats in the future, I specially applied for a special team from Commander Yan Baikan. This special team it will all be composed of inheritors. Once you join this team, it means that you will become the defense line of Huiguo in the future. If you don't fall, Huiguo will not be destroyed. Now, does anyone want to come in? Chen Yang asked. Hearing the special team's request, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, but it was Han Chen who spoke first. What's the name of this team? If it doesn't sound good, I have to apply for a name change. Looking at Han Chen's playful smile, the corners of Chen Yang's mouth rose slightly. The name of this team is Aegis. Aegis. Hearing the team's name, everyone could instantly feel Chen Yang's thoughts when he chose the name. No wonder Chen Yang said that once he joins this team, it will become the defense line of Huiguo. It turns out that this team is the shield to protect Huiguo from the beginning. It's a good name, I'll join. Han Chen blinked at Chen Yang and said, although I don't know if I'm qualified enough now, but as long as it's brother Yang's decision, I will definitely obey it. Gao Xiong quickly spoke up too. As the captain of the joint team, I wonder if I can also join this team. Zhou Yuan laughed loudly. I welcome everyone to my team. Seeing that Zhou Yuan was also tempted, Chen Yang nodded towards Zhou Yuan. I'm joining too. This team looks very powerful when you hear it. As an inheritor, you must have a more prestigious background, haha. It was Ma Ji who spoke. He has always been a warm person, and he will always keep in mind the kindness of people around him. After a while, everyone agreed to join the Aegis team created by Chen Yang Gang, even Shizuiwai. Since everyone has chosen to join Team Aegis, I have to explain some things to you in advance, and let you know what you will face in the future. Chen Yang said that he wanted to hide the matter of the Magic Star and the Beast Star first, and wait until their strength reaches the 7th level before speaking out. But when he founded the Aegis team, he thought that if he can't break it, he can't stand it. As the most powerful team in Huiguo in the future, how can he be scared off by the difficulties ahead? Therefore, Chen Yang detailed the secrets of the Blue Star, the power of the Magic Star, and the fierce beast of the Beast Star. After hearing Chen Yang's shocking secret, everyone fell into a daze. They never thought that the truth of this world would be like this. Why, if you don't join the team, you will lose your confidence in defending against foreign enemies, right? Seeing that everyone has not recovered for a long time, they joked. Brother, as long as it is your decision, I will support it unconditionally. Even if you face a powerful foreign enemy, but I believe that with my brother, I will be able to resist successfully. Chen Yuling showed her cute canine teeth and cheered for everyone. That's right, isn't it just a few foreign enemies? With these inheritances, we will grow up soon. Sun Qian said with confidence. Even if you think so, then I can't back down even more. Although I am surprised by the truth of the crack, it doesn't matter. I just know to keep practicing and prepare for possible threats in the future. As for the final result, as long as we work hard, we won't regret it, right? Li Wixin also spoke. I feel the same way. Without a little motivation, I don't have the passion to improve. Haha, you will talk big. Since you have joined the Aegis team, let's work hard to cultivate. Seeing that everyone was not intimidated by the powerful strength of the Magic Star, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. With the talent of copying, he doesn't think he has no chance of winning in the future. In just 1 year, he now has the strength to fight against the 9th level. Give him another year, how strong will he be then? Now there are such a group of teammates who are not afraid of Magic Stars. I believe that in the near future, they will also become qualified members of the Aegis team. Since everyone is not intimidated by the Magic Star, I will also tell you about the future training plan. Chen Yang then spoke out his training plan. These are all the experience of the necromancer and the empty old man. With this experience, the members of the Aegis team will definitely grow up quickly. In addition, after starting the training, Chen Yang also plans to distribute the weapons he obtained in the 9th level secret realm weapon room, and everyone's strength will be greatly improved by then. After finishing his team formation, Chen Yang took Lu Xian, his younger sister and Xiao Yin home together, and now it was time to introduce Lu Xian to his parents. Chen Yang doesn't know what the future will be like, he just wants to cherish every minute and every second now and not leave any regrets. I'm a little scared. On the way home, Lu Xian said shyly. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Besides, they already knew you were my girlfriend. Chen Yang kept comforting him. But, this is the first time I've met my parents after all. Do I need to dress up again? Lu Xian said anxiously. Didn't you just take a bath? Don't worry, my parents are easy to talk to. Chen Yang touched the back of Lu Xian's head and said softly, Seeing this, Lu Xian calmed down a little. An ugly daughter-in-law also has to see her in-laws, no matter what, she has to face these. At night, seeing Chen Yang bring Lu Xian back, the parents were a little surprised. You are Yanger's girlfriend, come on, come in and sit down. Chen's mother quickly put down the work in her hand. Hello, auntie, hello uncle. Lu Xian hurriedly greeted Chen Yang's parents. Father Chen also knew from the news that Lu Xian was Chen Yang's girlfriend. After seeing Lu Xian's appearance with his own eyes, Father Chen gave his son a thumbs up. The scene was not as embarrassing as Lu Xian imagined. With Chen Yuling and Chen Yang as flavoring agents, Lu Xian quickly integrated into the family. On the dinner table, Yanger, when are you going to get married? Mother Chen asked. Huh? Married? Chen Yang raised his head and was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian didn't expect Mother Chen to ask such a question suddenly, and a blush appeared on her face. That's right, didn't you guys decide on your relationship a long time ago? Now that you're not too young, you should settle the matter of getting married early so that we can have grandchildren sooner. Mother Chen said with a smile. Mom, I haven't proposed yet, don't worry, come and eat. Chen Yang hurriedly relieved Lu Xian's embarrassment. When Chen's mother saw her son say this, she no longer felt embarrassed to keep asking. Hi. Just as Chen Yang was about to eat, he suddenly felt a pain in his leg. He looked at Lu Xian, only to see that the other party lowered his head and stretched out his small hand on his leg. He quickly put down an arm and held Lu Xian's little hand tightly. Chen Yuling quickly noticed the small movements of the two of them. While eating, she looked at her brother with a smile on her face. At night, Chen Yang sat on the roof with Lu Xian in his arms. Lu Xian, when do you think it's better for us to get married? It's still early, you want to take me home so soon? Lu Xian snuggled into Chen Yang's arms and said. Isn't my mother in a hurry to hug her grandson? Why don't we work harder? Bad guy, no, you haven't proposed to me yet. Lu Xian turned her head away. Okay, when the time comes, I will definitely give you the most beautiful marriage proposal ceremony. Chen Yang thought of the various plots in the TV series, and with a little special talent as a foil, Lu Xian would definitely be moved to tears. Chen Yang, are you leaving Blue Star by then? Lu Xian asked suddenly. Well, but I don't know when I will leave. After I have integrated all the power of inheritance in my body, I should have the strength to face those demon kings. Chen Yang wanted to hide it for a while, but when Lu Xian asked directly, he simply told the whole story. Then we won't see each other for a long time. Lu Xian looked a little sad. No, I will definitely solve these problems as soon as possible. When I learn all the high technology of the magic star, Blue Star will not be afraid of these beasts. Chen Yang affirmed. Then let's go in. Lu Xian suddenly whispered. Ah, what are you doing in there? Chen Yang didn't understand for a while. Hold the grandson for your mother. If you leave, auntie will definitely tell you. Hearing Lu Xian's metaphorical expression, Chen Yang finally realized it. Really? Lu Xian nodded slightly. Haha, let's start now. Chen Yang laughed loudly, and disappeared on the roof with Lu Xian. A year and a half later. Villador. Chen Yang looked at the two cuties in his arms and smiled lovingly. Husband, be careful, we and the baby will always be waiting for you at home. Lu Xian couldn't control the tears and choked up. Song Qing also looked at his lover silently, with a look of reluctance. I will be back soon. I'm just worried about the safety of Blue Star. The year 2000 is only less than a year away. There will definitely be various external threats to Blue Star in the future. At that time, it will all depend on the Aegis team gone. Chen Yang looked at the two beautiful people and couldn't bear to leave. Brother Yang, don't worry, even I am almost at the 9th level, so leave the task of protecting Blue Star to us. Gao Xiong patted his chest confidently behind him and said. Chen Yang handed the child to Lu Xian and Song Qing, and then turned to look at the people behind him. They were the strongest team in Huguo, Aegis. After I leave, the future of Blue Star will be entrusted to you. I don't know how long it will take for me to leave this time, but I will definitely come back on the day of the 2000 appointment. Chen Yang affirmed. Congratulations to the captain. Gao Xiong shouted the first marching salute. Congratulations to the captain. Everyone in the Aegis team shouted together. Chen Yang glanced at everyone. There are his friends, classmates, and brothers here. He hoped that when he came back, the shield team would still be as complete as it is now. Okay, then I'm leaving. When I come back, you guys have to give me a surprise. Chen Yang calmed down his emotions. There were too many parting words, and he didn't know how to speak for a while. Especially when he noticed that Shizuiwei and Han Mensi were looking at him with deep meaning, he felt a little uncomfortable. Both Shizuiwei and Han Mensi are two very good girls, but it's a pity that he doesn't want to break the relationship between the two. If possible, let's continue like this. Not wanting to think about it anymore, Chen Yang released his dragon power. Huge force wrapped Chen Yang's body, and with a goodbye, Chen Yang turned into a ray of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Coming to the crack, Chen Yang looked back at the land behind him. Maybe when he finds a way to escape the curse of the trial ground, it will be the time when he returns. He didn't know what he was going to face in front of him. It might be the 10th level demon king, the 11th level demon emperor, or the legendary demon god. No matter what, he believed that he would be able to move forward bravely until he could protect Blue Star. Chen Yang stepped into the crack, and the aura on his body instantly enveloped the surroundings. As the breath of the 10th level disappeared in front of the crack, he had already embarked on a new journey.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.